Hey guys, it's your boy Cosmic Harry. So today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter timer traveled to past to save Bellastrix. Please like, share and drop so many comments. Also join Patreon for something very steamy and op. Link in the description. Also please go and support author for his wonderful creation. In the darkness of the divination classroom, with only a small lantern on one of the tables, Harry sat and waited for Pythia to prepare the hot cocoa. It was taking a lot of time. From what he could tell, Pythia's face was pale and her hands clammy. She spilled water and powder a couple of times before serving up a proper mug. Eventually, the cocoa was ready, and they were sipping it. Harry was cheerful, but Pythia seemed subdued. Harry was talking a sip and planning to ask Pythia what was on her mind, but his finger was suddenly burning. The suddenness and intensity of the sensation startled Harry so much that he dropped his mug onto the table. The cocoa spilled everywhere, and the mug rolled off the table, shattering as it hit the floor. "What is it?" Pythia demanded. Harry looked at his hand and focused on the sensation. As he did, the black family ring appeared on his finger. In his mind, he thought he could see Bellatrix with Voldemort. He could not see much more, but he could tell she was in distress. The vision in his mind faded, but he was left with a roadmap of sorts to where Bellatrix was. He would be able to apparate to wherever it was. Pythia had leapt to her feet and was nudging Harry's shoulder. "What is it?" Well," Harry said as he glanced around the room and tried to form a plan. "I think Bellatrix is in trouble. I need to go find her." He stood and strode across the room to one of the windows. He drew his wand and cast a spell to vanish the window. Immediately, a cold wind swept through the divination classroom. "Accio," Harry muttered, focusing on the school's supply of brooms. "I'm coming with you," Pythia informed him as she joined him at the window. "But let's not go unprepared." "I know," Harry said as he cast several more summoning charms. He then gauged Pythia's usefulness. "Are you sure you want to come? You don't seem at the top of your game right now." "I'm just scared," Pythia said in a small voice. "My magic is weak, and I've never been in a battle before. But I want to come." "How do you know it will be a battle?" "I just know." "Well, it's just like a duel, except there's a lot of enemies and no rules," Harry said lamely as the broom, battle robes, and other things he had summoned arrived. Wasting no time, Harry and Pythia donned protective gear. At Harry's urging, Pythia mounted the broom behind him and wrapped her arms around his midriff. Without further ado, they nched the broom and zoomed off into the cold night sky. The pain was excruciating. It was as if hot knives were slicing and piercing every part of her body inside and out. Bellatrix was screaming, ow. Sometimes the pain was so intense and her shriek so high-pitched that no noise came out. Her body writhed, but it was restrained. Despite the restraints, many of Bellatrix's muscles still tried to move and strained themselves from the futile effort. Abruptly the pain stopped. "Tell me who you swore allegiance to," Voldemort demanded. Bellatrix sobbed both from the pain of the torture curse as well as the humiliation. She had no strength to even think of a dishonest answer. Rather, she was focused on the hope that Harry was coming. Desperately, she tried to calculate how much time had passed since the bracelet had reacted and how soon he could be there. "You won't be able to tell me even if you want to tell me while you're under Cruciatus," Voldemort threatened. "Tell me now, before I give you another round." He grinned as he cast the spell again without actually giving her time. Bellatrix began shrieking. Harry and Pythia arrived at the Ravensburg grounds and swiftly gauged the situation from the air. They could see that the Death Eaters were gathered in a circle with Voldemort in the center. Faintly, they could hear Bellatrix screaming. With each of Bellatrix's screams, Pythia tightened her hold around Harry. Pythia was terrified, but Harry, having been involved in many Death Eater encounters, was deadened to many of the natural sensations of fear and worry and was able to focus on planning instead of worrying or rushing in. "All right," Harry said tersely as he pointed his broom away from the Death Eaters. "I am going to lay down a thin ribbon of fiendfire in a good-sized circle around them. That will be our delayed effect shock and awe tactic. Then we'll separate. I'll do a full frontal assault just as the fiendfire starts to flare high. You come in from the flank and start picking off the weak ones as best you can. Try to stay hidden. If we can get a wand into Bellatrix's hands, she might be able to help. I'll take the first try at that. Right, Pythia said as Harry swung the broom right and began flying a clockwise circle around where the Death Eaters were gathered torturing Bellatrix. Also, I recommend using the hood on your robes. No need to draw attention to your identity, she pointed out. Good idea. You do that, too, Harry said as he worked out the dimensions of his circle. Once he had ascertained the correct angle for the radius he wanted, Harry accelerated the broom into that circle. He produced his yew and phoenix feather wand and held it out with his worm as he rolled slightly to the right. Harry muttered the incantation, and a thin, almost microscopic, beam of fiendifray shot out of his wand onto the ground below. In seconds, Harry had made a complete circle with the tiny beam of fiendfire. Swiftly, he guided the broom down to the earth, dropped Pythia off and then flew to where he would commence his attack. Grinning, Voldemort released the Cruciatus curse and watched with satisfaction as Bellatrix, hoarse from screaming, was now producing moans of agony intended to be sobs. At this point, were it not for her mysterious bracelet, he would be ready to cut his losses and kill her, memory charm her, or put her under the Imperious curse. However, the bracelet was a concern. He needed answers. Voldemort was just about to attempt interrogating her further when a massive banishment charm hit him and threw him 100 meters through the air and then slammed him into the ground. Just as he was gathering his senses and getting to his feet, he heard several explosions and then 2 fireballs zoomed towards his position and exploded. Quickly, he cast shield charms. Bellatrix could barely think. Her body shook as she sobbed, or attempted to sob. She could hardly make the right noise. It was almost like she was dry heaving. On the periphery of her senses, she thought she could hear explosions, but it was not until the chains holding her down suddenly disappeared that she cared. "I'm here," came Harry's voice. Elif, and a burst of energy exploded through Bellatrix. Suddenly weeping for joy, she tried to push herself up and see her surroundings. Harry was wearing battle robes and a hood that hid his face. She recognized his clothing since she had bought much of it for him shortly after he had magically appeared in her bedroom. Harry crouched next to her. "Do you have your wand?" Harry asked as he Inger Lee pulled her into a sitting position. Fingers trembling, Bellatrix reached for her wand holster. With Harry's help, she drew the Blackthorn and Phoenix Feather wand. To her surprise, the wand fell. Warmer and more powerful than it had ever felt. A little bit of a glow surrounded her as magic poured into her through her wand. Bellatrix wondered if her wand had at last opted to bond more closely with her. "See what you can do to escape from here or defend yourself," Harry instructed. "Pythia is here, too. I have to make sure she is safe." "Bother," Pythia muttered from where she had taken cover. The Dark Lord, or at least the person she assumed was the Dark Lord, had recovered from Harry's surprise attack and was darting around to rehabilitate and evacuate those of his followers that had gone down with Harry's opening salvo. On one hand, she supposed the Dark Lord evacuating his followers was giving Harry the time to attend to Bellatrix. But it would have been nice to capture some of them. Pythia had been searching for an opening to stun some of them, but the terrain and placement of everyone was such that she could not get a good shot without committing to being in the middle of the fight. Pythia knew that her stamina could not hold up to that, especially if it led to her going one-on-one with the Dark Lord. After setting Bellatrix free, Harry had turned on the various followers of the Dark Lord, lashing out with broad and violent spells and repelling attacks. A few of them fought back, but they melted away quickly, apparently having been instructed by the Dark Lord to fall back. It seemed he was not yet ready to risk the lives of his followers. Harry smirked as Rodolphus Lestrange tried his luck against him. After effortlessly blocking a flurry of spells from Rodolphus, Harry hit him with a powerful stinging hex. Howling, Rodolphus ran and then apparated away. Finally having a lull in the fight, Harry whirled around, hoping to turn his attention on finding Pythia. But he found himself facing Lord Voldemort. "Who are you?" Voldemort snarled, straining to catch a glimpse of Harry's face under the hood Harry was wearing. Harry answered with a quick combo of hexes, not seriously expecting them to connect with the Dark Lord. It was akin to slapping the Dark Lord across the face with his gauntlet. Infuriated, Voldemort blocked and dodged Harry's attacks and began dueling back and forth with Harry in earnest. "If you don't tell me who you are, I will have no choice but to kill you," Voldemort told Harry as he unleashed a similar barrage, which Harry blocked and dodged easily. Harry ignored Voldemort and focused on determining his strategy. Because of the Horcruxes, killing Voldemort was not a feasible option at this point, even if Harry could count on striking a deadly blow. With that in mind, Harry decided to settle for forcing Voldemort to retreat or holding him off long enough for Bellatrix and Pythia to escape before he retreated. Unfortunately, even with a modest goal, Harry was facing a slight complication. With his wand sharing a core with Voldemort's wand, there was a risk of Priori Incantatem being triggered. This might help Harry to stun or distract him and escape with Bellatrix and Pythia more easily. But it would also reveal more about Harry than he was ready for Voldemort to know. For the moment, Harry opted to avoid spells T-Hat would result in him pitting his U-wand directly against Voldemort's wand, which was this timeline's version of Harry's original Holly wand. Bellatrix was still on the ground. She had tried getting to her feet, but a combination of muscle pain and lack of sensation had kept her sitting where Harry had left her. She had given up for the moment and sat trembling as her body adapted back to no longer being under the Cruciatus curse. Despite her trembling and the occasional convulsion, Bellatrix was gripping her wand as she watched the duel between Harry and Voldemort with amazement. Cirque. Of fiendfire burned around Ravensburg's perimeter, flames reaching higher and higher. Near the center of the circle, Harry and Voldemort, both in dark cloaks, dueled. They had begun with the type of rapid-fire hex combos that the Hogwarts dueling team had learned and were attempting to master. From there, having tested each other at that level, they had moved to larger, more powerful spells. Hell met shield and shield met spell with ear-splitting clangs, explosions, and shockwaves. The air began to sizzle with magic. The sheer power manifested in the duel amazed Bellatrix. She had known Harry was powerful, having tested her strength against him in the tryout duel. But now, she was seeing him at his full magical capacity. She was also now realizing that Voldemort was a serious foe. Bellatrix had just gotten over her amazement and was beginning to look at Harry's spell choice with a little bit more of a critical eye when some sort of cutting spell came from nowhere and struck her midriff. Blood exploded everywhere as the spells sliced a dozen wounds into Bellatrix's skin. Bellatrix's mind knew there was pain, but she was too numb and exhausted to properly react. She was just trying to understand what happened when Lucius Malfoy emerged from the darkness, an angry snarl on his face. His wand was clutched in his hands. "Blood traitor," he shouted. Bellatrix stared at him. "You led us on," Lucius yelled as he stalked up to her, his wand in his hand. "You're the traitor," Bellatrix whispered, almost delirious. "Traitor. You will pay." Lucius did not appreciate this perspective from Bellatrix. He was gripping his wand and about to cast another spell, but a dagger suddenly appeared in his kneecap, from where it was protruding painfully. Awkwardly, he fell, trying not to land on his knees to exacerbate the injury. As he fell, he clutched his wand and muttered the spell to apparate away. "Blast," came Pythia's voice as she emerged from the darkness and approached Bellatrix. She surveyed her condition cursorily. "You do not look good at all." Bellatrix nodded as she slumped onto the ground. She could feel her blood everywhere. Trying to ignore it, Bellatrix stared at the fiendfire still burning around Ravensburg's perimeter. She tried focusing on the sounds of the booms and crackles from Harry and Voldemort's spells colliding with each other. "Think of something that makes you happy and try to take deep, steady breaths," Pythia instructed as she cast a couple of spells to staunch the flow of blood from Bellatrix's injuries. "Don't breathe too fast, though." Fear began to gnaw at Voldemort as he continued to fight the mysterious figure in dark, hooded battle robes who had appeared, apparently for the purpose of rescuing Bellatrix Black. Whoever he or it was, his strength rivaled that of Voldemort. At first, Voldemort had hoped to ascertain his opponent's identity. Perhaps he could convince him to join forces. If this was somehow Bellatrix Black's master, he must have some sort of dark magical power. Perhaps it was a vampire. However, as the duel progressed, Voldemort began to realize that the mysterious figure was not someone he could recruit or with whom he could join forces. He was too powerful. He needed to be killed. Voldemort could not afford to have a rival with this much power on the playing field. Having come to this realization, Voldemort began to look for ways to kill His critical eye soon discerned that the mysterious figure seemed to be relying too much on defensive shields. Voldemort grinned victoriously. There was one spell no shield could block. He summoned his rage and hatred for this mysterious person who was fighting him. Avada Kedavra. Harry had no time to think. As Voldemort let loose with the killing curse, he screamed the incantation for the spell that had saved him in the past. Expelliarmus. Green beam met red beam in an explosion of light, as Harry remembered from the graveyard near the end of his 4th year at Hogwarts. The two spells met in midair, forming a connection between his wand and Voldemort's wand, except that because of the time travel and some strange twist in fate, Harry held the U wand. And Voldemort held the Holly wand, though there was also a Holly wand from Harry's era in his pocket. Harry had a slight advantage at the beginning. He knew what to expect. So, he knew how to apply his magical strength. However, it was a strain. He had just spent several long minutes dueling back and forth with Voldemort. The spells had been no small drain on his magic. Fortunately, Voldemort was similarly drained. For a moment, it looked like Harry's red beam would overcome Voldemort's green beam. But the Dark Lord caught on and pushed back with his might. A stalemate ensued. Again, as Harry remembered, golden light exploded around them, forming a dome of sorts. Harry thought he could hear the familiar Phoenix song swirling in the wind around them. Voldemort looked frightened, but Harry smiled and embraced the familiar song, allowing it to give him strength. As the magic whipped around Harry and Voldemort, the stalemate continued, with Harry and Voldemort equally matched. Feeling exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him, Harry began to search or think of ways to get the upper hand. In his desperation, Harry suddenly remembered that he had 2 wands. Surely, bringing a second wand to bear would tip the scale. As he went to draw his Holly and Phoenix Feather wand, dread shot through Harry's soul like a bolt of lightning. He could not explain how he knew, but in his heart, he could feel that if his Holly wand met Voldemort's Holly wand, there would be consequences he might not like. Before Harry could draw back from reaching for the Holly wand, Pythia appeared next to him, slapping his hand. "No," she screamed. "Don't touch it. Don't even tempt it." She took Harry's free hand and clasped it between hers. Suddenly, Harry could feel a tiny burst of extra power. It was minuscule compared to the power flowing from his own core, but it was enough to tip the scale. Harry's power with Pythia's extra nugget overtook Voldemort's power, and soon, Voldemort's Holly won. Dee was shrieking as it began to regurgitate spell after spell as if the duel was happening backwards. The shadows of each spell hovered in the air. "Let's go," Pythia shouted, tugging Harry's hand. Nodding, Harry broke the connection between the wands and allowed Pythia to haul him toward where he had left Bellatrix. While they ran, the ghost of spells past swarmed around Voldemort. When he got back to where he left Bellatrix, Harry stared in surprise at Bellatrix's bloodied condition. However, he had no time to ask about it as Pythia pressed him to apparate all 3 of them away from Ravensburg. It was awkward, but Harry managed to grasp both Pythia and Bellatrix's arms, with Pythia grabbing Bellatrix's other arm to provide support. With a loud and sloppy popping sound, Harry apparated the 3 of them away. They did not get very far. Harry dared not risk apparating 2 travel companions across the entire country. So, they landed in the forest several miles away from Ravensburg. He jumped them a couple of more times to try clouding their trail, just in case Voldemort had the ability to track apparition. Several apparition jumps later, they landed at the base of a large rock formation in the middle of a moor. "That's more than enough dodging," Pythia declared, gesturing for Harry to help her with Bellatrix. As Bellatrix let out pitiful moans, Harry and Pythia worked to lay her down on the ground and find a comfortable position. Soon, she was settled on the ground with Harry and Pythia kneeling next to her and casting cushioning charms. "I guess the question is whether she needs street mungos or whether Madame Pomfrey is preferable," Harry said. Pythia bit her lip. "There's also some more complicated questions to be considered. But let's see where she's at first." Harry nodded. Pythia touched Bellatrix's shoulder with one hand and tugged at Bellatrix's clothes with another. "We're just going to see how bad your injuries are," she said reassuringly. "All right," Bellatrix mumbled, her voice weak. She suddenly gritted her teeth and then began taking slow, deep breaths. In a gentle but businesslike manner, Pythia proceeded to push aside and peel away the clothes see, overing Bellatrix's injuries that Malfoy's cutting curse had inflicted. As she did so, she cast minor cleaning and pain relief spells. Eventually, Pythia sat back and gestured for Harry to take a look. "This is going to require Street Mungo's." Quote. Harry peered at Bellatrix's wounds and nodded. He had seen more than his fair share of battle injuries and had learned enough to do battlefield triage. "Let's get going. Let's answer the more complicated questions first," Pythia said. "She can hold for an hour or so." "What questions?" Harry said, wrinkling his brow. "Publicity." "What?" Harry asked, feeling some outrage. "The Dark Lord will want to recruit purebloods and play to their sympathies," Pythia rushed to explain before Harry could become angry. She gestured to Bellatrix. "But he just Sava. G'd a pure-blooded witch who was descended from a family not known to love muggles or keep themselves pure from dark magic. And Bob's your uncle," Harry whispered as he saw the genius in Pythia's suggestion. He had to resist the urge to grin and laugh maniacally at the possibility of splitting some of Voldemort's natural allies from him before he could even recruit them. "She's right," Bellatrix whispered between labored breaths. "Make me a martyr. Just don't let anybody see me crying. And be quick about it." "Right," Harry said dryly. He looked at Pythia. "What do we do? Call a press conference?" "Let me go talk to my uncle," Pythia said. "The chief unspeakable," Bellatrix said, her weak voice sounding skeptical. "I thought your father was the director of magical law enforcement. Why not go to him?" "He's a coward," Pythia said curtly. "Besides which, we are estranged. Trust me, my uncle can help with what we need. Whatever you think will draw the right attention," Harry said as Bellatrix let out another moan. "I'll be back," Pythia said, standing. She looked directly at Harry. "You should try to keep her comfortable, but don't clean her up. If anything, you two should look for ways to make her look worse than she is." "I understand," Harry said. Pythia nodded and apparated away with a loud pop. The instant she disappeared, Bellatrix let out a loud, keening moan before bursting into noisy tears. "It hurts," she sobbed in between moans. "It hurts so bad." Harry gently caressed her arms and then tried casting a number of pain relief charms as he spoke reassuring words. And though the charms were not much better than Muggle-at-home pain medications, they seemed to take the edge off enough to help Bellatrix to regain her composure. "Harry," Bellatrix whispered. "Yes," Harry asked. "You know I'm an adult, right?" "Of course," Harry said. "I'm not sure you do," Bellatrix said, sounding a bit petulant. "What makes you say that?" Harry asked. "Do you think I'm an adult?" "Obviously, you are," Harry said, putting his hand on her forehead to check for fever. Maybe she needed some water. "You seem to be handling this as well as any adult I've seen." "I need you to prove that you know I'm an adult," Bellatrix insisted. She let out a low moan and arched her back, apparently suffering a spike of pain. Harry was a little dense, but he eventually realized she was referring to her 17th birthday and that she wanted a kiss. This led him to grimace and go through an internal debate. Romance with Bellatrix Black was not appealing to him. In fact, it was unacceptable and gross. Admittedly, she was attractive, and they seemed to get along well enough. But the thought of getting romantically involved with her was too jarring. Of course, kissing her did not have to lead to romance. After she had kissed him on the morning of her 17th birthday, there had been no awkwardness or romantic tension. Until now, there had not even been a mention or allusion to it. Harry decided that giving her a kiss would cost him nothing. If that is what she wanted right now, it was the least she was owed for her suffering. So, he leaned over and kissed her, trying to be as tender as possible in light of her condition. He held his lips against hers for several seconds until she let out a sigh of satisfaction. He drew back and saw that she had closed her eyes. "All better now?" he asked facetiously. Bellatrix offered a brief smile before drawing a deep, steadying breath. "Much better," kindling outrage. This story is made possible by reviewers like you. Thank you. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 11. Kindling outrage. Albus Dumbledore was slouched in a cushy armchair deep in thought when Alistair Moody's voice echoed through his office. "Albus, what is it, Alistair?" Dumbledore asked, pushing himself out of his chair with surprising agility and striding over to the fireplace where he could see Moody's head floating in the flames. Greengrass girl is here at the ministry. She just cleared security and is waiting for the elevator. What? It's the middle of the night. Dumbledore exclaimed. He was surprised not only by Pythia's straying out of the castle but also because he thought he would have detected her departure. This meant that she had left by unconventional methods. She's on her way down to see her uncle. Keep me updated, Dumbledore instructed. Pythia strode swiftly through the Department of Mysteries toward her uncle's office. The unspeakables on duty all stared as she blew past them. Bold and fast was not Pythia's normal style, but she knew Bellatrix must be in excruciating pain. Although the risk of Bellatrix dying from her injuries was beyond low, Pythia did not want her to suffer more than necessary. She burst into her uncle's office and found him staring into the fireplace, his chin rested on steepled hands. Chief Unspeakable Edward Fox stared back at his niece, arching an eyebrow. The dark low road assaulted and tortured Bellatrix Black, Pythia said, getting to the point. Fox frowned as he lowered his hands to the armrests of his wingback chair. Surely he is not that stupid. I think it was a recruitment attempt gone sour. Who was involved and where are they now? Edward asked, dismissing any speculation. Ashworth and I went to the rescue, Pythia said as she tried to focus on the details her uncle would consider important. We stayed anonymous and want to stay that way. We frightened the Dark Lord's followers away. They included Hogwarts students Malfoy, the Lestrange brothers, Crabbe, and Goyle. They fled. Ashworth dueled the Dark Lord into a stalemate. We escaped with Bellatrix. She is in critical condition. We wanted to take her to St. Mungo's, but if she were to become a public martyr. Fox cut Pythia off with a sharp gesture. I understand. He paused for only a second before laying out his plan. Keep her out of the hospital for another 45 minutes. I will make arrangements. When she arrives, she needs to loudly attribute her injuries to the Dark Lord and pose, as best she can, for any photographs. I will prevent her from being interrogated. We can issue an official report later. What about the culprits? Pythia asked. Fox shrugged. I'll have some trustworthy underlings poke around to see if they were stupid enough to go home. However, you know as well as I that the old magical families are good at protecting their own. And of course, there are other legal barriers that are difficult enough to overcome even when it isn't a holiday. I'll update Ashworth and Miss Black, Pythia said. She glanced at a timepiece on Fox's desk. Shall we plan for 45 minutes from now? Fox nodded. Bellatrix had fallen asleep, and Harry had in it. I'd been pleased to see that she was getting rest. However, he had just noticed her breathing had become faster and shallower when a loud pop announced Pythia's return. How is she? Pythia asked. Better and worse, maybe, Harry said, feeling stupid as soon as he said the words. Pythia arched an eyebrow before examining Bellatrix's condition for herself. Basically worse, but good enough, she concluded. We may as well let her rest like this until we're ready to get cracking. Have you arranged for St. Mungo's? Harry asked. Yes, but we need to hold off for a little longer, Pythia said, explaining the plan to Harry. I feel bad sending her alone. But if we show up with her, we may as well announce to the public and the Dark Lord that we're the ones that helped foil his plans tonight. Maybe you can fend for yourself. But I doubt I can go toe-to-toe with the Dark Lord. I am not ready to be one of his targets. As she has told me more than a few times since her birthday, she is now an adult, Harry said, feeling a little bad at the idea of leaving Bellatrix to fend for herself. She can deal with the hospital staff. I am sure her family will swoop in, too. The school term resumes in only a few more days. We can discreetly follow up with her then. Of course, Harry did not necessarily plan on avoiding Bellatrix until school resumed. He would be happy to visit if he could do so discreetly. However, he did not want Pythia to know the full extent of his involvement with Bellatrix. I think you're right, Pythia agreed. The only hiccup is the official story. Maybe we start working that out so we can tell her what to say. Or maybe she should say as little as possible. Does she reveal the Dark Lord's name? Does she reveal that 2 anonymous people saved her? Yes, Harry said decisively. Being vague about the threat is not helpful. As for us being involved, the Dark Lord already knows somebody came to save her. If she lies to the public, it will undermine her credibility if the truth later comes out. She can just decline to say anything about our identity until we decide it is convenient. She can stay vague about other details. Pythia nodded and then produced a pouch from her robes. She opened it to reveal a makeup kit. Let's get her ready for the front page. While I work on her face, why don't you see whether there's enough blood to work with or whether we're going to have to conjure something. After that, we can do her robes. Albus owes me, Moody muttered to himself as he tried to explain the detainment of a magic carpet dealer. He was Zhu Qi, writing down that the dealer's customers were sky high, and not because of the magic carpets, when several alarms began blaring all through the ministry. Five Sickles says it is the Department of Mysteries. Moody growled to nobody in particular. He abandoned his tedious record-keeping work and stepped to a window overlooking the atrium just in time to see several unspeakables swarm out of an elevator. In their midst, another unspeakable was laying on a stretcher. They rapidly made their way past the security checkpoint, apparently on the way to St. Mungo's. Moody was wondering what the game was. But his speculation ended a couple of minutes later when the chief unspeakable emerged from another elevator with a senior aide and a bodyguard. They walked past the security checkpoint and entered the flow network. Wasting no more time, Moody went to the closest available fireplace and fire-called Professor Dumbledore. Albus, he yelled once he had connected with the headmaster's office. What is it? Albus asked, appearing from wherever he had been sitting or lying. Something happened. There are alarms sounding. Looks like an unspeakable got injured on the job. They already hauled her away. But now Fox is on his way to St. Mungo's. Get to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore instructed. I'm on my way. It could be nothing. But Pythia has me worried. I'd be worried, too, Moody growled before ending the fire call. Less than a minute later, Moody was on the elevator heading down to the atrium. When the elevator doors opened, he shot out as fast as a bludger. The only thing that gave him pause was the sight of a trio of young witches huddled around a campfire. They were roasting marshmallows over a campfire that was burning directly on and damaging the atrium's marble floor. Candy, wrappers and cracker boxes littered the floor. Normally, Moody would have stopped and arrested the witches for vandalism. However, he was in a hurry. So, he settled for glaring at the lazy security guard manning the desk as he passed the checkpoint. Muttering to himself about how pathetic the ministry was becoming, he made his way to the fireplaces and used the flow network to go to St. Mungo's. At St. Mungo's, things were rowdier than normal. Besides it being the holiday season, the lobby that would otherwise be quiet in the middle of the night was beginning to fill with news reporters and other onlookers. They were clustered around a high-ranking unspeakable who was loudly insisting that the incident was merely a freak accident and that the injured employee was expected to eventually recover. Of course, the more he downplayed the incident, the more suspicious the press became. Shrewdly, Moody concluded that if the chief unspeakable was drawing attention to the lobby, he must be UP to something elsewhere in the hospital. He was just interrogating one of the supervisors at the nurse desk and finding out where Fox had gone when Professor Dumbledore showed up. This way, Moody gestured to Dumbledore as he began making his way into the maze of hospital hallways. It sounds like he's with the injured unspeakable. Visiting an employee being treated in the hospital seems innocuous to me, Dumbledore observed as they strode down the halfway. Yet at the same time, it is so clear that he is contriving something. They soon found a room in which Edward Fox and a gaggle of unspeakables were grouped around a hospital bed on which a cheerful unspeakable was lying as she chatted with a nurse. It is a relief to hear that everything is going to be okay, she said to the nurse. Better safe than sorry, the nurse said in a placating, monotone voice. Although, I think the bazaar you took was more than sufficient. It was at this point that the unspeakable on the bed nodded. Professor Dumbledore skulking in the hallway. Oh, hello there, Professor. Good evening, or should I say morning, Professor Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling as he stepped into the room with Moody following him in. What brings you here? I dropped a potion flask and inhaled the fumes, the witch explained as Fox looked at Dumbledore with eyes glittering in amusement. Seeing that literally nothing had happened or was going to happen in this room, Moody began cursing silently. This was the distraction. If something was happening, it was probably back at the ministry. He cleared his throat. Albus, remember how I told you earlier that we needed to? Right, Dumbledore said, catching on to Moody's ploy. We do need to be on our way. I'm sorry to cut this short, but please feel free to drop by Hogwarts at any time. I love to catch up with former students. He patted the unspeakable witch's foot and followed Moody's lead out of the room. They were walking down the hall when another unspeakable ran around a corner and nearly crashed into Moody and Dumbledore. Sorry, the unspeakable panted, as he dodged and continued to the hospital room they had just left. Moody swore, "Here it comes." Dumbledore was already striding back to the hospital room. Moody was on his tail. "What is it?" Edward Fox asked the messenger as Dumbledore and Moody burst back into the hospital room. A teenage witch just apparated into the lobby. Blood everywhere. She says she was kidnapped and assaulted by a Dark Lord. Moody's eyes bugged out, and he heard Dumbledore suck in his breath. "What?" Fox asked disbelievingly. "Is she joking?" "There's no way she's joking," the unspeakable declared. "It looks like a bad case of cruciatus and other things. She's got the shakes bad, and there's blood everywhere." "Put her under guard," Fox commanded. "Nobody but me talks to her about what happened." Seeing that his messenger was in no condition to rush down to the lobby, Fox snapped his bony fingers. Several of the unspeakables in the room bustled out to do his bidding. "Now wait a second," Moody said loudly. "I'm an Auror, and I'm taking charge of the investigation as the ranking member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement present at the hospital." "You were relieved of command," Fox countered. "The last time I checked, you're not my boss," Moody growled. Edward Fox smiled grimly. With the alarm of a potential Dark Lord presented, the ministry is officially in crisis mode. Minister Jenkins and Director Fox are out of the country on holiday. So, I am the acting Minister of Magic until they return or the crisis subsides. There are undersecretaries, Moody shot back, with standing instructions for this specific crisis. Fox asked, spreading his hands, his eyes glittering. Moody scowled as he realized Fox was correct. He turned to see what Dumbledore had to say, but the aged headmaster had already departed the hospital room, probably on his way to the lobby. Likely, he had perceived or guessed at Fox's precedence and had left Moody to try his luck on his own. With a little bit of cheating, Dumbledore made it to the lobby of St. Mungo's ahead of the chief unspeakable's minions. What he saw chilled his bones and made his stomach clench. In the center of the lobby, among clamoring reporters and bystanders, nurses were struggling to place Bellatrix Black onto a gurney while workers at the front desk were summoning the on-call Metawizard and debating if he would be enough. Bellatrix was drenched in what appeared to be her own blood, and she appeared to be involuntarily convulsing. As Dumbledore rushed over, the nurses finally got her into a manageable, albeit upright position. For a drawn-out moment, Bellatrix stood without convulsing and stared toward several camera flashes. Her face ghastly pale and her eyes dead. With blood oozing onto her shredded robes and dripping from the ripped cloth, she looked like a spectacle from a Muggle-haunted house. The photo opportunity abruptly ended as her knees buckled. The nurses caught her before she collapsed. Fortunately, she was no longer convulsing. With no further difficulty, the nurses maneuvered her onto the gurney just as Dumbledore reached Bellatrix's side. "Miss Black," Dumbledore said urgently, "what happened? Who did this?" Bellatrix was trembling and breathing erratically, but she forced out an answer. "The Dark Lord," she said, "kidnapped me." "Who is he? What is his name?" "Voldemort," Bellatrix whispered. Dumbledore wanted to ask her more, but the unspeakables had arrived and were barking orders at the nurses. The nurses were soon whisking Bellatrix away from the lobby and deeper into the hospital. The movement of the gurney was making Bellatrix feel even sicker than her condition justified. Inwardly, she cringed as she felt more blood ooze out of the cuts on her midriff. She shivered as the oozing blood reminded her how much blood was on her body and clothes. Apparently, Harry and Pythia had taken some liberties and slathered blood in places where it would not have normally oozed or dripped. She would not have minded as much if they had kept it out of her hair. In an effort to control the pain and keep herself from bursting into noisy tears again, Bellatrix started taking deep, measured breaths. Mercifully, the gurney stopped, and Bellatrix realized THEY had wheeled her into a large treatment room. However, She was disappointed to see that the nurses were retreating from the room instead of treating her wounds. As the door shut behind the nurses, a wizard that she recognized as Edward Fox came into her line of sight. He peered over the edge of her bed and made eye contact. Bellatrix immediately turned her eyes away from his. Fox chuckled darkly. "You are a shrewd one, aren't you? I would not expect anything less." Bellatrix groaned, hoping to drive him away. Fox was not deterred. "Do you have anything you want to tell me right now?" Shish. Old, I rely on your friends for the official story." "Friends?" Bellatrix whispered. "Very well. It will be up to your friends to tell me what you told me during this official, investigative interview. You should coordinate the facts with them later. Until then, try to be vague when discussing this matter." Harry and Pythia had already briefed her on this arrangement. "So," Bellatrix nodded. Fox left the room. As soon as he was gone, half a dozen nurses bustled into the room. A Medowitch was soon examining Bellatrix's midriff while a nurse coaxed Bellatrix to drink from a potion phial. In the background, Bellatrix could hear a gruff Medowizard barking orders. However, it seemed the potion in the phial had been a fast-acting sedative. Sweet, restful blackness enveloped Bellatrix's mind. Instead of trying to follow the nurses to where they would be treating Bellatrix, Dumbledore remained in the lobby as more reporters and onlookers began arriving. Just as the clamor had swollen to a crescendo, Edward Fox appeared and stepped up to a makeshift podium that had appeared without anyone noticing. His imposing presence eventually silenced the crowd. Edward Fox began his briefing, his tone terse. "Very early this morning, a teenage witch apparated herself to St. Mungo's. She had suffered severe injuries she claims were inflicted on her after a Dark Lord kidnapped her. With Director Fox and Minister Jenkins unavailable, I will take charge. Our preliminary investigation shows that the young witch's injuries are genuine. Among other things, she was tortured with the Cruciatus curse. As to her claims about a Dark Lord, all I can say is that she is a pure-blooded witch steeped in our community's traditions. It is unlikely she would use the term, Dark Lord, lightly." Having delivered his briefing, Edward Fox stepped down from the podium. With the help of his bodyguard and other unspeakables, he plowed through the crowd to the fireplace and exited the hospital, ignoring the shouts for more information. "Really?" Moody said to Dumbledore. He had joined Dumbledore in the lobby during Fox's speech. "The chief unspeakable is going to take a teenager's word for it." "That's not the point," Dumbledore said quietly as he and Moody ducked down a hallway to escape the noise of the crowd. "For all the good it will do, he is withholding the victim's name until family is notified. But he wanted the public to know that Lord Voldemort attacked a pureblood." "Voldemort? Is that who the Dark Lord is? And who is the witch?" "Bellatrix Black." Moody let out a low whistle. "Orion B. Black isn't going to take this one sitting down." On his return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore wasted no time making his way to the divination classroom. There, he found the room lit despite the early hour. Pythia was in her rocking chair, sipping a cup of tea. She was positioned to look out the window, but with the room lit and the sky outside dark, it was unlikely she could see anything out of the window. "Canute for your thoughts?" Pythia asked. "You can have them for free," Dumbledore said, not sure whether he was happy with Pythia at the moment. Still, he tried to infuse his trademark cheerfulness into his voice. "What a bargain," Pythia said with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Dumbledore joined her and helped himself to his own cup of tea. As always, Pythia had seemingly anticipated the visit and prepared the tea tray for a second person. "You could have forewarned me," Dumbledore said after he had sat down, sipped some tea, and gathered his thoughts. "Aren't you satisfied with the result?" Pythia asked. "Before anyone knows there is a war in the making, the Dark Lord has already been dealt 2 severe blows. He has been prematurely exposed, and with him having attacked a pureblood, recruiting will not go easily." Quote, "Tell me exactly what happened," Dumbledore insisted. Pythia raised her eyebrows. She took a couple of moments before responding. "Well, as Miss Black has no doubt informed the authorities by now. She was kidnapped." "Really?" Dumbledore said, his voice skeptical. He directed a piercing gaze toward Pythia, but she was ignoring it. "Well, between you and me, let's call it a recruitment attempt gone sideways," Pythia said. "Let's not kid ourselves about Bellatrix's proclivities. Regardless, She was in a sticky situation. I became aware of the situation, largely because of my natural talent, and went to the rescue. I helped her escape. Alone. Pythia directed an innocent look at Dumbledore. I don't mean to be rude, Dumbledore said, but you and I both know that as clever as you are, you lack stamina and have never had much raw magical power on which to draw. It would have been foolish of you to go alone to rescue Miss Black, especially when you could have brought me. Pythia nodded. You are not wrong. I ensured that I went with someone who was well qualified to assist with tonight's rescue. We created a distraction, set Ms. Black free, and hastily departed. Who was it? I will not tell you, Pythia said. We were careful to conceal our identities from the Dark Lord tonight. We do not need the Dark Lord targeting us. My life expectancy is already too short, even with the basilisk potion helping to mask and reduce my symptoms. I already know about your involvement, Dumbledore pointed out. You can trust me to keep your involvement and the other person's involvement secret. I would have preferred if you did not know about my involvement at all, Pythia said, sounding annoyed. As much as I respect you, there remains the fact that you are overly trusting and forgiving. This can put undue strain on everybody in your circle. Further, you can be a bit meddlesome and even manipulative. For the time being, I prefer to decide for myself how I will contribute to the fight against the Dark Lord. Dumbledore did not try to argue. What about your associate rescuer? Would that person be interested in working with me? I see. And mention your interest the next time I run across that person. Dumbledore drank his tea in silence for a time. I hope you are at least planning to be cooperative in working against the Dark Lord. Of course I will, Pythia said. It is just that you will not be my boss. Dumbledore conveyed his gratitude with a nod as he continued taking small sips of his tea. What else can you tell me about tonight? Just in case it threatens to become an issue later, you should probably know that Bellatrix's appearance at St. Mungo's was choreographed. There was a delay between her rescue and her arrival. I surmised that from your uncle's actions tonight, Dumbledore said, feeling hopeful. If Pythia was telling him this information, it showed that she was going to be relatively cooperative with him, even if she was trying to set boundaries. His mind then jumped to wondering if the Chief Unspeakable had helped with the rescue. However, he soon dismissed that thought since the timeline was not right. Miss Black's injuries are not nearly as bad as they looked, Pythia explained. Still, the wizarding world owes her a debt of gratitude. She cooperated with my idea for publicity and spent an hour in agony waiting for us to get things ready for her grand appearance. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. My respect for her just increased, though I am not sure I understand her motivation. She can be counted on to help in the coming storm. Pythia grinned at him. You can always ask. If I were you, though, I would probably give her some space before swooping in and pressuring her. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy frantically rummaged through his dresser drawers and walk-in closet. He had heard on the wizarding wireless that Bellatrix had appeared at St. Mungo's. It was only a matter of time before she informed the Aurors that he had been there. They were sure to come looking for him. Even if they accepted his denials and story about him being a mere bystander, they would interrogate him about the Dark Lord. Lucius took an armful of clothing and dumped it into his school trunk. The normal contents of the trunk, including his school uniforms, had been tossed onto the floor of his bedroom. His Hogwarts days were now behind him. Not that I needed tutelage from that muggle-loving headmaster, Lucius sneered. He was nearly done packing, but he went back into his closet to see heck on whether he had forgotten anything he might need. When he came out of the closet, he discovered his father, Abraxas Malfoy, standing in the doorway to his room with a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hand. What did you do? Abraxas whispered, his face white. What do you mean? Lucius asked, reflexively feigning ignorance. In a fit of rage, Abraxas hurled the newspaper on the floor. You see, and tell me you weren't involved with Bellatrix being assaulted. She's been spending time with your friend group since Cape Town. He gestured to the disarray of Lucius' bedroom, signaling that it had not escaped him that Lucius was going on the run. Do you think I'm stupid? He yelled. I didn't do anything to her. Lucius shouted. It's her fault. The Dark Lord did it. Inwardly, Lucius was fuming. She had led him on. He had promised the Dark Lord that she was ready to join him. Instead, she must have been spying on them for somebody. Another lord perhaps. Now, she had exposed the Dark Lord to the public. Now, Lucius Malfoy's attempt to gain extra favor with the Dark Lord had backfired. The Dark Lord was disadvantaged, and it was Lucius' fault. He would have to answer for it. It's her fault she got tortured and assaulted. Abraxas yelled. Listen to yourself, you stupid moron. He strode across the room and slapped Lucius across the back of the head, almost knocking him to the floor. It was the Dark Lord. Lucius insisted. I didn't know it would happen. I was just there. She made him angry. He conveniently omitted the part about hitting her with a hex after the mysterious fighter had attacked the group. Oh, well that's okay then, Abraxas said sarcastically. Did it occur to you that getting involved with a Dark Lord might be stupid? Did it occur to you that you and your old buddies in the Wizengamot have been letting everything slip to the Mudbloods and letting them push us further and further into a corner as far as the Muggles are concerned? Lucius countered. Compared to Muggles, we are second-class citizens. That's not how it works, Abraxas shot back. You're being ridiculous. You're ridiculous, Lucius snapped. It is time for a change. And the Dark Lord is going to bring change. Abraxas shot back. Really? I bet he just wants to use dark magic to seize power for himself. If you think you're going to get an ounce of that power, you can think again. At least he'll be doing something with his power, Lucius pointed out. And you're wrong. I'll be one of his lieutenants, and eventually I will be Lord Malfoy. With the Dark Lord in charge, that will mean something again. Well, I hate to shatter your dreams, but I plan on being around for quite a while, Abraxas shot back. Certainly longer than your tiddlywink Dark Lord. Unless of course, he paused. Are you going to kill me, Lucius? Is that what happened to Reinhard Lestrange? Did your friends kill their father? No, Lucius insisted. However, he knew what had happened, and his guilt by association found its way into his voice. Abraxas went for his wand, but Lucius was quicker. He hit his father with a leg locker and arm locker jinx. Abraxas fell to the floor. In vain, he struggled to get up. If you have any brains, you will stay far away from the Dark Lord and keep your hands clean, Abraxas hissed at his son. If you have any brains, you'll join the Dark Lord before it is too late, Lucius snarled, taking his half-packed trunk and apparating away. As Bellatrix gradually emerged from her unconscious state, she was pleased to note the absence of the sharp pains from Lucius Malfoy's cutting spell. Also gone was the sensation of wet, sticky, soiled clothing. Instead, it felt like she was wearing a loose hospital gown made from delightfully plush cloth. The bed was soft, but Bellatrix's attempt to luxuriate in it resulted in her being made aware of the fact that nearly all her muscles were sore, albeit in a dull sort of way. By restraining her against the ground and then casting the Cruciatus curse, Voldemort had ensured that Bellatrix would strain muscles as she convulsed. Bellatrix groaned. She's waking up, a gentle voice announced. The voice was soon accompanied by a cool hand on Bellatrix's forehead. This led to Bellatrix opening her eyes and looking up into the beaming face of a nurse who appeared to be nearly at retirement age. There we are, the nurse said, beaming proudly as if Bellatrix's waking up was her great achievement. You'll be happy to know that your family is here. I took the liberty of letting them in to see you. After you have a nice visit, we will be taking you down to the baths to soak your muscles. As the nurse stepped back from her bed, Bellatrix tried to sit up to see who was in the room, but stopped and groaned as her muscles protested. She groaned again when her visitors crowded around the bed and she saw that not only had her father appeared, but also her mother and sisters. Behind them, her uncle Orion also drew into view, but he did not press up against the bed. Given a choice between a therapeutic bath and a visit with her family, Bellatrix would have chosen the former. Are you okay? What happened? Cygnus asked, his face looking pained. Dad, didn't you read the Daily Prophet? Andromeda asked, rolling her eyes. We've been here long enough to memorize the classifieds. I wouldn't trust that rag, Orion muttered in the background. Let me see it, Bellatrix said, her voice raspy. As Narcissa fetched a copy of the Prophet from one of the chairs, Cygnus grabbed a cup of water and helped Bellatrix take a drink. Soon, Bellatrix had the front page of the Daily Prophet spread out on her lap. A large photo of her in the St. Mungo's lobby was placed front and center, with dead eyes staring into the camera. The Bellatrix in the moving photo swayed back and forth in ripped robes from which blood oozed. Multiple headlines squeezed into the margins screamed about assault, kidnapping, and a Dark Lord. By Bellatrix's calculated reckoning, it was a magnificent front page, even if the teenager in her wanted to die from embarrassment. She was relieved to see that an article running across the bottom of the front page included a photo of her victory from the Paris tournament. At least she looked good there. Do you remember what happened? Cygnus asked worriedly as Bellatrix continued to stare at the newspaper. Oh, well, I went out with some friends, and things became hairy, Bellatrix said vaguely. Apparently this Dark Lord has been recruiting, and they thought I might be interested. Why did he torture you, though? Her mother demanded. What do you mean? Bellatrix asked. If the Dark Lord is recruiting, why would he have to torture you? What did you do? What do you mean what did I do? Bellatrix asked incredulously. Whose side are you on? Orion cleared his throat before Bellatrix and her mother got into a fight. We're just trying to get facts. We're your family. We should know, Narcissa piped up. Bellatrix was still fuming as she turned over her mother's comment in her head. Now is not a good time. That's okay. We understand, Cygnus said. Are you wanting that bath? Bellatrix nodded. Cygnus and Orion set about herding her family out as soon as they had bestowed their well wishes on Bellatrix. In short order, the hospital staff transported Bellatrix to a room with a special bathtub. Various spells regulated the temperature and added therapeutic properties to the water. Other spells were for the safety of patients who might fall asleep or be too weak to protect themselves from drowning. As soon as the nurses adjusted the settings on the bathtub to match Bellatrix's preferences and the Metawizard's orders, they left. Once alone, Bellatrix let out a deep sigh of relief as she felt the water soothe her muscles. After becoming bored with the physical sensations of the bathtub, she allowed her mind to process the events of the night before. As she reflected on what had happened, she initially felt stupid. However, she rationalized this feeling away by telling herself that she would have likely risked the interaction even if she had been smart enough to anticipate it. Aside from feeling stupid, Bellatrix mainly felt violated. Much of this feeling stemmed from her having been viciously assaulted and tortured. Inwardly, she cringed and shied away from her recollection of being under the Cruciatus curse. She shivered at the thought of how various witches and wizards must have watched as she suffered. Counterintuitively, Bellatrix was also feeling violated by the events of her rescue. She was not unhappy with Harry or Pythia. In fact, she had not minded Harry's presence at all, and Pythia had been wonderful. However, she still felt Lieutenant victimized by having been put in a position where she was sobbing in front of Harry and where he and Pythia would have been examining and tending to her wounds. Beginning to feel overwhelmed, Bellatrix shoved her thoughts and feelings aside. She could deal with them later. For now, she would focus on the feeling of warm water easing her muscle aches. Orion was looking out the window and Conte MP latting the London skyline when Bellatrix was brought back to her room. He watched from his peripheral vision as Cygnus jumped up from his chair to greet his daughter. Did you have a good bath? Cygnus asked as Orion turned away from the window and watched as a couple of nurses wheeled Bellatrix back into the room and helped her back into bed. It was fine, Bellatrix said, her voice betraying lack of enthusiasm for having visitors. Steeling himself for what could be a difficult conversation, Orion moved away from the window and took a position within Bellatrix's line of vision. I really you would prefer to not chat with us now, but we will need to move swiftly to address what happened. We simply cannot allow a Dark Lord who is willing to strike at pureblood to run wild. Nor can we allow this offense against our family to stand. The Ministry already knows the details, Bellatrix pointed out, sounding a little petulant. Orion made a dismissive gesture with his hand. What is that supposed to mean? Bellatrix demanded. Your assault is not the only unacceptable thing that has happened in the past 12 hours, Orion informed Bellatrix. We find it beyond appalling that the only important Ministry official who has stepped forward to address this matter is the Chief Unspeakable. I have not heard a peep from Director Fox. We have not seen any Aurors asking any questions. Nor have we heard anything from Minister Jenkins or her underlings. Well, to be fair, Cygnus said, I think the Chief Unspeakable has told the Ministry to leave her in peace. Orion sneered. If I was the Director of Magical Law Enforcement and this situation was happening, I would tell the Chief Unspeakable to mind his own business. The riots all those years ago were bad enough. But now got a Dark Lord recruiting and assaulting while the Ministry twiddles its thumbs. Good point, Cygnus said. Still, let's not burden her with political discussion. Of course, Orion agreed, making eye contact with Bellatrix. The point is that I want to do something about this mess, but I need some details from you. Bellatrix frowned. I don't want to talk about it right now. Suffice it to say that some of my Slytherin classmates introduced me to the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord attempted to recruit me. I was not enthusiastic about joining his ranks, and I ended up being tortured with the Cruciatus curse. Which classmates? Cygnus demanded. Malfoy, Lestrange's, Crabbe, and Goyle, Bellatrix revealed. Orion's face paled with fury as he contemplated what amounted to betrayals from various pureblood families. But his tone of voice remained neutral. Did they torture you or was it the Dark Lord? Just the Dark Lord, Bellatrix clarified. And, well, Malfoy hit me with a bad cutting curse, too. What's the Dark Lord's name? Orion asked, setting aside his rage about Lucius. He could deal with that later. If he knew anything about his friend Abraxas, he would have helped. Voldemort. Orion's eyebrows shot up nearly all the way into his hairline. It sounds French, he said. He could not help but suspect that Reinhard Lestrange, another wizard with a French-sounding name, had somehow fallen victim to Lord Voldemort in Paris. Bellatrix shrugged. How did you escape? Cygnus asked. Or did they let you go? I was rescued by 2 people. Who? Orion asked, curious. They managed to keep their identities hidden from the Dark Lord, and they prefer to keep it that way, Bellatrix said. Can't blame them, Cygnus muttered. I suppose their identity does not matter for my purposes, but I am curious. Orion said. Was it one of your school friends? Perhaps they felt bad for getting you into the situation. No comment, Bellatrix responded. Maybe you can tell us later if circumstances change. Orion replied. He did not see any point in pushing for the information while she was still recovering. Unless you need anything from us right now, I think we need to get to work. Abraxas Malfoy paced anxiously in the lobby of St. Mungo's. His inquiries had revealed that the Black Patriarchs were speaking with Bellatrix. He was surprised that the nurses had been so open with him. He had to conclude that knowledge of his son's involvement with Bellatrix's assault had not yet become public knowledge. At long last, Abraxas spotted Orion and Cygnus emerging from one of the hallways connected to the lobby. He rushed over to them. I'm so sorry, he said in a rush. I had no idea. I know, Orion said, his voice calm, as Cygnus nodded. I am seeing the pattern, and I know where you fit. Of course, Abraxas said, putting extra emphasis in his voice. In fact, Orion said quietly, I am concerned for your welfare. I would not be surprised if you become a target. The Malfoy fortune is something the Dark Lord would want to control. Abraxas winced. You may be more correct than you know. Perhaps I had better speak with my solicitors and bankers. Perhaps so, Orion said. Meanwhile, we've got work to do. Can I count on you? Absolutely, Abraxas said. Then, let's go, Orion said. Ambition tempered by realism had lured Amelia Bones into becoming an employee of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Since her mid-teens, she had vaguely aspired to becoming Minister of Magic. With that aspiration in mind, she had made career choices that, if Ned with the stars aligning in her favor, could make her minister. Her calculations and the advice of several mentors had pointed her to magical law enforcement as the ideal springboard into high office. In the department, those who had skills and worked hard could rise not only to the top, but also to public prominence. If Amelia was head or director of the DMLE, she would be a serious contender for high office. Arguably, international magical cooperation was a better springboard since it involved diplomacy and hobnobbing with the rich and powerful. But Amelia had self-respect. She wanted a career with which she could live in the event there was never a good opportunity for her to ascend. So, Amelia had joined the DMLE, despite lacking some enthusiasm for playing cops and robbers. She had signed up to be an Auror so she would have shots at both the positions of director and head Auror during her career. Unfortunately, she had found herself slipping into being more of a desk Auror than a street Auror. Desk work had given her opportunities to work with the prosecutor's office and the Wizengamot more closely. But it had not resulted in the type of experience needed to gain Auror promotions. Consequently, Amelia had only just been promoted to the rank of corporal. It was more common than not for Aurors in their late 20s to be corporals. However, in light of her ambitions, Amelia considered herself to be on a lackluster trajectory. On New Year's Day, Amelia was sitting at her desk musing over the possibility of giving up on the Auror path and making an internal TRA. NSFER to the prosecutor's office when she heard Alistair Moody complaining to one of the other Aurors about lax security in the atrium. Finally, she muttered quietly. Amelia pushed herself up from her desk, exited her cubicle, and followed the sound of Moody's voice. She found him near the DMLE's lobby. He and an older Auror were grousing about the quality of personnel at the front desk. She waited a few moments for Moody to finish the conversation before commanding his attention. "Excuse me," she said politely as the other Auror wandered toward the washroom. "What can I do for you, Amelia?" Moody asked. Moody had always been polite to her. However, she had noticed him becoming more distant as she had worked on impressing head Auror Pruitt and putting herself into the good graces of other important ministry officials. "I am trying to put together a file on the Bellatrix Black case," Amelia said. "Pruitt is wanting to take over the case from the Department of Mysteries, but we don't even know where to begin." "I heard that you were at the hospital when she arrived." Moody chuckled darkly. "Does Pruitt think he can pull that back from Chief Unspeakable Fox?" "He is hoping," Amelia said. "He is the head Auror." "Well, I tried to take over the case for the Auror office on the spot," Moody told Amelia. "But Fox pulled rank, and the Unspeakables locked things down. I haven't seen or heard anything about Miss Black that was not in the Daily Prophet. Have you heard anything new on your end?" "I think Pruitt has had conversations with Chief Unspeakable Fox. It sounds like he might release their case file to use within a day or two." "Of course, Pruitt wants action quicker than that," Amelia shared. They were chatting about the case when one of the elevator doors opened to admit Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy into the lobby. They looked faintly menacing. Moody and Amelia watched from the corner of their eyes as the three wizards informed the receptionist that they were here for head Auror Pruitt. Within seconds, Pruitt appeared and personally escorted them to his office. "I would give a pretty canute to be in there," Moody said, whistling. "Me, too," Amelia said, sighing internally and again lamenting her lackluster rank. Opportunity was presenting itself, but her stars were not yet aligned. "Do you know anything about it?" Moody asked. "Well, I've heard that the Black and Malfoy patriarchs stopped by a lot of New Year's parties last night to talk politics behind closed doors," Amelia revealed. "I think they may be trying to muster support for a no-confidence vote." "A coup, then?" Amelia nodded. "My sources tell me that head Auror Pruitt is being told how many Wizengamot votes he is going to have to deliver if he wants to be the next director of the DMLE. Or maybe he's telling the Blacks what favors they will be bestowing on his cronies if he delivers what they want." "I'm sure it goes both ways," Moody muttered grimly. "Which one do you think will become minister? Or do they have a separate candidate in mind?" Amelia pursed her lips. "I don't think anyone would take Malfoy seriously in that kind of a role, even if his money talks. I think Orion Black would scare too many people. Maybe they can put Cygnus Black forward as a consensus candidate. Those who are opportunistic might see Cygnus as being subject to manipulation and be willing to take a gamble." "Well, at least Cygnus Black would be coming from outside the ministry," Moody mused. "But he does not seem strong to me." "You want Pruitt, maybe Edward Fox," Amelia said, cracking a teasing grin. Moody winced as he tried to choose between what seemed like all bad options to him. "I don't know who I want." Bellatrix's parents had told her they were going to be taking her home from St. Mungo's on the morning of January 2nd. However, Bellatrix knew that if she went home to Blacksford with them, she would have to interact with her mother during the remainder of her convalescence. Even if her mother had not acted like it was her fault Voldemort tortured her, Bellatrix would not have been in the mood to deal with her. Her first reflex was to plan on return in G to Hogwarts early since she would be able to be near Harry again and convalesce in peace. But the more Bellatrix thought about it, the more she realized Hogwarts was not desirable, either. Even though Harry was there, Dumbledore would be nosing around. He would have plenty of time to do it since the student body was on vacation for a few more days. So, Bellatrix came up with an alternate plan and D checked herself out of the hospital late on the afternoon of January 1st. She apparated directly to her bedroom at Blacksford. Under the cover of silencing charms, she changed into comfortable clothes and packed her luggage, which she then shrank and pocketed. Next, Bellatrix proceeded to Gringotts and then to the Owl Post Office in Diagon Alley, where she bought 2 postcards. On one, she scrawled a message for Harry. On the second, she wrote a message for her parents so they would not report her missing. She then sent the postcards by owl and apparated away from Diagon Alley. With a small pop, she appeared in a Muggle bathroom stall. From there, she exited the bathroom and melted into the crowds milling through Heathrow Airport. Ambitions. A.N. Thank you for your kind reviews. They are very motivating. The extra delay leading up to this chapter was sponsored by Relife, Plot Mapping, and the letter M. Special thanks is owed to Shinobi 420 who has generously volunteered to provide a cover image for DNDER. It should be live or active by now. It looks great. Thank you. Congratulations are owed to Waver Wave, Exfilbeckham, and Middlemist's Red Camellia, the 3 sharp-eyed R.E. viewers who noticed the triplets from Parabellum making a cameo appearance in the last chapter. Going forward, the triplets will be careful to not alter any timelines and only rarely show their faces. However, they will be unable to resist some harmless hijinks. You might find it fun to look for their subtle pranks. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 12. Ambitions. The morning after New Year's Day, Andrew Fox, Director of Magical Law Enforcement, exited the lift and stalked down the hallway to the suite housing the office of the Minister of Magic. It was a Friday, and he had not intended to come into work. Unfortunately, some teenage witch had started a firestorm, and his brother, Edward, the Chief Unspeakable, had been fanning the flames. Andrew strode into the reception area and was promptly admitted into Minister Jenkins' office where a meeting of the undersecretaries had just concluded. Those of the undersecretaries still present were eyeing him askance. "Good afternoon, Andrew," Minister Jenkins said stiffly as her undersecretaries trickled out of the office. She had been standing by the conference table but was now moving to the chair behind her desk. Her cloth, and hair were reminiscent of high fashion from the 40s. The furnishings, reflecting the style of the 50s, were slightly more modern. Andrew followed Minister Jenkins' lead and seated himself in one of the chairs in front of her desk. He spotted 3 issues of the Daily Prophet on the desk. On top was the issue that had come out on December 31st. On the front page, Bellatrix Black's eyes stared hauntingly into the cameras as her knees threatened to buckle. The other 2 issues were from later. They were less lurid, but scathing. Andrew gestured dismissively at the photo of Bellatrix. At worst, this is just a one-off assault. At best, some teenagers got involved in extreme hazing. Either way, I'll have an investigation done. I am betting we'll find that she is playing up her injure. I eased to dodge questions about what she was really doing in a graveyard at that hour of the night. Minister Jenkins shook her head and sighed ruefully. Were you briefed? The medical reports support her claims. Everyone is scared. They do not think my administration can stand up to a Dark Lord. A no-confidence campaign is already underway. Knowing that much of the public perception was his fault, Andrew shook his head in denial and spoke with forced confidence. It will fizzle. It takes a supermajority to push through a no-confidence vote. Nobody is going to muster that many votes against you. I am assured that Orion Black is well on his way, Jenkins said. He has his own seat on the Wizengamot. His friend Malfoy has a seat. Their friends have seats. Then of course, Davian Pruitt seems ready to ally with Orion Black. He has a seat and friends with seats. If he can stomach the price, he can buy votes from the Muggleborn camp. Though really, they would be better off voting for him for free. Fox shrugged dismissively. That's a few, not a lot. Pruitt and his allies are on the fringes. And if we're being honest, Black and Malfoy are not the movers and shakers their fathers were. Let's not forget that various opportunists, like Barty Crouch, will vote for change solely for the purpose of opening promotion slots, Jenkins continued, ignoring Andrew's commentary. Then, your brother has a seat and seems to want me gone. He can twist arms since he knows where the bodies are buried, so to speak. Andrew shrugged. I still don't see a supermajority there. I think you can count on Fudge, Rosier, McNair, Zabini, and Parkinson. There's also me and your undersecretaries, at minimum. Probably some of the other department heads, too. Surely even Longbottom, Potter, and Bones would break your way instead of going with Black or Pruitt. Jenkins shook her head. You're a bit out of touch, aren't you? Potter resigned when her husband sold his company. As for Bones, they have a daughter biding her time in your department. They are in the opportunist category. I know how to count votes better than you. Trust me when I say my ship is sinking and that it is time to get in the lifeboats. You're throwing in the towel? Andrew asked, feeling frustrated. He knew that if she went down, so would he. The new minister would want to give away the DMLE directorship to a like-minded ally or valuable supporter. Eventually, Jenkins said, her lips curving into a smile. But first I'm going to bail water until I can turn my lifeboat into a yacht. What is that supposed to mean? Jenkins produced a folder from one of the drawers in her desk and tossed it toward Andrew. It landed in front of him with a light thud. I am going to buy time by relieving you of command of the DMLE. In the folder, you will find an appointment to serve as the ministry's ambassador to the Japanese magical government. You can either accept your new position or you can be escorted out of my office and off the premises by the Aurors. Obviously, I'll accept the appointment, Andrew said, suddenly feeling like he had been punched in the gut. Good idea, Jenkins said approvingly, her tone a bit acidic. It sounded like she felt that an ambassadorship was more than he deserved. With whom are you going to replace me? Andrew asked hollowly. Don't you realize that putting Pruitt in as director will just hasten your demise? If you make him director in the middle of a crisis, he could steal the election. I know, Jenkins said. I will be pointing that out to Orion Black and any other contenders when I negotiate my resignation and the transition of power. Meanwhile, I will be making your brother the acting director of the DMLE. He is a safe option. Nobody, himself included, will expect or want the arrangement to be permanent. In short order, Andrew was leaving the minister's office with his tail between his legs. He was going to have to explain to his wife and children that they were moving to Japan. They would probably be excited. But Andrew could only feel dread. With him gone, Jenkins was sure to use him as a scapegoat while she clung to power. It was lunchtime when Harry got around to eating breakfast in his office. After seeing Bellatrix off to St. Mungo's, he and Pythia had returned to the castle, exhausted from his duel with Voldemort and not having any pressing responsibilities. Harry had spent much of the next 2 days hibernating. So far, he had not been able to visit with Bellatrix. He had hoped to touch base with her sooner, but nurses and other visitors at the hospital were keeping a watchful eye. Harry calculated that the earliest he could safely catch her alone would be after she went home. So, he was tentatively planning on stopping by her bedroom one evening as soon as she was home. As Harry ate the breakfast the house elves had kindly delivered, he sorted through a sizable pile of mail. Since he was a time traveler with few connections in what was technically the past, Harry did not usually receive much. Though, for the past week or so, he had been receiving a lot of strange junk mail. Harry wrinkled his nose with distaste as he skimmed a sheet of parchment detailing cringe-inducing cosmetic enhancements available to him for purportedly discounted prices. Wondering if and why people really underwent the grotesque procedures and paid the prices quoted. Harry tossed the advertisement. He was about to toss the whole pile of mail when he spotted a postcard. Something that isn't junk, he muttered with relief as he picked it up and saw that the message was in Bellatrix's handwriting. Going away for a real holiday, Harry read aloud, frowning. Below her message, Bellatrix had drawn what looked like an airplane, a triangle, and 2 stick figures. Harry was still deciphering Bellatrix's message when a knock sounded, and the door opened to admit Pythia. Good afternoon, Pythia said brightly as she entered the room, sat down, and eyed Harry's breakfast tray. Or should I say morning? Either seems valid, Harry said, casually setting down the postcard and sliding it under the junk mail. Would you like some of my bacon? They sent me extra. Yes, thank you, Pythia said, helping herself to a slice as Harry resumed eating. To what do I owe this visit? Harry asked. I've been meaning to ask you what we should do for the dueling club. I have the dueling club covered, Pythia said. I'll just host a quick meeting when the students return and explain the setup of the Salem tournament. They can prepare for that on Aaron and talk to us if they need advice or extra tutoring. Very well, Harry said, realizing now more than ever that Pythia had all but supplanted him and taken charge of the dueling club. The real business of the day is Bellatrix in her official statement, Pythia said. My uncle tells me that she left the hospital yesterday and has not been seen since. The ministry has been told she sent a note to her parents informing them that she will get herself back to Hogwarts when she is ready. Is that so? Harry said, acting surprised. The postcard now made more sense to him. He wondered Saint how much extra holidays she thought she needed. He also wondered why she would not consult him first. Anyway, if she wants to go away for a bit, that's fine, Pythia said. I don't care. It's not a s if she meaningfully participates in classes. Though, it would be nice if she shows up for Salem. Harry cracked a smile. It sounds like she is planning an eventual return to Hogwarts. I hope so, Pythia said. Now, as for my uncle, he is now the acting director of magical law enforcement. Really? Harry said, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. How did that happen? The minister fired Andrew Fawkes, Pythia said. It sounds like some political intrigue is underfoot. Anyway, my uncle says he will sign off on whatever statement we make on Bellatrix's behalf. We can keep it simple. Then let's keep it simple, Harry said. I assume the ministry can follow up with Bellatrix if they have a chance to prosecute. Pythia agreed with Harry, and they spent the next half hour hashing out the story. There was not a lot of material. Rather, the difficulty was outlining the key points and leaving Bellatrix room to squirm if she was ever questioned closely. With a final draft in hand, Pythia was just about to leave when Harry stopped her. I wonder if you could do me a favor when you chat with your uncle. What kind of favor? Pythia asked, her hand on the door. She grinned mischievously at him. Before I took this job, I was applying for a position with the DMLE. If your uncle is now the boss over there, perhaps you could put in a good word. Except, instead of being a hit wizard, I would prefer to be an Auror. Wise of you to be planning for your next job, Pythia chuckled. Defense professors are term limited. Will you put in a good word? I already did, Pythia admitted. That's why he showed up to the party at Malfoy Manor and introduced you to the former director. I will remind him, though. She winked before shutting the door behind her. With Pythia gone, Harry W. as at last free to attempt to decipher Bellatrix's postcard. After examining it, the best theory he could come up with was that the airplane and triangle were a reference to when he and Bellatrix had flown to Egypt. He was not sure, but he thought the two stick figures could be an invitation for him to join her. Harry pursed his lips and considered the potential invitation. Surely Bellatrix realized that he could not take a holiday to Egypt just as school was about to resume. Unsure about what he should do, Harry tabled the question in his mind and got to work preparing for Monday's classes. As he sat across the desk from Edward Fawkes, Davian Pruitt was seething with anger. Even though he knew his anger was irrational, he had a headache coming on, and his feelings were a little out of control. His mind was focused on the thought that he should have been tapped to serve as acting director of the DMLE. Instead, Fawkes was in charge and had summoned him down to his office in the Department of Mysteries for DMLE business. I understand that the Hogwarts Express will be transporting students back from holiday on Sunday, Fawkes said. We are planning on having Aurors patrol the station platforms and ride the train. Davian said curtly. Excellent, Fawkes said, giving Pruitt a rare smile. I will assume you have that under control. The smile, though a small gesture, was enough to dissipate a little bit of Pruitt's anger. After all, Pruitt rationalized, it was not Fawkes who had chosen to usurp temporary authority over the DMLE. It was a ploy by Minister Jenkins to handicap him in the ongoing negotiations to replace her. Now, speaking of Hogwarts, Fawkes said, I would like to see Aurors stationed there around the clock, at least until we have a better understanding of the threat the Dark Lord presents. Do you really think I have enough Aurors to cover that? Davian snapped back. No, I don't, Fox said, his tone of voice disarming. Luckily, I am able to divert extra budget funds to the Auror office. So, you can now hire a few more Aurors. I won't object to that, Davian said, feeling a little bit more of his anger dissipate. Given your staffing urgency and not wanting to burden you, I have already taken the liberty of looking through old job applications. I was hoping there might be some good ones we missed because of budget restrictions. There are not many good apples in the lot, but I did notice that the wizard now teaching defense at Hogwarts applied to be a hit wizard last summer. Oh, what was his name? Ashworth, Edward Said as he handed over the file to Pruitt. The folks who interviewed him had positive reports. Even Alistair Moody praised his skills. They were going to hire him, but Dumbledore snatched him away. Quote, Davian raised his eyebrow, with surprise as he thumbed through Harry's file. If Moody liked him, he must have enough skills. If everyone else likes him, he should be a good employee. Wouldn't it be a good idea to bring him on as a part-time Auror? Fox pressed. Even when he is off duty, he will still be an Auror in the castle around the clock with few exceptions. That's 3 Auror shifts per day, 7 days a week. Actually, that's clever, Pruitt said, quickly comprehending the advantage. He would not need to do much except be available for an emergency. He will need to go through some basic training, though, I'm sure that could be handled. Fox said, we need to keep in mind that we're having to recruit him, though. Pay will need to sound good. Also rank. Since he's a lateral hire and given his age, shouldn't he start as a lieutenant? Pruitt twisted his mouth with distaste as he thumbed through Harry's file again. Maybe sergeant, he conceded. He was not being unreasonable, but his dim view of upstarts was keeping him from being generous. If he does well, we could promote him to lieutenant after the school year ends and he is with us full-time. I trust your judgment, Fox said, cracking a sardonic smile. Pruitt, not correctly interpreting the smile, nodded, feeling respected. Of course, that only knocks off half the staffing requirement for a Hogwarts patrol. Is your extra fun ding able to hire enough Aurors for the remainder? Or is there some other Hogwarts professor who can be hired? I don't know if the extra funding can help beyond an additional 1 or 2 hires, Fox confessed. But I do have a recommendation. Tell me if it is a good one. I noticed that you have Auror Bones doing a lot of desk work. If she moved into the castle, she could do some of that from Hogwarts while training Ashworth. The only problem with that is that Bones is pretty lousy in a fight, Pruitt informed Fox. I am betting the defense professor, who is also running a dueling club, can help with that, Fox said dryly. Good point, Pruitt muttered, beginning to feel impressed by Fox's savvy. She isn't going to be happy training a new hire who outranks her, though. She's a corp. Auror already planning on being head Auror. Promote her to sergeant, then. Except, Fox said, holding up a finger, you might consider dangling the promotion in exchange for the Bones family backing you as you negotiate with the Blacks. Pruitt blinked before suddenly grinning. I like the way you think. Any anger he had toward Fox was now gone. How are things at the ministry? Dumbledore asked when Alistair Moody entered his office on Friday evening and announced he was on official business. Moody took a seat across from Dumbledore and recounted the news about Andrew Fawkes being fired. The speculation that Minister Jenkins was on her way out. I am not sure who will end up replacing her, but Pruitt is angling for more power. It looks like the Blacks are stirring the pot. Them or one of their allies could end up in the top spot. We'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, I'm supposed to inform you that the Ministry will have Aurors guarding the Hogwarts Express, Moody announced as he stretched his legs. They also want to have a couple of Aurors at Hogwarts around the clock for the rest of the school year. That's proactive of the Ministry, Dumbledore mused. It seemed like overkill to him. But it would not hurt to have Aurors available so long as they did not become a nuisance. Yes, they are on top of things for once, Moody agreed, his voice conveying only half-hearted approval. It sounds like there is a catch, Dumbledore deduced. Yes, they dusted off Ashworth's hit wizard job application, Moody revealed, scowling. They're going to recruit him to moonlight as an Auror. Who? Dumbledore asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Ashworth. Naturally, they will use him as one of the Aurors here. In fact, I'm supposed to deliver the job offer to him right now. No, who dusted off his application. Quote, "The way Pruitt talked before issuing me this assignment, it was him. But who do you think it really was? Could have been Edward Fox. It also could have been Pruitt. And is it a serious job offer?" Dumbledore pressed, staring at Moody intently. "Or are they just hoping to capitalize on Ashworth already being at Hogwarts? Good salary, rank of sergeant, guaranteed promotion to lieutenant come summer, contingent on completing training and good performance." It was him, Dumbledore mused, leaning back in his chair. It must have been him. What was him? There is a part of Bellatrix Black's story that is not yet public knowledge, Dumbledore revealed. She was rescued by two people who are trying to stay anonymous. I am not sure who the second person was, but have reason to believe that Edward Fox knows. So, you think Edward Fox knows that Ashworth was one of the rescuers and is now trying to recruit Ashworth for the ministry? That is my hypothesis, Dumbledore confirmed. I suppose the other rescuer was the Greengrass girl, Moody said. Yes, it seems like it was Greengrass and Ashworth. That's my hypothesis for the moment. My hypothesis is that Ashworth is the Dark Lord or the alternate Dark Lord, Moody grumbled. Although I guess if he was the Dark Lord, Bellatrix would have recognized him and told somebody. I think the prophecy was speaking of multiple Dark Lords, Dumbledore said, smiling inwardly at his friend's suspicious nature. Knowing he was not going to persuade Moody, he changed the subject. While you're here, I may as well talk to you about a side project. I have been thinking it would be a good time for me to organize a group of like-minded individuals to help work against the Dark Lord's influence. Moody wrinkled his brow. Is that necessary? The ministry seems to be taking care of it. Dumbledore shifted uneasily. For now, they are. But I fear public sentiment will become more complicated after a few months. I have reason to believe the Dark Lord did not just randomly kidnap Miss Black. It was likely a failed recruitment attempt. For now, she is a victim. Later, she may be viewed as a blood traitor if purebloods are led to believe the Dark Lord is not going to randomly attack purebloods without cause. Moody let out a string of curse words under his breath. You're probably right. Anyway, Dumbledore said, I am toying with the idea of a secret association of persons working against the Dark Lord or at least feeding us information. The anonymity will keep these people from becoming targets. I'll be talking to some others in the coming weeks. You can count me in, Moody said gruffly. Harry had stewed over the postcard from Bellatrix for most of the afternoon. His conclusion was that he should take a quick jaunt down to Cairo for the weekend to make sure Bellatrix was okay and see if he could encourage her to come back. He was packing when a knock sounded on the door to his quarters. He answered the door and found Alistair Moody and Albus Dumbledore standing in the hall. Come in, Harry said, feeling a little surprised at the visit. Thank you, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes sparkling as he surveyed Harry's living quarters and peeked into Harry's bedroom. What can I do for you? Harry said, shifting around his clutter to make room for his guests to be seated. Going somewhere? Dumbledore asked as he gracefully accepted one of the chairs Harry had cleared off. I thought I might squeeze in a quick weekend trip before the students return, Harry revealed. I see. I apologize for the intrusion, Dumbledore said. I assure you, we will not take much time. Auror Moody has brought a job offer for you and news for all of us at the castle. His news and your job offer are connected. So, I thought we could save time if I came along with him to discuss matters. Right, Moody said, clearing his throat. He produced a parchment envelope. This is for you. Harry accepted the envelope, cracked the seal open, and reviewed the contents. This is an exciting opportunity, he observed, smiling at his visitors and wondering why a committee had me to deliver what the ministry could have sent by owl. As the job offer unexpected, Dumbledore pressed, looking intently at Harry. Just the timing, Harry said. While we were planning for the dueling club this morning, Professor Greengrass mentioned that her uncle is the acting director of the DMLE. I jumped on the opportunity and asked if she would put in a good word for me with her uncle. How nice of her, Dumbledore said, his customary smile seeming a little hollow. It did not seem to be precisely the answer for which he had been hoping. Anyway, Moody also came to tell me that the ministry will be stationing Aurors at Hogwarts. If you work as both an Auror and a professor, you will be playing an important part in keeping Hogwarts safe. A discussion ensued in which Harry, Moody, and Dumbledore reviewed Harry's job offer, the news about Bellatrix and the Dark Lord, and the Ministry's precautions. Moody did not know the precise details, but informed Harry that if he accepted the offer, he would likely be on call around the clock. Harry agreed to accept the Auror position and reassured Dumbledore that he intended to teach until the end of the school year. Eventually, Dumbledore and Moody left Harry in peace, and Harry was able to finish his packing. Without further ado, he departed from the castle and apparated to various destinations around the country to muddy his trail. Eventually, he apparated into London and took a cab to Heathrow Airport. One red-eye flight later, Harry found himself walking through the Cairo airport. It was a couple of hours before sunrise, and he was exhausted. He apparated out of the airport to a discreet location a block or so away from the Cairo Palace, where he and Bellatrix had originally stayed when they had come to Egypt. Harry made his way to the hotel, walked into the lobby, and approached the front desk. There he found a familiar face. It was the same middle-aged clerk who had checked him and Bellatrix into the hotel during the summer. When the desk clerk spotted him, she gave Harry a warm smile. "I thought you might be showing up soon," the clerk said to Harry as soon as he had walked up to the desk. "Your daughter is here and still pretending to be your girlfriend or wife or whatever. She said she was expecting you this weekend or next. I also hear she is now a legal adult." Harry rolled his eyes. "I hope she hasn't been too dreadful." "She's been a smidgen less than tolerable," the clerk confessed, propping her elbow on the counter and leaning her head against her upraised arm. "She spent much of yesterday in the hotel's hot tub drinking hot chocolate, eating candy bars, and being rude to anybody else who tried to get in the water with her. Other than that, she has kept to your suite and refused housekeeping service." Harry winced. "Is there something going on in her life?" the clerk asked. "Some schoolmates pulled a cruel prank on her," Harry explained creatively. "They were not exactly friends, she considered herself to be one of their peers. At this late date, it would be hard for her to make new friends." "Oh," the clerk said understandingly, "the poor dear is having an identity crisis. Maybe she can make a new circle of friends when she goes to university." "Perhaps so," Harry agreed as the clerk produced a room key and handed it to him. Harry found the room and let himself into the suite Bellatrix had booked. As soon as the door shut behind him, he heard Bellatrix yell from one of the suite's darkened bedrooms. "I already told you I'll handle the cleaning on my own, you dimwits." "Relax," Harry called back. Bellatrix quickly appeared at the door to her bedroom. She was wearing one of her trademark nighties. An eye mask she had been wearing was pushed up to her forehead. "I was betting you would wait a week," she observed, staring at Harry with bleary eyes. She let out a yawn. "I thought I had better see if you're all right." "I'm fine," Bellatrix said forcefully, leaning against the door frame. "Of course," Harry said, trying to sound like he believed it. "I just wanted to see Egypt some more." "We'll have to squeeze some sightseeing in before you leave to teach classes," she said judiciously. "I'm going to be sleeping in until later this morning, though." "Yes, I need some sleep, too," Harry admitted. "I'll see you after a late breakfast, then," Bellatrix said, yawning again. She disappeared back into her bedroom but re-emerged for a brief encore, this time with the eye mask covering her eyes. "The shower is mine first," she declared, jabbing her finger in tea. He aired toward where she thought Harry was standing. She then retreated back to her bed. In short order, Harry was set up in his own bedroom and falling asleep. When he awoke, it was mid-morning, and Bellatrix was not in the suite. As he surveyed the accommodations in daytime lighting, Harry was surprised to discover that the condition of the suite was impeccable. In particular, Bellatrix's bed kept as clean and crisp as any hotel bed he had seen. Harry supposed she must have used magic to set things in order. Harry proceeded to shower and make his way to the hotel restaurant for a late breakfast. On his way, a clerk stopped him to deliver a guidebook. In it, a note from the night clerk encouraged Harry to get Bellatrix out and about. Harry did not find Bellatrix in the breakfast parlor. So, after dining, Harry wandered the hotel and eventually found her dozing in one of the hotel's hot tubs. A candy bar protruded out of her mouth as if it were a cigar. "I'm not sure this lifestyle is healthy for you," Harry observed dryly. Bellatrix's eyes shot open. She reached up and took the candy bar out of her mouth, holding it in her hand. I reckon I'm safe until I try to light it up. Quite, Harry said as he watched her reach for a mug of hot cocoa and take a long draw. How are you not nauseated, overheated, and covered with melted chocolate? He asked, looking at the assortment of candy wrappers and hot chocolate packets piled outside of the tub. A spell here, a spell there, Bellatrix replied. Are you ready to go sightseeing? Harry grabbed a dry towel from a nearby cart. ND held it up for her as she emerged from the water. She wrapped the towel around herself and led the way back to their suite. As Bellatrix changed from her swimsuit into her clothes for the day, Harry thumbed through the guidebook. Looking for sightseeing ideas, he eventually settled on an ancient Egyptian temple. Bellatrix had no objection, and they were soon touring the temple Harry had picked. Harry found the temple to be fascinating. Bellatrix, on the other hand, was bored. However, when she spied some inscriptions on a wall that looked like magical runes, she perked up and began examining them. After a while, she declared they were too damaged to decipher. She took the guidebook from Harry to see if it recommended any other temples that might be in better condition. Bellatrix then proceeded to drag Harry through several more of the ancient Egyptian temples. In a dark and shadowy one, they found some runes carved into a stone wall panel that Bellatrix proclaimed to be in excellent condition. While she eyed and tried to decipher them, Harry continued exploring the ruin with the other tourists. The sound of terrified shrieks was Harry's first clue that Bellatrix was up to more than just eyeing ancient runes. He walked swiftly toward the commotion coming from the main chamber of the temple. There, he found that a gigantic statue of an Egyptian god was making guttural noises while its eyes burned with green fire. Other special effect lighting and holograms were flickering on and off. Muggles were shouting and running while others, enraptured, stared in awe. Oh, bother, Harry muttered as he found his way back to where he had left Bellatrix. As he had suspected, when he found her, she had her wand out and was using it to jab at the various runes on the stone panel. Having fun? He asked. What's happening? Bellatrix asked. I can't see from here. You've successfully resurrected an Egyptian god, Harry said. Now, let's go before the local magical authorities bust us for harassing Muggles. Okay, but I want to come back here tomorrow. Harry had been trying to think of an outing for the evening that would intrigue Bellatrix. However, as the afternoon waned, he realized that she was fatigued. When he suggested they go back to the hotel to rest, she quickly agreed. On their arrival, Bellatrix informed Harry that she was going back to the hot tub and that he was welcome to join her. Having nothing better to do, Harry followed her down to where the hotel pool and hot tub were located. They climbed into the hot tub, which was already occupied by a couple of other hotel guests. After several minutes of Bellatrix's snarkiness, the other guests opted to enjoy other hotel amenities. With them gone, Bellatrix let herself relax. They chatted with each her amicably about the sightseeing of the day. Hoping to make the conversation therapeutic, Harry tried asking questions about her recovery. However, she nimbly dodged Harry's probes. It was only Harry broke the news of his job that Bellatrix showed any willingness to discuss matters from back home. So, you're not going to teach at Hogwarts next year? Bellatrix asked. That's the plan. I've been thinking of leaving Hogwarts myself, Bellatrix revealed. What about your newts? Harry asked, frowning. Independent study, Bellatrix replied. I was hoping you would attend one more year. And do what? Bellatrix replied, suddenly frowning as she reached for a candy bar and began unwrapping it. I don't even want to finish my 6th year. Why not? The creeps at the graveyard can't possibly be the only Hogwarts students involved with the Dark Lord, Bellatrix said, beginning to gesture emphatically with her candy bar. Would you go sleep in the Slytherin dorms if you knew you were a target of the Dark Lord? Probably not, Harry muttered. Exactly. I'm sure that between me, Dumbledore, and Pythia, we could make arrangements to ensure your protection, Harry said. Do you really need me at Hogwarts? Though, it would be nice if you were around, Harry pointed out. Then I can skip my 7th year since you won't be there anyway, Bellatrix argued. I should be wherever you are. There's also the advantage of you helping to tutor or mentor the students who will one day play pivotal roles in the fight against the Dark Lord, Harry quickly added. They have a few more years at Hogwarts. That's what Pythia is for, Bellatrix said dismissively. Though, there is always the risk she relapses sooner than later and falls over dead. But still, all those people you told me about are doing fine. They are capable duelists and will only improve with time. Where would you even go if you dropped out now? Harry asked, trying to pursue a different angle. Home with your parents. No, Bellatrix said, clutching her candy bar mutinously before suddenly relaxing. I was originally thinking of renting a flat in Diagon Alley. Now, though, I find myself enjoying this hotel immensely. You can't live in this hotel indefinitely, Harry said, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. True, Bellatrix agreed. But, if I happened to own a hotel, I could live there. In which case, I could enjoy the amenities while the guests pay their way and my way, too. Your plan is to drop out of school and buy a hotel? Harry asked incredulously. Tentatively, Bellatrix admitted as she took a bite of her candy bar. Where are you going to find enough money? Harry asked, already dreading the answer. I would just get a loan and use the hotel's profits to make payments, Bellatrix explained. That's a little simplistic, Harry pointed out, feeling relieved to know that she did not expect him to merely raid the black coffers and buy it for her. You've got to get a down payment and collateral to support the loan. I am sure there would be other costs up front. The hotel is the collateral, Bellatrix pointed out. If they want more collateral, there is my share of the basilisk. And of course, I'm sure the House of Black could provide backup in exchange for some concessions from me, Bellatrix said, eyeing Harry speculatively. Even if I wanted to risk meddling with the Black family finances while your uncle is around, why should I invest? Harry asked. You could live there too and be my roommate, Bellatrix pointed out as she finished her candy bar. She lifted her arms and put them behind her head as she began fiddling with her hair. And if you finally come to your senses, you could marry me. Roommate. It worked fine last night, Bellatrix observed. Okay, Harry said, turning the idea over in his head. I can't deny that owning a hotel would be a nice source of income and have its benefits. But owning a hotel is a job. We don't have time to own a hotel. I will hire staff or buy house elves. Maybe both. Overhead eats up your profits. Bellatrix winked. Magic can help keep costs down. Harry shook his head in disbelief. If I shop around and draw up a business proposal, will you seriously consider it? Bellatrix asked. It can't hurt, Harry agreed half-heartedly as he turned his thoughts to figuring out how to persuade Bellatrix to stay at Hogwarts for at least the end of her 6th year. Late Saturday night, Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Idly, Orion Black wondered how many momentous backroom deals had occurred over the centuries in the pub. He also wondered whether this discreet meeting, proposed by Minister Jenkins, would yield anything helpful. Tom, the barkeeper, quick. Lee ushered Orion and his friends down a hallway toward the private dining rooms. There, in front of the door to one such room, an Auror bodyguard informed them that only Orion would be meeting with the minister. Abraxas put on a show of scowling, but they had anticipated as much. Soon, Orion and Minister Jenkins were sitting on opposite sides of a conference room table. Counterintuitively, the outgoing minister looked younger and full of life. Her potential replacement was older and grimmer. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Serving tea or some sort of liquor would have been the civil thing to do. However, no such beverages were present. With a lot of effort, I think you could eventually find the votes to dislodge me, Minister Jenkins said, launching the conversation without niceties. Her tone was markedly neutral. Her facial expression was acidic. But if you give me what I want, I will make everything easier for you. And what do you want? Orion asked, leaning back in his chair. I want to be the ambassador to France with a guaranteed tenure of at least 10 years. Let's skip to your bottom line, Orion said. You only need 4 years to max out your pension from before you were minister. So, assuming that I am in power, we can give you 4 years conditioned on good performance. I will even sweeten the pot. If you get fired for cause, we can arrange for your years as minister to count toward your pension. That way, you collect both your pension and your stipend as a former minister of magic. Jenkins raised her eyebrows. You have done your homework, haven't you? I am willing to accept those terms. And others to be discussed, but now I hesitate because it does not sound like you plan on being in power. Do I need to be in power? Orion said. Mainly, I want to see the ministry prepared to stand up to a Dark Lord. I suppose Davian Pruitt is as good as anybody. You're a sly one, Jenkins shot back, almost losing her composure in response to Orion. Outmaneuvering her on what she had thought would be a bargaining chip. Surely you don't believe that? Orion shrugged. He will get the job done. He won't win. There's no way. Why not? Let's be real, Jenkins snapped. The Wizengamot is not worried about a Dark Lord terrorizing Muggles or random Muggleborns. If we're being honest, the majority of people in our world fear or dislike Muggles. All they care about is whether a rogue Dark Lord is attacking purebloods. They know that Pruitt is good in a fight, but they also suspect he will bring pro-Muggleborn baggage since those are the only allies he has not alienated. In the end, the Wizengamot will gamble on the candidate who seems strong enough to oppose a rogue Dark Lord without rocking the boat on anything else. As that's so, Orion said, but what if Pruitt is the cure they need even with his Muggleborn baggage? They will have to suffer a lot more before they are desperate enough to stomach that medicine, Jenkins predicted. Anyone who tries to push it on them too soon will not be popular. If you want Pruitt to help put down the Dark Lord, you can always appoint him director of the DMLE. From there, if you're sneaky, you could set him up to succeed you in a way that does not make him beholden to his Muggleborn allies. Fair points, Orion conceded. So, now the question is whether your camp is willing to take power and meet my other demands. If so, my camp will vote for your candidate, and you will have maximum leverage over Pruitt, your main opponent. Let's deal, then, Orion said. Bellatrix woke Harry up early on Sunday morning, announced that she had mapped out an itinerary, and informed Harry that there was only 20 minutes left before they needed to be on their way. Although Harry was annoyed at being woken up early, he was pleased to note that Bellatrix seemed more lively. He shooed her out of his room and prepared for the day. On their way out of the hotel to revisit the ancient temple they had fled the day before, Harry and Bellatrix stopped at the hotel restaurant to pick up breakfast muffins and sack lunches. They employed a combination of apparition and Muggle transportation to make their way to the ruins. Soon, Bellatrix was eagerly scrutinizing ancient ruins while Harry admired the ancient Egyptian buildings. When lunchtime arrived, they found a shady spot not far from banks of the Nile and sat down to eat. As they ate, Bellatrix proceeded to rhapsodize about her findings, explaining to Harry that many of the ancient Egyptian priests must have been wizards or witches. What kind of magic would they do, then? Harry asked. Illusions to make the temples seem more mystical, Bellatrix theorized. Also, to make the people believe that the various Egyptian gods were real. You assume they were not real, then? Harry asked, grinning. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. So, you think that the wizards and witches of ancient Egypt had nothing better to do than fool Muggles with a bunch of fake gods? Harry asked. I'm sure their religion factored into their politics, Bellatrix countered. I dare say that whoever had the most powerful god with the most mythical temple had the wealth and political influence to go with it. I see, Harry said. I guess we don't use magic the same way anymore. Progress, I suppose. A little bit of progress and a little bit of a cultural difference, Bellatrix said. Instead of shooting hexes back and forth like you've taught the dueling club, the ancient Egyptian wizards and witches would have dueled for influence by beating each other's illusions and gaining followers. Perhaps they would look down at our duels as crude, Harry theorized as he realized that there must have been a certain amount of finesse involved in the lives of the ancient Egyptians. Or turn tail and run, Bellatrix smirked. I wonder if we could learn something from these ancient Egyptians, Harry mused. As you may have noticed, the Dark Lord and I were evenly matched in our little confrontation. We dueled back and forth with traditional dueling and could not overcome each other. We resorted to trying to overcome each other with sheer strength and we're equal. But what if I dueled him on a different level? What if I incorporated the strategies of another culture? I guess you can build a temple back in Diagon Alley and threaten him with the wrath of some random Egyptian god. Bellatrix said, grinning as she finished her lunch. Shall we do more sightseeing? Harry asked. Or do you want to go back to the hotel to rest? I think I can keep going for a couple more hours. Bellatrix said. Now what is this school that you go to, exactly? Vernon Dursley asked Lily. He and Lily's older sister, Petunia, were driving Lily to King's Cross Station since Lily's mother had gone with her father to the clinic for a treatment. Having already developed a healthy dislike of Petunia's boyfriend, Lily held back a sigh and began to answer. It is called Street Hogweena. Petunia cut in quickly. In Scotland. Scotland, Vernon said incredulously. Why, aren't there better schools here in England? Petunia answered before Lily could even open her mouth. There was a scholarship, and well, quite frankly, it was the only option. She gave a significant look to Vernon and then shot Lily a quelling glance, warning her to not scare this one away. Then why do your parents act like she is a genius? Vernon rumbled, apparently not realizing that Lily could make out his muttering from her position in the backseat. We're giving our parents some leeway right now, Petunia explained, ignoring a glare from Lily. She redirected Vernon to talking about the weather for the last few minutes before they arrived at King's Cross. As soon as Vernon pulled up to the curb, Lily hopped out of the car. Petunia followed. See you in the summer, Lily said curtly after accepting Petunia's assistance to unload her trunk from the boot while Vernon remained in the car. Right, Petunia said. It should be an eventful one. She arched her eyebrow and nodded toward Vernon. Lily tried to force a smile and waved as Petunia rejoined Vernon in the car. Not bothering to watch them drive off, Lily turned and proceeded into the train station, walking briskly. Having now boarded the Hogwarts Express several times, she felt quite capable and independent. However, her feelings of self-assurance were quickly dashed. As soon as she crossed the barrier into platform 9 3/4, a large and burly wizard blocked her path. Name, the wizard demanded. Lily was so startled that she stared instead of answering. What is your name? The wizard said loudly, gesturing with a clipboard for emphasis. L. Lily Evans, Lily stuttered, her eyes wide. The wizard referred to the clipboard and checked her name off. You may proceed. Confused, Lily proceeded past him and down the platform. The name checking was not the only new development. Several wizards and witches in dark, official-looking robes were standing on the platform, observing the students with suspicion. A couple of pairs were patrolling up and down the platform. They were not interfering with or even talking to the students, but their gazes were oppressive. Lily was walking slowly, trying to process this development, when her friend, Alice, came up to her side and greeted her. Who are these people? Lily asked, nodding toward the strangers. Aurors, Alice said grimly. As in dark wizard catchers? Lily asked. Precisely, Alice said as Frank Longbottom joined them. Why? Lily asked, already dreading the answer as Pythia's prophecy about Slytherin's dark air echoed in her head. There's a Dark Lord on the loose, Alice said bluntly. With some followers, apparently. How do they know? Lily asked, her voice quavering. I take it you don't subscribe to the Daily Prophet, Frank said, chiming in and sounding a bit stuffy. Lily shook her head ruefully. I didn't realize that I should. What happened? They kidnapped Bellatrix Black and tortured her, Alice revealed. Lily's eyes bugged out. What? Here, let's get on the train, Alice urged. I can dig out my copy of the Prophet and show you. In short order, Lily, Alice, and Frank were seated in a train compartment. While Frank and Alice peered out the window at the platform, Lily, feeling horrified, stared at the photo of Bellatrix in the lobby of St. Mungo's. But why? Lily whispered after reading through the article. She's a pureblood. I would think that a Dark Lord would hate Muggleborns. Alice shrugged, not diverting her gaze from the platform. That's kind of why everybody is scared, Frank explained. A lot of people are calling it a rogue Dark Lord, which of course implies that no. Everybody is as opposed to the concept of Dark Lords as maybe they should. Is she okay? Did she recover? Lily asked. Nobody knows, Frank responded, yawning. There have been no updates. All we know is that her uncle and father are livid. They've been campaigning against the current Minister of Magic. My dad agrees that the current administration is weak and needs to be replaced. Alice sighed. Enley pointed out the train window to the platform. There's someone who would know about Bellatrix. Lily looked and saw that Alice was pointing to Sirius Black. He, with James Potter, was working his way through the crowd toward the train. I guess we could go ask him, Lily said. Or just wait and see if Bellatrix boards the train. You're not the only one wondering, Frank said as they all walked Multiple students stopped Sirius to chat. Although the expression on Sirius' face was friendly, he did not seem to be saying much. Frank and Alice were losing interest, but Lily continued watching TV platform as students trickled in and eventually proceeded onto the train. A matter of seconds before the train was underway, Bellatrix's sisters and Sirius's brother arrived on the platform with their respective mothers. Looking sour, they ignored everyone and boarded the train. "I don't think she's coming," Lily whispered. "Sorry, what was that?" Alice asked. "Nothing," Lily muttered, her though. Oops racing as she wondered if Bellatrix, who was probably the most powerful witch at Hogwarts, had not recovered from what had happened. She wondered if Bellatrix was too scared to return to Hogwarts and if she also should be scared. "I am going to go for a quick walk. We might catch up," Alice said vaguely. Given the budding romance between Frank and Alice, Lily doubted it, but said nothing. As she exited the compartment and began working her way down the corridor. She passed and took note of the compartment in which Sirius Black was sitting with his friends. However, she wanted to see for herself if Bellatrix was on the train. So, she pushed past and proceeded to make a lap through the entire train, taking note of who was in what compartment and even checking to see if Bellatrix was in the loo. Finally concluding that Sirius Black was her only option for information, Lily steeled herself and proceeded to his compartment. When she slid the door open, the occupants immediately began grinning at her like Cheshire cats. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. "Of course not," Sirius said, beaming as he slid over and patted the seat between him and James. "Thanks," Lily said, turning and squeezing onto the bench between Remus and Peter. "What brings you our way?" James asked in a casual tone that barely disguised disappointment. "I was wondering if you had heard whether Bellatrix was okay." Sirius shrugged. "Nobody knows. What is that supposed to mean? She checked herself out of the hospital and disappeared. She wrote to her parents and said she would go to Hogwarts when she felt like it." Peter guffawed. "I bet her mom liked that. Her mom and my mom are livid." Sirius hooted. "I was at James's house for most of the holidays, and I still heard about it. I don't even want to imagine what Regulus, Andromeda, and Narcissa have been through. Aren't your father and uncle a bit more reasonable?" Remus asked. "Well, yes," Sirius admitted, "but they haven't been home much. They're out making a stink about the whole thing and asking why the morons at the ministry should still be in charge. I think my mom and Aunt Druella are cross with them, too." "Can Bellatrix really just not show up to Hogwarts?" Lily asked, feeling perplexed. "At age 17, she is legally an adult," Sirius explained. "That puts her in a gray area. She can choose where to go and when. Of course, if she does not attend class, the headmaster might expel her." "Surely, he wouldn't do that to her under the circumstances," Lily scoffed. "Of course not," James agreed quickly. Lily nodded, and a moment of silence ensued. "I had better be going," Lily said. "You can stay," Remus quickly assured her. "I wouldn't want Alice to worry," Lily said diplomatically as she stood and exited the compartment. Harry made it back to Hogwarts early on Monday morning. He had failed to convince Bellatrix to return with him, but he suspected she would choose to make her way back after another week of relaxation. By the time his final class of the day was over, Harry was so exhausted that he was tempted to clear off the main table in the classroom and go to sleep on it. Unfortunately, a visitor had PPED into the classroom during his last class and now wanted to speak with him. Though they had not yet been introduced, Harry recognized her as a young Amelia Bones. Despite her youthfulness, Amelia possessed the same stiffness and formality Harry remembered from when she was director of magical law enforcement in his alternate future. As Amelia approached him from the back of the classroom, Harry put on a polite smile. "Professor Ashworth, I am Amelia Bones. Good to meet you," Harry said. He knew she was going places in life. So, he tried to be as warm as possible. If he wanted to move up through the ranks, he would need to network and make a good impression. "Likewise," Amelia said politely as she produced a satchel from thin air, put it on a desk, and opened it. "I'm the Aurora Sign, Ed to train you and be your main partner while patrolling Hogwarts," she explained as she removed a number of items from the briefcase and set them on the desk. "I'm excited for the opportunity," Harry declared. "It's good work," Amelia said as she picked up a small case from the desk and held it out to Harry. You will find your Auror badge in this. It should give you access to the ministry and other places necessary to do your work. Quote, shiny, Harry said, cracking open the case and studying the Auror badge. He removed it from the case and hefted it, suddenly feeling like he was head boy. Not sure what to do with it. He stuck it in one of his pockets. You'll notice that the symbols on it mark you as a sergeant, Amelia said, her voice sounding stiff. She produced her own badge from a pocket and showed it to him. You can see that mine has symbols designating me as a corporal. I am still your superior for the purposes of this assignment and for training, though. Of course, Harry said, not about to quibble over rank with her. I am going to be promoted to sergeant, Amelia rushed to explain. The paperwork just has not quite gone through. Harry nodded amicably, and Amelia took. This is a sign he was ready for her to go through a quick run-through of everything she had. So, he listened patiently as she presented various manuals and workbooks for him to go through and told him what she had planned for his training over the next week. When she was done, Harry accepted the materials and changed the subject. Perhaps we should meet with Professor Dumbledore to coordinate how our patrolling works. Yes, we also need to talk to him about accommodations for Bellatrix Black, Amelia told Harry. Our superiors have instructed that she may need protection from fellow students in Slytherin House. Harry made a show of raising his eyebrows. Really? Well, let's be sure to bring that up. Although, I haven't seen her today. I wonder if she even came back. The ministry has heard that she plans to take extra time before returning to Hogwarts, Amelia informed Harry, her voice matter of fact. I see, Harry said, smiling. I'll catch up with you later, Amelia told Harry. I'll be ready, Harry promised as he watched her gather up her briefcase. Amelia was on her way out when she stopped and turned around, the faintest of frowns on her face. If I might be so bold, Can I ask how it is that you are starting out at the rank of sergeant? That's what came with the job offer, Harry said. I assumed it was based on age or experience. You do not strike me as being very old, Amelia said, now sounding a little suspicious. I am told that you can see it in my eyes. I see, Amelia said before leaving the classroom. Lily came early to the next dueling club practice in the Great Hall, hoping that she would be able to talk to Professor Greengrass for a few minutes. So far, since the end of the holiday, Lily had not been able to find an opportunity to speak with Pythia in private. The divination professor's typical open-door policy seemed to have been paused since the holidays. Feeling relief upon seeing that Pythia was setting up for the dueling club meeting alone, Lily swiftly joined her, offered to help, and asked how the holiday had been. I know you've been wanting to talk to me, Pythia said, her tone apologetic as she used a levitation charm to move one of the benches to join its table on the perimeter of the room. I've just been feeling a little off. Turns out I need a holiday from the holiday. That's all right, Lily said without hesitation. I was just hoping to talk to you about the Dark Lord, Pythia said, nodding. She sat down on a bench near the edge of the room and gestured for Lily to join her. How worried should I be? Lily asked. I wouldn't let it stop you from living your life, Pythia said encouragingly. However, things are going to be scary for a long time, especially for Muggleborns like yourself. As I told you before, I know that you have talent. Surround yourself with the right people, and you will do well. I am just not sure what to do or think, Lily said, pleading for more advice. I'm scared, too, Pythia confessed. You might not realize it, but I am not that much older than you or others in your year. But you have the gift to see the future, Lily pointed out. Can't you tell me what to expect? I see only fragments, Pythia said. Then surely there is some small thing you can tell me, Lily pressed. Pythia took Lily's hand and turned it over, palm side up. Silently, she traced and poked at the lines on Lily's palm. The length of your life is obscured from me, she declared. But I do see in your future an eclectic collection of children, suggesting you've got time left for a few pregnancies. That's pretty good, Lily said, feeling reassured. She knew she was not about to become pregnant. Pythia was still holding Lily's hand, but instead of looking at her palm, she was now staring upward, as if trying to read the stars reflected on the ceiling of the Great Hall. When she spoke, her voice was more grave. It also appears that sooner rather than later, you will supplant me. Still, even after that, you and I will be close friends until the night I die. Lily wrinkled her nose. Supplant you, as the divination professor. Pythia chuckled. I don't think Dumbledore will force you to teach divination. Lily wanted to ask more, but students had begun to trickle in. Soon, the meeting was underway with both upper and lower divisions of the club present. Pythia took charge of the meeting and began it by explaining that Professor Ashworth was now working part-time as an Auror and would have to miss a few meetings while he did his training. She then reviewed the club's achievements at the Cape Town tournament and congratulated everybody who had performed well. Finally, Pythia moved on to discussing the upcoming tournament in Salem. The Salem tournament is very large, Pythia explained. That makes its structure flexible. They have slots for solo duelists as well as 3-person and 5-person squads. The only rule is that we cannot have anybody compete in a category below their age level. Are we doing tryouts? James Potter asked, sounding eager to get down to business. No, Pythia responded. It's up to you to decide with whom you will compete or if you will go solo. You can do both, if you like. After you've settled into teams, you will be practicing with each other and drilling against the other teams. When we get closer to the competition, you or your squads will be bidding for me to assign you tournament slots. As this news sunk in, students began to murmur among themselves excitedly. So, today's exercise, and the exercise for the next few meetings, is for you to form your teams. Pythia explained. You can draw straws, you can recruit, or you can hold tryouts. Whatever works for you. Lily was trying to decide whether she should do bot solo and squad or just stick to squad when she was abruptly surrounded by James, Sirius, and Remus. Peter was also tagging along with them since the meeting included both the upper and lower divisions. Hey there, old buddy, old pal, Sirius said, grinning at Lily. How would you like to be a member of my squad? Your squad? James asked incredulously. I'm the senior captain around here. I think we've all been captains. Remus said. Well, except for, he muttered, shooting a sideline glance at Peter. We did work really well together in Paris, Lily admitted. Perfect. We've got the dream team then. Lily was hesitant. Her eyes sought out Alice in the crowd. When she found her, Lily saw that Alice and Frank were already together and that Frank was talking in a loud stuffy voice about tryouts for a 5-person squad. A number of both upper and lower division students were already flocking to their group. Yeah, let's do it, Lily said, internally cringing at the thought of having to work with James but at the same time knowing that James, Sirius, and Remus were going to be excellent teammates. She was not so sure about Peter, but figured they could limp him along well enough. Well, let's get the question of who will be captain out of the way first, Remus said. Shall we draw straws or something? I know who should be captain, Peter announced. Who? James asked apprehensively, apparently dreading the thought that Peter might nominate himself. Bellatrix. She's the most powerful. She isn't even on the team. Sirius pointed out. We could recruit her, James pointed out. She's not exactly here and available to be recruited, Sirius pointed out. And, don't we already have 5 people here? I can be an alternate, Peter said. Just as long as I get to tag along. I think that would work, Lily said, feeling very conscious of the fact that she had been an alternate herself at the Paris tournament. She also preferred having Bellatrix on her team instead of Peter. Bellatrix was a bit thornier. But she could be counted on to win. Guys, Sirius said, gesturing with his hands for emphasis. Bellatrix is a nutjob. You absolutely cannot put her in charge of something. Well, let's contemplate what being in charge means in this context, Remus said. Will it really make a difference? Sirius began nodding emphatically. Can we agree that we want to recruit Bellatrix for the squad? Lily said, raising her voice over the discussion. Well, yeah, Sirius grumbled. We would be unbeatable with her. Let's focus on recruiting her first, Lily said. Then, we will figure out who should be captain. Maybe we don't even need one. Sounds good to me, James said, backing Lily up. He shot a quelling glance at Sirius and Remus who were smirking and rolling their eyes. Looming over the Scarborough skyline, the North Hotel sat on the shore of the North Sea. The hotel looked very posh. But it was not. Its Victorian splendor had been marred by multiple Le German bombings during the Second World War. From there, makeshift repairs had transformed it into a government dormitory. After the government had relinquished it, an opportunist had snatched it up, given it a facelift, and restored it to hotel duty before selling it for a quick profit. Unfortunately, as a string of subsequent owners had learned, its bones were rotten. Facelifts were cheap, but the invasive structural and plumbing work the hotel really needed was expensive. One of the hotel's employees, Sabine Lencher, was manning the front desk on a depressingly slow Friday afternoon and she heard the creaking of the front doors. Assuming that the next victim of the hotel's hospitality was inbound, she quickly began smoothing her skirt and blouse until she realized that the incoming guest was her father. Heinrich Lencher, a sour-looking teenage girl, was accompanying him. Curious, Sabine watched as her father made his way across the lobby toward the front desk with the teen in tow. When they arrived, Sabine adopted a markedly casual tone of voice. "Business or pleasure?" Heinrich's face whitened, and he shot Sabine a quelling look before forcing a laugh and turning his attention to the teen. "As you see, my daughter has a strange sense of humor." "Does she?" the teenager asked, eyeing Sabine, her violet eyes calculating. Something told Sabine that the black-haired T.N. was able to discern that she had been only partially joking. "Yes, she does," Heinrich said, his voice sounding jolly as he regained his composure. "Allow me to introduce you to Bellatrix Black. Miss Black, this is my daughter, Sabine." From her father's tone of voice, Sabine could tell that he expected her to recognize the name, but she did not. She looked at her father, a quizzical look on her face. Heinrich frowned at his daughter's lack of comprehension. "You know, the Black family. Gringotts referred her to me to help with a transaction." "Oh," Sabine said, her eyes flickering with comprehension. She still did not recognize the surname, but she assumed that Bellatrix must be from some rich magical family. It was not uncommon for Heinrich to do work as a Gringotts contractor on a NTS where the witch or wizard wanted to engage in muggle dealings. Heinrich was a squib and sometimes talked to Sabine about the magical world. She did not pay close attention to his tales. This frustrated Heinrich because Gringotts contracts could be lucrative and because he hoped that they would be a source of Sabine's income when he was gone. So far, though, Sabine had manifested no interest in her father's dealings or the magical world itself. Fortunately, Bellatrix did not seem to care whether Sabine knew about her or her family. In fact, Sabine quickly realized that Bellatrix had wandered off and was now conducting an inspection of the lobby and its furnishings. "What is she after?" Sabine whispered as she and Heinrich watched Bellatrix. "She wants to buy a hotel. She specifically sced for properties that have been on the market for a long time," Heinrich explained. "As soon as she made that clear, I said to myself, I know of such a place. My daughter is at a dead-end job at such a place. No need to pay a finder fee to some broker." "You are so thoughtful," Sabine said, rolling her eyes. "However, for your information, I happen to enjoy my dead-end job." "Where is the pool?" Bellatrix asked, interjecting herself into the conversation before Sabine could ask her father for more details. "Right this way," Sabine said, forcing a polite smile and leading the group away from the lobby and down a hallway. Sabine and her father watched patiently as Bellatrix toured the hotel's pool amenities. Afterward, they escorted her around the rest of the hotel, doing their best to answer questions. Eventually, they found themselves in the penthouse, which was now being used as an oversized and musty-smelling storage room. Bellatrix seemed annoyed by the condition of the penthouse. However, she did not focus on it. Instead, she stepped over to a door and let herself out onto the balcony. Wincing, Heinrich and Sabine followed, shivering in the cold as Bellatrix peered eastward, toward the North Sea. An annoyed scowl abruptly appeared on Bellatrix's face. She gestured out toward the water. "No wonder this place is a dump. Do you see that?" Heinrich and Sabine stared out to where Bellatrix had gestured. "Sorry, no," Heinrich said, sounding nervous. "What is it you see?" "Look closely at the horizon," Bellatrix insisted. "There's nothing out there," Sabine said, yawning and folding her arms in an attempt to warm up. "Never mind," Bellatrix said as she grumbled under her breath about extra work as she led the group back inside. "Let's go look at the parts of the hotel that are in bad condition." I don't think my employer would appreciate me highlighting the hotel's problems, Sabine said, feeling hesitant to give Bellatrix bargaining chips in her purchase negotiations. Let's just pretend that I am your employer going forward, Bellatrix instructed as she strode toward the elevator. The House of Black rises. A.N. Thank you for all your wonderful reviews. They stimulate productivity and help guide me. I apologize for the delay since the last chapter. I've been busy trying to save Hyrule. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 13. The House of Black rises. Davian Pruitt chuckled as he finished reviewing a report from Amelia Bones advising him of Harry Ashworth's training progress. Her tone and phrasing were off, and Pruitt had diagnosed the PR. Oblum is Amelia understating important facts. Shrewdly, Pruitt had deduced that she was jealous. It seemed Amelia feared that Ashworth was going to outshine her. Pruitt did not blame her. Ashworth H. Ad displayed proficiency with all basic aura spells as well as other advanced magic. Not least among his repertoire was the Patronus charm. In a short sentence buried in the middle of a long paragraph, Amelia had reported that Ashworth could conjure a corporeal Patronus. Amelia would know just as well as Davian knew that Ashworth's proficiency with the Patronus charm qualified him for niche assignments. In fact, upon reading Amelia's report about Ashworth's Patronus, Pruitt had begun planning one such assignment for Ashworth's future. It would make Amelia bitter, but the assignment would necessitate promoting Ashworth to high rank. He was contemplating these matters when his secretary entered to announce the arrival of Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy. As previously instructed, she had brought them with her, and they filed into his office behind her. The Blacks accepted the chairs. Davian proffered while Malfoy declined and took a position leaning against one of the walls, his arms folded. "Shall we cut to the chase?" Pruitt asked as his secretary left and shut the door. "Let's talk about Bellatrix's case before we slug it out over politics," Orion suggested. "Right," Pruitt said, pulling the case file out of a desk drawer and flipping it open. "We have learned that the Slytherin students involved with the incident have enrolled at Durmstrang." Carefully avoiding eye contact with Abraxas, Pruitt paused briefly at this note. He and everyone else in the room knew that one of those students was Lucius Malfoy. Hearing no reaction and sensing no awkwardness, Pruitt continued. "Our requests for cooperation from the pertinent authorities have been ignored. We have no leads on the Dark Lord. So, we are stalled on those avenues. Meanwhile, Bellatrix is hiding from everybody, including yourselves. My instructions from Acting Director Fox are to leave her alone unless we are able to make an arrest and need her to testify at a trial. I would appreciate it if the Ministry continued leaving her alone even after Fox is not involved," Orion said as Cygnus nodded. "I do not want to see her traumatized any more than necessary. She's the type of person that needs space to recover." "Of course," Pruitt said, hiding his annoyance with the lack of cooperation from both the victim and the victim's family. "What about protection for her at Hogwarts?" Cygnus asked. "Is it true you've assigned Aurors to the school?" "Yes. Are they good Aurors?" Malfoy asked, his face doing little to conceal his suspicion that Pruitt may have fobbed the assignment off on less than stellar Aurors. "Yes," Pruitt said, bluffing a little bit since he knew Amelia Bones was not exactly the Ministry's most talented Auror, at least as far as fighting went. "In fact, we've hired Professor Ashworth to moonlight as an Auror until he finishes out the school year. I understand he is quite proficient." "He is," Orion said, nodding with approval. "He coaches the dueling team, and I've attended their competitions. In just a couple of months, Ashworth took Hogwarts from having no team to having a world-class team. I can't say I am extensively acquainted with him, but from our occasional interactions, I would say he seems reliable." Barely remembering that it had been Fox's idea to hire Ashworth, Pruitt let out a smug smile before launching into a short spiel about security at Hogwarts. The conversation then strayed a little before Malfoy cut in and suggested they move their discussion to politics. "Right," Pruitt said, "let's talk about our biggest hiccup. I've spoken to Longbottom. The only way he and his allies will go along with us is if Cygnus is your candidate for minister. He will not vote for Orion." "What difference is there?" Abraxas said, rolling his eyes as Orion looked on with grim amusement. Cygnus was looking resigned. "It boils down to transparency," Pruitt explained, leaning back and trying to convey the impression that he did not necessarily buy into Longbottom's view. The theory is that whoever is minister is the one who must answer to the Wizengamot. They believe that in such a situation, Cygnus lacks the skill or nature to conceal corruption. What Pruitt knew but chose not to disclose was that there had also been dialogue from various stakeholders about how Cygnus Black would be easier to manipulate. Pruitt himself was on of several who hoped to manipulate Cygnus. The Longbottoms have always been straight arrows, Cygnus mused. If they could stick to their principles without being such wet blankets, maybe they would be more popular, Orion commented. His tone a mixture of acid and amusement. So, are you okay with Cygnus being your candidate? Pruitt inquired. That will be fine, Orion said, his eyes glinting dangerously. As it is, many of the votes we have secured are also dependent on Cygnus being our candidate. Of course, not all of them share the same motivation as Longbottom. Regardless, if it makes Longbottom feel better, you can tell him that he's the only reason Cygnus became minister instead of me. Pruitt did not dare ask what their allies were thinking for fear that it would steer the conversation to whether Cygnus could be manipulated. Instead, he moved to the next item. How far are you on securing votes? We have had conversations with all our connections. It looks like we have access to more votes than we had predicted. Orion replied. Now, besides Longbottom and his camp, where are you? I got the Bones vote by promising to promote their daughter and mentor her, Pruitt revealed. I would not have guessed that the Bones family would make that kind of deal, Abraxas commented, frowning suspiciously. Well, of course, I am simplifying the discussion I had with them, Pruitt pointed out. The Bones family expects to see me as director. They have a certain vision about the future of our world. The thing about their daughter is really more of an incidental consideration. Of course, Orion said. His smile twisted. Now, unless I've miscounted the Bones and Longbottom camp, I think you're a few votes shy of what we told you we needed you to produce if you want to be director. You just said you have extra votes, Pruitt pointed out. Well, there's some we don't want to buy unless we have no choice, Cygnus retorted. We should plan for defections, Orion added. Pruitt nodded his head in acquiescence. Fair point. All right, we can get Bagman in exchange for an appointment to the Department of Magical Games and Sports. You can auction off the entire department, as far as I am concerned. Orion said. Wait, you don't mean that, Abraxas said quickly. Orion smiled and waved his hand dismissively at Abraxas. Give Bagman what he wants. Who else? Bah. R.T.Y. Crouch will vote with us if we appoint him and his son to the DMLE's prosecutor office, Pruitt said. Barty wanted to be head OR, but there is no way I am going to put him in charge of the ORR office when he has never been an OR in the first place. 2 appointments for 1 vote. Orion said, arching an eyebrow. I ought to go punch him for even suggesting it, Abraxas growled. Sue, Eldent, you have just stonewalled him and said there is a 1-to-1 ratio. Look, he's a close friend, Davian said. He's reliable and a model ministry bureaucrat. If that ratio bothers you, then I can make up for it with the next one. Wheel table Crouch, Orion said. What do you propose to balance him and his son out? I can get you 2, maybe 3, votes for 1 appointment. I have a void. Desoliciting Muggleborn rights extremists, but there are a couple of moderates who would vote for a black administration if we were to create some sort of office in charge of ensuring that Muggles are not harmed by cursed objects or the like. Sounds like it could get out of control, Orion opined. Well, here's why I like the idea, Pruitt said, pressing the proposal. We can hire my son-in-law to staff the office. And I can keep him from going off the rails. Who is your son-in-law? Orion asked. Arthur Weasley. If you let the Weasleys get their foot in the door at the ministry, you can run the risk of them breeding and taking over, don't you? Abraxas asked, half-jokingly. Pruitt was about to respond, but Cygnus spoke up. They're good folk. I don't mind having a Weasley or 2 at the ministry. Very well, Orion said. We'll take those votes. Let us know when you have them secured. Depending on your level of classiness, I dare say you can start moving your effects into the director's office as soon as today. So, he actually made you try out? Lily asked, feeling a little disgusted as she exited Gryffindor Tower with Alice. The 2 witches were on their way to the Reed Hall for breakfast and then to classes. I thought that you and he were both the founding members of the squad. It was just a formality, Alice insisted. Frank and I both know we're top-notch. However, Frank and I wanted to keep things looking proper. We can't have a double standard in how we decide who qualifies for the squad. Right, Lily said, suddenly feeling an appreciation for the easy casualness with which James, Sirius, and Remus had approached her when forming their squad. Since she did not want to stir the pot, she had to quash the temptation to ask if Frank had also tried out and qualified for his own squad. What about you? Have you finalized your squad's roster? Alice asked. Nearly, Lily said. We're still hoping to recruit Bellatrix instead of relying on Peter. Frank didn't want anything to do with Bellatrix, Alice chuckled. I don't know if you will be able to recruit her, though. The holiday ended over a week ago, and she still has not appeared. If you don't want to be stuck with Peter, you had better start looking for someone else. Believe me, we've noticed her absence, Lily said, her voice conveying a certain amount of disappointment. It was not that she disliked Peter. It was just that she knew he would be a deadweight at the tournament in Salem. If they had Bellatrix on the team, they would have a shot at winning. Lily felt guilty for her thoughts, but Peter was not her friend. And he had volunteered to step aside for Bellatrix. Even James and Sirius, who regarded Peter as a dear friend, had been acting antsy as the days waxed on without Bellatrix returning to Hogwarts. As Lily and Alice approached the Great Hall, they passed a few students who had finished breakfast and were going the other way. They were nervously whispering among themselves. Something is going on, Lily told Alice. News from the Daily Prophet, Alice speculated. Hopefully not something that bad, Lily whispered, her mind flashing back to the picture of Bellatrix that had graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. As soon as Lily and Alice walked into the Great Hall, they quickly discerned the source of unease among the students they had passed. Bellatrix Black was sitting alone near the foot of the Slytherin table and eating breakfast. She was dressed in her Hogwarts uniform and looked ready for class. The only sign that she had just arrived was the pile of luggage stacked next to her. A profound sense of relief coursed through Lily's soul. She could not quite explain it, but knowing that Bellatrix had survived, or come up for air, after falling victim to the Dark Lord was reassuring. There was also the fact that Bellatrix was now available for the dueling competition. I'm going to go talk to her, Lily said. I'm not sure she is receiving visitors, but suit yourself. Alice said, already having made eye contact with Frank, who was gesturing for her to join him. The witches separated, and Lily walked over to Bellatrix. It's good to see you back, Lily said, trying not to overdo it. Bellatrix spared Lily a sour glance between bites of some greasy-looking sausage. Although it could be argued that Bellatrix had recovered from her physical injuries, she simply did not look well. If Lily had been asked to guess and had not seen with her own eyes that Bellatrix was scarfing down high-calorie foods, she would have diagnosed Bellatrix with malnutrition. Lily was trying to figure out what to say next when James, Remus, and Sirius joined Lily. Are you going to ask her? James whispered to Lily, who shot him a reproving glance. Ask me what? Bellatrix said, sounding grouchy. Well, I wasn't going to bring this up so quickly, Lily said, glaring at James, Sirius, and Remus before turning her focus back to Bellatrix, but, thing is that we have to pick our own teams for the Salem tournament, and we were really hoping that you would seriously consider maybe being willing to be on our squad. Bellatrix rolled her eyes at Lily's syntax. It looked like Bellatrix was going to tell them to get lost, but instead, her eyes flickered down toward one of her wrists. Staring at her wrist, Bellatrix grimaced. Fine, but only if I'm the captain. Okay, James and Lily both said simultaneously, causing Lily to blush and look away from James as he grinned triumphantly. Sirius groaned. I thought we had not decided on a captain. We want her on the team. And that was her condition, James replied. That's the price for what we all know we want. He turned to Bellatrix and smiled cheekily. Although, I would like to offer myself as a deputy captain. Your offer is accepted, Bellatrix said, her smile and voice deceptively sweet. Wait, what? Lily exclaimed. What about me? You also can be a deputy captain, Bellatrix reassured Lily. And that wizard over there, she said, pointing at Remus. Sirius rolled his eyes. I guess that makes me a deputy captain as well. No, Bellatrix said firmly and gesturing with her fork. You will be the deputy envelope licker for the secretary to the junior member of the committee in charge of Miss Black. Bellatrix looked toward who had called her name, and her eyes widened. Swiftly, she began shoveling eggs and sausage into her mouth. Lily glanced over to who had called Bellatrix's name and saw that it was Madame Pomfrey. The school nurse was stalking over to the Slytherin table and arrived just as Bellatrix reached for her mug of hot cocoa to wash down her food. However, the nurse grabbed Bellatrix by the collar of her school uniform, stopping her from reaching the hot cocoa. Lily was surprised by the nurse's aggressive behavior, but she could also see that the nurse was taking care not to hurt Bellatrix. Street Mungo's forwarded me your records, and to say that you need further medical attention would be a gross understatement, Madame Pomfrey declared. The food you're eating might be soothing you, but I am here to tell you it is not going to cure you. As Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus watched with amusement, Bellatrix vehemently insisted she was fine and could take care of herself as Madame Pomfrey tugged her away from the table. Ignoring Bellatrix's protests, the nurse declared that Bellatrix was going to the hospital wing where she would receive a proper breakfast and full treatment. For a brief moment, Bellatrix managed to break away. With her short moment of freedom, she grabbed a briefcase from her pile of luggage and made a second attempt to pick up her hot cocoa. However, once again, Pomfrey grabbed her by the collar. Without further ado, the nurse steered Bellatrix away. Well, there goes our fearless captain, Sirius said sourly as Madame Pomfrey and Bellatrix, still arguing with each other, exited the great hall and disappeared from sight. Upon hearing from one of the school staff that Bellatrix Black was causing a ruckus in the hospital wing, Professor Dumbledore had rushed there. Now, he was standing next to Bellatrix's bedside as he tried to balance his curiosity and need for timely information against her need for space and his hope for cultivating a long-term relationship of trust with her. So far, Bellatrix, who had been propped up in her bed, was not cooperating. In response to Dumbledore entering the hospital wing and greeting her, she had made only a non-committal noise, barely acknowledging his presence. She was now leaning back and staring glumly at the bowl of oatmeal Madame Pomfrey had served her on a tray. On a table next to her bed sat another tray loaded with an imposing battery of potion doses. How are you feeling? Dumbledore asked. I don't have enough energy for a conversation, Bellatrix said, her voice sounding artificially faint. I'm so weak. I need meat and chocolate. She brought the back of her hand up to her forehead and closed her eyes. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he resisted the competing urges to chuckle and reprimand her. Knowing full well that Madame Pomfrey was not going to give Bellatrix meat and chocolate, Dumbledore opted to ignore the argument and push forward. I assure you that I will be brief. You told me that the Dark Lord is named Lord Voldemort. Yes. Can you tell me anything else? What is there to say? Bellatrix asked, beginning to fiddle with her oatmeal spoon. Did he want you to join his cause? Something like that, Bellatrix muttered, suddenly choosing to eat a spoonful of oatmeal. And you said no. Bellatrix rolled her eyes and did not respond. Am I correct in assuming that Mr. Malfoy, the Lestrange brothers, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle were involved? Bellatrix nodded. Now, I would appreciate it if you did not tell anyone I am asking this, Dumbledore said, but can you comment on whether Lord Voldemort and Professor Ashworth are the same person? A smirk formed on Bellatrix's face, but her answer was dignified. Not even close. Why do you say that? Dumbledore inquired, hoping that she might inadvertently betray the fact that Ashworth was one of her rescuers. Ashworth couldn't be that slimy even if he tried, Bellatrix opined. Can you tell me who rescued you from the Dark Lord? Bellatrix smirked again and, in response, helped herself to another spoonful of oatmeal. Perhaps you can tell me more another time, Dumbledore said, sensing that he was approaching the limit of her cooperation. For now, I want you to be able to make a full recovery and get back into a normal schedule. Yes, about that, Bellatrix said. I am not going to be sleeping in the Slytherin dormitories or even anywhere else with other students. Malfoy and his lot cannot possibly be the only minions of the Dark Lord in this school. It is customary for students to sleep in the dormitories, Dumbledore said, his voice firm. Then I will be leaving school, Bellatrix said simply. What about the head girl bedroom? Dumbledore negotiated, seeing that she had leverage. Not in the Slytherin dungeon. It will have to be Hufflepuff. FF or Gryffindor since the current head girl is a Ravenclaw, Dumbledore said. I'll look them over and let you know, Bellatrix responded, looking faintly pleased at this development. Actually, I'll be bringing the Sorting Hat with me to our next visit, and it will decide where your home away from home will be, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes steely. Evening settled over the castle as Bellatrix finished her third bowl of oatmeal for the day and downed her potions. She was pleased when the door to the hospital wing opened to admit Harry. She was less pleased when another witch followed him in. "Hello, Miss Black," Harry said, his voice cheery as he moved toward Bellatrix's bedside. "I'm happy to see you've chosen to return. Doesn't an extra student add to your teaching burden?" Bellatrix quipped as she stared daggers at the witch accompanying Harry. "Well, you don't do much homework. So, I don't anticipate any extra workload," Harry replied. Apparently noticing Bellatrix's focus on his companion, Harry made the introduction. "Miss Black, this is Auror Bones. She is one of the Aurors that has been assigned to help be on guard at Hogwarts." "Pleasure," Bellatrix said, not really meaning it. "Has the Ministry decided that protection for Hogwarts is a requirement?" As she said the last word, she placed extra emphasis on it and made eye contact with Harry for a split second. "It is mainly precaution," Auror Bones said. "Hogwarts is safe. You probably won't notice much difference," Harry said. "I reckon you'll be on a normal schedule by tomorrow night." "Hopefully," Bellatrix said, assuming from Harry's emphasis on the last two words of his sentence that he was now planning to meet her in the room of requirement tomorrow night. She was beginning to wonder what kind of conversation they were supposed to have in front of Auror Bones when Professor Dumbledore entered the hospital wing holding the Sorting Hat. Seeing Harry and Auror Bones, Dumbledore greeted them fully and explained that the hat was going to decide where Bellatrix was to take refuge. Soon, Dumbledore was ready to put the hat on Bellatrix, and Harry and Amelia were watching expectantly. Dumbledore moved toward Bellatrix and began to lower the Sorting Hat onto her head. "Slytherin," the hat screamed. Already knowing that Bellatrix was a Slytherin, Dumbledore continued lowering the hat onto Bellatrix's head as the hat repeatedly screamed, "Slytherin," apparently desperate to avoid placement on Bellatrix's head. Harry and Amelia were both biting their lips to hold back laughs as Bellatrix fumed at the less than flattering implications of the hat's behavior. As soon as the Sorting Hat was firmly on Bellatrix's head, it stopped yelling, "Slytherin," and went silent. It stayed this way for several moments before finally speaking to Bellatrix. "You and your little heirloom have caused quite an interesting situation," the hat observed. "As long as it works for me," Bellatrix said. "There's the Slytherin talking," the hat said with gusto. "Except, it looks like you need temporary accommodation. Where would you like that to be? It looks like you can choose between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor." "I was thinking Hufflepuff," Bellatrix replied. "Yes, I saw that," the Sorting Hat acknowledged. "I was just having a hard time justifying sending you there when I can see that the motivation behind your choice is that Hufflepuffs are pushovers. I am now giving you a chance to scrounge around and give me a better reason for allowing you to terrorize the Hufflepuffs. Their common room is close to the kitchens, isn't it?" Bellatrix responded, working to think of good reasons to be assigned to the Hufflepuff dorms. "How is that relevant?" "Well, I need to look at recruiting house elves for a potential hotel venture," Bellatrix explained. The Sorting Hat laughed. "No house elf that works at Hogwarts is going to want to go work for you at that dank hotel. It is going to be a very nice hotel after I do some spellwork on it," Bellatrix shot back. "Oh, I'm sure," the Sorting Hat acknowledged. "After all, who would not want to spend their holiday at a resort within sight of Azkaban? You have to squint really hard to see it, even from the penthouse balcony," Bellatrix argued. "And Muggles can't see it and won't feel any worse for it if I put in permanent cheering charms." "I suppose you're right," the Sorting Hat said, backing down. "But Hogwarts is Hogwarts. The elves aren't leaving. If you want house elves, try making inquiries with the Selwyn and Travers families. Last I checked, when their children were sorted, they were on the rocks. Also, the Flint family has a surplus, if I remember correctly." "Helpful ideas," Bellatrix acknowledged without going so far as to thank the Sorting Hat. "Good. Because now you don't need to be near the kitchens, and I can make you a temporary Gryffindor. No, Bellatrix insisted. Forcing a Slytherin to spend her nights in that infernal tower is just too awful. Fortunately for you, you have access to the Chamber of Secrets. It can be your dorm away from the dorms, the Sorting Hat pointed out. Have fun in Gryffindor. Surely this is an historic day, Dumbledore declared as he removed the Sorting Hat from Bellatrix's head. What student can claim to have been both a Slytherin and a Gryffindor during their time at Hogwarts? It's probably in Hogwarts. A history, Harry said. Perhaps so, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, I have yet to meet anyone crazy enough to read that thing from cover to cover. After determining that Bellatrix would take refuge in Gryffindor Tower, Professor Dumbledore had secured her release from the hospital wing on condition that she faithfully drink her prescribed potions. From there, he had taken her to Gryffindor Tower and showed her to the head girl's suite. Once there, Bellatrix had no choice but to admit that her private dorm in Gryffindor Tower was far more cozy than anything the Slytherin dungeon could offer. However, she was not prepared to admit that Gryffindor was better than Slytherin. Consequently, the next morning, she took extra pains to ensure that her Slytherin colors were showing boldly on her school uniform before emerging from her bedroom into the Gryffindor common room with her briefcase in hand. As various Gryffindor students stared at her with undisguised horror and loathing, she smirked in their direction. Not wanting to linger, Bellatrix exited Gryffindor Tower through the portrait hole and began the trek to the Great Hall for breakfast. She was nearly there when Professor Slughorn waylaid her. "How are you this morning, Miss Black?" Slughorn said warmly, taking her free hand and shaking it. "Well enough," Bellatrix said, wondering why he was as suddenly showing interest in her and why he was still holding her hand. "Good. Let me know if I can be of assistance," Slughorn said, releasing her hand and continuing on his way. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, Bellatrix could sense that Slughorn was not the only person interested in her. Various students were eyeing her. Beginning to feel uncomfortable, Bellatrix realized that she had not yet determined whether she would eat at the Gryffindor or Slytherin tables. There were open spots scattered along both, but none where she could isolate herself. The decision was made for her when James and Lily jumped up from the Slytherin table and approached her, each eyeing each other suspiciously. "Why don't you come sit with us?" Lily said, her voice all sympathy. "We can talk strategy for the Salem competition," James offered. "We'll talk strategy," Bellatrix said, letting herself be led to where James and his friends had been sitting. As Bellatrix settled in next to James, Lily fetched her own breakfast and joined the group. She was about to ask what was going on when Sirius wordlessly passed the Daily Prophet to her. There, she found an article announcing that the Wizengamot had convened late the prior evening and formalized an arrangement where Minister Jenkins would resign and that Bellatrix's father, Cygnus Black, would become Minister for Magic. The official transition of P.O.R. would take place later in a formal ceremony. "That would explain Slughorn warming up to me," Bellatrix snickered while, internally, she was frowning at her family's failure to even inform her that this was a possibility. "It would, wouldn't it?" Sirius smirked, the humor of the situation overcoming his normal hostility toward his cousin. The ridiculousness of Professor Slughorn and the likelihood of him kissing up to the Minister for Magic's daughter had proven to be a fertile topic. In mocking him in his informal social club, James, Remus, Sirius, and Peter had found common ground with Bellatrix. Normally, Lily would have stepped up and defended Slughorn, but she was anxious to promote squad solidarity. There was also the fact that she knew that at least James based his opinion of Slughorn on principle. Slughorn had tried to recruit James Potter for Slug Club, but had been rebuffed. So, James's contempt for Slug Club did not come from him being angry at not making the cut. Lily held on to her annoyance until arriving in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and taking her customary desk on the front row. The front row placed her close to the professor and far away from James and his friends, who liked to camp in the back. In the week or so following the winter holiday, Lily had looked forward to and savored each defense class. Part of it was that she was eager, even desperate, to learn all she could about defense, now that a Dark Lord was on the loose. Another part of it was that she enjoyed Professor Ashworth's tutelage, which had been in short supply of late. Professor Ashworth soon arrived, And conversation among the students died down as he took his pace at the head of the classroom. "I'm going to give the class a couple of options for today," he announced. "We can go over the lesson I'm supposed to teach you today, or you can study today's chapters on your own, write an essay, and then I can spend today telling you all about Dark Lords." A few students murmured excitedly while others groaned at the thought of an essay. "So, by show of hands, who's in favor of doing an essay later and hearing about Dark Lords now?" Harry asked. Several hands shot up, most prominent among them being Lily. Hand still raised, she turned to see who else was raising their hands and saw that James and his friends were too busy doodling on something to have heard what Harry said. So, she cleared her throat loudly. Apparently attuned to Lily, James looked up. Catching his gaze, Lily gave him an intense look. James promptly raised his own hand and got his friends to do so as well. When Lily turned back toward Professor Ashworth, she saw an amused grin on his face. She was not sure, but she thought he might have noticed the little byplay between her and James. "It looks like we've got enough votes to do Dark Lords today and essay later. So, let's get cracking," Harry said. "As you've probably all guessed, Dark Lords specialize in dark magic. They are masters of it and generally powerful with magic in general. Do we all know what qualifies as dark magic? Does anyone want to tell me?" Lily's hand shot up and Harry nodded at her. "It is magic that primarily is used, or at least designed, to cause harm, exert control, or kill. The spells range from minor jinxes, to hexes, and finally up to curses. There are also dark potions and dark creatures." "Very good," Harry said. 5 points to Gryffindor. "So, combining that with what I have said so far, we can see that Dark Lords are masters of inflicting harm, exerting control, and killing. Of course, there are a number of differences between someone who just does dark magic and is good at it and someone who is fully a Dark Lord. Without going into too much detail, a Dark Lord is going to have waded deep into the dark arts as to have passed the point of no return. A Dark Lord will also have a following, or servants, if you will, and an agenda." Seeing that nearly everyone was paying attention, Harry continued. "Perhaps coincidentally, but probably not, the typical agenda of a Dark Lord involves gaining power. However, Dark Lords will gather and tell followers that they are in fact rallying against some sort of enemy or campaigning for the greater good. Now, who knows who or what the enemy is for a lot of Dark Lords?" Again, Lily raised her hand. However, Harry did not seem interested in hearing from her. He was looking toward the half of the classroom where the Slytherins were sitting. "Mr. Snape, tell me, when Dark Lords are involved, who are they usually persecuting?" Lily glanced toward Severus and was perplexed when she saw that he was looking angry. He mumbled something in response to Professor Ashworth's question. "You're going to have to speak more loudly, Mr. Snape," Harry said, his voice crisp. "Muggles," Snape said, glowering at Harry. "Correct," Harry said. "Take 2 points for Slytherin. And then for another 2 points, tell me, Mr. Snape, what Dark Lords want to do with Muggles." "You would have to ask the Dark Lord in question," Snape said, sneering at Harry as Lily wondered at his recalcitrance. Harry pivoted and directed his attention to the back row. "Mr. Potter, this is your chance to steal the points. What do Dark Lords want to do with Muggles?" James, who, with Sirius, had not been paying attention, looked blankly at Harry until Remus whispered the question in his ear. He then quickly responded, "Usually kill, torture, or enslave. Which is very bad." "That's about right," Harry confirmed. He then went back to Snape. "And for one last point, Mr. Snape, tell me where Muggleborns fall in this. What does your average Dark Lord think of Muggleborns?" Snape sputtered and gave a long-winded answer about how it depends on the Dark Lord and some thing about pure talent while Lily frowned and Harry smiled with what looked like some sort of grim triumph. That evening, Bellatrix attended the dueling club meeting. She was pleased to find that Dr. Ills would not begin in earnest until the week following. She joined Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter in meeting with Professor Greengrass to register their squad. Bellatrix would be captain, and Peter would be an alternate. Afterward, they held a brief planning meeting. Lily volunteered to compile notes about other teams from the past 2 competitions while James and Sirius volunteered to work on making something of a playbook. Bellatrix made vague promises to teach them some of her spell combinations and coordinate for how they could be incorporated into the playbook. Later, with her briefcase in hand, Bellatrix eagerly made her way to the 7th floor for her covert meeting with Harry. She was pacing back and forth in front of the wall and waiting for the room of requirement to prepare when Aura Bones rounded a corner and approached her. Bellatrix froze in her tracks and hoped that the entrance to the secret room did not suddenly decide to appear where the Aura could see. "Hello, Miss Black. There's not usually many students up here in the evening," Amelia observed. She was not being hostile, but it seemed Bellatrix had piqued her curiosity. "I just like to explore the castle in my free time," Bellatrix explained. "I can see that," Amelia said, nodding. "I miss Hogwarts. I've enjoyed roaming the halls and reminiscing since arriving last week." "Of course," Bellatrix nodded, feigning interest while wishing that Amelia would drop dead or go away. "It's your father that is about to take over as minister, isn't it?" Amelia said. "Not your uncle, right? That's what the Daily Prophet says," Bellatrix said, deliberately implying she was out of the loop. Being caught off guard by that development had stung a little. However, plausible deniability had its charms. Melia was about to push the conversation forward, but Harry came around the corner and raised his eyebrows at the sight of Amelia and Bellatrix conversing. He approached them and joined the conversation. "I see you're feeling better already, Miss Black," Harry said. "There was nothing wrong with me," Bellatrix insisted, conveniently ignoring that she had been prescribed potions and that said potions had so far improved her health. Madame Pomfrey was merely ensuring there was nothing wrong. "Right," Harry said, smirking at Bellatrix when Amelia was not looking at him. "Miss Black was just telling me that she was exploring the castle," Amelia said. "It is a very intriguing castle," Harry admitted. "I've enjoyed myself, but I'm on my way back to my bed chamber for tonight," Bellatrix said, hoping that Harry would pick up on the words she had emphasized and take the hint. Harry winked at Bellatrix and then drew Amelia's attention to himself. "Amelia, now that I've stumbled on you, I I had a question I was hoping you could answer from the protocol manual. It should only take a minute. I realize that both you and I have things to do tonight." "Of course," Amelia said. She nodded politely to Bellatrix as she and Harry turned and went back down the hall toward Harry's office. As soon as they disappeared, Bellatrix resumed her pacing. However, this time, she was focused on different needs. When the room of requirement appeared, Bellatrix entered it to find a posh sitting room furnished with mismatched furniture and a portable chalkboard. A battered-looking carpetbag sat next to a coffee table. Bellatrix set about shrinking each piece of furniture and the large rug on which it had all been sitting. When finished, she swished her wand and directed all the miniaturized items into the carpetbag. As Harry navigated to the Chamber of Secrets through the pipe from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and then through the antechambers littered with rodent bones, he wrinkled his nose. Ian wondered why Bellatrix could not have picked a better alternate rendezvous location. However, when he entered the chamber proper, he was surprised and relieved to see that it was now looking more cozy. Apparently, Bellatrix had been remodeling. She was still in the process of arranging various items of furniture around the base of Slytherin's statue. A chalkboard sat up on the platform near the statue's feet, approximately where Bellatrix had knelt when swearing allegiance to Harry. "This is a different dueling setup than usual," Harry said, as he eyed with amusement the stark contrast between sitting room furniture and the Chamber of Secrets. "Instead of us doing a practice duel tonight, I am going to do a presentation," Bellatrix declared as she nudged one of the chairs so that it properly aligned with how the others were organized. "For me?" Harry asked, feeling perplexed and wondering what it would be about. Bellatrix rolled her eyes as Harry realized that it was a dumb question. "All right," Harry said, sitting down in one of the chairs and leaning back as he realized it was actually quite comfortable. "Maybe before you start your presentation we can talk about your father becoming Minister of Magic." "Yes," Bellatrix said waspishly as she experimented with transfiguring a coffee table into something more like a podium or classroom table. "I don't recall you warning me about that. Perhaps we could have worked on ingratiating you with him in advance." Now, Anything either of us do will make us look like bootlickers. I don't think your father being minister happened in my timeline, Harry insisted as he watched Bellatrix continue fiddling around with the table. Though, if I am being honest, I don't know for sure. It's just that I think I would have known or heard if your father was minister. Bellatrix frowned but seemed to accept Harry's explanation as she finally settled on a table that could fit next to her chalkboard. We can still work on ingratiating you with him. I can tell him that you rescued me. Actually, let's try to hold that back for now, Harry said. I want to formally complete Auror training and earn some respect with the other Aurors. Before I try using our connection with your father to catapult me upwards. How long do you think that is going to take? We can see what they have me do over the summer and evaluate from there, Harry said. If it is too slow, maybe we can find a way for me to make a big bust or otherwise gain some notoriety. Bringing in a Death Eater or two ought to do it. I don't know if I would waste time bringing them in, Bellatrix said judiciously as she put her briefcase on the table and began sorting through the papers inside. Maybe just a hand or head would do. I think the traditional way would be easier on me, Harry said. Wincing. So, what's in the briefcase? I saw you clinging to it when Madame Pomfrey dragged you out of the Great Hall. Please tell me that we're not talking about a marriage contract again. You will be relieved to know that today's subject is the hotel proposal, Bellatrix retorted. Although, in exploring this proposal, we should keep in mind that there are a lot of options. Oh, dear, Harry sighed, not having realized she would act so quickly on his half-hearted promise to consider a hotel proposal. Tell me, would I be correct that some of the options you contemplate also account for consummation of a marriage? Don't be gross, Bellatrix said half-heartedly as she subconsciously brought her fingers up to her lips and got a faraway look in her eyes. Exactly, Harry said. That's the point. Marriage isn't a business transaction. It's about romance. So let's drop the marriage contract discussions. We're talking about a hotel, Bellatrix snapped as she abruptly ended her reverie. And let me point out that I did not bring up the topic. You were thinking about it, Harry insisted as Bellatrix retrieved a rolled-up poster from her briefcase. Given the length of the rolled-up poster, Harry assumed the briefcase had a magically enlarged interior. He watched as Bellatrix unrolled the paper to reveal a large rendering of the hotel in question. This is the North Hotel, Bellatrix explained as she pinned the poster to the chalkboard. It's in Scarborough. She paused and looked at Harry expectantly. Never been there, Harry admitted. Oh, good, Bellatrix said, sounding a little too pleased with that information. Anyway, it is and has been a Muggle venture. However, because of age and other unfortunate circumstances, the Muggles can not afford to maintain it and make it profitable. But of course, you have magic, Harry concluded, already seeing where this was going. Yes, and hopefully some house elves, Bellatrix added. Harry winced at the mention of house elves. His friend, Hermione, would be appalled. However, everything Harry had observed indicated that Dobby and his desire for wages was an exception instead of the rule. It seemed that the house elves would respond only to incremental changes, and only if such changes served their needs. What's the hiccup? Bellatrix asked, pausing her presentation. If you do use house elves, you are going to need to ensure you take good care of them and pay them if they want it, Harry said. Bellatrix looked at Harry like he was a lunatic. Have you ever met a house elf? Just promise me that you'll treat them well and pay them if they want it. I don't have time to abuse house elves, Bellatrix grumbled. I have no problem promising to pay them if they want it because they are not going to want it. I'll take that gamble any day of the week. All right, keep going, then, Harry instructed, leaning back into his chair. The hotel has been on the market for a long time. This has driven down its price. Prospective buyers do their diligence and see that there is just no way they can buy the hotel and turn a profit. Extensive upgrades and repairs are necessary to cop. With the hotel rotting from the inside, magic can fill the gap in two ways. First, the house elves will reduce overhead significantly, since they use magic and tend to work more hours of the day than humans. One house elf could replace as many as a dozen Muggle servants. I believe the word you're looking for is employees, Harry said dryly. Whatever. Second, I can go through, room by room, and cast all sorts of cleaning, repair, and renewal charms. Everything will look and feel new and look vintage, too. Harry arched an eyebrow and looked at the poster with the hotel's rendering on it. That would be a lot of magic, he observed. How many rooms per day do you think you can turn around without getting completely exhausted? I'm not sure, Bellatrix admitted. But it can be an ongoing endeavor. At the moment, they are not seeing much traffic. We can also run it at a loss for a couple of months before announcing new ownership and refurbished rooms. There's that, Harry observed. Yes, well, let's get down to that, shall we? Bellatrix said in a clipped tone. I've got a good chunk of money. Gringotts is willing to do a loan, and Gringotts has indicated they are willing to let you quietly shift Black family investments so that the funds Uncle Orion thinks he's invested in are actually supporting the hotel. Let's also remember that you have some cash from Basilisk yourself. We can discuss that, Harry said. The question is what is in it for me both as to benefits and responsibilities. I'm in charge, so, no responsibility to you. And why is it worth my while? When I am focused on my anti-Dark Lord ambitions. Base of operations. That's intriguing, Harry said, realizing that it would make sense for him to have a base of operations. It could be like Gree. MMAULD place had been for the Order of the Phoenix. With it being a large Muggle establishment with a lot of traffic, it could hide in the open. How much space is there for a base of operations? More than you need, Bellatrix said, beginning to gesture at the poster. As you can see, there are extensive basements we can reserve. Also, I intend to keep the penthouse level for our exclusive use. Even if we remodel and furnish that in the most lavish way possible, there will be space left over, even if we need to use magic to enlarge the space. Our exclusive use is in you and I being flatmates, Harry said resignedly. Remembering from their discussion in Egypt that Bellatrix intended for him to live wherever she was living after she left Hogwarts. Basically, Bellatrix nodded, looking more pleased than Harry had intended for her to be by his comment. It will be very large, though. We can customize the space. We won't be in each other's way. Indeed, Harry said as he turned over the idea of a base of operations in his head. On Friday, acting on orders from the Auror office, Harry and Amelia rounded up Bellatrix, Narcissa, Andromeda, Sirius, and Regulus to take them to the Minis. Try for the ceremony in which Cygnus Black would officially become Minister of Magic. The Auror office indicated that Alistair Moody, one of the Aurors substituting for Harry and Amelia at Hogwarts, volunteered to cover Harry's classes and that Harry need not worry about leaving behind lesson plans. When Harry, Amelia, and the Blacks arrived in the Ministry atrium, they found a bustling crowd jockeying for good seats near the official podium that had been placed in front of the elevators. The Black children, including Bellatrix, were saved from searching for seats when Ministry staffers materialized from the crowd and whisked them toward seats near the front that had been reserved for the Black family. Amelia soon departed from Harry's side, telling him that she had a family member who was a member of the Wizengamot and that he had saved her a seat. This left Harry to fend for himself. He soon found himself looking for seats in the section of the atrium where the fountain would partially block his view of the podium. In that section, Harry stumbled upon some familiar faces. He found himself unable to prevent himself from going over to greet them. "Hello, there," Harry said as he walked up to a young married couple who were wrestling two young boys. "I'm Harry Ashworth. I don't think I've made your acquaintance." Arthur Weasley, the husband declared, taking Harry's hand and giving it a firm shake. "Do you work at the Ministry?" "I'm a new part-time Auror," Harry said. "I'll be more official come summer." "Exciting work," Arthur said. He nodded to his wife and boys. Is Molly and our sons Bill and Charlie. You can see that she's expecting a third. I'm new, too. My father-in-law just got me a job here." "That was nice of him," Harry observed. "It was literally the least he could do," Molly grumbled, joining the conversation after having gotten her two sons to settle down peacefully. "My brothers are going to be head Auror and head Hitwizard, yet all my father can do is get Arthur a random desk job." Now, Molly," Arthur said, jumping in, "I am excited about the job. Your father knows I am intrigued by Muggles and their ways of getting around without magic." "Sounds like your brother is going to be my boss," Harry said to Molly. "My father, too," Molly said. My maiden name is Pruitt, by the way, if you had not already guessed. Harry had been aware because of his prior acquaintance with the Weasleys in the alternate timeline, but he feigned surprise. Oh, right, Harry said, pretending to make the connection. I had heard that Davian Crew TT is going to be the director of magical law enforcement. That's my father, Molly said crisply. All I will say is that you had best stay on his good side. Fair advice, Harry said, smiling and taking his seat next to the Weasleys as the ceremony began. The ceremony was tedious, and Harry fell asleep a couple of times. He woke up from one of his naps just in time to hear a Wizengamot reprise. NTATIVE proclaimed that Cygnus Black was now the Minister of Magic. A respectable amount of applause followed, and Cygnus took his place at the podium. My fellow witches and wizards, Cygnus began. I am honored by the Wizengamots' choice to appoint me Minister for Magic. I hope to bring changes to the ministry that will strengthen it and prepare it to face challenges that we may soon face. I am prepared to take decisive action to ensure law and order. I want witches and wizards in our nation to feel safe. We will be investing in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have already arranged for strong wizards to oversee that department. New Aurors have already been hired. Cygnus paused and applause followed. Harry applauded politely, hoping that Cygnus would prove to be better than Jew Saint about every minister of magic he had ever encountered. Harry tried his best to focus, but the remainder of Cygnus' speech was largely a word salad. When it ended, portions of the crowds dispersed while other portions remained and mingled. Harry said his farewells to the Weasleys before joining the crowd to mingle. Eventually, his mingling brought him to Amelia Bones just as Bellatrix, with her siblings and cousins in tow, found them. Apparently there's an official luncheon, and we're all invited, Bellatrix said. Actually, Amelia said, quickly interjecting, I was told to let Professor Ashworth know that he is to report to the DMLE offices for some training and orientation he has not been able to complete while at Hogwarts. After his training and our lunch, we will escort you back to Hogwarts. Bellatrix looked distinctly annoyed, but Harry shrugged and smiled as Amelia briefed him on the details and gave him directions to the DMLE offices. Without further ado, Harry made his way to the DMLE while Amelia and the Blacks went to lunch. The organizers of the luncheon had assigned the Black families and the Black children's Auror escort to the same table. Keeping the family together had been a thoughtful gesture. However, the organizers would have done better to realize that the Blacks were not always cohesive, or at least they were not going to delve into private family matters in front of strangers. Throughout the event, Walburga and Druella maintained storm-cloud auras as various well-wishers stopped by the table to congratulate Cygnus. Some also chatted with Orion. Huff most skipped him after seeing that he was brooding and staring around the room with his calculating gaze. Sirius and Regulus were bored and excused themselves from the table to go pay a visit to the buffet table. Andromeda and then later Narcissa soon followed. Eventually, Walburga and Druella left to go chat with their acquaintances. This left Amelia, Bellatrix, Cygnus, and Orion sitting at the table. Amelia, who had been braving the intense atmosphere and biding her time, looked like she wanted to strike up a conversation with Cygnus. However, Orion had set his gaze on her, and she wilted as she realized he did not want her there. As Amelia excused herself on some pretext, Bellatrix helped herself to an extra dinner roll. Instead of spreading butter on the bread, she opted for a combination of leftover cheesecake and salad dressing. I thought we told Director Pruitt to have Professor Ashworth escort you to the ceremony, Orion said curtly. He did, Bellatrix said as she took a bite of her roll. He was somewhere in the crowd during the ceremony. Then why was the Bones girl sitting at our table? She told Professor Ashworth that his orders were to do employee orientation during lunch, Bellatrix said, taking another bite of her roll and chewing as she considered whether her concoction was worthy of repetition. Orion stiffened slightly as he whipped his head round to where Amelia was now chatting with Director Pruitt. So that's how the wind blows, he muttered quietly. Not knowing much about her uncle's politics, Bellatrix could only shrug as she concluded. Her cheesecake and salad dressing sandwich was not working. She smashed the remaining portion before dumping the mess onto her Aunt Walburga's plate. Her father, Cygnus, who had been frowning at Orion, Abruptly smiled at Bellatrix with a teasing glint in his eyes. Perhaps I should warn you that your uncle has been contemplating a match between you and Professor Ashworth. Shocked, Bellatrix could only blink at her father. She was surprised to learn not only that her uncle would condescend to meddle in that sort of thing but that he had somehow settled on the exact person for which she herself harbored intentions. What had he seen in Ashworth that made him think of the match? Just then, Abraxas Malfoy sidled up to the table. He had spent most of the luncheon mingling with friends and political allies. "What am I missing?" he asked. "We were just seeing how my daughter feels about Professor Ashworth as a marriage prospect," Cygnus said matter-of-factly. Abraxas shook his head sadly. "You were supposed to be more subtle. Now the betting odds are ruined." "Fair is fair," Cygnus said, beginning to focus on his food. He had so far been unable to make much progress because of all people that had stopped by to rub shoulders with the new Minister for Magic. Bellatrix could not decipher whether Orion was embarrassed that Cygnus had outed him on his matchmaking intentions or if he had even heard what her father and Abraxas had said. He was still staring with narrowed eyes toward where Director Pruitt was mingling with other attendees. "If you say so," Abraxas said, helping himself to Walburga's chair and staring with disgust at the half-eaten cheesecake, salad dressing, and bread concoction Bellatrix had deposited on the plate. "Tell me, then, Miss Black, how do you feel about Professor Ashworth as your future husband?" Involving these wizards in her marital ambitions and schemes had not been part of Bellatrix's plan. In particular, Bellatrix hesitated to involve Roxas Malfoy where she had only just fully recovered from injuries his son had helped inflict on her. However, as she looked at his mischievous grin and lively eyes, she knew he was not the same person his son was. Even if they had similar appearances, Bellatrix concluded their help with her marriage ambitions might be too good of an opportunity to pass up. So, she answered boldly, "I'm in favor." "Oh, really?" Abraxas said, grinning, his eyes dancing with amusement, as Orion suddenly swiveled to direct his attention to the conversation between Bellatrix and Abraxas. "Why, he's powerful and unattached," Bellatrix said simply. Cygnus grimaced. "He's old, mid-30s, isn't he?" Bellatrix was not sure how to respond. She knew Harry was, at most, 2 or 3 years older than her, even if his false identity placed him in his 30s. If Bellatrix tried to say she found Harry handsome anyway, they might think her silly. If she tried to claim the age difference did not matter, they would not believe her. Luckily, her uncle saved her from responding by interjecting. "I would almost prefer that he was older," Orion said. "She can marry him, have some children, and revive the Ashworth family in Britain. When he passes on, she will be the matriarch of her own pureblood family. With some extra effort and a leg up from us, the Ashworths could be as prestigious and nearly as rich as our family." Bellatrix hid a grimace. She was not enthusiastic about the idea of children. Mainly, she saw Harry and his knowledge of the future as her ticket to wealth, power, and a comfortable life. It was also becoming clear that Lord Voldemort was going to be a serious problem and that Harry was the solution. "So, he's nearly 20 years older than her, and you're telling her you wished he was older?" Cygnus said, his tone beginning to sound heated. "I'm just trying to show that the age difference is not necessarily a bad thing," Orion said smoothly. "From your perspective it could be a lot worse." Cygnus looked like he was going to retort, but Bellatrix cut in before he could. "An age difference seems to have worked fine for Uncle Orion and Mr. Malfoy." "Has it though?" Cygnus muttered, his eyes flicking over to where Aunt Walburga was laughing with some friends. An almost imperceptible shift in his eyes betrayed that he had shifted his gaze to look at his wife, Druella, too. "I think Ashworth is a good chap," Malfoy insisted. "I don't think he will give Bellatrix any reasons to regret a marriage." Bellatrix frowned as she realized that Malfoy might be implying that Bellatrix would or could be the one causing Harry to regret a marriage. "Let's just drill down to the essentials," Orion said crisply. "We've got a potentially advantageous match. Bellatrix is willing to cooperate. What are we going to do?" "Are you serious?" Cygnus snapped. "He's a professor. She's a student. She will be a student for another year and a half. Actually, I'm going to leave Hogwarts after this school year," Bellatrix added helpfully as Abraxas snickered at her. "You're what?" Cygnus demanded as Bellatrix shrugged defiantly. You can talk about that later, Orion said. As for this teacher-student situation, we will steer around that and avoid impropriety. I see this as a multi-year project, anyway. What a relief, Cygnus mumbled, going back to his lunch. Of course, he'll be even older before your scheming comes to fruition. Also, Ashworth is an Auror now, Bellatrix reminded them. I think he will quit Hogwarts by summer. The teacher-student problem will go away soon. Perhaps we should pull some strings on his behalf, Orion mused. Bellatrix felt a tightening on her wrist from her bracelet, and she realized she was skating on the edge of breaking her vow of allegiance to Harry. He had told her he wanted to make progress on his own before taking advantage of her family connections. Quickly, she piped up. I would be cautious about pulling strings. It might hurt his ability to earn respect if his coming into your favor does not look organic. Good point, Abraxas said. Orion did not reply, but he had shifted his gaze back toward where Pruitt was chatting with allies. When he did speak, he spoke in a low voice. If Ashworth got into Pruitt's good graces, perhaps he could be a useful informant for us. Or at least, he could inform you and you would inform us. So, you hope Ashworth can spy on your underlings? Bellatrix asked, arching an eyebrow. It's complicated, Orion muttered as he turned back to the table. And I'm getting ahead of ourselves. He question is what can we do now to promote your marriage prospects? What do you suggest? Bellatrix inquired. Don't flirt with him outright while at Hogwarts, Orion instructed. At most, stick to being something like a teacher's pet. Maybe you can volunteer to help with the dueling club like that Muggleborn redhead has done. But don't do anything that will make him see you as immature. The key is that he sees you as being at a higher level than your fellow students. When he sees you after you leave Hogwarts, we want him to see more than a former student. Of course, Bellatrix said, beginning to realize that maybe her father, uncle, and Mr. Malfoy were not going to be all that helpful. She and Harry were well past the mere teacher-student relationship. However, she did not have a go-OD way to explain that without revealing her and Harry's secrets. After Hogwarts, we can start arranging for you to, coincidentally, run across him. We can invite him to parties or dinners. Maybe we can get you an internship in the Auror office. From there, we, or rather you, may have to try a few different approaches to see what attracts his interest. Once we've figured that out, we can double down and try hooking him. I see, Bellatrix said, realizing that this might be where her uncle could be useful. She was already at this future stage and was basically Harry's coworker. Despite Bellatrix's best efforts so far, Harry was showing no interest in marrying her. Why don't you tell me about some of those approaches? You won't need them for a while, Orion said vaguely as he resumed his study of Pruitt's interactions. Just work on conveying the impression that you are mature for your age. When the dueling team goes to Salem, you need to come off as being one of the adults in the room. Do what the Muggleborn witch does. Just be more mature about it. And be subtle. If I am able to travel to Salem with the team, I will help you. Well, if I were to want to practice the other strategies in advance. What should I be doing? Bellatrix pushed. You can take advantage of your good looks, Abraxas offered, trying to be helpful. Ashworth does not seem shallow enough to fall solely for good looks, Orion said quietly, apparently having been listening despite directing his gaze elsewhere. It can't hurt. Then, maybe small favors, Abraxas pushed on. You could make him some biscuits sometime. Cygnus choked on the water he had been sipping and started laughing. As Cygnus continued to laugh at the thought of Bellatrix baking biscuits, Bellatrix glared at him briefly before looking back at Malfoy. How about we pretend that, down the road, Ashworth is an Auror and I am an intern in the DMLE. We see each other most days and have worked on projects together and in teams. So far, he is not interested. How do I spark his interest? Turn up the heat, Abraxas advised solemnly. Orion whipped his head around and arched an eyebrow at Abraxas before making eye contact with Bellatrix. What Abraxas means is that after you have left Hogwarts, you will reintroduce yourself to him. If he doesn't bite on his own, then invite him to go out for lunch. From there, you will gradually worm your way into his personal life. Your goal is to be his go-to partner for leisure activities. Yes, after Hogwarts, Abraxas said, shaking a mock warning finger at Bellatrix. For now, it will have to be the biscuits. I'm going to skip the biscuits and focus on being mature, Bellatrix said, actually meaning it. She knew that Harry was at least a couple of years older. He was also a veteran of a war that had aged him emotionally. Bellatrix was now hypothesizing that he might appreciate more maturity from her. She would also be pursuing the leisure time theory. You're going to keep giving him biscuits just because you can't cook? Abraxas asked, shaking his head sadly. You know what? Forget the biscuits. He grinned evilly. I'll handle that part for you. Really? You're going to bake biscuits for Professor Ashworth? Bellatrix asked. Of course not. Abraxas chuckled as he stood up, patted Orion on the back, winked at Bellatrix, and walked away. Valentine's Day. A.N. Thank you for your reviews. Sorry for the delay. August was a beast. Suffice it to say, when it rains, it pours. Delenda est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 14. Valentine's Day. By following a Gr. Ewing schedule and drawing on what he had learned during the war in his timeline, Harry was able to complete the bulk of his basic Auror training by the end of January. Amelia Bones had then proctored Harry's certification tests, which Harry had passed handily. With all that done, Harry needed only to shadow other Aurors before becoming qualified to work as an independent Auror. However, his progress did not mean his learning was done. After passing his tests, Harry had received an owl from newly appointed head Auror Gideon Pruitt. In it, Gideon had offered brief congratulations before Curdle, while advising Harry to devote any downtime to supplemental training. Gideon had enclosed a list of optional certifications available to Aurors through the Ministry. Harry had begun the extra training, except he was now proceeding at a more relaxed pace. Harry was quick to acknowledge that extra certifications would open more doors to him at the Ministry, but he was trying to balance extra training with his duties as a professor and his battle against Voldemort. Harry's enthusiasm for the extra training varied by topic. For example, he found security spells, incarceration protocol, and prisoner transport to be fascinating. On the other hand, command structure and internal budgeting were so dry that Harry would frequently fall asleep mid-paragraph. One evening early in February, Harry had finished his lesson planning. He was tempted to tackle another training, but changed his mind when he saw that his next lesson was about internal ministry audits. So, he made his way to the Great Hall. Members of the dueling club were practicing for the Salem tournament. He found Pythia supervising the dueling practice from a bench on the side of the room. The Auror emerges from his cocoon, Pythia said, giving Harry a brief smile before turning her watchful eyes back to the students. Harry chuckled. How's the club going? Good, Pythia replied. We have the squad rosters ironed out. Going forward, the hard part will be picking who will compete in Salem. They are all working hard. Any frontrunners? Pythia shrugged noncommittally, but then nodded over to where Frank Longbottom was putting his team through some drills. Longbottom is well regimented. His squad's inherent weakness, though, is his self-importance. He did tryouts where he should have done recruiting. However, Longbottom's squad has discipline, and that alone may carry them. Harry nodded as he reflected on the differences between Frank Longbottom and his future son, Neville, and wondered what Neville would have been like if his parents had raised him instead of his grandmother. Pythia then gestured over to the far corner of the Great Hall. Our most talented students are over there with Miss Black as their squad captain. They appear to be doing well. My only qualm is that she has not had them engage in practice matches with other squads. Curious, Harry mused as he suddenly realized that Bellatrix might still be recovering from her ordeal at Voldemort's hands. Over the past weeks, each time he had gone to meet her in the Chamber of Secrets for a dueling practice, they had ended up discussing and negotiating her hotel plans. Pondering this possibility, Harry gave Pythia a quick grin before beginning his rounds. Should we practice against one of the other squads? James asked. Why? Bellatrix asked dismissively. She was sitting on the floor in the corner of the Great Hall as she thumbed through the latest edition of the squad's playbook. Occasionally, she would scribble and edit or critique in the margin. Well, all these other squads are doing matchups against each other, James pointed out as Sirius and Remus nodded in agreement. They looked pointedly over to where a couple of squads were squaring up for a practice. Lily and Peter were watching the discussion quietly. Neither wanted to draw Bellatrix's ire. Privately, Lily was beginning to suspect that Bellatrix was deliberately avoiding fights. However, she had no way to confirm that suspicion. "Yeah, we've got to practice with them to keep our skills sharp," Sirius pointed out. "We're a lot better than them," Bellatrix said, a hint of derision in her voice. "Why bother? Maybe we could do a practice with another squad and use Peter in your place while you work on our strategy," Remus proposed. "You'll learn the wrong reflexes," Bellatrix sighed. "I would rather you do the one-on-one drills I assigned." James and Sirius were beginning to look mutinous just as Professor Ashworth walked up and inquired about their progress. Lily was quick to jump up and report on everything except the ongoing disagreement. James and Sirius looked like they wanted to chip in, but they deferred to Lily. When Harry told them they were doing well and was beginning to walk away, Lily asked him if she could speak in private for a moment. "Of course," Harry said, smiling at Lily. He gestured for her to follow him to a spot along the wall of the great hall where nobody would hear. When they were out of everyone's earshot, he asked Lily what she wanted to talk about. "I don't mean to meddle," Lily said quietly. "It is just that I wonder if you and Professor Greengrass have noticed that Bellatrix seems a little hesitant to duel. I am wondering if maybe she is still traumatized from over the holiday." She glanced over to Bellatrix in the corner of the great hall and inadvertently made eye contact. Quickly, Lily diverted her gaze back to Harry. "That could be," Harry said, nodding thoughtfully. "I'll mention it to those who can help. Thank you for being mindful of your classmate." "Of course," Lily said, smiling brightly at Harry. As Harry left to continue on his rounds, Lily, with some trepidation, made her way back toward the squad. Bellatrix stood and came to meet Lily halfway. "What did you say to him?" Bellatrix hissed, her violet eye boring into Lily's green eyes. Lily winced. She was trying to think of a fib. Decided honesty was the better policy. "I told him that I am worried about you. It's been a rough couple of months, hasn't it?" Bellatrix scowled. "That's none of your business." Lily shrugged. "That's why I told a professor. Now I can rest easy." Bellatrix whirled on her heels and stalked back to the rest of the squad with Lily following meekly. Bellatrix resumed her position in the corner with the playbook, apparently intending to review it for the rest of that evening's practice. "If you really want to have a fight against one of these teams, you can set one or two up for the next practice," she told James. Her voice overly casual. "Do you want any team in particular?" James asked, sharing a grin with Sirius and Remus. "It doesn't matter," Bellatrix mumbled. That night, Harry had gone down to the Chamber of Secrets for a dueling practice he had assumed would become a planning session for Bellatrix's hotel. However, he had been surprised when, on his arrival, Bellatrix had insisted that they were going to do a practice duel. Her tone had been adamant, with a small hint of what Harry thought might be fright. Mentally, Harry had debated whether he should decline to duel until there had been more time for Bellatrix to emotionally heal from her trauma. However, he had concluded it would be best to cooperate with her stated preferences. Without much discussion, he had agreed to the duel, and it had begun. Now, Harry was in one of the dark reaches of the chamber, leaning against a stone pillar as he tried to quiet his breathing. So far, he thought he had been stealthy. But his every movement, no matter how quiet, had drawn a volley of attack spells from Bellatrix. "I wonder," Harry mused quietly as he cast a non-verbal ward detection spell. His eyebrows raised as the spell revealed to him dozens of wards interspersed between the pillars of the chamber. Anytime Harry passed between two pillars, he would be triggering a ward. Harry shook his head, feeling both amused and annoyed. It seemed Bellatrix had prepared the chamber ahead of time and given herself a home court advantage. Harry felt around in his pockets and found a few candies that he could spare. They were not much with which to work. He placed the candies on the ground and then removed his outer robe to add to the pile. From there, he cast several transfiguration spells on the items, until he had a dummy that might pass for him as long as he kept it away from any bright lighting. With a swish and flick, Harry sent his dummy blundering through one of the wards. As expected, Bellatrix hurled a barrage of spells its way. Harry danced it back and forth in the air, dodging many of Bellatrix's spells. Other spells hit, but Harry's levitation charm was able to hold all the pieces together so that T looked like the dummy was absorbing the spell damage without harm. Mischievously, Harry moved the dummy to another sector of the chamber, again passing through Bellatrix's wards. The expected barrage of spells came, and again. Harry moved the dummy. He could tell from the pace of the spells that Bellatrix was becoming frustrated. So, instead of moving the dummy, he moved the dummy close to his location and kept it dancing back and forth in the same place to see if he could lure Bellatrix out from the dark columns of the chamber. Harry's ploy worked. From his hiding place behind one of the columns, he spotted Bellatrix sneaking toward the dummy. Feeling overly pleased with himself, Harry crept up on Bellatrix as she passed through his sector, working her way toward the dummy. Just as she was about to unleash a spell, he tapped her on the shoulder. Bellatrix whirled and lashed out with her fist, punching Harry in the stomach. Wheezing, Harry stumbled back against the nearest column, and Bellatrix dropped her wand as she began trying to punch and hit Harry, who was trying to use his arms to block her attacks. "You win," Harry said, surrendering. He had no desire to go visit Madame Frey with a made-up excuse for physical injuries. However, Bellatrix, who was busy lashing out irrationally, did not hear. She continued to attempt to pummel Harry, who was barely managing to keep up his efforts to fend her off. As it became apparent she was not going to overwhelm Harry, Bellatrix began making a high-pitched keening noise that was not quite crying or yelling. Eventually, Bellatrix ran out of steam, and she was soon sitting next to Harry, trying to catch her breath. Harry was not sure what to say, and Bellatrix was too embarrassed to speak. Finally, it was Harry who broke the awkward silence. "It's hard to jump on the broomstick after getting knocked off," Harry said as he grasped for something intelligent to say. "I wish I could tell you to just avoid fights and relax. However, the Dark Lord is going to come for you unless you flee the country. Even then, I am not sure you could run far enough. You're too valuable, and there is fate. I don't know what fate intends for you. But for me, I don't think I can escape." "I know," Bellatrix said, her voice surprisingly crisp and composed. Not believing that she was okay, Harry continued to share his wisdom. "You will that it will become both easier and harder. You'll bounce back quicker, but the nightmares will never leave you. At least, they have not for me. Practice and preparation can help." "No, really, I'm fine," Bellatrix insisted, her voice forceful. Having used that phrase himself many times, Harry was able to decipher and respect the true meaning of that comment. "I'm sure you are," he said. There was another awkward pause before Harry attempted a change of subject. "Would you like to talk about the hotel?" "There's no need," Bellatrix said, her voice casual. "The next step is to send my final revisions to Gringotts. They'll coordinate with the solicitors, loan officers, and property agents. I'll have some final papers ready for signature soon. Before I sign, I'll have to sneak off to Scarborough for a few weekends and evenings." "That sounds exciting," Harry said, injecting some cheerfulness into his voice and standing up. "Perhaps I'll call it a night, then." After Harry departed from the chamber, Bellatrix lingered, walking among the columns as she pondered her situation. Something about Slytherin's secret chamber gave her comfort. She thought perhaps it was the isolation and cool underground air. The atmosphere in the chamber was the closest thing to her Slytherin dorm, from which she was effectively exiled. On some level, Bellatrix knew that trying to hide her trauma from Harry was silly. After all, he had just admitted to having his own nightmares. However, Bellatrix was not accustomed to sharing her feelings with anyone. She was also focused on showing Harry a mature face. As per the counsel she had received from her uncle Orion Black and his friend Abraxas Malfoy at the ministry luncheon, Bellatrix figured that she could always tell Harry later, if needed. For now, she was content to work through things on her own. Now that she had fought Harry, who was the only person who could truly match the Dark Lord in power, she was feeling more confident about her emotional ability to face other duels. In her mind, if she could go toe-to-toe with Harry, as she had done many times, including tonight, there was no student who could hope to come close to beating her in a fight. Saturday was not only Valentine's Day, but also a Hogsmeade weekend, and Lily entered the Great Hall for breakfast with some trepidation. Although she was happy to receive well wishes from classmates and have some holiday fun, She did not want to engage in or be the target of serious romantic behavior. Unfortunately, Lily was all too aware that some of her classmates had already entered that stage of life. Alice had already abandoned Lily in favor of spending the day with Frank, and Lily had no doubt that James Potter would be taking every opportunity to stare at her. There was also the problem of Severus Snape. He was a dear childhood friend. But, over the years, on each successive Valentine's Day, his behavior had become increasingly uncomfortable for Lily. Lily found a potential source of refuge in the form of Bellatrix Black, who was sitting at the Gryffindor table in her accustomed spot in the midst of where James, Lily, and their respective friends typically sat. Since returning to Hogwarts, Bellatrix had opted to sit with the Gryffindors on a regular basis, often eyeing the Slytherin table with a mixture of longing and suspicion. However, Lily had observed that Bellatrix was never without some sort of symbol to assert her Slytherin status and distinguish herself from the Gryffindors. Today, it was a fashionable green jumper. Lily was not sure, but the silver bracelet around Bellatrix's wrist might also be a nod to Slytherin's colors. "Mind if I sit here?" Lily asked as she walked up to take a seat across the table from Bellatrix. Bellatrix, who had dark circles under her eyes, shrugged noncommittally. Most would have been intimidated by a shrug like that from Bellatrix, but Lily knew that Bellatrix would have vocalized a negative response. Lily sat, and the two witches ate their breakfasts in companionable silence until James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter wandered into the great hall and noisily commenced their own breakfasts as they discussed their plans for Hogsmeade and chatted with classmates. Not long after, a wave of owls swooped into the great hall with the post. Given the holiday, there were a lot more than usual. Most of the letters and packages were from family back home, though there were some exceptions that triggered teasing as the lucky and blushing recipients examined their hauls. While James and his friends had received a large package from the Potters, Lily and Bellatrix had not been so lucky. Instead of a package, they had each received identical parchment envelopes. Recognizing the stationery, Lily guessed that the sender was Professor Slughorn. She was about to congratulate Bellatrix on being added to the Slug Club. However, she stopped when she saw that the blood had drained from Bellatrix's face. Confused and a little frightened, Lily followed Bellatrix's gaze and saw that it was focused on Professor Ashworth. Resting on the table in front of Professor Ashworth was a large, pink box. From it, Ashworth had just taken out a biscuit and was showing Professor Greengrass, who was reaching into the box for a biscuit of her own while gesturing for Ashworth to open the card that had come with the box. "Who sent Ashworth that?" Sirius asked as others suddenly noticed the biscuit box. "Does he have a girlfriend?" James asked, also staring curiously. Lily was eager to speculate, but she was also concerned for Bellatrix. The 17-year-old witch's face was still pale, and Lily thought she could hear her quietly hyperventilating as Professor Ashworth opened and read the card that had come with the biscuit box. Professor Ashworth was nodding happily as he read the card. Professor Greengrass, who was reading the card over Ashworth's shoulder, seemed puzzled. But then abruptly, her face brightened. She looked straight to where Lily, Bellatrix, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were sitting and winked mischievously. Bellatrix groaned and buried her head in her arms. "Are you ill?" James asked. Bellatrix did not answer. "I think she's ill," Remus opined. Speculation was cut off when Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass arrived at the table, the pink biscuit box hovering in the air next to them. "Anyone want a biscuit?" Greengrass asked brightly. "Where did they come from?" Lily asked, alternating her gaze between the biscuits and Bellatrix. "They're from Minister Black," Greengrass said brightly. "He says it is a belated congratulations from the Ministry for the Hogwarts team doing so well at the Paris and Cape Town tournaments. Of course, there's a lot of high praise for us, as your coaches. But I am sure they meant for us to share the biscuits with all the team members." "Oh, neat," Peter exclaimed, grabbing a cookie as everyone else glanced at the card Ashworth and Greengrass were showing around. "Is it really signed by my uncle?" Sirius asked cynically, glancing at Bellatrix as James passed him a biscuit and offered one to Lily. "Did the high and might why Minister for Magic really pause his day to write a nice letter?" Bellatrix, who had made a sudden recovery from her malaise, looked at the handwritten card and shook her head. "Well, shucks," Sirius said sardonically. feigning disappointment. I wonder who writes that sort of thing for the minister, Peter wondered as he grabbed a second biscuit. I have some ideas, Bellatrix said curtly as Professor Greengrass dropped a biscuit on her breakfast plate. A secretary, I'm sure, Lily opined. But I'm sure it was at least Minister Black's idea. Bellatrix let out a noise that sounded like a snort. After the professors had moved on to offer biscuits to other students, the students settled down. The boys were focused on eating. Lily was done with eating breakfast and had examined the letter from Professor Slughorn. Bellatrix was nearly done but had not reviewed Slughorn's missive. Lily lingered as she tried to muster the courage to present an idea to Bellatrix that the invitations from Slughorn had given her. Are you going to read what Slughorn sent? Lily asked. Bellatrix sneered. Is he going to say that I am suddenly worthy of his silly club? It is an invitation, Lily confirmed. He has scheduled the get-together for tonight. Since it is themed around the holiday, there is a +1. Fabulous. What if we went together? Lily pressed, trying to keep her voice low. She did not need James or someone else trying to volunteer. Neither of us are in relationships, and as far as I know, we're not angling for anything. You're assuming I want to go in the first place, Bellatrix said evenly. Isn't it a good opportunity to network? I suppose. Maybe just to try it once. Lily suggested. Fine. Later that evening, a cheerful Lily and sullen Bellatrix made their appearance at Professor Slughorn's Valentine's Day soiree. Naturally, it was themed around Valentine's Day, and some of the invitees had brought dates or asked other Slug Club members to be their date or escort for the evening. The soiree began with an hour or so of mingling and eating refreshments before coffee was served, and Professor Slughorn invited select students to sit at the main table with him. Bellatrix and Lily were given the dubious honor of sitting immediately to his right. As far as Bellatrix could tell, this honor was a first for Lily, and she was paying rapt attention to Professor Slughorn as he led the conversation. On the other hand, Bellatrix was preoccupied with her own thoughts and was ignoring the discussion. In the past, Bellatrix had not paid much heed to Valentine's Day. But today, she was feeling unusually grouchy about the entire thing. She had always considered public displays of affection to be silly and even disgusting. But this year, catching glimpses of stolen kisses had left Bellatrix extra irate. A small voice in her head suggested that she was jealous, but Bellatrix had chosen to ignore that opportunity for introspection. The box of cookies delivered to Harry had not helped her mood. Apparently, Abraxas had linked the cookies to Bellatrix in only a minor way. But the fright Bellatrix had felt as Harry had read the note from the box had taken the wind out of her. In the back of her mind, she was planning ways to murder Abraxas Malfoy. The only thing that had cheered her up that day was slipping away from Hogsmeade to Diagon Alley. Their she had been able to work on finalizing papers for her hotel purchase. However, any joy about her hotel had dissipated upon Bellatrix returning to Hogwarts for an evening with Professor Slughorn. My dear, Professor Slughorn said, tapping Bellatrix on the shoulder, perhaps you could tell me why you were stirring a brownie into your coffee. Having been pulled out of her thoughts, Bellatrix looked back at Slughorn with a flat stare. Normally, she would have explained, but she felt like she had already answered too many of Slughorn's inane questions about her and her father. She was saved from responding when a young Ravenclaw used the silence to pose a question about Slug Club members who had made it into the Ministry's diplomatic corps. As the conversation continued without Bellatrix's participation, Bellatrix leaned back in her chair at the table and observed the group as if she was an outsider. They were all ridiculous. Even Lily was acting ridiculous. Bellatrix did not dwell on Lily, though. A part of her understood that poor Lily, a muggle-born with no connections, was using Slughorn's parties to scramble for a foothold in the magical world. Eventually, the evening with Professor Slughorn drew to an end. Bellatrix and Lily were walking back to Gryffindor Tower together. Lily was silent while Bellatrix ruminated on whether future Slug Club meetings had any potential benefit. As they approached the portrait hole leading into Gryffindor Tower, Lily piped up and thanked Bellatrix. I know that was not something you wanted to do. So, I am grateful you came with me, Lily said. Professor Slughorn is, Bellatrix began saying. I know, Lily said. It's just that he's the only professor who does this outreach and networking with students. If another professor did it, I might be less interested in Slug Club. Maybe we could petition the other professors to do something similar. Bellatrix stopped walking as her mind quickly grasped that Harry could do his own Slug Club. There would be networking for Harry. And Bellatrix could help. She could demonstrate her ability to host social events. Plus, it would be an opportunity for her to showcase her maturity compared to other students. As she had discussed with her uncle and Abraxas Malfoy. You think it's a good idea, don't you? Lily asked, sounding eager. Do you want to help me put a petition together? No, Bellatrix said. I was just thinking that instead of a petition, maybe we could approach professors directly. Should we approach Professor Ashworth? Maybe, Bellatrix said, trying to sound casual as she resumed walking. Further discussion was cut off as they arrived at the portrait hole and entered Gryffindor Tower. Bellatrix quickly took sanctuary in her private bedroom while Lily went her own way up to her shared dormitory. Sunday afternoon found Harry grading essays and snacking on biscuits from Valentine's Day. Even after giving every member of the dueling club and even other students multiple biscuits, Harry and Pythia had a lot of leftovers on their hands. A peremptory knock on the door to his office heralded Bellatrix's arrival. Harry shot Bellatrix a genial smile as she let herself in, helped herself to a chair, and sat down. Harry could not quite put his finger on it, but she seemed different today. Perhaps it was her robes being more businesslike than he would have expected from a 17-year-old. On the other hand, maybe it was her posture or the way she had done her hair. Normally, I would ask what brings you here, Harry said, grinning cleverly as he scribbled a grade on the essay he had been reviewing. But I think I have an idea. Oh, Bellatrix said, arching an eyebrow and leaning back casually. Yes, Miss Evans was up here this morning to talk about the possibility of me hosting dinners with students. What, already? Bellatrix demanded angrily, suddenly leaning forward and letting her reserve drop. It was my idea, too. She gave you credit, Harry said, holding back a chuckle at Bellatrix's outrage. He could not help but enjoy her annoyance. You will be pleased to know that since she came late in the morning, I was able to fib and tell her that you had already been here. Really? Bellatrix asked, her face lighting up. You told her that? Yes. I told her it was a good idea, that you had given her credit, and that you would be taking charge of setting things up. I also promised that you would involve her, Harry said, wondering why Bellatrix seemed so excited about him fibbing to Lily. She looked as giddy as some of the students Rom the day prior who had received gifts in the Owl Post. I don't know that it is a two-person job, Bellatrix pushed back, albeit in a strangely cheerful tone. Involve her, Harry said firmly as he picked up another essay and frowned at the length and lack of paragraph divisions. It looked like he was going to be in for a long walk down a short path. Fine, Bellatrix said. Who should I invite? And how many dinners are you willing to host? Let's try to focus on dueling club members, Harry said. I'll let you know of anyone else once we get going. Try to keep it to maybe one dinner every 7 or 10 days. Let me approve the major details, like dates, in advance. I'll do that, Bellatrix said. She then produced a piece of parchment from within her robes. Now, I need you to do me just one little favor. Oh, really? Harry said as he tried to both participate in the conversation and skim the essay in front of him. I need to buy some house elves using your name. Harry stopped, reading and cringed as a vision of Hermione scolding him appeared in his head. By rationalizing that the house elves would have a good life and truly seemed to prefer serving as they did, Harry had come to grips with the idea of Bellatrix buying house elves for the hotel. However, he had hoped to not be directly responsible for any house elf transactions. I thought that was going to be your responsibility, Harry said. Yes, well, on reflection, I have concluded that me buying the house elves in my name is problematic, Bellatrix explained. We are buying directly from pureblood families. The Say families are going to be wondering why I am buying house elves, and they will gossip. They will resist selling if I try to be anonymous. After all, these snobs do not want to see house elves in the hands of some people. Muggleborns, Harry concluded aloud. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you really saying, though, that the same families that are going to be embarrassed about having tea sell their house elves are going to gossip about it? They'll be unable to resist gossiping and will pass off the transaction as being due to a surplus, Bellatrix countered. That is what the people are really selling because of a surplus will do. Besides, if it gets out that you are purchasing house elves, that will give you extra status. Blast, you're right, Harry conceded. Having use elves would build his status among the power structure into which he was attempting to infiltrate. Bellatrix presented the parchment to Harry. Just sign here, and I'll make arrangements. If anyone asks you about your new house elves, just say they're working out fine. A few days later, Professor Dumbledore had finished dinner and was departing from the Great Hall when he found Alastor Moody waiting for him just outside the doors. Although an unannounced visit from his friend was welcome, Dumbledore knew there would be a reason. To what do we owe your presence tonight? Dumbledore asked, hoping that Moody was not serving as the harbinger of bad news. To whom, actually, Moody responded. Minister Black and his entourage are en route. I'm the advance guard, sent to ensure there are no hazards. He rolled his eyes, conveying to Dumbledore that he knew there were no hazards. I can assure you that everything is in ship shape, Dumbledore said, carefully hiding his annoyance that he ministry would question whether the Minister of Magic was safe while at Hogwarts. Do you know the purpose of the visit? I think he wants to observe and visit with the dueling club, Moody said. You mean Professor Ashworth's army? Dumbledore asked, giving Moody a teasing smile. I haven't ruled out the risk, Moody insisted. Yes, well, Professor Ashworth has not been very devoted to his dueling club ever since the Auror office poached him from my staff. It may have saved his life, Moody quipped. You would have needed a new professor next year, regardless. Perhaps I should go with Professor Greengrass as a replacement. Dumbledore mused. She has taken over the dueling club and seems in better health than ever. I think she is tired of teaching divination and is planning to quit at the end of this year. A change of scenery might convince her to stay one more year. Not really interested in who would replace Ashworth and even less interested in Pythia Greengrass, Moody shrugged dismissively. Dumbledore gestured toward a quiet corner where they could have some more privacy from the traffic of students entering and leaving the Great Hall. Moody followed Dumbledore toward the corner. Is there news from the Ministry on the Dark Lord? Dumbledore asked. Yes, and no, Moody responded. They're investigating, but quietly. Money is being funneled into the DMLE. Pruitt is sulking about being unable to get his hands on the young wizards who were suspected of being in the graveyard when Bellatrix Black was assaulted. He thinks it would be easier if Abraxas Malfoy was not constantly whispering in Minister Black's ear. I don't blame him for being irritated, Dumbledore said. As for Malfoy, I agree it is peculiar. I would have thought the Black and Malfoy families would be at each other's throats. Moody nodded. Dumbledore changed the subject. You'll be pleased to know that on my end, I have been able to approach several like-minded friends. Of course, not all of them have as many connections as you and me. In time, though, we will have a substantial network that can help counter this Dark Lord. Everything helps, Moody said as they launched into a discussion of Dumbledore's plans. The two wizards continued their conversation as dinner concluded and the Great Hall cleared out. After members of the dueling club began arriving, Dumbledore and Moody moved to the Great Hall to observe the club meeting and wait for Minister Black's arrival. Not too long after the practice had commenced, Minister Black arrived, accompanied by Orion Black, Abraxas Malfoy, and a security detail. Dumbledore was about to make his way over to greet Minister Black when he and Moody saw that Bellatrix was stalking toward the group of dignitaries with her fists clenched and face pale. Moody let out a low whistle. This ought to be good, Abraxas Malfoy chortled as he watched Bellatrix make a beeline toward them. What do you mean? Orion asked, his tone of voice indicating he was not in the mood for nonsense. Abraxas did not have a chance to answer because Bellatrix was already in front of him, shaking her finger in his face. You cretin, Bellatrix hissed. You told me you wouldn't make biscuits. Well, of course I wouldn't make biscuits, Abraxas exclaimed, gesticulating with his hands. That's what my house elves are for. Besides, you should know by now the note I wrote your dearly beloved was completely harmless. Your secret is safe with me. He winked. Bellatrix did not have a good retort. She contented herself with silently directing an angry GE. stir toward Abraxas before wheeling on her heels and striding back to rejoin her group. "What did you do?" Cygnus demanded, turning to Malfoy and frowning. "I sent that Ashworth fellow some biscuits for Valentine's Day," Abraxas said, holding up his hand to cover a yawn. "For some reason, she feared that I put her name on the card. However, I made it look like a gift from you to the entire dueling club." "Was that really necessary?" Cygnus asked, his voice strained. "Aren't you a little old to be tormenting a teenage witch?" "I was testing her," Abraxas defended. "Did you see how angry she was? Thanks to my effort, we now all know that she is personally fond of Ashworth. Otherwise, she would not be so mad. You've got a good match on your hands, assuming Ashworth likes her." "I am not sure how to test that theory. I'll try to think of something." Cygnus sighed and shook his head while Orion nodded thoughtfully. Any further discussion about matchmaking was curtailed as Professor Dumbledore approached with Moody in tow and greeted them. "To what do we owe this honor, Minister?" Dumbledore asked. Cygnus glanced around furtively and then in a low voice whispered his response to the headmaster. "We need to talk to you alone. Should we adjourn to my office?" Dumbledore asked, his voice sounding concerned. "Not yet," Cygnus said, his voice returning to normal volume. "We also want to see the dueling club in action. In fact, I will be announcing tonight that, going forward, the Ministry will be providing funding for this dueling club. Will there be strings tied to this support?" Dumbledore asked, arching an eyebrow as he turned, nodded, and gestured for Harry and Pythia to join them. "Nothing unreasonable," Orion said reassuringly as Harry and Pythia joined the group. "We Saint want to ensure the club continues as is. The Ministry may ask for access to do some recruiting, though. It sounds like a good deal for both sides," Dumbledore said, the emotion behind his smile indecipherable. He smiled more genuinely at Harry and Pythia and passed on the good news that the Ministry would be funding the dueling club. As Pythia lit up and chattered with Cygnus, Abraxas smiled broadly and greeted Harry. "How are you this evening, Professor? Or should I say Auror?" "Both at the moment," Harry said cordially. "You've done good work here. I am sure you'll do good work at the Ministry when you're there full time," Abraxas declared. "You're very kind," Harry said. "Perhaps we should go out to dinner or have a friendly game one of these nights," Abraxas said casually, hoping that if he could get Ashworth alone, he might be able to suss out Ashworth's unguarded opinion of Bellatrix. He turned his head ever so slightly, and saw that Bellatrix was scowling at him. He grinned broadly as Harry responded positively to the invitation. As Moody, Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas took seats in his office, Dumbledore reflected on the situation. He would not have expected Cygnus Black, K and his cronies to creep into Hogwarts to ask for help from him. Although he did not dislike Cygnus Black, the fact remained that the Black and Malfoy patriarchs were dyed-in-the-wool purebloods with matching sentiments and sympathies. However, the Black and Malfoy patriarchs were tamer than their progenitors and more casual than their contemporaries. It appeared they possessed the redeeming quality of recognizing the Dark Lord as a threat to both purebloods and Muggleborns. Dumbledore acknowledged that as being a good start, but it was unlikely that the Blacks and Malfoy had undergone a transformation akin to the one Dumbledore had experienced when he went from being Grindelwald's closest ally to working for the downfall of Grindelwald. So, as he smiled and proffered lemon drops, Dumbledore wondered what exactly the Blacks and Malfoy would request of him. He also wondered why they had insisted on Moody's attendance yet had excluded Minister Black's own Auror bodyguards. "What can I do for you tonight, Minister?" Dumbledore asked once everyone was settled in and relaxed. "We seem to have a Dark Lord on our hands," Cygnus said, awkwardly launching the conversation. "Yes, it would seem so," Dumbledore confirmed, helping himself to a lemon drop and leaning back in his chair. "It is well known that you were instrumental in the fall of Grindelwald," Orion said, taking over the conversation. "I was merely one of many who showed courage. Others made greater sacrifices than I," Dumbledore demurred. "Yes, we and everyone else have heard that humble homily from you many times," Abraxas said dryly. Dumbledore smiled and shrugged. "We would like to ask for your cooperation and even assistance," Orion said. "We think the Dark Lord is directing his recruitment efforts toward our youth. Obviously, as headmaster of Hogwarts, you have unique access to an influence over the young witches and wizards of our nation. I am aware that certain former students were involved with the incident over the holidays. Dumbledore said, tactfully not mentioning that Lucius Malfoy had been one of the perpetrators. But, I would be interested to know more about your theory and more about why. You think Or Moody fits into the picture. Orion did not seem pleased with Dumbledore's tone. He leaned back in his own chair and studied Dumbledore from behind cold eyes for a moment before speaking. What if I told you that Reinhard Lestrange was murdered? And what if I also told you that Abraxas, here, fears for his own life? And what if Bellatrix had joined the Dark Lord? How long do you N.K. Cygnus and I would have remained alive? Instantly, Dumbledore felt like a fool. Ignoring Moody's reactions, he leaned forward and engaged fully with Orion. Are you sure Lestrange was murdered? Quote, I saw the body before the French authorities became involved, Orion said. He did not die in his sleep. He did not even sleep in the bed that night. Somebody put him there after he died. Dumbledore took a moment to absorb this information and then looked at Abraxas and arched an eyebrow. Have there been threats against you? Not really, Abraxas said, the tone of his voice at odds with his denial. He has changed his will and has been making extensive contingency plans for what happens if he's murdered. Orion said bluntly, the point is, the Dark Lord, or maybe just his followers, have begun signaling that purebloods had better fall in line. Of course, Dumbledore sighed. It was only natural that events would resemble those surrounding Grindelwald's rise to power. And what about Or Moody? We are told he is the Ministry's most paranoid, anti-Dark Auror, Orion replied. He looked directly at Moody. So, we are going to informally assign you to coordinate with the headmaster as necessary and nose around. We are also going to ask you to keep your investigation quiet. Discreetly report any findings to us. If that's what the minister wants, Moody said, looking firmly at Cygnus, who was already nodding his agreement with Orion. At Durmstrang, the Lestrange brothers and Lucius Malfoy had been assimilated into the general student body. The students had been accepting of their new comrades. Which is to say, they had been as cold and indifferent as the Slytherins at Hogwarts would have been had the situation been reversed. Despite the chilly social situation, the Lestranges had enjoyed a small amount of notoriety since Rodolphus was the head of the British branch of the Lestrange family and had control of its wealth. Initially, Lucius had been left out in the cold. It was widely known that he had no access to the Malfoy money and might ultimately be disinherited. However, he had been endeavoring to establish connections with his classmates any way he could. Even if all he could do was learn about the backgrounds of them and their families. He knew that his ability to connect the Dark Lord to more families could restore him to the Dark Lord's good graces. As far as their loyalty to the Dark Lord went, Lucius and the Lestranges had been instructed to keep their heads down. Their ability to stay at Durmstrang depended on local government authorities being able to maintain plausible deniability. If they so much as breathed a word about the Dark Lord to the wrong person at Durmstrang, they risked extradition into the hands of Minister Black and Director Pruitt. Given the moratorium on dark activity, Lucius was surprised to learn that Voldemort was the reason Professor Karkaroff had pulled them out of potions class one Monday afternoon and ITED them to attend a dueling team practice. At Durmstrang, the dueling team was considered too elite for common classes. While other students got up early and maintained a normal schedule, the dueling team enjoyed a relaxed morning and then an afternoon of drilling and training with Professor Karkaroff. I thought Karkaroff was against us joining the dueling team mid-school year, Lucius Wisp read as they followed the student Karkaroff had sent to fetch them. Circumstances have changed, Rodolphus smirked. In what way? Karkaroff has ambitions, Rabaston whispered. He has been informed that if he wants to be the headmaster of this school, he needs to ensure that Hogwarts is defeated at the Salem tournament. Why? Lucius asked as he tried to hide his anger at yet again being left out of the loop. Once again, he would be playing catch-up. Minister Black is sponsoring the Hogwarts team. Either he or another high-ranking ministry official will be in Salem. If the team is thrashed at the tournament, it will be seen as a defeat for him, Rodolphus explained as if he was talking to a child. Our assignment is to help coach. I see, Lucius said. I'm surprised that Bellatrix isn't the target. There are other plans for her, Rodolphus whispered as they arrived at Durmstrang's indoor dueling arena. Getting ready, Your reviews are very encouraging. I am predicting my pace will increase after today. I've had a lot on my plate for the past 4 months, but things have finally come together and have been resolved. In the next chapter, which is already partially written, the team goes to Salem to compete in their final tournament of the year. Fans of Parabellum will be excited to spot a certain trio also competing in Salem. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 15. Getting ready. I've decided Bellatrix is right, James Potter said as he speared a pork chop from a serving platter and transferred it to his plate. It was Friday evening, and James, Sirius, Remus, Lily, and Peter were discussing their squad's progress over dinner. In addition to the drills Bellatrix had coordinated, they had also engaged in practice duels with other squads, beating them without too much difficulty. How so? Lily inquired, feeling a little aggravated. Her irritation was not directed toward James's conclusion. Rather, Lily was miffed that, yet again, at another mealtime, she was sitting next to and engaging in casual conversation with James Potter. She did not want to become part of James's friend group. However, they were members of the same dueling squad. And, as the Salem tournament approached, the squad had upped their training intensity to the point that if they were not practicing, they were chatting about strategies. The pull was so strong, that on a couple of occasions, Lily had sat in the back of a class with James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter because she knew they would be working on the team playbook without her if she sat on the front row. Ironically, Bellatrix, the captain of their squad, had been able to keep herself aloof from most of the discussion and planning. Although she often sat near them at meals, she limited herself to directing the team at practices and sending them back to the drawing board on the playbook. For her, the dueling club did not seem to exist outside of practice sessions. I think we really are better than all the other squads, James said, referring to Bellatrix's excuse for initially refusing to spend time sparring with other squads. Our practice matchups with them are wasting our time, even if we have fun. I agree, Remus chimed in. They all know, or don't know, the same spells and basic strategies in our repertoire. Maybe if they were better at even just those spells, it would be worth it. But they just aren't. Right, James said, nodding. I think we need to broaden our horizons. What about pushing Bellatrix to do one-on-one duels at practice? Lily asked. She's got a lot of things up her sleeves that are non-standard. You'd end up in the hospital wing, Sirius warned in between bites of mashed potato. I think there's some merit to the idea, James said judiciously. I am not sure it completely solves the problem, though. Some of Bellatrix's combos are impossible to replicate. There's only so much we can do to try matching her stamina and power. We just have to learn the trick for each of her combos. Lily insisted. No, Sirius said, shaking his head. A lot of her transitions depend on her sheer strength. If you worked really hard, you might be able to match some of those moves in a couple of years. Even then, the reality is that she was born with more magical power than most witches and wizards. Okay, Lily said, but let's at least try a few one-on-one duels with Bellatrix. If she'll cooperate, we may pick up some tricks. Even if we don't, a challenge is a challenge. We can also look elsewhere. Do you have any ideas? Let's look no further than Professor Ashworth himself, James said, gesturing toward the head table, where Harry and a number of other professors were enjoying their dinner. The repertoire he taught us is good. However, we all know from his performance at our initial tryouts that he can do so much more, and on a higher level, too. Again, much of it is going to boil down to him being powerful. But he is more friendly and will likely share what we can learn instead of flaunting his power. Right, Lily said, her eyes lighting up. Why don't you leave talking to him about that to me? Okay, James said agreeably, before hesitating. It's just that I was hoping you would be the one to bring up the one-on-one thing with Bellatrix. Maybe it is not fair to ask you to do both. James's eyes darted toward the entrance of the Great Hall. When Lily turned her head to follow James's gaze, she saw Bellatrix grouchily making her way over to the Gryffindor table. I'll do both, Lily acquiesced, inflecting her voice with a bit of mock sweetness but giving James a glance to let him know that he was going to owe her a favor. Early the next morning, Lily met with Bellatrix to begin planning for Professor Ashworth's imitation Slug Club dinners. On her arrival in the Gryffindor common room, Lily was surprised to find Bellatrix overdressed and cheerful. While Lily had opted for old trainers, a jumper, and some trousers, Bellatrix was dressed up in a narrow skirt, blouse, waistcoat, jacket, and cravat. High-heeled boots rounded out Bellatrix's ensemble. Not wanting to spoil the mood, Lily held her tongue and followed Bellatrix through the corridors of the castle and down to the kitchens. There, they had a discussion with the house elves and took notes on what the elves would be willing to cater for Professor Ashworth. Menu options in hand, Lily and Bellatrix began the trek up to Professor Ashworth's office. Maybe we could divide the dinner groups by dueling team squads, Lily suggested. Perhaps, Bellatrix said thoughtfully. The elves did strongly imply that smaller dinners would result in better dishes. Or is one squad too small of a group? Lily wondered. Depends on the squad. Lily was not sure if Bellatrix was being serious or funny. Maybe our own squad should go first, Lily said, trying to sound more judicious than eager. Yes, Bellatrix said, I agree, and actually, it would give us a good opportunity to talk to Professor Ashworth about an idea the rest of us were discussing the other day, Lily said. Oh, we were thinking Professor Ashworth should provide us some extra coaching to help us prepare for Salem. We've pretty well mastered the material he has already taught us. Maybe, Bellatrix said, frowning a little. Also, we were thinking you could do one-on-one duels with each of us instead of the squad trying to go up against other teams. Maybe that too, Bellatrix said, her frown deepening. Lily smiled triumphantly. Of course, she could not be sure of Bellatrix's thought process. However, by her calculations, Bellatrix's desire to avoid doing extra work for the squad was now warring against Bellatrix's desire to avoid Professor Ashworth taking her place. If things went as Lily calculated, both Professor Ashworth and Bellatrix would be providing additional tutoring. They soon arrived at Professor Ashworth's office, where Professor Ashworth invited them to take seats across the desk from him. It was at this point that Lily began to feel less triumphant as she realized that Bellatrix, with her clothes, had completely outclassed her in front of Professor Ashworth. From the way Bellatrix was smugly perched in her chair, Lily could tell she was reveling in the fact that she looked like a mature adult while Lily looked like a juvenile. As Lily fumed, and tried to understand why she was jealous, Bellatrix laid out the options from the kitchen and proposed that her and Lily's squad be the exclusive guests for the first dinner. Harry agreed with the tea proposal and asked about successive dinners. This launched a discussion of who should attend and in what arrangements. You won't be able to get through the entire club if you only ever do one squad at a time, Bellatrix pointed out. Should we combine some of the squads? Yes, Harry agreed. You could also add any duelists who will only be doing solo competition to some of the squad dinners, Lily suggested. Good idea, Harry said, smiling at her. Easy enough, Bellatrix agreed. A lot of the solo duelists have friends with whom we can easily match them. However, what do you want to do with Severus Snape? I think he will be a solo duelist at Salem. Harry did not have a quick response to that question. Eventually, he looked at Lily. What do you think? Just tack him onto one of the groups, I suppose, Lily said, feeling as if she had betrayed Severus. A small voice in her head was berating her for not suggesting that he be added to the dinner group she would be part of with her squad. After all, they were friends. Yet, she knew that he would clash with James and his friends, and she did not want to have that kind of tension in the air. Does he have any friends? Harry asked, sounding genuinely curious. Not really, Lily confessed. Maybe just me. Well, if you and Bellatrix are helping host all the dinners, you can add him to any dinner that has extra room, Harry pointed out. Bellatrix suddenly looked very pleased at the thought of being at each dinner. Lily also was excited at the opportunity, but was focused on Snape. We'll find a place for him, Lily promised. Fair enough, Harry said, giving Lily a twisted, but warm, smile. Why does she even like Snape? Bellatrix wondered aloud as she picked her way up a gravel driveway in her high heels. Harry, whose footwear was more practical, had stopped yet again to wait for her to catch up. Let me know when you figure that out, Harry grumbled. He peered suspiciously at the pristine grounds and facade. of the magical mansion they were approaching. "Are you sure this is the place? It looks prosperous to me. No self-respecting pureblood family is going to let their ancestral home appear to be in bad repair," Bellatrix explained. "Least of all, one that is actually on the rocks." "What about the Weasleys?" Harry asked, thinking of the burrow. It was clean and cozy, but nobody would be convinced that it was in good repair. "The Weasleys are different," Bellatrix said, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. "You're awfully fond of them, aren't you? I could almost suspect that you're a Weasley, except you lack red hair." Harry smiled, but as always, ignored any attempt from Bellatrix to elicit clues about his true origins. "Am I just going to waltz up to the front door while you stay out of sight?" "Something like that." As Bellatrix concealed herself behind a hedge, Harry proceeded to the front door and rang the bell. Eventually, the door opened to reveal a tall, thin wizard, nearly at retirement age, who proceeded to sneer at Harry before asking his business. "I'm here for a transaction with Mr. Travers," Harry explained. "Oh, I see," the wizard admitted. "I am Mr. Travers. And you are Mr. Ashworth." "Yes, I have heard of the Ashworths, but I don't recall having ever met one. The family relocated to Egypt a while back," Harry explained. "I've returned only recently." "Right," Travers said, seeming to accept the explanation. He snapped and a house elf appeared. "This is Gundy, as described in the contract." "I see," Harry said, scrutinizing the house elf's appearance. Bellatrix had instructed him to ensure there was no substitution. Ignoring the sneer on Travers' face, Harry introduced himself to Gundy and looked him over. As far as Harry could tell, Gundy was a middle-aged male. As described in the contract, he was stoic, but Harry picked up on a few hints that this elf might not mind being sold to a new owner. "Everything seems in order," Harry said, feeling quite dirty about purchasing a house elf. He was glad that Hermione was nowhere around and would never have to know. "Will you perform the magic to transform his loyalty?" Travers arched an eyebrow. "Did they still do that?" "That's what I'm told," Harry said, holding out his hand on which his black family ring had appeared. He had previously turned it on his finger so that the onyx and anything identifying the ring as the black family ring was hidden in his fist. "You use the ancient magic, I see," Travers said approvingly as he eyed Harry's ring. "I suppose so," Harry said, not quite sure what they were talking about. All he knew was that Bellatrix had been emphatic that Harry was to not leave without the house elf being bound to Harry's ring. "Lord Ashworth," Travers intoned, drawing his wand. He touched it to his own ring, which had appeared on his finger, and then touched the now glowing tip to Harry's ring. "You are now the Lord and Master of Gundy the house elf." It was lunked when Harry and Bellatrix finished collecting the various house elves Bellatrix had purchased under Harry's name. Their two most recent house elf purchases had snapped themselves away after being repeatedly assured that there really was cleaning to be done and that they would be summoned when needed. Harry was about to ask Bellatrix what her plans were for the rest of the day, but she spoke before he could. "Let's go to Scarborough." Quote, "So, that's why you're all dressed up fancy," Harry mused. "Is there something wrong with me dressing professionally?" Bellatrix asked, scowling. Harry spread his hands placatingly. "You must admit that your half-magic, half-muggle business attire is unnecessary for skulking around in the bushes while I do the hard work of collecting your house elves." "I thought I mentioned a hotel visit earlier," Bellatrix muttered as she produced her wand and held out her hand. "I know where it is, so you'll have to side along apparate with me." Harry took her arm, and with a pop, they disapparated and reappeared in a muggle-looking supply closet. The light fixture was switched off, but there was a faint light filtering into the closet from a vent. "Very nice," Harry observed, squinting in the darkness. Ignoring the jibe, Bellatrix opened the door and emerged from the closet as Harry, smirking at his own humor, followed. They found themselves in a secluded corner of what appeared to Harry to be the lobby of a once majestic Victorian hotel. "Over here," Bellatrix instructed as she began walking toward the vacant check-in desk. When they arrived, Bellatrix located and rang a small bell to signal their presence. In response to the bell, a young woman emerged from an office tucked behind the check-in desk. When she saw Bellatrix, her eyes lit with recognition. "I was wondering when you would show your face. Expecting me, then?" Bellatrix asked, seemingly pleased. Well, there were a few clues, the desk clerk said as she let out a discreet yawn. This is Sabine, by the way, Bellatrix informed Harry. I met her when I first looked the place over. Pleasure, Harry said, nodding at Sabine, who was studying Harry intently. Perhaps you could tell me about what it was. Besides my initial visit, that clued you into my imminent purchase, Bellatrix said, drawing Sabine's attention away from Harry. Well, there are the rantings and ravings of my boss, who very properly fears that his lazy hinny will be out of a job once his cousin has successfully closed the transaction and can no longer keep him on the payroll, Sabine explained. Should I fire him, then? Bellatrix asked. The sooner, the better, Sabine recommended. Bellatrix nodded. Nothing I see around here justifies keeping old management in place. Sabine nodded and then began theatrically scratching her chin. And then, what was my other clue that you were going forward with the purchase? I'm trying to remember. Oh, wait, I know. It was the pack of creepy goblins that came in here with my father a couple of weeks ago to inspect the place. Bellatrix shrugged as Sabine glared at her. And what? Sabine asked. What did the goblins say? Aside from scaring the snot out of me, they were unobtrusive. Sabine admitted. They also gave me business cards and instructed me to reach out if there are ever any issues so that the bank can take steps to protect its investment. Paranoid nutjobs, Bellatrix muttered. Presumptuous of them to assume I would keep you around. Well, why wouldn't you? Sabine said frankly. I don't know, Bellatrix admitted. Can I be the manager when you're not here? Sabine asked. Maybe, Bellatrix said. I don't have time to deal with that stuff today. For now, Harry and I are going to need a room. Harry raised his eyebrows and tried to catch Bellatrix's eye, but she was deliberately ignoring him. Oh, really? Sabine asked, looking between them. What kind of room? Your worst, preferably, Bellatrix said. We need to assess renovation needs. Good, Sabine said, turning around and surveying the little boxes that held room keys. I'm glad to hear you are planning on renovations. Not quite satisfied with the abundant selection of keys on display on the wall behind the desk, Sabine squatted down behind the counter from where she retrieved a key before standing back up. She held the key out toward Bellatrix, but not before theatrically blowing off what must have been years' worth of dust. Bellatrix stared at the proffered key before nodding for Harry to take it from Sabine's outstretched hand. Harry stuffed his hands in his pockets and looked at Bellatrix blandly. Grouchily, Bellatrix accepted the key as Sabine smiled. I should warn you that, starting today, there will be cleaning activities by unknown and unseen cleaner people. Bellatrix informed Sabine. Once they get in the swing of things and catch up with the cleaning around here, perhaps you can let me know who on the current staff is superfluous. Sabine grinned. If that makes me the new manager, I will certainly be glad to do it. If you do it, I will certainly be glad to consider making you the manager, Bellatrix countered. Sabine smiled at Bellatrix and winked at Harry. Upon arriving in what was hopefully the hotel's worst room, Harry and Bellatrix had begun working to restore the room to something beyond even its original grandeur using various charms and transfiguration spells. For everything they did beyond basic cleaning, they dictated the details to a magical quill, which was creating a checklist to be used for fixing up the other rooms. Looks like the window could use some help, Harry said, beginning to walk over to the room's main window, which had a good view of the beach and North Sea. I'll handle the window, Bellatrix said hastily as she rushed over and stood in front of it. Why don't you see what can be done about the bathroom plumbing? Aren't you more likely to know about Muggle plumbing than I? Well, I suppose, Harry admitted, walking into the bathroom and flipping the light on. Surveying the bathroom, he let out a sigh. Plenty of work here, too. He began casting spells to repair and renew the floor, sink, and toilet and then dictated those items for the quill to add to the checklist. Before repairing and renewing the walls themselves, Harry used cutting spells and removed a large slab of plaster so that he could work on the plumbing and wiring behind the wall. He winced as the wires sparked and the lights in the room flickered in response to the magic. I don't know what kind of assaults you can get on the wiring if we use magic, Harry said before calling out for the quill to document that he had done plumbing and electrical work behind the walls. He then restored the plaster seamlessly, also cleaning, renewing, and updating its color. We'll cross that bridge later, Bellatrix called out. Hopefully without me, Harry said in a low voice as he made his way over to the bathroom window, which was also in need of work. He briefly admired the view before setting to work. He had just finished restoring the frame and renewing the glass when he noticed something on the horizon. Bellatrix, Harry said loudly. Yes, am I seeing what I think I am seeing on the horizon? Harry demanded, staring out into the North Sea. Bellatrix walked into the bathroom with studied casualness and craned her neck to glance out the smallish window. I don't see anything. Is that Azkaban? Harry demanded. What, here? Bellatrix asked, seemingly surprised. You bought a hotel practically next to Azkaban, didn't you? It was a good deal, Bellatrix said defensively. And we can put up wards and charms to negate the effects. Harry was irate, but he was working through it in his head and coming to the conclusion that it was unlikely to become a serious problem. Instead, what bothered him was that in all their discussions about the hotel, Bellatrix had never once mentioned the hotel's proximity to the famous magical prison. It's going to be fine, Bellatrix promised, apparently overlooking the principal source of Harry's annoyance. Harry bit his tongue as he and Bellatrix finished working on the room. As they admired the finished project, Harry almost forgot to be angry. In only a few short hours and with no money expended, they had restored and transformed the dingy hotel room into a luxurious suite. That wasn't too bad, Harry commented. Only a few hundred more rooms to go, Bellatrix said. Harry groaned. I don't know how much help I can provide you. I'm juggling a lot of things right now. I know, Bellatrix said. I'm planning to do most of it myself. Let's go up to the penthouse. They proceeded to the top floor of the hotel, where Bellatrix gave Harry a tour and briefly explained more of her plans for transforming it into a residence. She hoped to have it largely completed in time for her to move in after term ended. When Bellatrix finished describing her plans for the master suite, Harry inquired about whether Bellatrix was still planning on him coming to live at the hotel after he quit his job at Hogwarts. Of course, I am, Bellatrix said, scowling. Haven't you been paying attention during all our discussions about the hotel? You're part owner, after all, even if I am in control. Are you going to put me up in the penthouse or in a normal hotel room? In the penthouse, of course, Bellatrix responded. You'll have other bedrooms up here, too, Harry mused. I can use one of those. Right, Bellatrix said, her response slightly delayed. For personal guests and the like. Right, Harry said, deliberately choosing to ignore the hint that Bellatrix seemed to be harboring hopes about them becoming something more than flatmates. He changed the subject. Are you planning to include a hot tub in the penthouse, or are you planning to go down to the main pool area for your hot tub needs? A week or so later, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were making their way down from their dorm to the Gryffindor common room when they happened across Frank Longbottom. Upon seeing them, Frank eyed their clothing and arched one of his eyebrows skeptically. You look a little underdressed. You'll get your turn next week, Sirius shot back as Peter snickered. Frank did not respond, and they continued past him. He had been snippy ever since the dueling club meeting where Bellatrix and Lily had distributed dinner invites to each of the club members. Tensions had arisen when Frank and his squad, as well as other club members, had realized that Bellatrix and her squad would be dining with Harry not only first, but in an exclusively small group. The fact that Bellatrix and Lily were in charge of the dinners and claimed to be wanting to experiment for the first go-around had not soothed those who worried that their dinner order reflected their priority for placement at the Salem tournament. The fact that Frank's squad was second in order and second smallest had done little to mollify him and even Lily's friend Alice. In an attempt to assuage his hurt feelings, Frank had been bragging about his career prospects at the ministry after he left Hogwarts. When the group arrived in the common room, they found Lily waiting for them. At the sight of her, they all began to worry that Frank was right because Lily was wearing a semi-formal dress and looking stunning while they were wearing their normal weekend outfits. Why, you look good, James stuttered, wishing, as soon as the words left his mouth, that he could take them back and say something more suave. Thank you, Lily said as she eyed the boys and their casual attire with an expression that looked a little like disappointment. Any further discussion was cut off. when Bellatrix emerged from the suite normally reserved for the head girl. Instead of casual or semi-formal attire, she was wearing a school uniform in pristine condition. She had not merely thrown on her school uniform as if she were going to class. Instead, it had been thoroughly laundered and starched. Also at odds with the appearance of a student merely going to class, Bellatrix had elaborate. coiffed her hair and applied subtle makeup. Bellatrix looked as if she was an adult trying on her old school uniform instead of a student wearing the same uniform she wore nearly every day. Despite his general dislike of Bellatrix Black, James could not help but find her appearance riveting. From the looks on the faces of Remus and Peter, James surmised they were also mesmerized. Lily and Sirius were immune to the charm of Bellatrix's appearance. "Blimey, Bella," Sirius said while Lily frowned at Bellatrix. "It's the weekend. Why wear a uniform?" "Mind your own business," Bellatrix snapped, breaking her facade of maturity long enough to scowl at her cousin. Soon, the group was making their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where Bellatrix and Lily, in coordination with Harry, had arranged for dinner to be served. The boys chatted with each other amicably. Lily remained silent, but James caught her shooting several annoyed glances at Bellatrix from the corner of his eyes, leaving James mystified. At dinner, Lily and Bellatrix left Harry feeling perplexed, also. He was at the head of the dining table, and they were at his left and his right. On his right, Lily eagerly and thoroughly answered every question Harry asked. On his left, Bellatrix feigned casual disinterest and tailored her conversation accordingly. When the two witches thought he was not looking, they would react to each other with frowns or fidgets. Meanwhile, Pythia, whom Harry had invited to participate in the dinners, sat at the foot of the table chatting amicably with Sirius and Remus, who were seated at her right and left. Harry opted to take a page out of her book and shifted his focus to the remaining marauders, who were seated at the middle of the table. "Tell me, Mr. Potter," Harry said, raising his voice to carry down the table, "what are your career aspirations?" "I was thinking of playing Quidditch professionally or working for a coaching staff," James replied. "However, lately, Sirius and I have been talking about the DMLE. Is your change of mind tied to the dueling club?" Harry asked. "Partially," James responded. "I feel like I have an aptitude for defense that the dueling club has brought out. I have some other interests and hobbies that could be useful in that line of work, too." "That's nice," Harry said, realizing that James was obliquely referring to his marauder activities. Harry briefly wondered whether his presence in the past had lured James into the type of work that could put him at odds with Death Eaters, but quickly dismissed the thought. If Harry's knowledge of the original past was accurate, James was going to find himself on the wrong side of Voldemort regardless of what Harry did to alter the past. "And what about you, Peter?" Harry said, being careful to conceal his dislike for Peter. "Not sure," Peter said as he chewed on some food and chuckled awkwardly. "Maybe I should go work at the joke shop in Hogsmeade." "Perhaps so," Harry said, not really caring what Peter did, as he directed his focus to the food on his plate. After everyone had eaten their fill, the conversation coalesced into more of a group discussion duer, in which the subject of Harry providing the squad extra tutoring came up. Harry knew that extra time tutoring them would weigh heavily on his schedule, but he agreed anyway. To kick off the extra tutoring, Harry invited the students to his private quarters where he had left some of his study guides from Auror training. After saying goodnight to Pythia, Harry led the group down the hall to his quarters. However, when Harry entered his quarters, he and those accompanying him were shocked to discover the room had been ransacked. It was in complete disarray with parchment, books, clothes, and other items strewn everywhere. "Who would do this?" Lily Evans demanded as the squad and Professor Ashworth stood just inside the door to the room and surveyed the scene. "I'm not sure," Harry said slowly as he drew his wand and warily stepped further into the room. Lily, Bellatrix, and James drew their wands and pushed forward into the room behind Harry while Sirius, Remus, and Peter stared into the room from the doorway. As others peered at the mess and glanced suspiciously at windows and dark corners, Sirius found himself intrigued by the various reactions everybody was having. James and Lily were on high alert, walking slowly through the room and holding their wands as if someone was about to leap out and attack them. Harry, on the other hand, was bemusedly observing the scene. His wand was out, But his body language did not convey alarm. For Sirius, the most interesting reaction came from Bellatrix. In something of a fury, she was clutching her wand and stalking through the room, quickly surveying everything. Of special note to Sirius, she frequently glanced at Harry and made eye contact, almost as if she was having a silent conversation with him. Sirius could not be sure if T.H.E.Y. really were having a non-verbal conversation, since Harry seemed to respond to Bellatrix's glances only passively. Sirius was beginning to think he must have imagined the connection between the professor and his cousin when Bellatrix abruptly stepped to the bedroom door, opened it, and began walking in. "If you don't mind, Professor," Bellatrix said, "I think we had best check your bedroom. I doubt you will find anything. Whoever did this is long gone," Harry said. With that boldness on Bellatrix's part, Sirius' suspicions were revived. However, further theorizing was cut off when Harry approached him. "Mr. Black, why don't you take Mr. Lupin and Mr. Pettigrew with you and see if you can find ore bones? It seems like it would be wise for her to perform an independent investigation. I'll find the guides I promised and send them back with Mr. Potter and Miss Evans." "Of course, Professor," Sirius responded, smirking. He had omitted Bellatrix, which meant that the professor might be planning on discussing the situation with her privately. James, Lily, and Bellatrix had shamelessly remained present in Harry's quarters until Amelia Bones had finished inspecting the scene of the crime and informing Harry of her conclusions. They had helped Harry set everything to rights after Amelia left. At that point, Harry had gently reminded them that it was past curfew. He gave them each a note to ensure they could make it to Gryffindor Tower without being reprimanded if caught out past curfew, and they departed. However, within 5 minutes of their departure, Bellatrix let herself back into Harry's quarters and took a seat by the fire next to Harry. "Well, who did it?" Bellatrix demanded, her voice low. "I don't know. It must be connected to the Dark Lord," Bellatrix insisted. "But how? Why would he target you? You should be, at most, a cipher to him. He should be attempting to recruit you or at least determine your potential loyalties." Harry shrugged. "I think it would be wise to assume any strange occurrences are tied to the Dark Lord. However, that does not tell me what he would hope to get from having one of his minions raid my private quarters. Was there anything here the Dark Lord might have wanted?" "I don't think so," Harry said. "Perhaps he is looking for information about my background. I have nothing like that lying around. As you know, I brought precious little with me." Bellatrix was silent on this point for a few moments before pivoting. "Of those at Hogwarts who you know will become Death Eaters in the future, who do you think it could have been?" "Too early on the timeline for Pettigrew," Harry mused. "Plus, he has something of an alibi. Perhaps Snape, but it also seems early for him. No doubt there are older students in the Death Eater ranks with whom I was never familiar. After all, I know about only those who fought in the Second War. We are teetering on the edge of only the First War." Severus Snape took deep breaths as he crept farther into the Forbidden Forest. Despite many forays into the forest during daylight to collect potion ingredients, Snape was having difficulty navigating in the dark of the night. "Severus!" Snap! He jumped and whirled around toward the source of the voice that had called his name. Faintly, Severus could make out a human figure standing near the base of the tree. "Great Lord," Severus whispered, too afraid to step any closer as he stared at the cloaked and hooded figure. "What did you find?" "Nothing. No ring, then, no, and no documentation of his heritage," Severus added. "If I may say so, my research indicates that the Ashworth family is nowhere near ancient enough to have the type of ring you described." "He has a ring of some sort," Voldemort hissed. "Watch for it and tell me everything you can find out about it. Also watch for Bellatrix Black's bracelet. She has sworn allegiance to an ancient pureblood lord, one who is powerful. I need to know who he is. If you want to live to your pure-blooded mother's heritage and revive the prince name, you will need to try harder. Do not disappoint me." A pop sounded, and the Dark Lord disappeared. Scowling, Snape picked his way back through the forest toward the school. As far as he was concerned, the answer was obvious. To whom else would Bellatrix Black swear fealty than the lord of the noble and most ancient house of Black? As for Ashworth, ring or no ring, It was obvious that he was just an opportunistic wizard hoping to cultivate a connection with the now ascendant Blacks. "Looks like you lost Bellatrix," Sirius said. Slyly as James and Lily entered the common room and walked over to the table and chairs Sirius, Remus, and Peter had commandeered. She said something about the loo. Lily volunteered as James sat down with his friends. "I can guarantee she circled back to Ashworth's office," Sirius said. "She did seem pretty shaken by everything," Remus agreed. "So you saw it, too," Sirius said. "Saw what?" Lily asked. "While you and James were making like amateur oars, Bellatrix was having silent conniptions," Remus said. "I think it is safe to assume she believes that whoever raided Ashworth's digs was working for the Dark Lord." "Why would the Dark Lord raid Professor Ashworth's office?" Lily whispered, sounding like she had been punched in the gut. "Do you really think he could be causing things to happen within the school?" "I am not sure why the Dark Lord would target Professor Ashworth," James said. "He is the defense professor," Peter piped in. "Who is training a large number of students to duel," Remus said quietly. "Are there dark wizards in the school, then?" Lily asked. "Among even the students? You had best assume so," Sirius said solemnly. At this juncture, the conversation died. Lily was the first to wander off. Eventually, Remus and Peter went to get ready for bed, leaving James and Sirius to chat. "I am going to have a hard time enjoying future night outings," James said. "You never know who we might run into skulking around the castle." Sirius shrugged, and the two friends sat in companionable silence. Eventually, Sirius' face lit up, and he grinned. "What if we had a way to find out who else is prowling the castle when we are out and about? A witch trial in Salem, P1. A.N. Thank you for your encouraging reviews. This chapter includes the infamous Black triplets. They are Harry and Bellatrix's children from the future, and you can read more about them in Parabellum, the once-and-future sequel of Delenda Est. For the purposes of this chapter and story, they are having some harmless fun. If I ever turn this thing into a trilogy, you will learn they are acting in their official capacities as unspeakables to preserve the timeline, save the world, etc. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 16. A Witch Trial in Salem, Part 1. During the weeks leading up to the Salem tournament, James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Bellatrix strategized and drilled nearly every day. On a few occasions, Harry met with them to provide some extra training. Mostly, though, the squad relied on nudging Bellatrix into providing more tutelage. As for Harry, he was struggling to juggle everything that was on his plate. On top of teaching, grading, training, being trained, and attending to dueling club business, he was having to endure Alistair Moody's investigation into who had raided Harry's personal quarters. Harry had expected the ministry to accept Amelia's report on the incident, chalk it up as a student prank, and do nothing. Instead, Moody had assigned himself to the case and was treating the situation as seriously as if it were a murder investigation. Over the course of several visits to Harry's quarters, the grizzled Auror had sorted through and tested all of Harry's possessions, claiming he was checking whether anything was missing, damaged, or cursed. Harry had quickly caught on that Moody was more interested in him than he was in looking for the culprit. Moody's investigation was intrusive, but Harry did not mind. He knew he kept nothing incriminating in his quarters. For Harry, the nuisance was overshadowed by his enjoying Moody's company. As Moody peppered Harry with questions about his interactions with various students, Harry returned fire with questions about his Auror experiences. Short of raiding Gringotts and accessing Harry's records, the only thing that could have clued Moody into Harry's secrets was Harry's relationship with Bellatrix. Although there was nothing illicit about it, their interactions went well beyond what would be considered a normal student-teacher relationship. If Moody caught wind of it, there would be a deeper inquiry. After Moody had found Harry and Bellatrix conversing on a couple of occasions, Bellatrix had begun staying away from Harry to avoid Moody getting the sense that Harry was having excessive meetings with her. This left Bellatrix irritated. Sensing her increasing frustration, Harry offered to slip out of the castle with her one Saturday to help work on renovations at the hotel. Bellatrix had gratefully accepted the offer. Upon arriving at the hotel that Saturday morning, Harry and Bellatrix met with Sabine, who helped Bellatrix pick a block of rooms to work on renovating. Relying on the checklist they had made while renovating the original room, Harry and Bellatrix were to move at a breakneck pace and finish renovating the block of rooms before lunch. They adjourned to the hotel's restaurant where Bellatrix leaned back in her chair while Harry perused the menu. "You're not even tired, are you?" Bellatrix asked, sounding annoyed. "Stamina," Harry said, winking obnoxiously. "After several more sessions of renovations, you'll find yourself being able to expend more magic without becoming as tired. In fact, I do believe your stamina has increased a lot since the beginning of the school year. Our private dueling practices haven't been for nothing. Perhaps I should assign more drills to the squad." Bellatrix mused as she sat up straighter in her chair and picked up her menu. "The Salem tournament is too close," Harry said. "You don't want the team running themselves ragged right beforehand. Maybe you can make stamina training part of the program for next year. After all, the returning team members will already know all the spells they need." "You know full well I don't plan on attending Hogwarts next year," Bellatrix said just as the server arrived to take their order. Transporting the Hogwarts team to Salem proved complex because the Ministry, as part of its funding the trip, had taken over making travel arrangements. When briefing Harry and Pythia on the arrangements, the Ministry had also told them that Minister Black would attend the tour. Meant in his official capacity if anyone from the Hogwarts team reached the finals. Harry was annoyed on behalf of the team. He felt like Minister Black and his brother, Orion, ought to show support, regardless of whether Hogwarts did well in the tournament. However, he cheered up a little when he learned that Abraxas Malfoy would be attending diplomatic meetings in New York that overlapped the two tournament and that he would be dropping in on the team in Salem as often as his schedule would allow. Later, Bellatrix had pointed out to Harry that her father tagging along would be perceived as a waste of time if the Hogwarts team did not do well. On the other extreme, Hogwarts showing a strong performance and having the minister present at the award ceremony could bolster him and his platform. Of course, sufficient security would need to be in place in case Minister Black attended the tournament. So, Bones and Moody had been assigned to accompany the team to evaluate security concerns in advance. As for the travel plans themselves, where Pythia had previously arranged for flying carriages to shuttle the team from Hogwarts to the tournament, the Ministry had made more complex arrangements. The Hogwarts team would flow to London, take a portkey to New York, flow to Boston, and then ride a ferry to Salem. The arrangements were a logistical nightmare for Harry and Pythia and the large number of students they were taking. Still, the students enjoyed the journey, with Lily being the only one unhappy. However, her dissatisfaction had nothing to do with the itinerary. As she had previously done for the trips to Paris and Cape Town, Lily had attempted to take charge of tracking her fellow students and their luggage during the trip. However, Amelia Bones had supplanted Lily in that role. It was not clear whether she was trying to be helpful or trying to horn in on Harry's responsibilities. Harry suspected the latter. Over the past weeks, Amelia had begun to display a competitive attitude in her interactions with Harry. It was Harry's theory that she had realized that Minister Black viewed the dueling team as being important and that Harry was going to reap the credit. It was entirely possible she was now looking for a way to be able to claim a share of credit for the dueling club's success. Despite his suspicions, Harry told Lily that Amelia was just trying to be helpful. He also reassured her that she was a valued student leader. Consequently, by the time they docked at Salem, Lily was in better spirits as she and the team drank in not only the scenery but also the colonial and seaside architecture. At the tournament site, the Hogwarts team found that the organizers had arranged for competitors to stay in houses and cabins magically hidden among Salem's Pioneer Village tourist attraction, which was a bit better than the tents at Cape Town. It was not yet the Muggle tourist season, so tournament attendees had free run of both the Muggle Village and the magical additions. Those who tried to walk beyond the village boundaries would find themselves in an unplottable and limitless forest as if the rest of Muggle Salem was simply not there. Instead of arenas like those at Paris and Cape Town, duels and matches would be conducted on platforms placed in the town square and in the middle of some of the wider streets. Save for those privileged to be seated on the grandstand in the town square, spectators at the tournament would be looking upward to the dueling platforms unless they could secure a spot at a window in an adjacent building. The arrangements, combined with the surroundings, lent a certain historical ambience to the whole competition. Even Harry, whose mind was on so many other things, was feeling excited for what promise to be a fun tournament in something that nearly looked like a theme park. On check-in, the Hogwarts team was enthused to learn that they had been assigned spacious quarters on the second floor of the mock town hall. Their luck was attributable to the large team size as well as to the similar-sized Ilvermorny team opting to commute to the tournament daily instead of spending their overnights in Salem. "We just need you to save one bedroom for the team sharing your quarters," the tournament clerk said, arranging several sheets of parchment into a stack and slipping them into an envelope with the keys to the second floor. He held out the envelope. "What other team?" Moody interjected. "I was under the impression each team had private quarters." "That has been our goal," the clerk admitted. "But all the teams do not fit perfectly into the available spaces. Unless you want to trade for a smaller cabin, you will have to take these accommodations." "Of course we'll take them," Pythia said, shooting Moody a stern look. "Who is the other team?" Moody asked as Pythia snatched the room key envelope from the clerk and began shepherding the students toward their quarters. "You'll be bunking with the team from St. Infernicus," the tournament clerk said. "Saint what?" Moody demanded. "Where are they from?" "I don't know," the clerk said tiredly. "Truly, it isn't going to be a problem. The team consists of only 3 witches. You'll hardly notice their presence, I'm sure." "Is this our room?" Bellatrix asked Lily, brushing by her and walking into the bedroom. "Yes, this is ours," Lily confirmed, turning and following Bellatrix partway into the room. She was clutching the clipboard that she had recovered from Amelia Bones after Moody had hauled her away to survey the perimeter of the mock village. "Fabulous," Bellatrix said as she used her wand to almost instantaneously unpack her bags. Paying no apparent further attention to Lily, she hopped onto the bed and lied down for a nap. "Quite," Lily said, stepping back out into the hall to intercept some of the other team members, let them know their room assignment, and give advice. Unlike the Paris and Cape Town tournaments, Hogwarts had been able to bring a large group of students, some of which had never been to a tournament or anything similar. Consequently, the veterans of the prior tournaments were proving to be a valuable resource for the other students. Bellatrix stirred from her nap not long after Lily had finished helping the last students settle down. Lily was about to propose that she and Bellatrix go out and explore the village together when Pythia came up the stairs in something of a huff. "Someone is shooting giant spit wads out one of our windows," Pythia snapped. "Which room?" Lily asked, looking shocked. "The corner," Pythia responded, gesturing down the hall. "That isn't one of our rooms," Lily explained, feeling a sense of relief that nobody from Hogwarts was causing trouble. With Lily following closely, Pythia stalked down the hall to the corner bedroom and knocked crisply on the door. It was answered by a teenage witch who bore a strong resemblance to Bellatrix. However, unlike Bellatrix, she possessed striking green eyes and a shorter, more diminutive stature. "Can I help you?" the witch asked, sounding like a stuffy butler. "I presume you're the team from St. Infernicus," Pythia said. "That is correct. I'd like to speak with your coach." "Where can I find her?" "She couldn't make it," the witch said. A smug smile grew on her face as her green eyes began to twinkle mischievously. "We are, sadly, without a chaperone." "Is that why you're shooting spit wads out the window?" Pythia asked. "I would never," the witch retorted indignantly as Pythia stared back at her disbelievingly. "It's me. I'm the guilty party," came another female voice. A second witch joined the first at the door, holding a long and thick tube in her hands. She appeared to be an identical twin to the first, except her eyes were red. Her demeanor and tone of voice, when compared to that of the first witch, seemed quite menacing. By this time, Bellatrix had become intrigued enough by what she had heard from the conversation to join Lily and Pythia at the door. As she approached the group, she peered suspiciously at the 2 witches. To the astonishment of the Hogwarts witches, a third identical witch joined the other 2 at the door. She also had red eyes. But where the other red-eyed witch was menacing, this one seemed angelic. "So nice to meet you," she said airily with a sweet smile. "I presume you are all from Hogwarts." "That's correct," Pythia said, her voice cool. "You look just like Bellatrix Black, here," Lily said, gesturing as she glanced back and forth between Bellatrix and the 3 witches. "Are you related?" It so happens that the blood of the Black family flows through our veins, the green-eyed witch declared with a voice that could not sound any more pretentious. As if. Bellatrix sneered before rolling her eyes and making it clear she did not believe them. Still, she eyed them, taking in their appearance from head to toe, her eyes returning more than once to the lightly messy state of each witch's black hair. The connection, even if it exists, would be very distant. Yes, distant, the green-eyed witch said, smirking and exchanging amused glances with the others. Very distant, the first red-eyed witch agreed, looking down at her spitwad tube and then eyeing Pythia, who was glaring at her. Almost impossibly distant, you could say. The second red-eyed witch held up her finger as if to offer clarification, but before she could, the green-eyed witch stepped back and slammed the door shut, leaving Pythia, Lily, and Bellatrix to stare at the closed door as the noise from the door snapping shut reverberated through the hallway. Pythia knocked on the door again. I expect you to cease with the spit wads, she said loudly before gesturing impatient L.Y. for Bellatrix and Lily to follow her downstairs. As soon as they were downstairs and out of earshot, she whirled on Bellatrix and Lily. Do not go near those three. Do you understand? Bellatrix smirked, but did not say anything. Have you had some sort of vision or prophecy? Lily asked. Not exactly, Pythia sighed, apparently struggling to keep her composure. But my sense is that those three are dangerous. Stay away from them. I am going to inform Professor Ashworth of the situation. She turned and went back upstairs. I fancy exploring the village before the opening dinner, Bellatrix said idly. Having apparently put the interaction out of her mind. I'll tag along if that's all right, Lily said. She was not sure if Bellatrix had been inviting her to come with, but she had realized that it would be well worth her while to develop a relationship with the acerbic teenage witch. Despite Bellatrix's faults, she was talented, powerful, and well-connected. Bellatrix shrugged noncommittally, and the two witches proceeded out from the mock town hall and into the town square, which had become crowded not only with competitors but with booths for snacks and souvenirs as if the tournament were some sort of fair. At first, the two witches gawked at the historical features of the village and some of the other competitors. After acclimatizing to their surroundings, they began to visit booths to look over the wares. Through all of this, Bellatrix did not chat much with Lily. Still, Lily felt like she was benefiting from tagging along. As a Muggleborn, she was easily impressed with nearly everything on sale. However, Bellatrix's sneers and smirks had clued Lily in on what to avoid buying. In other instances, Bellatrix repeatedly returning to admire the same product told Lily that she was looking at something good. Unfortunately for Lily, she was not as rich as Bellatrix seemed to be, and she had to settle for buying a pair of dueling gloves and short boots while Bellatrix purchased the same and more. Purchases in hand, the two witches wandered away from the booths and were deciding where to go next when they happened upon Auror Moody and Auror Bones chatting out in front of the town hall. Shopping already, I see, Bones said, trying to hide her condescension behind what she must have thought to be a matronly smile. Bellatrix looked like she was about to issue a stinging clapback, but at that moment, a comically large spitwad hit Moody in the face. Moody drew his wand, let out an angry roar, and whirled around to look for the culprit. While he was doing this, three especially juicy spitwads hit Bones and drenched her. Lily's eyes quickly flicked up to the window of the strange witch's bedroom. There was no sign of anybody on the other side of the window, Lily was confident that the witches must be crouching below the window ledge. Moody had apparently concluded for himself that the spitwads had come from the town hall and was already making a beeline in that direction with Bones following closely behind. Lily let out an amused chuckle and turned to see what Bellatrix thought about the incident, but the older witch had disappeared into the crowd. Harry also had been exploring the village and even browsing the wares at some of the booths. He was enjoying the ambience and sights all while wondering why this type of event had never been part of his own Hogwarts education. The Triwizard Tournament had been a substantial event, of course, but it seemed to Harry that there could have been other events or field trips. Perhaps Voldemort and the First War had changed things. After all, he did recall that the Triwizard Tournament had been a large endeavor undertaken by the Ministry's diplomats. And of course, after the end of Harry's fourth year, options had become limited. Harry's thoughts on this subject were disrupted when he spotted Igor Karkaroff and the Durmstrang team threading their way through the crowd. Having already seen Karkaroff at the Paris tournament and having watched Hogwarts compete against Durmstrang, Harry would have taken no special notice. However, when Karkaroff's eyes fell upon Harry, the muscles in his face tightened. This reaction, subtle as it was, put Harry on instant alert. Tensing up, Harry watched Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students, almost expecting some sort of fight to break out. However, nothing happened, and the Durmstrang contingent disappeared in the crowd. Harry was still frowning when he sensed Bellatrix join his side. "What did you see?" Bellatrix asked. "Durmstrang. And nothing, I guess," Harry admitted. "Their professor, Karkaroff, seemed to take special notice of me." "The future Death Eater," Bellatrix murmured quietly. "He has probably been talking to Lucius and the Lestranges, if not the Dark Lord himself." Harry nodded. "Maybe you should warn your squad that Lucius and the Lestranges have probably been giving the Durmstrang team tips about how we train." "I'll Die accounted for that possibility and worked it into my squad's playbook," Bellatrix informed Harry, smirking. The opening event for the Salem tournament turned out to be a disorganized banquet that the European competitors were quick to label as American style. Cheerful chaos reigned in the historic town square as students piled their plates high at buffet tables and met or caught up with members of other teams. The coaches, tournament officials, and other dignitaries had fetched their food from the buffet lines and retreated into the ground floor of the town hall. The Hogwarts team was new to the tournament scene and were still spreading their wings. Several of the Hogwarts students had relegated themselves to tables near the edge of the square, near the tree line. Lily found that Bellatrix had taken shelter on one of those tables and was eating her meal with a vacant expression on her face. Nearby, Frank Longbottom was bragging to Alice and his squad about his post-Hogwarts employment prospects. "Do you have prospects for a ministry job?" Lily asked Bellatrix, trying to break the ice as she sat down across from her. "No," Bellatrix said. Instead of looking at Lily, she turned her gaze over to Frank Longbottom and his friends and smirked. "He's trying to one-up me." "That's silly," Lily said, her voice sympathetic. "Surely he realizes that your father is the minister for MAGIC and that you could have any ministry job you want. Even if I am appointed as an undersecretary and he is hired as a toilet scrubber, he will pride himself on having earned the job and look down on me," Bellatrix murmured. "Would you let that stop you from applying to the ministry?" Lily asked. Bellatrix shook her head. "Not if the job served my purposes." "So, are you going to apply to the ministry, then?" "No, I have other plans." "Oh," Lily said. She sensed that Bellatrix did not want to talk about her other plans. So, she tried to steer the conversation to generalities. "What does an undersecretary do, precisely?" "They are basically special deputies to the Minister for Magic," Bellatrix explained. "They can do whatever the minister tells them to do or lets them do. Of course, hat can be pretty narrow if the department heads have political clout and choose to push back." "Is that the type of work your uncle and Mr. Malfoy do, then?" Lily asked. "Serve as undersecretaries." Bellatrix frowned as she suspiciously poked some southern fried chicken with her fork. "Only unofficially." Lily was about to ask for more clarification when James and Sirius sidled up to their table. "Hey you two," Sirius said. "We need you to help with reconnaissance." "With what?" Lily asked as Bellatrix scowled. Sirius pointed over to a witch from one of the Canadian teams. "Can you go chat up the Ice Queen over there and see if you can suss out information about her and her team? Are you wanting us to gather information to help us compete or to help you flirt?" Bellatrix snapped. "Both," Sirius said as he and James grinned guiltily. Harry would have liked to mingle with the adults in the town hall, especially after he had spotted Abraxas Malfoy wander in with a number of stuffy-looking American wizards. However, he was now suspicious of Durmstrang's intentions at the tournament. After observing Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students serve themselves at the buffet tables and immediately leave the town square with their food, Harry concluded that some surveillance might be in order. With his own plate of food in hand, Harry discreetly followed the Durmstrang team through the village and to their tournament lodging, which proved to be a cabin near the woods. Over the course of the next several hours, Harry watched the cabin and the occupants, but saw nothing suspicious. However, He did note that he never saw Karkaroff moving about the cabin through any of the windows. It could be he had retired for the night or was not moving about. But it was possible he or others had apparated out of the cabin. Unfortunately, Harry could not know for sure without going in and taking roll. After the Durmstrang team had been asleep for an hour or so with no sign of activity, Ari gave up and apparated to his bedroom in the Hogwarts team's lodgings. There, he found Bellatrix relaxing on his bed, propped up against the headboard, as she thumbed through a textbook. "Breaking curfew, are we?" Bellatrix asked, looking up from her book. "Well, you are, anyway," Harry said. Bellatrix smirked. "What are you going to do about it?" "Maybe I'll deduct points from Slytherin." "Go ahead and take as many as you like," Bellatrix said, hopping off the bed and stretching. Harry saw that she was wearing her customary nightie and was reminded of the many times he and Bellatrix had met in her bedroom at her family home to coordinate before the school year had commenced. While at Hogwarts, they had relied on being able to find other ways to meet, usually during their practice duels in the Room of Requirement or Chamber of Secrets. "Maybe instead of me deducting points you could tell me what brings you here," Harry said as she tucked her book under her arm. "I noticed your absence and was curious," Bellatrix explained. "I was spying on Durmstrang. And nothing. It looks like we will just need to keep our eyes peeled and be on our guard." Instead of replying, Bellatrix winked. After casting a couple of spells to ensure the coast was clear, she opened the door and slipped out of Harry's bedroom. The tournament began with 2 days of informal and relaxed qualifying rounds, even though it was understood the vast majority of competitors would qualify. However, given the varied backgrounds of the competitors, officials needed data to help them seed the brackets and ensure that competitors were competing in the correct age and skill divisions. Bellatrix was hovering between enjoyment and boredom. So far, she had handily defeated several qualifying opponents in the solo category with little effort. She had developed something of a smug attitude. However, when she turned to see her next opponent stepping onto the platform, she felt a faint trickle of uneasiness. Her next opponent was one of the witches from St. Infernicus. Specifically, it was the one that had seemed menacing. Save for the red eyes and shorter, more diminutive figure, the witch could very well have been Bellatrix's identical twin. If Bellatrix, who was well familiar with her family tree, did not know better, she would have believed herself to be closely related to the red-eyed witch. Eyeing her new opponent, Bellatrix tensed her jaw slightly as she checked her grip on her phoenix and blackthorn wand. The other witch shot her a predatory smile as she produced her own wand with a threatening flourish. Holding steady, Bellatrix waited as the referee announced to the crowd that Bellatrix Black of Hogwarts was facing off against Ivy Snodgrass of St. Infernicus. As soon as the referee signaled the start of the match, Bellatrix unleashed one of her crushing trademark combos, putting an extra bit of power into each spell. To Bellatrix's supreme annoyance, Ivy perfectly countered each spell in the combo. Most would take Ivy's ability to counter the combo as evidence that she and Bellatrix had dueled each other many times. However, Bellatrix knew this was not the case and concluded that Ivy must have quick reflexes. Smirking, Ivy shot a couple of stingers and flash bangs in Bellatrix's direction. None of them came close to striking Bellatrix. Instead, it seemed Ivy was playing around. Beginning to feel threatened and angry, Bellatrix proceeded to shoot combo after combo at Ivy, her wand dancing as fast as the muscles in her arm and wrist would allow. It was with this approach that Bellatrix found traction. Although Ivy seemed to have the ability to counter Bellatrix's individual combos with on-point counterspells, she was having a difficult time anticipating and smoothly reacting to combos of combos. Seeing this advantage, Bellatrix began thinking quickly to come up with a string of combos that would require counterspells with harder transitions. While Bellatrix's mind was racing to develop this custom string of combos, she began to falter. However, once she had mentally ironed out some combo strings, she began to start pushing Ivy back again. It was at this point that one of Ivy's stunners missed Bellatrix and instead exploded onto the platform just in front of Bellatrix. Bellatrix smirked at the errant spell, reveling in the fact that she had forced Ivy to make what appeared to be an embarrassing error. But then, a faint acrid smell reached Bellatrix's nose. Stealing a quick glance down to where the errant stunner had hit, Bellatrix saw an almost indiscernible sickly glow and realized that there had been dark magic in the spell. With consternation, Bellatrix stared at Ivy, who paused to shoot Bellatrix a wicked smile. Bellatrix glanced down again, as she tried to resolve in her mind the fact that Ivy's spell had looked and sounded like a mere stunner but had apparently possessed dark properties. It would seem that, somehow, Ivy had learned how to imbue otherwise innocuous spells with dark magic. Realizing the extreme risk of having dark magic at play while she and Ivy dueled back and forth in the middle of the village, Bellatrix resolved to crush Ivy as quickly as possible. She unleashed a new barrage of combos, shooting them off quickly. Ivy was unable to keep up with Bellatrix's rapid switching of combos and began to lose ground. Eventually, Ivy resorted to an all-purpose shield and tried to hold it with sheer magical energy. This was a losing tactic since Bellatrix was nowhere near the limit of her stamina and since Ivy seemed to be a slightly less powerful witch. Just as Ivy was about to break, she cancelled her shield, stepped out of bounds, and held her hands up in a surrendering gesture. Applause from spectators sounded as the referee called out that Bellatrix had prevailed and scored high in multiple categories. Bellatrix looked around to see if anyone from Hogwarts had witnessed the duel but saw nobody familiar. When she glanced back toward Ivy, she saw the back of the mysterious witch melting into the crowd. "She's quite the looker," Violet Snodgrass said to Harry. He was sitting on a rustic log bench from which he had been observing the action in the town square. Violet had come over to introduce herself before taking a seat on the bench next to Harry. Since then, she had been offering Harry her opinions on random subjects. As for what was happening in the square, Harry was splitting his attention between the qualifier duels on the platform in the square, activity at the tournament official pavilion, and Professor Karkaroff. The Durmstrang professor had been in the town square all day pretending to monitor the progress of his students. However, he was really monitoring the tournament officials as they collected scorecards and assigned competitors to duels. "Who is a looker?" Harry asked. "That witch there," Violet said, gesturing toward where Bellatrix was standing in line to submit her latest scorecard to the tournament officials. "I suppose so," Harry said, keeping his voice noncommittal. He was not sure if Violet really thought Bellatrix was attractive or if she was indirectly praising her own appearance, which was similar. Either way, he was not inclined to open himself up to Violet on that level. Pythia had warned Harry that Violet and her sisters were dangerous. And, before Violet had come to introduce herself and sit with them, Harry had observed her chatting warmly with Professor Karkaroff. These factors had led to Harry deciding that he ought to follow up on the strange witches and perhaps even try to spy on them. However, Violet had saved him the trouble when she had come over to introduce herself. Now, Harry was hoping she would reveal her connection to Durmstrang without him having to pry. However, she had so far talked about every other possible topic. "Aside from her good looks, I would say Bellatrix's personality is pretty cold," Violet opined. "You're going to have to learn how to do cold fusion if you expect to develop more of a relationship with her. Luckily for you, I think she has already developed something of an affinity for you." "What are you even talking about?" Harry asked. "She's my student, not my crush. You do realize that I'm a professor, don't you?" "Oh, right," Violet said, folding her arms, crossing one of her legs over the other, and leaning against the bench's backrest. "That makes it more difficult, doesn't it?" "More like impossible," Harry said as he craned his neck to follow Karkaroff's movement. The Durmstrang professor seemed to be attempting to eavesdrop on the tournament officials as Bellatrix reached the front of the line to turn in her scorecard. "I wouldn't think it impossible," Violet said judiciously. "If you've got a few galleons, you could negotiate one of those pureblood marriage contracts. She does appear old enough, and her parents would probably be happy to unload her." Harry stared at Violet. "Do you really believe a pureblood family would sell their daughter to some random wizard with a few galleons in his pocket?" "A pureblood wizard," Violet corrected. She leaned toward him and whispered conspiratorially. "It makes a difference to some of them, especially the types that sell their daughters." Harry shook his head. "It's 1976. That sort of thing doesn't happen anymore. I don't consider 1976 to be a particularly modern year." Violet said. "But seriously, just put on some leather pants, strut through Diagon Alley, and proclaim yourself to be none other than Lord Ambrosius, heir of Merlin. Within 2 days, you'll be seated on the Wizengamot and have a harem. Of course, if you really want Miss Black, you're destined for monogamy and children that are absolute hellions. I think that is all very improbable, Harry said curtly, beginning to realize that he may need to give up on eliciting information about Durmstrang from Violet, abandon his bench, and attempt to lose her in the crowd. Let's do a little probability test, shall we? Violet said just as Bellatrix finished turning in her scorecard. What test? Violet smirked and then gestured toward Bellatrix, who had spotted Harry and was making her way toward them. Abruptly, Violet leaned over and planted a kiss on Harry's cheek. As Harry practically jumped out of his skin, Violet scrambled up from her position on the bench next to Harry and dashed away. By the time Bellatrix reached Harry, Violet had completely disappeared into the crowd. What, pray tell, was that all about? Bellatrix demanded, her eyes blazing. Harry threw up his hands. I have no idea. She came over, asked a bunch of inappropriate questions, and then you saw the rest. Why even talk to her at all? I saw her talking to Karkaroff earlier, Harry defended. Really? Looked like old pals to me, Harry opined. I was going to spy on them to find out more about their origins, but then she came over and saved me the trouble. I just defeated her sister in a duel, Bellatrix revealed, and we've got problems, especially if they're friendly with Durmstrang. Oh, her sister used dark magic in the duel. And not just some random dark spell. She was channeling dark magic and mixing it with a basic spell. Is that supposed to be extra bad? Harry asked. As good as he was at defending against dark magic, he did not know a lot about the more technical details of how it worked. Very, Bellatrix said, or at least concerning, or maybe just suspicious. Can you explain? People who dabble in the dark arts can produce the occasional successful dark spell. Only someone up to their armpits in dark magic could have developed the ability to channel dark magic into otherwise innocuous magic. Harry frowned. Those witches don't strike me as being dark. Even if they are, I had never heard of anyone like them before I arrived in your bedroom last summer. You've already admitted to me you don't know all the details of the Dark Lord's original rise to power. Bellatrix pointed out, I think we should keep an eye on them and try to find more details. We should also put everyone on our team on their guard since it seems there is a risk of dark magic flying back and forth during competition duels. I wonder if dark magic has surfaced in other tournaments, Harry mused. I doubt it, Bellatrix said. It is against the rules. However, we now know those 3 witches are willing to resort to it. We had best assume Durmstrang is capable of it too, Harry said, glancing toward where Karkaroff was still spying on the tournament officials. Their professor is a cheater at heart, and I just saw him talking to Violet like they are old friends. Right. Anyway, when is your next duel? I'm done, Bellatrix said. I've offie. Ciali qualified for the solo competition. Oh, good, Harry said, standing up. You can come with me. I suppose we had better go bring Pythia up to speed on the dark magic threat. Lily was so why that she had qualified in her age division of the solo category that she had allowed herself to relax and hang out with James and his friends as they and other Hogwarts students wandered the village. Of course, it was not as if Lily had a lot of options. Alice was now even more invested in Frank Longbottom, and Severus had spent the entire competition keeping away from his teammates. When she returned to her room, she found Bellatrix. Dressed in her nightie, she was sitting on the bed where she was hunched over and scribbling notes on her copy of the team's playbook. What are you doing? Lily asked, frowning at the possibility of last-minute changes to the squad's strategy. Bellatrix did not look up from her edits. I am adjusting our strategy. You and the others will not need to learn any new combos. Tell them they just need to be ready for some unexpected shielding spells and the occasional modification to my standard combinations. What? Why? I found out that some of the OSING teams might be planning to use dark magic during the tournament, Bellatrix explained. I already spoke with Ashworth and Greengrass. They'll be able to keep a close eye on most of the matches tomorrow since the team qualifiers are more regimented. If they spot anything at all worrisome, they'll step in. No need to scare anyone else. Wait, what? Lily asked, feeling confused and a little scared. Don't worry about it. Bellatrix said, shutting her playbook, standing up, and walking toward the door. Just tell the other squad members what I told you. I am going to run my modifications asked Professor Ashworth to see if he has any comments. Wait, Lily said. Bellatrix turned her head to frown at Lily as she reached for the doorknob. Don't you have a bathrobe or something? Lily asked, intently gazing at Bellatrix's nightie. Why, I'm just going to see, Bellatrix started before abruptly stopping and blushing faintly. Just what? Nothing, Bellatrix said, swishing her wand and transfiguring a shirt into a black kimono-style bathrobe that she slipped on over the top of her nightie. Don't stay up too late. I'll need you all to be fresh tomorrow. If she said don't worry, there's no need to worry, Sirius said reassuringly. If there's dark magic at play, Bellatrix is the one you want on your team. Not some amateur who thinks he learned a dark spell or two. Besides, it isn't like we're not shooting spells at them. 2. James grinned at Lily. See, we're covered. Besides, you already said that Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass will be watching. Now, you going to eat something for breakfast, or not? Not, Lily said curtly. Besides having nightmares about dark magic, Lily was wound up over the fact that this was the big tournament and that the whole squad was counting on each other. After her solo qualifiers the day prior, Lily now knew that they were up against serious competition. As it was, for most of the day, it turned out Lily had worried over nothing. Lily, Bellatrix, James, Sirius, and Remus, with Peter cheering from the sidelines, crisply won round after round in the team qualifiers. There was not a shred of dark magic to be seen. Euphoria set in for Lily, and she gobbled down a double portion of lunch while James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter raucously celebrated. Lily was not quite so self-congratulatory as them because she had a strong awareness that Bellatrix was doing more than her share to carry the squad. On the other hand, precision and teamwork from James, Lily, Remus, and Sirius had ensured that Bellatrix was able to rely on them and perform to her full ability. The lunchtime euphoria faded in the afternoon as the squad found themselves being matched against stronger squads as the tournament officials looked to gather data with which to seed the bracket. It was late in the afternoon when dread struck Lily like a lightning bolt. The tournament officials had just informed them that they were to do a qualifying round against the Durmstrang team. This news, in and of itself, was not concerning to Lily. Instead, Lily's fear was triggered when Bellatrix began vehemently protesting to the tournament official that their match with Durmstrang had not been on the original qualifying schedule and that there must be some mistake. Sorry, Miss Black, but it is a last-minute change, the tournament official informed Bellatrix. Your match begins in 5 minutes, here on the town square dueling platform. Okay, Bellatrix scowled, gesturing for the squad to follow her. Is this going to be a problem? Sirius asked once they were out of earshot from the official and other competitors. I hope not, Bellatrix said curtly. Just follow the playbook and expect that I might be doing things a little differently. Right, James said as Sirius nodded strongly. Remus also nodded, but less enthusiastically. Her heart was pounding. Lily didn't say anything. Peter, Bellatrix said, go find Professor Ashworth and tell him I said to get over here. Right, Peter said, dashing off. A bit peremptory, if you ask me, Sirius said, sounding sly. Bellatrix glared at him. Don't bother me, I'm thinking. Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus then proceeded to share awkward glances as they stood around Bellatrix, who had her arms folded as she vacantly stared at the competitors in the qualifying round that was just finishing up. All too soon, Lily found herself and the squad walking onto the dueling platform and receiving a smattering of applause from those who were paying attention to the ongoing qualifying rounds. On the other end of the platform, the Durmstrang team appeared, their wands already drawn. Lily feared she was the only one feeling anxious. But then she saw that James's jaw was set hard and Bellatrix was glancing anxiously toward the grandstand, apparently hoping that Professor Ashworth had arrived. Lily could not see Ashworth anywhere, and had to stop looking once the referee began announcing the match. The match began, and soon Hogwarts and Durmstrang were exchanging volleys. Durmstrang proved to be the stiffest competition the squad had gone up against, but their spells and cone OS were as standard as those of Hogwarts. So, for several minutes, both sides were going through the motions without making much progress. The first dark spell from Durmstrang emerged and was counter. Before Lily realized that dark magic was now at play. One of the Durmstrang competitors, a tall wizard with blonde hair, was now bombarding them with mass effect spells. They seemed like standard spells. But Bellatrix had countered them with a shield spell that Lily did not recognize. Whatever the shield was, each time it collided with a spell from Durmstrang, it let out an ear-splitting bang. A quick glance at Bellatrix's face was enough to confirm that something was up. Lily looked to Sirius and saw that his normally jolly demeanor had been replaced with something more grim. Lily was unable to decipher whether Sirius had personally detected the dark magic or was taking his cues from Bellatrix. It was all confusing to Lily because she could not detect that any unusual spells had been cast. However, at the same time, something did feel off. After a particularly quick set of spells and staccato bangs, the tall blonde from Durmstrang stopped and laughed derisively at Bellatrix. "Are shield spells all you have?" he sneered. Bellatrix did not react directly to the comment and let off a string of standard combos. Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius were quick to pick up on the play and off the routine spells and shields to match Bellatrix's lead combo. This put Durmstrang on the defensive, and the match proceeded without further dark magic for several minutes. Lily thought I'd be on the home stretch toward beating Durmstrang without further dark magic, but abruptly, the staccato bangs resumed. Bellatrix was looking aggravated, but she was keeping up the pace until she broke her concentration to look out at the spectators. For Lily, who was frightened of what might happen if Bellatrix missed blocking a spell, this split second lasted an eternity. It ended with Bellatrix subtly nodding toward the crowd and returning her focus to the duel without having missed a beat. Unable to help herself, Lily spared a quick moment to glance toward where Bellatrix had been looking. With relief, she saw that Professor Ashworth was striding through the square toward the platform. Feeling relieved, Lily cast a quick combo of attack spells, each of which Durmstrang blocked as Bellatrix shielded another barrage of purportedly dark-tainted spells. Lily's relief was short-lived, however. Bellatrix lost her pace and missed shielding a spell. As Bellatrix attempted to dodge the spell, she tripped and fell down. Grinning triumphantly, the tall Durmstrang student raised his wand and cast another spell as his teammates dodged incoming spells from the rest of Bellatrix's squad. A sickly-looking beam of yellow and orange light hurled toward Bellatrix's prone form. Lily had no doubt that this spell was dark. Just as it was about to hit, another type of shield appeared between the spell and Bellatrix. Instead of remaining stationary, the shield wrapped around the spell and hurled itself and the dark spell back toward Durmstrang. With horror, the Durmstrang watched as the spell zoomed back toward them. However, it was also blocked and then exploded violently. At that moment, Professor Ashworth hopped onto the platform next to where the referee was standing. "I want that team disqualified from the tournament for using dark magic in a duel," Harry insisted loudly. He was holding his wand, and Lily realized that he must have been the one to shield Bellatrix and bounce the dark spell away from her. "Dark magic," the referee spluttered. "They've been using it the whole time." Sirius snarled toward the referee. "Can't you recognize normal spells that have been infused with dark magic?" "Well, no, that is incredibly rare," the referee replied just as Professor Karkaroff joined the group on the platform. Apparently, from more of a distance, he had been the one to shield his team from the rebound spell. Other tournament officials joined the discussion as the conversation between the referee, Ashworth, and Karkaroff became heated. Meanwhile, the squad gathered around Bellatrix, who was still lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" Lily asked. "Of course I am," Bellatrix smirked, looking up at them. "I'm just trying to be a martyr." "Wait, you missed that shield timing on purpose, didn't you?" Sirius whispered, looking impressed. "Yes, I was hoping he would cast a pure dark spell that the tournament officials would be able to recognize." "Brilliant," James whispered, grinning at Sirius and Remus. "Maybe Durmstrang will get disqualified." "It was very risky," Lily frowned. "What if it had hit one of us?" "I waited until Professor Ashworth was here," Bellatrix said. Further discussion was cut off as the Durmstrang team came over, the blonde wizard in the lead. He stepped up to where Bellatrix was lying and looked down at her. "On your back," Just like the graveyard, he smirked. Next time, it won't be as pleasant. A couple of the other Durmstrang team members laughed raucously. Bellatrix's face whitened, and she gripped her wand as she scrambled to her feet. Lily was glancing between the Durmstrang students and Bellatrix, wondering if there was about to be violence. It looked like James and Sirius were ready to pitch in if that was what Bellatrix wanted. Lily and Remus were sharing worried looks with each other. The risk of a fight abruptly subsided as the tournament officials called for everyone's attention. Lily sought out Professor Ashwo's face and saw that he was looking grim. It appeared that the ruling from the tournament officials was not going to be all that favorable. The accusation here is that the Durmstrang student Andrei Borislav used standard spells infused with dark magic throughout the match and then cast an inherently dark attack spell, which triggered the Hogwarts coach to intervene, the tournament official declared. Unfortunately, there is no clear evidence. There were few neutral spectators paying close enough attention. The spells were nonverbal. The referee is a Muggleborn unfamiliar with the dark arts. They could just ask us. Sirius muttered quietly while Bellatrix glared at the tournament officials who were waxing on about why they were unable to decide what precisely had happened. They can deny just as easily, Remus sighed. Or they can claim it was an accident or misunderstanding. Shush, Lily said just as the official began explaining what they would be doing. We are going to Mally warned the Durmstrang team that dark magic is forbidden at the tournament. Any further violation will result in automatic disqualification, the tournament official declared. As for the outcome and scoring, it turns out that is moot. In reviewing the paperwork, we are seeing that this matchup was actually a mistake. We are not sure how it was assigned. Both teams have already scored well anew in other matches to qualify and be seated in the tournament. What? How did that happen? Lily wondered, feeling confused. Good question, Bellatrix said as the tournament officials finished explaining their ruling. Harry came over and shepherded the squad off and away from the dueling platform. As he did so, he alternated between congratulating them on an excellent performance while frowning. They were making their way toward the Hogwarts quarters in the town hall when Professor Greengrass, Moody, and Bones found and caught up to them. What is this I hear about dark magic? Moody demanded. One of the Durmstrang students was casting dark spells, Harry said. I intervened, but we weren't able to prove it. They got off with a warning. You must be joking, Moody exclaimed as Amelia Bones frowned. James and Sirius launched into a full explanation for Moody's benefit, tripping over each other and the facts. Lily glanced at Professor Greengrass and saw that she was looking more thoughtful than anything. Which competitor was it? Amelia Bones asked. She had produced a notebook and was writing everything down. I believe the name was Andrei Borislav, Harry responded as the students looked at each other. Apparently not having caught the name. Dark family, for sure, Moody opined. We don't know that, Amelia said. We know it, Moody said, giving her a firm look. The only thing I want to know is why he would do something so stupid. Yes, good question, Pythia said quietly. Acting on a subtle nod of the head from Harry, Bellatrix broke away from the grow up of students crowded around Moody and Bones and went into the town hall. Harry joined her a moment later. I think perhaps we should have a chat with Violet and her sisters, Harry said, leading the way toward the stairs. Remind me which room they're in. Bellatrix led Harry to the bedroom in question, where he peremptorily knocked on the door. Apparently, the door was not entirely shut, because it responded to Harry's knock by falling open. From the doorway, Harry and Bellatrix could see that there was no sign of any luggage or personal items in the room. It appeared the Snodgrass sisters had departed. How strange, Harry said, stepping into the room and looking around. Did they quit the tournament? I suppose so, Bellatrix responded, sounding confused. Hoping for some extra. Asleep before elimination rounds began on the third day of competition, Harry had retired to his bedroom earlier than usual. However, instead of going to bed, he found himself standing in the darkened room at the window. Through the window, Harry looked down at the town square. Most of the booths had closed for the night, but the students with night owl tendencies were still out and about having fun. It looked like one of the few open booths was selling ice cream. A faint tickle crept through Harry's scar, and Harry sighed. He had been trying to convince himself that the sensations he had Feeling in his scar all evening were just coincidental or anything but Voldemort. Harry was again debating whether he should just stop worrying about the scar and go to bed when Bellatrix, dressed in her customary nighttime attire, let herself into his bedroom. Harry turned from the window, looked at her, and saw that she was clutching a piece of parchment. "I just found this on my pillow," Bellatrix said, walking around the bed and handing the parchment to Harry. Harry accepted the parchment and read it. "I need to talk to you. Meet me in the forest behind the town hall just after midnight, Andrei Borislav." Harry eyed Bellatrix and handed the parchment back. "Almost certainly a trap." "Yes," Bellatrix agreed, folding her arms and beginning to pace. "Unless it isn't." "It is," Harry confirmed. "I sense that the Dark Lord may be near or perhaps focused on what is happening here. Although, my connection with him does not work the same way it did before I came here. So, I can't be sure." "Even if you're right, that doesn't prove it is a trap," Bellatrix countered. "Besides, if we know it's a trap, we can turn it to our advantage." "You make it sound so easy," Harry yawned. As his mind tried to work out the possibilities. He was not against trying to take advantage of the situation. He just did not want to bite off more than he could chew. "We would just be careful," Bellatrix insisted. "Let's play this out in our heads," Harry said, half serious, half facetiously. "If we go out into the woods after midnight and meet this student." "No, I would go. You would follow and stay concealed." "Okay, we do this. And the best that happens is what? He confesses that Durmstrang is up to no good and asks for help because he knows we are, or at least I am, the Dark Lord's enemies. Maybe he apologizes for what happened earlier today. And the worst?" Harry asked, shaking his head at how unlikely the best-case scenario was. "It is a trap, and we take him prisoner or something. If there is anyone else, we would have to subdue them, too," Harry pointed out. "The more people involved, the riskier it is for us. We'll be within earshot of the tournament attendees," Bellatrix pointed out. "Things cannot get too out of hand." "Okay, then," Harry said. "Now what if we capture Andrei after he perhaps tries to attack you and take him back? What next? Maybe we will tell the Aurors. Or maybe we'll quietly hold him prisoner. If the Aurors are involved, Andrei will tell them that he was out for a walk when he found us in the bushes engaging in improper activities. Then, you and I will be in a lot of trouble because our version of the story will seem less probable." "Blast," Bellatrix said, seeing that Harry had a point. "Maybe we should rope Moody into this," Harry mused. Liking the idea the more he thought about it. "We can count on him to be somewhat discreet." "Why would he keep our secrets?" Bellatrix asked. "I don't mean he will keep any secret we tell him," Harry said. "However, he can be counted on to handle this in an appropriate way." Harry and Bellatrix argued back and forth about involving Moody, but Bellatrix finally yielded. She left to go change into appropriate attire for an outing while Harry did likewise in his own room. About 15 minutes later, they met outside Moody's quarters and knocked. The seasoned Auror opened the door, and cocked a suspicious eyebrow at the two. "What can I do for you? Can we come in?" Harry asked. Moody acquiesced. Once the door shut, Harry launched into his explanation. "Miss Black received an note from the student who used dark magic earlier today," Harry said, nodding at Bellatrix to hand over the note. Meekly, with an innocent-looking expression on her face, Bellatrix held out the note. Moody snatched it and eyed it. "Smoky business," he declared, looking intrigued. "I told her it would be stupid to go out and meet him," Harry said, hiding a smile as Bellatrix frowned back. "However, she points out that maybe if we go with her, we might be able to exploit the opportunity. I don't know if it was mentioned to you earlier, but it sounds like this Durmstrang student has knowledge that only Miss Black's attackers would know." "Yes," Moody said, "I did hear that extra detail." He looked at Bellatrix. "You have a point about being able to exploit the situation. Perhaps you should apply for an Auror job. However, for the moment, with you being a student, I am thinking Ashworth and I should handle this. It might be good to bring Bones, too." "It won't work if I don't come," Bellatrix said. There was some argument about this, but Moody eventually yielded. He decided that bringing Amelia Bones along would be too much. However, before leaving the town hall, they stopped by her room where Moody informed her of the plan. She seemed offended at not being invited. If it was Harry telling her, she might have tried to pull rank somehow. However, Moody had already taken ownership, and she could not push back against him. They also stopped by Professor Greengrass' bedroom. However, there were no lights on. Harry, knowing that her health was delicate, did not want to disturb her. So, they proceeded without briefing her. Per Moody's instructions, Bellatrix returned to her room. Meanwhile, Moody and Harry left the town hall and, taking separate paths, made their way toward the foe. Rest where they waited for midnight to come. At midnight, Bellatrix emerged from the quiet and darkened town hall and started walking toward the forest, following a predetermined path. After Bellatrix passed his position, Harry drew his wand and proceeded to follow her at a distance, keeping her just in sight. Per the plan, Moody was also following, but from the flank. Even though he knew he should expect it from the veteran Auror, Harry was impressed at how he had so far not seen any sign of Moody. After they were a ways into the woods, a green flash exploded against a tree a few hundred meters deeper in the forest. At that moment, Harry felt a strong pricking sensation in his scar. However, the sensation was gone so quickly that, were it not for the green flash, Harry could have easily talked himself into believing he had imagined the whole thing. Abandoning the strategy of following Bellatrix at a distance, Harry caught up with her, and they proceeded together toward where the green flash had been seen. There, they found a small clearing. On the edge of the clearing where starlight and the half-moon shone just enough to reveal a human figure slumped at the base of a tree. As they approached, they were able to see him. It was Andrei Borislav, and he was dead. Bother, Harry muttered. A Witch Trial in Salem, P2. A.N. Thank you for your reviews. They let me know people are out there. I am posting this only a week after the last chapter because they were both written at the same time and then divided. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 17. A Witch Trial in Salem, Part 2. Is he dead? Moody's voice whispered eerily from somewhere in the unplottable forest beyond the clearing. It seemed the Auror had also followed the flash of green light and proceeded to ward the clearing but was choosing to keep out of sight. Yes, Harry said, casting a Lumos spell. Under the light of his wand, Harry was able to confirm his suspicion. Andrei Borislav had been killed, likely with the killing curse. If the green flash of light they had seen was any indication. Yeah, he's definitely dead, Harry declared. Let's get out of here, Moody advised. Too late, Bellatrix groused as they suddenly heard people crashing through the undergrowth and calling Andrei's name. Put your wands away, Moody hissed. Harry wasn't eager to sheath his wand, but he reckoned that Audie would keep them covered if he was going to stay out of sight. Just as Harry and Bellatrix had stowed their wands, Professor Karkaroff and a handful of Durmstrang students arrived in the clearing, wands lit. They quickly recognized the corpse and began spouting accusations against Harry and Bellatrix while one of them slipped away, ostensibly to notify pertinent authorities. Wondering if and when Moody, who had so far gone undetected, was going to reveal himself, Harry spoke up and explained that Andrei had sent a note asking for a meeting. He described how he had escorted Bellatrix and how she had done nothing untoward. Harry's explanation only led to additional arguments and accusations. The cacophony ended when someone cast a thunderclap spell. Everyone turned toward the sound and found that tournament officials had arrived with a handful of American Aurors and hit wizards. Quiet down, an aged American Auror said in a loud and deep voice. I'm Auror Spade, and I'm in charge. Now what happened? This witch murdered Andrei, a Durmstrang student declared. Did you see that happen? Spade asked. No, but they practically admitted it, Professor Karkaroff said in an oily voice. They said they came out here to meet him and that it turned into a fight. We said no such thing, Bellatrix retorted, her voice seething with anger. Well, of course they're going to deny it, Karkaroff said smoothly. This wizard is her professor and coach. He will try to tell you he escorted her and that this was a matter of self-defense. But he's either lying about whether he was with her the whole time or he's complicit. Did you admit to having a fight with the victim? Spade asked, staring intently at Harry and Bellatrix. They did no such thing, Moody's voice said, resonating from the darkness. He stepped slowly into the clearing, his hands raised. Spade peered at Moody with faint recognition showing in his eyes. Or Moody, isn't it? I'm not sure that we've met personally. But I've seen you around at some of the international conventions. That's right, Moody said gruffly, letting his hands drop. Now, I don't want to barge in and tell you what to do on your own turf. But I humbly suggest you keep all these people under guard while I give you a little context in private. Fair enough, Spade said, gesturing for Moody to step out of earshot with him. At this point, the other American law enforcement wizards and witches gestured for Harry, Bellatrix, Karkaroff, and the Durmstrang students to sit down with their hands on their heads. Harry knew he could trust Moody, but he could see that Bellatrix was nervous. Karkaroff was looking panicky. Moody had caught him in a lie, and he knew that Moody was telling Spade all about it. Harry could not help but smirk at Karkaroff before he settled into sorting out in his head what might have actually happened. Harry surmised that one of two things had happened. Either Andrei Borislav was somehow defecting and D had been caught, or he had been sacrificed as a pawn in an attempt to frame Bellatrix for murder. As far as Harry could tell, the latter was more likely. Regardless of what had happened or what the plan had been, Karkaroff was bungling it badly. Apparently, he had not calculated on Bellatrix bringing backup. Harry's speculation ended when Spade returned from conversing with Moody to address the group. I think I understand the situation, Spade said. I doubt Miss Black or Professor Ashworth committed foul play. I cannot seriously believe Black, Ashworth and Moody are conspiring to cover up a murder one of them did. Of course, it is possible that Black and Ashworth somehow tricked Moody to use him as an alibi, but I think it's more suspicious that Professor Karkaroff attempted to deceive me. So, Spade continued, what I am going to do is let you all resume business as normal while I and my team investigate the situation over the next few days. Having completed his speech, SP. Ade nodded toward his underlings who relaxed their guard. Harry and Bellatrix let out a sigh of relief and lowered their hands while Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students looked slightly apprehensive. But before you all go about your business, Spade said, I will have my staff take your statements and test all your wands to see the most recent spell cast. Meanwhile, I am going to head over to the Durmstrang cabin and see what the students there have to say about everyone's whereabouts tonight. Karkaroff's face went pale. As Spade left and interviews began, he insisted on going first. However, Spade's staff had apparently been instructed to save him for last. Harry could not help but let out a satisfied smile as an Auror led him a short distance away from the others, cast a privacy spell, and began the interview and wand testing. Harry's wand revealed that Lumos was his last spell. In response to the America Auror's questions, Harry revealed how Bellatrix had come to him with the note, how they had gone to Moody, and how they had proceeded into the forest. The Auror interviewing Harry seemed a little perplexed as to why Harry had believed it was a good idea to go on this sort of outing with a student in the dead of the night, but he did not push for a better explanation than the lame one Harry provided. Soon, Harry was free to go. He joined Moody, who had already been released, and they waited for Bellatrix, whose interview had lasted longer. When she joined them, they made their way back through the forest to the town hall. Curious events, Moody said. What are your thoughts? It looks like the Dark Lord is trying to frame me for murder, Bellatrix snapped angrily. I think you may be right, Moody agreed. I don't know why he would have used that idiot Karkaroff to do it, though. Consternation reigned at breakfast the next morning when Harry, in very general terms, informed the Hogwarts students what had happened during the night. Harry and Moody had briefed Ed, Pythia and Amelia before Moody had left for New York. He was going to follow up with Spade and alert the Ministry's ambassador to the Magical Congress of the United States. Harry was reassuring Lily that the team was not in serious trouble when Abraxas Malfoy swept into the room. He had been hobnobbing in New York and had probably been alerted to the situation by the ambassador. He gestured Ed for Harry to step out with him as soon as he was done chatting with Lily. After finishing his conversation with Lily, Harry nodded to Abraxas, and the two went to find some privacy in the hallway. Where is Bellatrix? How is she? Abraxas asked. She might be in bed, Harry said, feigning ignorance. He knew full well she was in bed and planned on staying there until right before her first elimination round. Harry knew this because after Moody had helped brief Pythia and Amelia, Bellatrix had sneaked into his bedroom to rehash the events of the night for over an hour. Her father and uncle are worried, Abraxas said. She's fine. She certainly was not injured. Well, the Dark Lord's followers are trying to frame her for murder, Malfoy scowled. And that can't be easy to endure. I've been reassured it won't get any traction. However, it is damaging. I'm sure it does not feel good, Harry admitted. However, the frame-up was so sloppy that it will fall apart with any scrutiny. It doesn't matter, Abraxas sighed. The people who want to look at her as a blood traitor are going to believe it. Then of course, it gives Durmstrang an opportunity to avoid being defeated in the tournament. When Bellatrix is not charged, Durmstrang can forfeit in protest while complaining that they should not have to go up against Bellatrix after she killed a member of their team. I'm not sure I care whether they forfeit. Harry shrugged. Well, Orion and Cygnus care, Abraxas said. It would have been helpful on political and practical levels if Hogwarts had trounced Durmstrang. Now, Durmstrang has an excuse to avoid us. I suppose so, Harry concurred. Now, how is Bellatrix performing in the tournament? Abraxas asked. She is doing well, Harry replied. She might make it through to the finals. Abraxas nodded. I think she could win. I mean, look at her. She is smart and powerful. She could very well be the most brilliant witch of her generation. As you say, Harry said, carefully keeping his voice neutral. The tournament proceeded as normal, and those of the students who were aware of Andrei Borislav's death soon put it out of their mind. The only reminder that anything had happened were the American oars occasionally spotted in the crowds. Harry and Pythia spent the bulk of their time scurrying between dueling platform locations as they tried to keep up with how their students were performing. So far, all of the Hogwarts students had done well enough to at least avoid embarrassment. A couple of the younger and more inexperienced Hogwarts students had been eliminated in the first rounds. However, they had taken it in stride. During one time slot when Bellatrix and her squad were the only Hogwarts students competing, Harry and Pythia were lucky enough to be able to join each other to watch the tournament. Bellatrix's squad was up against a squad from Beauxbatons. I'm not sure going out in the forest with Bellatrix in the middle of the night was your finest idea, Pythia told Harry in a low voice as they took seats on the grandstand. At least you had the sense to take Moody with you. Well, you know how curiosity killed the cat, Harry said idly. As he watched the officials work on clearing the dueling platform and preparing it for the match. He assumed Pythia knew more about things than she admitted. However, he was not about to fill in the gaps for her. Then again, I guess Bellatrix is technically an adult and may very well have gone alone if you had not tagged along, Pythia admitted. We should be thankful she brought the note to your attention. Still, you may want to lay low when her father and uncle show up. Harry was not sure if she was teasing or serious about Cygnus and Orion. He did not bother dwelling on that question once the match began. With a smile, he watched as Bellatrix, James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus laid waste to the Beauxbaton team. The squad's performance was a thing of beauty. Bellatrix shot spell after spell at the other team while James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus shot all the correct attack and counterattack spells to either shield the team or complement Bellatrix's attack spells. With almost imperceptible nods and gestures, they shifted between defensive and offensive postures and between various strategies, combos, and plays. As soon Bellatrix detected the flaw or opening in the Beauxbaton squad's strategy, she somehow communicated her choice of attack strategy to the rest of the squad. Without missing a beat, the squad shifted posture and strategy and doubled down, putting increased power behind each spell. One of Beauxbaton's wizards fell to a stunner. The rest soon followed. As the referee announced that the Hogwarts squad would be advancing to the next level, Harry and Pythia leapt to their feet, clapping with other members of the audience. James, Remus, and Sirius were pumping their fists and cheering. Lily was beaming as she watched the admittedly modest-sized crowd cheer. Bellatrix, however, had already left the platform. Later that night, Harry found Bellatrix stalking back and forth angrily in his bedroom. She was wearing a black kimono-style bathrobe over the top of her customary nightie. Harry thought the bathrobe looked very nice. However, Bellatrix apparently disagreed. She abruptly removed it and stomped on it a few times before resuming her pacing. "Anything on your mind?" Harry asked casually as he closed the door, conjured a chair, and took a seat. Bellatrix threw up her hands. I feel like a sitting duck, she snapped. Well, if we're being honest, we kind of walked into that trap. Harry said. It would have made no difference if we had stayed here instead of going out into the forest, Bellatrix pointed out. In fact, it might have been worse. EY could have discovered the body and then told the Aurors that I had a motive to get back at him after what happened with the dark magic yesterday. If we had not been caught red-handed, they could Avenue accused you of memory charming me after the fact. True. Let's also not forget the one fact you and Moody have glossed over, Bellatrix said. Which is, somebody put that note on my pillow. Probably a Hogwarts student. Maybe not, Harry replied. He knew she might be right about it being a Hogwarts student. He was hoping that someone from Durmstrang had sneaked into the Hogwarts lodgings. If it was a Hogwarts student, he hoped it was not Snape. Regardless, Harry was not anxious to dwell on that with Bellatrix. She did not need to be any more worried than she already was. Harry and Bellatrix chatted for a few more minutes before Bellatrix announced she needed to take a shower. After she picked up her bathrobe and left the room, Harry doused the lights and took his position at the window, watching as stragglers in the town square made their way to their lodgings for the night. We're on a roll, Sirius exclaimed. It was the 10th time in an hour he had said that or something similar. He was standing on his bed with his fists on his hips. You're going to hit your head or fall down, Lily warned. She was seated on the floor and leaning against one of the beds next to Remus and Peter while James was at the desk thumbing through the team playbook. Sirius winked at her and crouched as if he was going to start jumping up and down on the bed. I think you're right, Remus said, his face breaking into a grin. I mean, did you see how easy it was to take down Beauxbatons? They're one of the top competitors. It's not over yet, James said, though his satisfied smile betrayed his excitement. Remember that anything could happen, Lily cautioned. In fact, I'm a little worried about whether Bellatrix can stick it out. She seemed out of sorts today. Well, being accused of murder is pretty heavy, Remus admitted. It's Bellatrix. I assure you that she is capable of murder, Sirius pointed out with mock seriousness. Okay, but I think being framed for an actual murder you did not do is different. Why would someone do that? Lily asked. James, Sirius, and Remus exchanged worried glances with each other. What aren't you telling me? Lily asked. Peter also looked perplexed. Isn't it obvious? Sirius asked. Is Durmstrang trying to cheat somehow? Lily asked. It's probably the Dark Lord, James said. Bellatrix is a target. She refused to join him and then exposed his existence to the world. Quote, of course, Lily said, feeling like she had been punched in the gut. She realized she should have seen it herself. However, it was weird for her to think a Dark Lord was out in the world and manipulating events to target a fellow classmate. The mention of the Dark Lord had put a damper on the mood, and Lily soon excused herself to return to the room she shared with Bellatrix. There, she found Bellatrix sleeping on her stomach. Lily thought she looked peaceful until she spotted the wand clutched in one of Bellatrix's hands. By nightfall on the 4th day of the tournament, the only Hogwarts squads to have avoided elimination were those led by Bellatrix and Frank. Of those two, Bellatrix's squad was performing better, and observers were betting on them making it to and perhaps through the semifinals with ease. The odds were not as good for Frank's squad, but nobody was betting against them. In the solo category, the Hogwarts students had found themselves reckoning with formidable opponents. The Salem tournament had attracted a disproportionate share of solo competitors, unlike the Paris and Cape Town tournaments where team matches took center stage at the cost of making the solo competitions more of a sideshow. Bellatrix had managed to scrape by and had a good chance to make it into the semifinals. Snape had also done well in his younger division. On the other hand, despite having made respectable showings all around, James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and the rest of the Hogwarts team had been eliminated at various stages. Before dinner was served that evening, Harry and Pythia had devoted time to reassuring all the students that they were good duelists and had lost to phenomenal competitors with years of experience. They encouraged the students to stick with it for another year. In particular, Pythia's enthusiasm for the coming years was so infectious that many of the students began planning and strategizing for the next school year. The only person not showing enthusiasm was Bellatrix. At this point, the tournament seemed like a chore to her. She had no intention of competing with the team next year. In fact, she had no intention of being at Hogwarts. Having eaten her fill of dinner, she slipped upstairs to her bedroom, changed into her customary nightwear, and apparated to Harry's bedroom. After about an hour, Harry arrived. Having become accustomed to her nightly visits, Harry showed no surprise when he lit the room and found her relaxing in a chair. "Anything particular on your mind, tonight?" Harry asked, letting out a small yawn. "I don't know," Bellatrix said. "I guess I was just relaxing." "I see," Harry responded, conjuring a chair and sitting across from her. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes. "Does it get any easier?" Bellatrix asked. "Does what get easier?" Bellatrix sighed. "I don't know. I guess the fact that there is a literal Dark Lord out there and that he is targeting me." Harry took a moment to think about it. "You get used to it, at least," Harry said. "It helps if you don't dwell on him too much." Dissatisfied with the answer, Bellatrix shook her head. "You won. Be the Dark Lord's only target forever," Harry said reassuringly. "At some point, he will figure out that I am lurking in the shadows." On the morning of the fifth and final day of the competition, the Hogwarts students awoke to find that Minister Black, Orion Black, and Abraxas Malfoy had not only come to spend the day at the tournament with the team but had also brought in a catered breakfast tea from New York for the students to enjoy. Minister Black was not a popular or charismatic person on his own merits. But he was the Minister for Magic, and the students were happy to tuck into the brie. AK fast and rub shoulders with him and Abraxas Malfoy. They stayed away from Orion, who scared them. Frank Longbottom, in particular, had sidled up to the minister and was engaging him in conversation at every opportunity. On the edge of the room, Orion had taken Bellatrix aside into a quiet corner. "I hear you're doing well in the competition," Orion said. Bellatrix nodded. "Good," Orion said. Business with the dead Durmstrang student is unfortunate. "Very. We've had conversations with the Magical Congress about it. They find the situation perplexing, but the top brass have concluded you are probably not guilty of anything. Still, we've had to agree that you will answer some questions while under the influence of a truth potion. That isn't standard, isn't it risky?" Bellatrix shot back, suddenly concerned that she might end up telling the truth about too many things. "We've laid down strict rules about what they can ask and under what conditions," Orion said. "I will be there as your official representative. Of course, we'll want one of our own Aurors there. Perhaps Alistair Moody." "No, Ashworth." Orion raised his eyebrows, but smiled slyly. "Ashworth it is. When is the interrogation?" "This morning at the first opportunity." "What? Why?" Bellatrix demanded. "We need to prepare for our matches and duels." "Politics," Orion replied. "It appears that Durmstrang is still in the running for the squad category. We suspect they will forfeit in protest if they are matched against your squad. Fortunately, the Magical Congress has agreed that if you are cleared using the truth potion this morning, they will officially announce their conclusion that you are innocent. Durmstrang can still forfeit in protest and say the Americans are incompetent," Bellatrix pointed out. "I'm sure they will," Orion agreed, a conniving smile appearing on his face. "But we will discreetly inform multiple news reporters that there is reason to suspect Andrei Borislav was murdered by someone from the Durmstrang contingent. Later on, it will be revealed Durmstrang forfeited and fled after they knew you were found innocent. Then it should be easy to sell that Durmstrang's forfeit was a panicked admission of guilt." "Let's get the interrogation out of the way," Bellatrix decided. "Where is she?" James grumbled, pacing back and forth while Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Peter looked on. The tournament officials were cleaning up after the latest match and recording the scores. Within minutes, Bellatrix's squad would be summoned onto the platform to compete for a spot in the semifinals. "I hope you've been paying attention, Peter," Sirius said jokingly. "You might have to step in for Bellatrix." "I can't do that," Peter exclaimed. "Well, you're going to have to," Sirius said, deadpan. "You had better see if Lily can help you transfigure you in your robes to match." "Bellatrix. Here she comes with Professor Ashworth," Remus interjected before Sirius could tease Peter any further. Where have you been? Are you okay? Lily asked as soon as Bellatrix came into earshot. Bellatrix nodded curtly. She's fine, Harry told the squad. However, I have put her under a silencing charm. Why? Lily asked. The American Aurors just finished questioning Bellatrix using a truth potion. So, she asked me to cast a silencing charm on her until she's sure the potion has worn off. Sirius began wheezing with laughter as Bellatrix alternated between glaring at Harry for being so forthcoming and staring at Sirius with icy anger. I was dosed with the truth potion, too, Harry said, gesturing happily and sounding slightly drunk. Anyway, you'll be happy to know that Bellatrix has been cleared of any wrongdoing. So, that cloud is no longer hanging over us. In fact, you will see that the announcement of her innocence is going to really work in our favor. That's great news, Lily exclaimed. And again, I just want to wish you good luck, Harry continued, his voice abnormally bright. You've been doing so well. And I am so proud of each of you. I am especially proud of your squad. I am so happy that I have had the opportunity to teach you and be with you at these tournaments. It warms my heart to watch you working so well together. You are going to grow into amazing people and do amazing things. It looked like Harry was ready to say more to the squad, but Bellatrix had swatted him on the arm and was giving him a stern look with her lips pressed together and her violet eyes flashing. Right, you are, Harry said to her before waving to the team and walking away. Good luck. And here comes Ashworth, Abraxas said slyly as the final preparations for the match between Bellatrix's squad and a Canadian team commenced. He was seated with Cygnus and Orion on the grandstand reserved primarily for tournament officials, visiting dignitaries, and coaches. Hopefully that truth potion is still in his system. Don't go overboard, Orion said as he watched the dueling platform through a pair of omnioculars. We don't want to scare him away from her. Yes, please spare this father's ears, Cygnus sighed. In short order, Ashworth had arrived on the grandstand. N.D. Abraxas had magnanimously invited him to sit next to him in the blacks. As Harry sat, Abraxas began the conversation with small talk. He quieted down as the match began and as all eyes focused on the Hogwarts and Canadian squads dueling it out. The Canadians are no pushovers, Orion commented after observing several volleys go back and forth. However, when Bellatrix turns up the heat, they'll fold. Has she been cruising through the tournament this easily? Abraxas asked Harry as Cygnus smiled proudly. Yes, Harry said, shielding his eyes from the sun as he watched the match. You've trained an extraordinary squad, then, Abraxas declared. You're very kind, Harry said. Of course, Bellatrix is the star of the squad, Abraxas noted. Harry nodded. Do you find her impressive? Of course, Harry said as they all watched Bellatrix unleash a combo on the Canadian team that caused two of the Canadians to drop and roll into well-aimed stinging hexes from James and Sirius. Sirius is quite the fighter, too, he said, nodding toward Orion. A grin crept across Orion's otherwise grim-looking visage. Abraxas knew that Orion was pleased with Harry's comment about Sirius. However, he also knew that the real source of the smile was Orion's amusement at Harry's attempt to deflect the conversation away from Bellatrix. Abraxas decided to push a little harder. I dare say you would agree she is quite the looker. Harry abruptly frowned and looked at Abraxas. You're not the first person to mention her being a looker to me this week. Really? May I ask who the other was? An impertinent competitor from another school, Harry said vaguely, glancing back toward the match in time to see that the Canadians had gotten back to their feet and that the squads were now trading volleys at an even pace once again. Curious, Abraxas observed. Well, regardless, wouldn't you agree? I try not to harbor that sort of opinion about any of my students, Harry responded. The faint blush on his cheeks betrayed his awareness that Orion and Cygnus were looking at him from the corners of their eyes. In a seemingly absent-minded gesture, Harry held one of his hands up and clenched his fist. Abraxas was trying to think of an adept response, but Bellatrix had abruptly decided to go for the other team's jugular. Members of the audience leapt to their feet with applause as Bellatrix's SQU ad abruptly crushed the Canadian squad and secured a place in the semifinals. You'll have to excuse me, Harry said, jumping up from his seat and going to meet Bellatrix's squad. Well, I think he thinks she's a looker. Abraxas said to Orion and Cygnus. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, Cygnus said, rolling his eyes. It's more likely he thinks you're a nutter or some sort of pervert. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect you're a pervert. Did you two see what he did? Orion said, his voice low. What do you mean? Abraxas asked. When he held up his hand and clenched his fist, he was ordering Bellatrix to pounce and end the match. Quote, really? Abraxas asked eagerly. I think she saw that you were chatting with him, surmised that you were interfering with her love life, and took steps to remove Ashworth from the conversation. Cygnus said. His gesture was absent-minded and coincidental. It wasn't some signal. Perhaps, Orion conceded, looking grouchy about having his pet theory challenged. The wizards debated amongst themselves for a couple of more minutes before Harry returned to the grandstand to speak with the tournament officials. Soon after, Pythia Greengrass arrived from where she had been observing Frank's squad compete. She also went to speak with tournament officials. Eventually, they finished their business and came over to Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas. Good news, Minister, Pythia announced. Our other Hogwarts squad with Frank Longbottom as the captain has qualified for the semifinals. Their next match is right here against Durmstrang. Bother, Abraxas said. We didn't calculate for Durmstrang going up against the squad without Bellatrix. I need to check on some things. Please excuse me. He stood up and stalked off. Harry and Pythia chatted briefly with Orion and Cygnus before announcing they would need to briefly leave the grandstand to go meet with Frank and his squad before the commencement of their match against Durmstrang. Can you invite my Otter to sit up here during that match? Cygnus asked quietly. Of course, Pythia said. Harry and Pythia found Bellatrix's squad and Frank's squad chatting with each other and with other Hogwarts students. James and Sirius had taken center stage and were offering the members of Frank's team advice for their upcoming match against Durmstrang. Frank's team had not gone up against Durmstrang during the qualifiers. Although Frank did not seem thrilled about having to take advice from Bellatrix's squad, his squadmates were eagerly absorbing every shred of guidance James and Sirius could offer. Lily, who was more conscious of the tension between Bellatrix and Frank, wisely refrained from interfering. The student-to-student advice paused long enough for Harry and Pythia to give their own tips and a little bit of a pep talk. They assured Frank's squad they would be on the lookout for any dark magic, but predicted there would not be a problem given everything that had happened. After that, Harry and Pythia left the students and returned to the grandstand with a still silenced Bellatrix in tow. Go on ahead without me, Pythia instructed, breaking off from Harry and Bellatrix and stepping into the crowd. Harry and Bellatrix climbed up to the grandstand and found that Orion had also disappeared. Cygnus gestured for Harry and Bellatrix to sit down next to him, with Bellatrix on his right and Harry on Bellatrix's right side. You did well in that match, Cygnus declared, sounding thrilled. It looks like you've got 1 or 2 matches left and then the solo competition to wrap up. Am I right? Bellatrix nodded. Her facial expression was neutral, but Harry could tell she was pleased with the praise from her father. Look down here, called Pythia's voice from somewhere in the town square. Harry and Bellatrix looked down from the platform toward where Pythia was standing. Next to her was a photographer. Cygnus, wondering what Harry and Bellatrix were looking at, also looked in that direction just as the photographer snapped a photograph of Harry, Cygnus, and Bellatrix sitting next to each other. Pythia shot them a grin. A few seconds later, Orion and Abraxas reappeared and the group was soon chatting amicably with each other while they waited for the match between Longbottom's squad and Durmstrang to begin. When Pythia joined them, Harry asked her what she had been doing with the photographer. Funding my retirement. What is that supposed to mean? Harry demanded as the announcer spoke in the background. Don't worry about it, Pythia said airily. Oh, look, we're underway. Forgetting about the photograph, Harry watched Frank Longbottom lead his squad against Durmstrang. As far as Harry could tell, Durmstrang was playing it fair. Surprisingly, they were performing better than they had with Andrei Borislav leading the charge. The only concern Harry had was that Karkaroff had taken a position next to the dueling platform instead of coming up onto the grandstand. It struck Harry as a little unorthodox, but it was not necessarily alarming. I think we're toast, Pythia sighed about a minute or two into the match. Yes, Harry agreed, as he watched Frank glance anxiously at his teammates. As best Harry could tell, Frank had good instincts. Unfortunately, his squad has not mastered enough combos or strategies, and Frank did not possess Bellatrix's ability to fill the gap with sheer talent or power. This meant they would all be having to improvise to fill gaps. With 5 people improvising, it was only a matter of time before someone attacked when they should have shielded. Bellatrix, who had continued to insist on remaining under a silencing charm, was rolling her eyes repeatedly. Apparently, she was not impressed with Longbottom and his squad. Pythia's prediction proved true. Durmstrang picked off Frank's squad one by one until only he and Lily's friend Alice remained. Instead of surrendering, Frank tried what spectators could only assume was a poorly chosen shield charm. It absorbed and merged with multiple spells from Durmstrang's final volley, and the result was an explosion that knocked Frank and Alice unconscious. With the match over, most people were applauding. However, Bellatrix's shoulders were shaking with silent laughter. In his mind, Harry could not help but draw a parallel between what had happened to the Longbottoms. In his timeline and the current scenario where Frank and Alice were unconscious as Bellatrix laughed. Harry swatted Bellatrix. "Stop that." Bellatrix stopped her silent laughter and glared at Harry. She threw up her hands, as if to ask what his problem was. "Never mind," Harry grumbled as Bellatrix glared at him. The circumstances were different, and Bellatrix had technically done nothing to hurt the Longbottoms. "Bellatrix, your squad is up for its semi-final round," Pythia said, apparently ignoring the byplay between Harry and Bellatrix. "It looks like you're up against a Japanese team. This particular team is composed of extremely talented solo duelists. They are all prima donnas who believe they should be in charge. If you force them to repeatedly alter strategy, there will be a breakdown." Bellatrix nodded as she stood. "Oh," Pythia called out just as Bellatrix began walking away. "How about you tell Frank to join us up here during your match?" Turning around, Bellatrix angrily threw up her hands and pointed at her mouth. "I'll go down with her," Harry said, hiding a smirk. "I'll commiserate with Longbottom. You can if you want," Pythia yawned. Harry went down from the platform with Bellatrix. When he returned with Frank in tow, he found that Karkaroff had made his way to the grandstand and was engaging in a heated discussion with the tournament officials. On his way to his seat, Harry had to pass the group. From what Harry could overhear, Karkaroff was protesting the potential matchup of the Durmstrang squad against Bellatrix's squad. The tournament officials were emending him that the American Aurors had used a truth potion to clear Bellatrix of all wrongdoing. The match soon proceeded. At first, it looked like Bellatrix, James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus were going to be crushed by superior competitors. However, once Bellatrix began implementing the strategy suggested by Pythia, the Japanese squad began falling apart. Eventually, Bellatrix was able to pick off one of the opponents. And then a second. The remaining 3 pushed and shielded hard despite being outnumbered. Eventually, they surrendered. The cheering and applause for the Hogwarts squad was especially loud. Not only because they had put on a good show, but also because a larger crowd had already begun gathering to watch the final. As the applause died down, a tournament official used his wand to amplify his voice to announce that Durmstrang was choosing to withdraw from the competition and that for purposes of the final it would be chalked up as a forfeit. Confused murmuring broke out. Harry glanced over to see that Karkaroff was standing near the tournament officials. Not far from him, Harry could see Moody lurking. The tournament official proceeded to explain to the spectators that the rules were such that with Durmstrang withdrawing, Bellatrix's squad would, by default, become the first place winner. The officials had decided that second and third place would be determined by one last match between Frank's squad and the Japanese squad that Bellatrix's squad had defeated. The spectators applauded for the Hogwarts victory, though there were still confused noises emanating from the crowd. It looked like a few of the dignitaries seated in the grandstand were about to approach Karkaroff for an explanation. There was no doubt his explanation would involve complaining about having to face off against someone who had allegedly killed their teammate. However, before anyone could engage Karkaroff in conversation, Moody pounced on him. "I guess you heard Miss Black has been cleared of suspicion," Moody said loudly, with no attempt to be subtle. "I heard they're aiming to pick you up soon." Karkaroff, apparently trying to hide panic, left the grandstand as the tourname. NT officials completed preparations for Frank's squad and the Japanese squad to compete. Frank's squad did just as poorly against the Japanese team as it had against Durmstrang and was defeated. This left Bellatrix's squad in first place and relegated Frank's squad to third. Considering that Hogwarts had not, in recent history, participated in dueling competitions, having two squads in the top three at a tournament as large as the one in Salem was a notable victory. The tournament officials attempted to give out trophies in a semi-formal ceremony. However, the entire Hogwarts contingent was noisily celebrating, and other competitors and spectators were rushing to compete in or attend the remaining duels of the solo competition. In the end, the tournament officials resigned themselves to handing trophies to Bellatrix and Frank and offering their congratulations. Moody and Pythia somehow managed to wrangle the Hogwarts students into formation to pose for group photographs with Minister Black and the coaches. After the photographs were completed, Bellatrix handed the squad's trophy to Lily before muttering something about a solo duel and slipping away. Lily allowed herself to relish the moment with James, Sirius, and Remus before piping up and telling them that they should find where Bellatrix was competing and go support her. They all readily agreed and soon were headed with several other Hogwarts students in tow to where Bellatrix was scheduled to compete next. For most of the Hogwarts students, watching the last few rounds of solo duel finals was as enjoyable as any other part of the tournament. With all of them except Bellatrix and Snape eliminated from further competition, there was no more pressure. Plus, with 2 trophies under the team's belt, there was plenty to feel good about. Not long into the solo duels, Snape was eliminated without having placed in his division. Although talented, he had been against equally talented and more experienced duelists. Bellatrix was also encountering the same challenge. However, sheer power was carrying her through, and it was entertaining to watch. Sometimes she blitzed her opponent with ridiculous spell combinations, times she overwhelmed an opponent by repeatedly casting the same spells, and sometimes she used repeated shield charms until her opponent was too tired to effectively duel. Even if Bellatrix was breaking no rules, her style constituted dirty dueling in a sport that prided itself on sportsmanship. Spectators not from Hogwarts were beginning to conclude that Bellatrix really did not deserve to win. Even some from within Hogwarts were disgusted with Bellatrix, chief among them being Frank Longbottom. Lily overheard him telling Alice that the only reason Bellatrix had made it so far was because she was born with power. Another shrewish student commented that Bellatrix's wand seemed a little too powerful and that it must be nice to be rich. Lily did not take the naysayers seriously. During her Muggle schooling, she had become accustomed to jealous classmates and thus could recognize Frank's comments for what they were. As for James and Sirius, they were oblivious to the naysayers and cheering on Bellatrix's winning tactics. Evening was falling on the historic Salem village as Lily, the Hogwarts contingent, and all the other spectators gathered in the town square to watch the final duels for each competition division. Eventually, it was Bellatrix's turn to face off against a student from Ilvermorny. Bellatrix's opponent made no secret of the fact that he was a native of Texas, and that he fully expected to defeat Bellatrix. "I'm going to take that wand away from you before you even know what hit you," he called out. Although his words were aggressive, his delivery of them sounded good-natured. However, Bellatrix did not look amused. "Come and get it," she snapped tiredly before the referee gestured at Bellatrix and the Texan to quiet down and take their places. Bellatrix's offhand retort seemed to have triggered the Texan, and he was seething by the time the referee marked the beginning of the duel. To the disappointment of the spectators, Bellatrix adopted a strategy of hiding behind shields for the majority of the duel. It appeared that it would be a boring duel. However, it seemed the Texan had been warned about Bellatrix's strategies. Pacing himself, he exhausting himself as he poked and prodded at Bellatrix's shield spells. The spectators began to murmur quietly as some wondered if it was going to end in a draw. Finally, Bellatrix unleashed a blitz that devolved into her repeatedly hammering the Texan with the same spell. As Bellatrix saw that the blitzing and hammering were gaining her no traction, Bellatrix abandoned those strategies and returned to shielding. As the grinning Texan shot a couple of spells at Bellatrix's shields, Lily watched as Bellatrix bit her lip and stared tiredly at the Texan. She let out a small sigh and closed her eyes. And Lily wondered if Bellatrix was about to concede. But then, Bellatrix reopened her eyes, set her jaw, and repositioned her wand. As Bellatrix's wrist moved, Lily suddenly realized that Bellatrix was wearing a silver bracelet. Lily was just wondering whether Bellatrix had been wearing the bracelet all along when Bellatrix suddenly let loose with a flurry of offensive spells. The audience sat spellbound as Bellatrix unleashed a wave of seemingly impossible combos broken up with highly aggressive spells that were not traditionally part of dueling competitions. It was as if Bellatrix had mentally shifted from competition mode to a fight-or-die mode. The Texan was now having to devote all his energy to blocking, shielding, and dodging. Bellatrix unleashed a string of purple orbs that looped into the air and bombarded the ground around the Texan, one of them exploding behind him and shocking him. With teeth gritted, the Texan increased his shielding efforts as Bellatrix unleashed another string of purple orbs. Instead of arching into the air, the second batch of purple orbs whirled in a helix formation that zoomed toward the Texan. As the Texan tried to simultaneously dodge and shield, Bellatrix hit him with a stunner. It happened so fast that it took the crowd a second to realize that Bellatrix had won. Awed by the spectacular display of dueling, the crowd jumped to its feet with thunderous applause. Sparing only a quick glance at the crowd, Bellatrix's eyes wandered to the grandstand where her father, flanked by Orion and Abraxas, was giving her a standing ovation. Professors Ashworth and Greengrass were also nearby, in Bellatrix's line of sight, clapping. The lighting was bad, but Lily thought she spied a faint blush on Bellatrix's cheeks. As the crowd continued applauding, a tournament official appeared on the platform to hand Bellatrix her trophy. Looking tired, she accepted the trophy. After exchanging a few words with the tournament official, she went up to the grandstand where her father, uncle, and professors congratulated her. As the follow-up duel to determine the second and third place winners got underway, Lily thought she spied Bellatrix apparate away from the grandstand. Is she coming down here? Lily wondered aloud. Probably going to take a nap, Sirius remarked. After the last duels of the Salem tournament were completed, the two tournament officials took to the main dueling platform, now serving as a stage, to conduct an informal closing ceremony. The master of the ceremonies took time to list off the top 3 winners in each division as the crowd cheered. After reviewing the winners, the tournament officials quickly sorted through housekeeping items, reminding everyone that they were to be checked out of their lodgings by noon the next day. After all of the tournament business, the officials announced that the remainder of the closing ceremony would be a party featuring a Muggle delicacy known as pizza. A band had been hired to provide music until the early hours of the morning. Harry let out a groan when he realized there was going to be a dance party outside of his bedroom for most of the night. Correctly interpreting Harry's groan, Pythia laughed and patted his shoulder. Just enjoy it. Our students are going to look back on this tournament as one of the highlights of their lives. They will drive our children insane with repetitive tales of how they were here and what happened. As if, Harry chuckled. I'm sure there will be tournaments next year and the year after that. Yes, but the Hogwarts team will not be quite so successful in future years as we were this year. We won't be the coaches, and Bellatrix won't be carrying anyone's weight. Oh, are you leaving Hogwarts, too? Harry asked, frowning. This is my last year teaching at Hogwarts, Pythia confirmed. Where are you going? Harry asked. I don't know yet, Pythia said. She looked sad, but then grinned. Don't worry, I'll visit when I can. For now, let's enjoy ourselves. She winked at Harry and then disappeared into the crowd. Harry exchanged niceties with various tournament officials and chatted briefly with Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas. Eventually he walked over to the buffet and helped himself to a couple of slices of pizza just as the band finished setting up. As the music started, he made his way to the edge of the crowd near the unplottable forest surrounding the village just in time to avoid being trampled by dancing teenagers. Harry was not that much older than the teenagers dancing and partying. It would have been unusual for someone his age to join in the festivities. But he was posing as a professor in his mid-30s. There was also something of a social barrier arising from Harry being a war veteran who had gone through things these students could only imagine. These thoughts occupied Harry for some time. He was just about to retire for the night when he thought he heard someone moving in the woods behind him. Drawing his wand, he went to investigate, moving as quietly as possible. Despite his efforts, he was unable to outmaneuver or identify the other person creeping about the woods. Harry was feeling perplexed until he suddenly realized that the stealthy movement patterns were familiar to him. It was Bellatrix. As soon as Harry had this thought, he felt certain he was right. Somehow, the black family ring concealed on his finger was confirming his suspicion. He supposed it had something to do with how he had detected Bellatrix's distress the night Voldemort had assaulted her. Not in the mood to play cat and mouse as he and Bellatrix sometimes did during practice duels, Harry took a position up against a tree and waited for Bellatrix to find him and pounce. After a couple of short minutes, Harry felt the tip of her wand poke up against his neck. "You're losing your edge," Bellatrix whispered in the dark. "That's what you think," Harry countered casually. He shifted his body to find a more comfortable position against the tree and wondered why Bellatrix was not lowering her wand. He did not think she would cast a spell, but having a wand poking up against his neck was not comfortable, either. Harry was about to ask Bellatrix why she was out and about in the woods when he abruptly felt her lips on his. The kiss was perfunctory, suggesting to Harry that Bellatrix was again using a kiss to send a message rather than doing it for enjoyment. "Reminding me that you're still 17, he quipped, recalling how, at the Cape Town tournament, she had sneaked into High's tent on the morning of her 17th birthday and woken him up with a kiss and reminder that she was now of age. Bellatrix withdrew her wand from Harry's neck and cast a Lumos spell. In the light from the wand, Harry could see that she had abandoned her usual attire and was wearing a formal-looking outfit. She looked very smart in her dark suit jacket and matching skirt. "I'm glad you remember the bit about me being 17, she said. "However, tonight's kiss is to make sure you know that I am no longer your student. Last I checked, the term isn't over." Bellatrix shrugged defiantly. "The attempt to frame me for murder shows that I am a target. Hiding in Gryffindor Tower is not going to keep me safe from the Dark Lord's next scheme." "You have a fair point," Harry conceded, albeit reluctantly. He knew full well just how safe he had been from Voldemort during his own years at Hogwarts. Sensing the undercurrent of discomfort beneath Harry's concession, Bellatrix offered more justification. Defiance creeping into her voice. "We need to be able to coordinate efforts. I shouldn't have to sneak into your bedroom if we need to chat. So, unless you invoke my vow of allegiance to require that I remain a student, I'm leaving tonight." Harry pressed his lips together and shook his head. He couldn't say she was completely wrong. But on the other hand, Bellatrix leaving Hogwarts before the end of her 6th year seemed potentially reckless. "Wouldn't it be better to finish school? Don't you need to pass your NEWTs?" "I don't need to be enrolled at Hogwarts to pass my NEWTs," Bellatrix insisted. "Arguably, I don't even need to pass them." "Right," Harry said slowly. "Do you promise that you'll work on passing your NEWTs, then?" "Of course," Bellatrix said, sounding suspiciously agreeable. "With the goal of passing them within a year and a half," Harry clarified. Bellatrix frowned mutinously. Harry stared at her, raising his eyebrows. "Fine," she muttered, "and you'll be passing several." "Not just a couple," Harry said, his lips twisting into an amused smile. "Yes," Bellatrix snapped. She whirled away from Harry and the tree against which he was leaning and began walking deeper into the woods. "You know where I'll be," she called as she swished her wand and disappeared with a faint pop. The Oracle's departure. A.N. I am always grateful for your reviews since they let me know that people are actually out there reading. One thing that is helpful is if you tell me what types of things you want to see happen on stage, instead of merely knowing it happened off stage. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 18. The Oracle's Departure. Upon the dueling team's return from Salem, Professor Dumbledore conducted a ceremony in the Hogwarts Trophy room to recognize their achievements. The first and third place trophies that Bellatrix and Frank's squads had won would be placed on display. In exchange for that permanent loan, each member of T. He winning squads received a commemorative plaque to take home. As for Bellatrix's solo trophy, that was hers to keep, partly because she had absconded with it at the end of the tournament. Bellatrix's abrupt withdrawal from Hogwarts had become an embarrassment for Harry. Dumbledore was disappointed, and others had been critical. Many believed Harry and Pythia should have somehow prevented her from leaving Hogwarts. Even those who knew there was no stopping Bellatrix believed that Harry and Pythia should have detected her departure sooner than mere minutes before the team left Salem. Ignoring his detractors, Harry threw himself into his teaching duties and extra Auror training. On the other extreme, Pythia seemed to have shut down. She had taken to hiding in her divination classroom and no longer emerged even for meals. Harry had visited her several times. During each visit, she tried to cheer up Harry as if he was the one that was depressed. "The other professors are just jealous," Pythia said, gesturing to a copy of Witch Weekly resting on the small side table between Harry and Pythia's rocking chairs. "We've been praised in several editions of the Daily Prophet. Now, we're in Witch Weekly. They'll be lucky if they ever do anything half as famous." Harry scoffed as he picked up Witch Weekly and thumbed through it. Plenty of quotes from Mr. Black, I see. Pythia chuckled slyly and blushed. "How about coming down to the Great Hall for dinner tonight?" Harry asked, his voice a little too casual. Pythia shook her head. "No, I have to work on packing." "Packing?" Harry asked, perplexed. He looked around and realized that what he had assumed to be a little bit of redecorating was actually Pythia's personal possessions gradually disappearing. "Surely you're not leaving until the end of the school year," Harry said, frowning. "I don't know when I'm leaving," Pythia said lightly. "It could be any moment. I want to be ready." "Are you ill?" "Not at all," Pythia replied, eaching over and patting Harry's wrist reassuringly. "Well, I should admit that I am ill. There is no escaping that. But thanks to you, I think I will be able to hold off death for at least another decade. Maybe even two. I guess I don't understand." "You don't have to," Pythia said as she picked up her teacup and clutched it. "That is my burden." Abraxas Malfoy was slowly walking laps around a long conference table as Minister Black and his brother, Orion, met with Director of Magical Law Enforcement Davian Pruitt. Also present was Davian's son, Gideon Pruitt, the head Auror. They were reviewing the status of the Auror office. Abraxas could not help but smirk at the scene and mix of personalities in front of him. It was apparent that Davian was annoyed about Cygnus involving Orion and their discussion as something of an unofficial privy councillor. Yet ironically, while focused on Minister's Black alleged impropriety, Davian did not seem to realize that he was sitting next to his son, whose official position as head Auror was obviously nepotism. "It looks like you have some Auror trainees coming in, including a 7th-year Hogwarts student," Cygnus observed as he scanned a sheet of parchment detailing recruitment. "Yes, that would be Longbottom," Davian confirmed. "I saw young Longbottom compete in Salem. He has potential. A little stiff, but I assume you'll knock off his rough edges. If we can justify fast-track promotions for him, it will cement political support from the Longbottom family," Davian said. "Quite," Cygnus said, referring back to the parchment and frowning slightly. "I would have hoped to see more trainees coming straight from Hogwarts given their success in the dueling tournaments this year." "The Hogwarts Dueling Club began only this year," Davian pointed out. "That was too late for 7th-year students to enroll in classes to meet our minimum Auror qualifications. If the dueling club continues, we should see an exponential increase by next year. There are more hit wizard trainees than usual coming out of Hogwarts this summer," Gideon added. "And those hit wizards can eventually transfer to the Auror office," Davian said, seizing the lifeline his son had thrown him. "We can even encourage transfers." "Right," Cygnus said, handing the parchment back to Davian. "Go ahead and do that. Is there anything else you have for me?" "Dav." Ian nodded as he produced another sheet of parchment. "We're rotating Auror assignments and making promotions." Cygnus accepted the parchment. He raised his eyebrows as he read it. "You're promoting Ashworth to the rank of Auror captain," he observed, his voice betraying surprise and skepticism. "He's been an Auror for only a few short months. As you'll read lower on that sheet, we have him slat Ed for an assignment that requires the promotion," Gideon quickly explained. "I see that now," Cygnus said slowly as he read further down on the sheet. Orion was also looking over Cygnus' shoulder at the parchment. "Besides Ashworth's lack of Auror experience, isn't that an unusual and weighty assignment for a wizard who has lived overseas for nearly all his life?" Orion asked. "Keep in mind that he is a lateral transfer," Davian said. the smoothness of his voice hiding frustration. Given his achievements at Hogwarts with the dueling club, one cannot help but conclude he is a capable leader and administrator. As for him being from an expatriate family, one need only chat with him to see he is British to the core. Fair points, Cygnus said, sounding somewhat amused. His curiosity piqued. Abraxas stepped over and peered over Cygnus's shoulder at the parchment. Instantly, he understood why Orion was annoyed. Unless Bellatrix became an Auror herself, Ashworth's new assignment was going to make it harder for Bellatrix to run across him by happenstance, even if she became a ministry employee. Allow me to reveal that, in the past few months, Ashworth has undergone significant extra training beyond the minimum required for Aurors, Gideon interjected. His test scores are high. I think we would be hard-pressed to find a better candidate. Quite, Cygnus said, yawning and passing the parchment back to Davian. I don't see any reason to override your well-considered judgment in this matter. Choosing to keep his mouth shut, Abraxas retreated back to where he had been pacing. Cygnus and Davian concluded their discussion. Orion, too, apparently had decided on discretion and said nothing until Davian and his son had departed. But once they were gone, Orion began sounding off. What is Pruitt thinking? Orion demanded, standing up and also beginning to pace. I can assure you, Cygnus said dryly, that he is not deliberately trying to ruin your secret plot to stoke romance between my daughter and Auror Ashworth. When you think about it, the assignment is not too crazy, Abraxas pointed out. In fact, bolstering our Auror core is not the only thing we need to be doing. We need to strengthen our infrastructure, too. If Ashworth keeps his nose clean, this assignment will be a stepping stone for other prominent assignments. That's right, Orion agreed grudgingly. After a few months, or a year or two, we can personally pull Ashworth off that assignment and plug him in somewhere else. Perhaps wherever Bellatrix ends up working. Great plan, Cygnus agreed, sounding a bit sarcastic. Now we just need to figure out where Bellatrix went. She'll turn up, Orion muttered. Eventually, but only if she wants to, Abraxas chuckled, pulling out his pocket watch and glancing at the time. If you'll excuse me, I'm running late for a meeting. Abraxas, mirth at Orion's desire to unload the notoriously difficult Bellatrix on Harry Ashworth kept a smile on the aged pureblood's face until he had left the ministry and returned to Malfoy Manor. There, in the entry hall, a feeling of despair overtook Abraxas. By all accounts, Malfoy Manor was elegant and beautiful. However, Abraxas was beginning to see that beauty as a facade. A rot had been festering beneath the surface. Like many other families, misguided pureblood pride had taken root in the younger generation. This had left Abraxas' son Lucius susceptible to a manipulative Dark Lord. Feeling morose yet defiant, Abraxas made his way outside where he found a Muggle contractor waiting to meet with him. Good afternoon, Governor, the Muggle said to Abraxas, his accent thick. Abraxas put on a polite smile. The project I'm thinking about is over here. He gestured toward where another Muggle construction crew was busy excavating around the perimeter of Malfoy Manor. Right, the contractor said, following Abraxas. They stopped at the edge of a newly dug trench, and Abraxas pointed toward the bottom. As you can see, we're unearthing the foundation of an old wall that surrounded the original manor. I am wanting you to construct a perimeter wall on that foundation. The contractor winced. As he stared down at the ancient foundation, he looked back and forth between the bottom of the trench and the current iteration of Malfoy Manor. Are you sure you want to surround the manor with a wall, Governor? It would ruin the landscape design. Quite sure, Abraxas said. The contractor looked at the foundation again. That's an old foundation. I can't advise attempting to build something new on it. I would advise choosing a new location for the wall and leaving the old foundation buried. I understand your hesitation, Abraxas said. Not only can I assure you that this old foundation can and will hold whatever you put on it, but I will release you from any liability if the wall does fail. It's your money, the contractor sighed, producing a notebook and beginning to scribble notes. He asked questions about materials, shape, and height as he walked the grounds with Abraxas. When finished, he was about to leave when Abraxas stopped him. I should also add that if I do accept your bid, I expect you and your workers to access the grounds using the route I specified for your visit today. That will add extra expense, the contractor said, twisting his lips distastefully. Even, the main route to your estate is indirect. It is important to me that no attention be drawn toward my estate or the activities on it. I will cover the extra expense, Abraxas insisted. As I said, it's your money, Governor. What a bungling idiot, Lucius exclaimed. Professor Karkaroff and the Durmstrang team had been back from Salem for a few weeks. However, Karkaroff had been avoiding Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers. It was only now and through other sources that Rodolphus had been able to find out how Karkaroff had done at the tournament with the Dark Lord's special plans. You assume the Dark Lord actually expected him to succeed, Rodolphus replied. Why even have him try, then? Lucius demanded. Taking Bellatrix down would have been nice, Rodolphus admitted as Rabaston nodded. However, the Dark Lord was hoping the incident would help him find out to whom Bellatrix has sworn allegiance. He was hoping that putting Bellatrix in jeopardy would draw her master out from the shadows. Did it? Lucius asked. The Dark Lord did not see fit to inform me about that, Rodolphus replied. Earlier in the year, as part of healing from being kidnapped and tortured by Lord Voldemort, Bellatrix had retreated to the Cairo Palace to rejuvenate. She had chosen Egypt since it was far away and because she looked back with fondness at the time Harry had gone there to falsify his background. While in Egypt the second time, Bellatrix had conceived the idea of purchasing a hotel to be both a luxurious safe haven and source of income. So, in the months after returning from Egypt and prior to the Salem tournament, Bellatrix had arranged to purchase the North Hotel in Scarborough and convinced Harry to invest. Funding the purchase had been no small undertaking. Bellatrix and Harry had contributed personal funds earned from selling portions of the basilisk carcass. From there, Bellatrix had taken out a sizable loan secured by the hotel itself and by Harry using his status as the duplicate Lord Black to guarantee repayment with Black assets. Since Harry did not want the arrangement to be obvious enough to draw Orion's attention, the terms of the loan, or mortgage, were intricate. If and when Orion died and left Harry with unfettered control of the Black fortune, Harry would have the option to pay off or buy the loan. From there, he could renegotiate the terms of the mortgage with Bellatrix. That was the future on which Bellatrix and the Goblin underwriters were betting. However, various contingency provisions provided for the bank being able to assume temporary management of the hotel to keep loan payments coming. The bank was also counting on the fact that Bellatrix's renovations, achieved with magic, would quickly create equity and enable the bank to auction off the property in foreclosure for a good price, if necessary. The need to make loan payments was spurring Bellatrix to work hard on transforming the hotel into a profitable business. Unlike prior Muggle owners, who had lost their shirts investing in the hotel, Bellatrix had the advantage of a crew of recently purchased house elves for cooking and cleaning. There was also her own magical abilities for renovating the hotel. Between the house elves and renovations, the hotel's overhead had already plummeted while its earning potential had increased. Bellatrix was also benefiting from the acumen of Sabine Lencher, who had accepted a management post after having worked for some time as a desk clerk. Sabine happened to be the daughter of a squib. She knew enough about the magical Earl to help Bellatrix run a Muggle business using magical shortcuts. She also was able to draw on her father's expertise gleaned from decades of helping magical institutions navigate the Muggle business world. At the moment, Bellatrix was wrestling with a problem that had cropped up during renovations. The North Hotel had a few dozen rooms that had no windows. With the hotel having been built in the 19th century, it was likely the rooms had been intended for servants the guests would have brought with them on vacation. Now, instead of being a convenience, they were a nuisance. Seems like you could magic a fake window into there, Sabine suggested, pointing to one of the windowless rooms as she surveyed the floor plans of the North Hotel that Bellatrix had spread out across the check-in desk. I could, Bellatrix agreed. But there is a large gap between being able to conjure a fake window and being able to do it well. And then, even if I do it well, some Muggle will figure out that something is wrong when there's an exterior window in an internal room where said Muggle knows there is an elevator shaft. And then we will have the Ministry poking their noses in here. You nay, Ed to do something because nobody is going to pay for a windowless luxury suite, Sabine advised Bellatrix. Obviously, Bellatrix snapped. What if you cut a window into the elevator shaft? Maybe the Y could watch the elevator go up and down. Bellatrix tightened her grip on her pencil as she contemplated shoving it up Sabine's nose. Actually, I'd merge that one with its neighbor, Sabine opined, suddenly deciding to be helpful and realistic. Annoyed at being told to do what she had already intended to do, Bellatrix clenched her teeth as she made a notation on the floor plan to take out a wall L and combine the windowless room next to the elevator shaft with a neighboring suite. Can't we deliberately sell some of these rooms to the low-end market? Bellatrix wondered as she eyed other internal rooms that were not good candidates for merging. Yes, but your luxury guests will not want to sleep across the hall from a drug deal or poker game, Sabine warned. Fine, Bellatrix grumbled. Quote, I'll combine the ones I can and think about the others. Decisively, she made the corresponding marks on the floor plans and began rolling the plans up just as an incoming guest approached the desk. As Sabine checked in the guest, Bellatrix retreated into her office. It was one of 2 offices accessed from behind the front desk. Bellatrix had claimed one, and Sabine had claimed the other. When the guest had been given his room key and sent on his way, Sabine came into Bellatrix's office and dropped a thick manila envelope on Bellatrix's desk. The vouchers are done, right? Bellatrix said, eyeing the envelope and biting her lip. She had agreed she would work on distributing free room vouchers as part of an advertising campaign if Sabine designed them. Now, Bellatrix was realizing she did not have any good ideas for how to hand out vouchers. Shoving the voucher problem out of her mind, Bellatrix moved on to the next item of business. Was your father able to book the Goblin Ward firm? They're not goblins. They're third-party wizards that the goblins use, Sabine reminded Bellatrix. They'll install the premium ward hardware with the basic ward package and be told they are protecting a goblin investment property. They're set for next Tuesday. Good, Bellatrix said, leaning back in her chair. Is there any particular reason why you're installing industrial-strength wards? Sabine asked. No. Bellatrix lied even though she was thinking about the Dark Lord and all the extra wards she would be adding to the ward system as soon as she could do a little research. Sabine narrowed her eyes, but did not argue. If that's all, I will get back to my usual routine. One last thing, Bellatrix said. My family and friends are going to start figuring out that I can be found here. Some of them might drop by. I would appreciate it if you could help maintain the illusion that I am merely a seasonal employee. Maybe it would be good if you act like you hardly know me. Also, do not be too helpful if they want your help to find or contact me. Right, Sabine nodded. Except, Bellatrix said, her voice suddenly overly casual, if Harry shows up. Sabine winked and pointed her finger facetiously at Bellatrix. I have you covered. Bellatrix blushed. That's not what I meant. Don't worry, I know, Sabine said, winking again while suppressing a smile. Her eyes were twinkling, though. I'm not sure you do. Bellatrix said, beginning to feel very flustered. Oh, I do, Sabine said, grinning at Bellatrix before exiting the office and shutting the door behind her. Feeling irate both at Sabine's prescience and Harry's failure to promptly show his face at the hotel after Bellatrix's departure from the Salem tournament, Bellatrix continued to sit back in her chair. Eventually, she realized she needed to be productive. Her thoughts turned to how she could best remodel the long-outdated office and its broken-down furniture. However, she quickly became bored with this exercise. Telling herself that she would work on office renovation another day, Bellatrix apparated up to the top floor of the hotel. There, when not renovating guest rooms or attending to hotel business, Bellatrix had been working on constructing what she envisioned would be her and Harry's shared living space. Construction on the penthouse was slow since it was less important than renovating guests' tea rooms and since Bellatrix was conflicted over the design. On one hand, practicality suggested that Bellatrix construct the penthouse to mimic a flat with several private bedrooms that a handful of wealthy roommates might share. If she did anything else, she ran the risk of Harry avoiding the penthouse entirely. On the other hand, Bellatrix wanted to have a penthouse with a luxurious centerpiece master suite to match her aspirations for a power couple marriage with Harry. She had not abandoned that goal and had even been updating her draft of the marriage contract to account for the hotel. No, That they no longer had a student-teacher relationship. She hoped that Harry would eventually see that a marriage made sense. Pragmatism had already forced Bellatrix to conclude that it would be Aya's wire to lure Harry into a flat for roommates instead of one with only a master suite. Still, Bellatrix was looking for ways to ensure she could quickly convert a roommate floor plan into one with a centerpiece master suite. Until now, she had been coming up empty on ways to do that. But her decision with Sabine to knock down walls to merge some of the hotel's suites had led Bellatrix to realize she could create the centerpiece suite. She needed only to divide it with walls that could be removed later. Feeling, but easily resisting, the temptation to whistle cheerfully, Bellatrix set about her work on the penthouse. The final Hogsmeade weekend of the term fell on the Saturday between the end of classes and revision week. The weekend was mainly intended as a break and reward for students. With most of the students out of the castle, it also became a reprieve for the professors and staff. With approximately 2 weeks to go before he was to leave Hogwarts, Harry saw the weekend as a good opportunity to shop in Hogsmeade and secure housing for when he would no longer have free room and board at Hogwarts. The obvious choice was for him to move into the North Hotel. After all, he was Bellatrix's silent partner in the enterprise and was entitled to live there rent-free. Harry also knew that any decision to find housing elsewhere would spark an argument with Bellatrix. She had long been assuming he would move in after the school year, and he had done little to dispel that notion. Objectively speaking, it made sense in nearly every way. The only thing making Harry hesitate was he knew that Bellatrix was angling for a pureblood-type marriage of convenience. He feared she might attempt to use their proximity and her new, former student, status to push that agenda. Bellatrix had never been shy about her hope for a marriage with Harry. Indeed, she had proposed marriage during their hunt for a rooster to kill the basilisk. Even before then, shortly after Harry's arrival in the past, she had inquired whether Harry was her son or grandson for the sole purpose of evaluating whether their relationship, already a foregone conclusion in her mind, would be incestuous. As for Harry's feelings, he was not as repulsed about the idea of marrying Bellatrix as he had been upon his arrival in the past. He had come to grips with her not being the same Bellatrix from his version of the future. In fact, he had come to realize that he and Bellatrix got along pretty well together. They had even kissed 3 times, albeit under circumstances that Harry would not describe as romantic. However, despite having become comfortable with Bellatrix as a companion while he worked to undermine Voldemort, Harry harbored no romantic feelings for her. Nor was he particularly attracted to her personality. He found her to be too devious. Moreover, even if Harry could bring himself to be attracted to her after some fashion, he would not want to pursue a marriage or other type of romantic relationship with her if her feelings for him did not extend beyond her desire for material benefit. With these thoughts and other iterations of them parading through Harry's mind for the most of the day, Harry had procrastinated his inevitable visit to the hotel. Having run out of excuses, Harry was standing outside the 3 broomsticks about to apparate to Scarborough when Pythia and Professor Dumbledore happened upon him. Pythia was looking morose, but brightened up upon seeing him. "Good, you're here," she said, sounding as if she had feared she and Dumbledore would not find him. "That's right," Harry said, not quite sure what else to say before Dumbledore cordially greeted him. Harry did not recall making any arrangements to meet anybody in Hogsmeade. "We're going to interview a candidate to replace me as the divination professor," Pythia told Harry after Harry and Dumbledore had finished exchanging pleasantries. "Why don't you come with us?" Harry was about to say no, primarily because he did not think Dumbledore would want him to intrude in business that was not his, but the look in Pythia's eyes was a mixture of begging and insistence. "Can't hurt," Harry mumbled, avoiding eye contact with Dumbledore, who had not seconded the invitation. He had decided he was going to go along since Pythia seemed to feel strongly about him coming. Hopefully, to Dumbledore, Harry's presence would be, at most, only a small annoyance or faux pas. With Dumbledore apparently amenable enough to Harry's presence, the trio proceeded to the Hog's Head where they were given a tea tray and shown to a private dining room. Harry did his best to melt into a corner while Pythia fiddled with the teacups and discussed potential interview topics with Professor Dumbledore. It was only after Harry had relaxed that he began to realize that certain planets had aligned themselves. They were in the Hog's Head, and Dumbledore was about to do an interview for the divination post. Of course, the timing was all wrong. But Harry knew better than to rely on a small detail such as that to protect him. Since arriving in the past, Harry had found that some details about the timeline were off or entirely backwards. For instance, Harry had been able to purchase Voldemort's wand from Ollivander, which meant that the Voldemort of this timeline likely had Harry's Holy Wand. Before Harry could muster the courage to ask after the identity of the job candidate, a knock sounded on the door, and it opened to admit Sybil Trelawney. "Oh, Merlin," Harry mumbled, wishing the wall would absorb him entirely. Pythia shot Harry a knowing smile and handed him a cup of tea before turning her full attention to Dumbledore and Trelawney. Harry continued to stay in the background as he sipped his tea and watched. Had Trelawney tried to convince Pythia that she too was one possessed of the gift. The interview did not go well for Trelawney. Pythia responded coldly to Trelawney's attempts to pretend they were sisters on a mystical level. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was asking pointed questions about Trelawney's background. Finally, Pythia had insisted on an actual reading using the teacups they had all been sipping. "I see death in your future, my dear," Trelawney warned Pythia as she examined the dregs of Pythia's tea. "We're all going to die," Pythia snorted. "But you will die young," Trelawney warned, staring at the teacup instead of Pythia's withering gaze. Pythia arched an eyebrow. "How young? We both know that such precision in these things is not always possible," Trelawney reminded Pythia. Vaguely speaking. Then, Pythia pushed. "Show me your hand," Trelawney commanded, setting aside Pythia's teacup. Pythia held her hand out, almost mockingly. Trelawney took it and peered at Pythia's palm intently. "Ah, yes, I see you living long enough to have maybe one child," Trelawney confirmed. "Two, if you count your husband." "Take that back," Pythia demanded, wrenching her hand out of Trelawney's grasp. "I see what I see," Trelawney said, her voice full of false sympathy. "Don't blame me for what will be." "I'm sorry, can you be a little more specific?" Dumbledore interjected. "I see her Robin G.A. Cradle in the not-too-distant future," Trelawney told Dumbledore. Pythia's eyes were blazing with fury. "How dare you? I was actually wondering if you could be more specific about Professor Greengrass' life expectancy." Dumbledore clarified, his blue eyes twinkling at Pythia's outrage. "There is maybe 10 or 20 years before a wasting sickness overcomes her," Trelawney declared. She shook her head sadly. "My ancestry and all with which it comes are well known," Pythia grumbled. Abruptly, she turned and pointed at Harry. "What if you try him?" Pythia stood, snatched Harry's teacup and saucer, and turned toward Trelawney. But before Trelawney could accept Harry's cup and saucer, Pythia let out a gasp and dropped them. As porcelain shattered, Pythia began speaking in a strange voice. "The Dark Lord slithers through towns and forests while the Ancient Lord lurks and plots in his fortress. Both are usurpers and both would be conquerors." At this juncture, Harry realized that he had best act. Surreptitiously, he gripped his wand and cast a silencing charm to prevent any eavesdroppers from overhearing the rest of the prophecy. However, there was only one line of the prophecy left. Neither will reign until the other is slain." In thick silence, everyone stared at Pythia as she regained her senses. At first, she looked disoriented. However, it took her only a moment to ascertain what had happened. As comprehension set in, a forlorn smile appeared on her face. "It appears that my time at Hogwarts is at an end. I will arrange for my personal effects to be collected later." She drew her wand. "Surely, you don't need to leave at this very moment," Dumbledore started to say. But Pythia held up her hand to stop Dumbledore. "We'll talk another day." Pythia then disappeared from the room with a faint pop, leaving Harry, Dumbledore, and Trelawney to blink and wonder if there had been more to the prophecy than they realized. It was Dumbledore who pulled himself together first. He nodded respectfully at Harry. "If you don't mind, Professor Ashworth, I would like to negotiate the terms of Ms. Trelawney's employment in private." "Of course," Harry said, quickly exiting the room and then the pub. Out on the street, he was about to apparate to Scarborough when a familiar voice arrested his attention. "Hello, again." Harry whirled and saw that it was Pythia. She was standing in the shadows near the entrance to the Hog's Head with an amused grin on her face. "I really am leaving," Pythia assured Harry. I just wanted to speak to you privately. Right, Harry said, now even more confused. I'm afraid that I have seen that the Dark Lord will know most of the prophecy by midnight, Pythia revealed. Harry winced. That's my fault. I should have acted sooner. Pythia shook her head. It was inevitable. Both you and the Dark Lord are the subject of the prophecy. Fate intends for you both to have some inkling of what the prophecy says. Where are you going now? Harry asked, changing the subject. Not too far. You'll all see me from time to time. But it will have to be spontaneous and on my terms. I cannot let the Dark Lord have the ability to locate me at will. My being killed or captured would be disastrous for more people than just me. Of course. Au revoir, Pythia said before disapparating. It was dusk by the time Harry wandered into the North Hotel. He found Sabine at the front desk, smiling at him like a Cheshire cat. Good evening, Harry said. What can I do for you? Sabine asked. I was hoping to see Bellatrix. Sabine nodded and ducked beneath the counter. She emerged with an armful of rolled-up floor plans in her arms. Grinning, she selected one of the floor plans, unrolled it, and pointed to a location near the center. This is the penthouse suite on the top floor. If you use your magic to travel to precisely that location, you'll find her not far from there. Thank you, Harry said. Have a good night, Sabine said, her voice sounding sly. Harry nodded politely as he walked away and slipped into a broom closet. From there, he apparated to the top floor. Upon his arrival, the sound of a blood-curdling shriek and subsequent SP lashing clued Harry into the fact that Sabine had directed him to Bellatrix's bathroom. What are you doing? Bellatrix demanded, her voice coming from a jacuzzi-type bathtub set into the floor. Wait, don't look. I was just following directions to find you, Harry said, blushing while avoiding glances toward Bellatrix, who was scrambling out of the tub and grabbing a towel. Did Sabine send you up here? Yes, she was oddly specific about where to go. Now that I think about it, Harry said judiciously. I'm going to go murder her, Bellatrix exclaimed as she exchanged her towel for a kimono-style bathrobe and cinched it tight. She produced her wand from wherever it had been and disappeared with a pop. Not feeling any inclination to defend Sabine from Bellatrix's wrath, Harry took a mom and to survey the large bathroom that he knew Bellatrix must have used magic to create. Despite appearing to be something of a work in progress, the bathroom was already elegant. Harry's only critique of Bellatrix's handiwork was that the shape of the room did not seem to make much sense. However, Harry did not intend to waste time worrying about that detail. Having surveyed the room, Harry proceeded to exit the room through a pair of French-style doors that led out onto a balcony. The balcony was even more of a work in progress than the bathroom. It appeared that Bellatrix, in working on the balcony, was taking some liberties with what Harry surmised had been an original balcony. He doubted the original would have been nearly as large. It also appeared that she had cast some charms to ensure privacy. Finished evaluating the balcony itself, Harry stepped out to the edge of it and admired the view. Squinting as he looked toward the North Sea, he thought he could see the outline of Azkaban on the horizon. Well, what do you think? Bellatrix asked. It's looking good, Harry said, glancing over his shoulder. She was still in her bathrobe, except that she now had a fistful of flyers. Is Sabine still alive? Yes, and very proud of herself, Bellatrix groused. While I was down there, I grabbed these. She handed the flyers to Harry, and Harry saw that they were vouchers for free overnight stays at the hotel. What am I supposed to do with these? Harry asked. I was hoping you could hand them out to Muggleborns at Hogwarts, Bellatrix said. We need to get people coming through here and talking about how wonderful our hotel is. Okay, Harry said. And how do I explain where I got these? If you have to, tell them I got a summer job here and sent them to you. Are you sure you're okay with people knowing where to find you? Harry asked as he stuffed the vouchers into one of his pockets. I can't stay hidden forever, Bellatrix replied. By the time you're passing those out, I should have good wards in place to protect against any nuisances. Although maybe wait as long as you can. Don't hand anything out until the term is fully over. Right, Harry said. Speaking of the end of term, I was thinking I would probably move into the hotel somewhere. Bellatrix perked up at this news and wasted no time ushering Harry back inside, where she gave him a tour of the work she had done so far on the penthouse. She showed him space set aside for a large living area and then led him down a half-finished hallway to where there was a set of what would be 8 bedrooms, with 4 of them being much larger than the others. "You can have a bedroom on the side facing the sea or on the side facing the city," Bellatrix told Harry. "I'll go with the sea," Harry said. "Good choice," Bellatrix said, opening a door and ushering Harry into what would be his bedroom. "Hopefully so," Harry said idly as he poked around the bedroom. It seemed to be mostly complete, and he liked what he saw. Of course, it was devoid of much furniture or personal possessions, but that could be remedied. "Another closet?" Harry asked, pointing to a door that was neither the closet he had been shown nor the entrance to the room. Bellatrix shook her head. "Ensuite bathroom. What about the other bathroom I saw?" Harry asked, confused as he opened the door and inspected his own bathroom. It was considerably smaller than the one into which he had apparated. "That's the main bathroom," Bellatrix said, speaking quickly. "You're welcome to use it. It's next to my bedroom." "Oh," Harry said. "Do you also have an ensuite bathroom, then?" "Not quite," Bellatrix answered. "I just use the main one." "I see," Harry said. They puttered around the penthouse some more as Bellatrix explained her plans. They sounded good and things were looking nice. After the tour, they conjured some dining furniture and settled down to eat dinner on the bathroom's balcony. It seemed that Bellatrix had arranged the meal while she was gone cussing out Sabine. It was during dinner that Harry recounted the prophecy Pythia had uttered. Bellatrix frowned as she thought over the wording. Harry watched her, wondering what she would get out of it. "Sounds like the cosmos thinks you're lazy," Bellatrix opined. "I've been busy mustering an army for the future war and angling for a way to get power and influence in the ministry." Harry shot back defensively. "Everyone from the dueling club is going to be able to fight better than they did originally." "Fabulous," Bellatrix said, pouring herself another glass of wine. "But I think you need to start looking harder at ways to kill him. That's what the prophecy suggests is key." "I will do that too," Harry assured her. "With any luck, he will miss the part about how neither of you can reign without the other being dead," Bellatrix said, swishing the wine in her glass. Seemingly losing interest in the prophecy, she leaned back and looked around, a satisfied look on her face. Bustling Hogwarts students were disembarking from Thestral-drawn carriages and preparing to board the Hogwarts Express to go home for the summer. Among them, Lily Evans was moving across the Hogsmeade train platform, her mind deep in turmoil. Lily had always experienced internal conflict at the end of term. However, at the end of this term, there was much more weighing on her than just the dichotomy between wanting to spend time with her family and wanting to continue assimilating into the magical world. There was now a Dark Lord out and about, who James and Sirius had assured her would be more active during the summer. Professor Greengrass had abruptly disappeared before finals, with the headmaster offering the student body no explanation. Professor Ashworth had been hired as a full-time Auror and would not be returning to Hogwarts. Her close friend, Severus Snape, had become more distant. Even more confusing to Lily was how she had become acclimatized to James Potter and his friends. They had gone from practically being enemies at the beginning of the school year to hanging out with each other nearly every day. Before Salem, Lily had been able to justify spending time with them by saying she needed to train with her squad. Now, after the tournament, Lily had no good excuses except that perhaps they would be a squad at tournaments during the next school year. There was no guarantee of that, though. Ashworth and Greengrass were gone. Bellatrix was gone. Perhaps James and Sirius would not want her on their team again. Lily paused as she realized her hackles were rising just at the thought of James and Sirius not wanting her on their team. Before she had a chance to examine why that would be so irritating to her, Lily was pulled out of her thoughts when Professor Ashworth greeted her. He had come down to the Hogsmeade station to say farewell to his students. "I hope you have a magnificent summer," Harry told Lily, stopping to chat with her. "Thank you," Lily said. "You're going to be missed, you know." "It's not like I'm dying," Harry quipped. "I'll be around." He produced several pieces of paper and handed them to her. "Here, take these. They could come in handy or could be a good gift." Lily took them and saw that they were vouchers for a free overnight stay in a hotel in Scarborough. "Thank you," Lily said. "Scarborough is a little out of my way, though." "Give it to someone else then," Harry said. "A friend of mine is trying to do some advertising for the hotel and is hoping to get these spread out far and wide." "Oh, in that case, if you have more, I can certainly hand them out to people I know at home," Lily offered. "That would be very generous of you," Harry said, producing more and handing them to her. "It is more of a Muggle-oriented business. So, it might be more helpful if you handed them out to Muggles." "Of course," Lily said. She chatted with Harry for a few more seconds before moving on to board the train. A little bit of rebelliousness prompted Lily to see if she might sit with Alice during the ride home instead of James and his friends. However, when Lily found Alice's compartment, she found that Ice was sitting with Frank Longbottom and a gaggle of seventh years who were eagerly discussing their post-Hogwarts plans. Frank was dominating the conversation, bragging about how he would be starting G as an Auror trainee at the Ministry within a week or two. Lily stuck around long enough to exchange pleasantries. However, she was not in the mood to listen to Frank, and she found herself looking James's compartment where she knew she would be welcome. Auror Captain Ashworth. A.N. Thank you for the reviews. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 19. Auror Captain Ashworth. Having concluded his tenure at Hogwarts, Harry reported to the Ministry to begin his job as a full-time Auror. To Harry's dismay, he was greeted at the front desk by a human resources representative who was insisting that he attend an employee orientation class with all the other new hires starting that week. Among Harry's orientation classmates were a handful of witches and wizards who had been his students until a few days prior. Technically, Harry was not much older than the Hogwarts graduates, so he felt at ease among them. However, Frank Longbottom, who was starting as an Auror cadet, was making things awkward. Whenever he spoke with Harry, he made a point of using Harry's given name, as if he was trying to establish that they were now equals. While Harry did not mind the use of his given name, Frank's fixation on status bothered Harry. Amelia Bones, who the DMLE had sent to be its representative during the orientation presentations, also proved to be annoying. Instead of fading into the background like the representatives from other departments, she repeatedly interjected additional information. In some ways, she was like Hermione, except that, like Frank, she was fixated on status. "I wonder if this is where our work area will be," Frank said as the group of new hires, now doing a walkthrough tour of all the departments, passed by some empty cubicles on the DMLE floor. Harry pretended he had not heard Frank. He was beginning to fervently hope that his lateral hire status and rank would keep him away from whatever Frank would be doing on a daily basis. If all went as Harry hoped, he would be working investigations with some amount of autonomy while Frank would be shackled to a chair in various training seminars. After the group had briefly toured every department except the Department of Mysteries, the new hires were told that they were done for the day. As some of the new hires made plans to go out for dinner together, Harry politely bowed out and apparated to a Muggle appliance shop. As Bellatrix's construction on her and Harry's penthouse had progressed, Harry had quickly realized that he would have to intervene if he wanted to have access to a functioning kitchen. After an extended argument, in which it became clear that Bellatrix knew nothing about cooking, Bellatrix had agreed that Harry could purchase a few Muggle-style appliances. Harry had thought purchasing appliances and bringing them back to the hotel would be easy enough. However, as he stared at the shop's selection, Harry realized that the prevailing fashion of the 70s was going to clash with the sense of style he had developed during the 90s. "How can I help you, sir?" a salesman asked Harry. "I need a refrigerator and a range cooker," Harry admitted. "I'm wondering, though, if you have anything that is not barf-colored." "I'll check in the back," the salesman said stiffly. "Thank you." While waiting, Harry discreetly tested a coloring charm on one of the floor models. ND found that changing appliance colors would be no problem. This discovery was fortunate because the salesman soon returned to inform Harry that the only color choices were avocado green and coppertone. Harry went with the green and picked up his purchases from the shop's loading dock. When out of sight of the workers, he cast shrinking charms on the appliances and apparated home. Harry was in tea. He soon-to-be kitchen and had just finished reversing the shrinking charms on the avocado green refrigerator and range cooker when Bellatrix emerged from her bedroom wearing her customary black, kimono-style bathrobe. She was on her way to the main bathroom for one of her nightly soaks in the tub. When she saw the vomit green appliances sitting in the middle of the living area, she stopped dead in her tracks. "No, get them out." Harry held up his hands. "I'll fix the color." Bellatrix shook her finger at Harry before disappearing into the bathroom, chuckling and wondering if he should just leave them that color to bother her. Harry set about using his magic to make the refrigerator and range cooker look more like stainless steel models from the 90s. Successful, he left them resting ere the kitchen was to be constructed and retired to his own bedroom for the night. Harry reported to the ministry the next morning to finish his employee orientation. However, instead of one big class, the new hires had been separated into smaller groups for department-specific training. Amelia was in charge of orientation for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry was ready to admit Amelia was doing a good job with training, but he was becoming increasingly annoyed at her repeated status signaling. For instance, when explaining the order of precedence for Aurors and Hit Wizards. She could not help using her and Harry as an example. Amelia explained that both she and Harry were Auror sergeants but that she took precedence because she had worked in the DMLE longer. Apparently, nobody had told her that Harry's contract guaranteed he would be promoted to lieutenant as soon as he started full-time. Frank had moved on from annoying Harry and instead had moved on to Establish dominance over Harry and the other DMLE hires by asking lots of questions and trying to act especially smart, much like Amelia had done the day before. Eventually, Amelia ran out of things to say, and proceeded to lead them all on another tour of the DMLE. This time, she provided extra information and introduced the new hires to several DMLE employees. The group of new hires on the tour slowly whittled itself down as Amelia handed each new hire off to his or her new supervisor. Eventually, the only ones left taking the tour were the new hires for the Auror office. At this juncture, Amelia ushered Harry, Frank, and the others to meet Gideon Pruitt, the head Auror. The group all squeezed into Gideon's office where Amelia began by making introductions and telling Gideon how impressive the new hires were. Feeling wry, Harry wondered if he was now obligated to feel beholden to Amelia for speaking so highly of him to his new boss. After Amelia's introductions, Gideon delivered a stuffy speech about the mission and purpose of Aurors before moving on to explaining each new hire's work assignment. The new Aurors starting from scratch were to be cadets in training. When not in class, the cadets would be permitted to tag along with mentor Aurors. Harry smiled with both amusement and approval as Gideon announced that Frank would be assigned to a team that included Alistair Moody. There was some surprise when Gideon skipped over giving Harry an assignment and instead addressed Amelia. "Bones, now that you're off Hogwarts guard duty, we are giving you a mixed assignment. You'll continue with your pre-Hogwarts assignments, but you'll also be on call as extra backup for Minister Black's security detail." "Right," Amelia said, sounding a little uncomfortable. "And now, Ashworth," Gideon said, leaning back in his chair. "You'll be pleased to know that, effective immediately, you've been promoted to the rank of Auror Captain." As Harry blinked in surprise, Amelia's eyes widened. Quote, "Your new assignment comes with a packet of written orders, which I have here, somewhere," Gideon said, searching among the papers on his desk before finding and producing a heavy envelope. "You've been appointed to serve as the Warden of Azkaban. You'll be responsible for administration of the prison and have command of the garrison, which comprises a handful of Aurors and Hit Wizards." Numbly, Rai accepted the envelope containing his orders as Gideon continued speaking. "This position comes with a hybrid command structure. In many instances, your immediate supervisor will be Director Pruitt or his deputies. However, for issues that solely concern Auror or Hit Wizard personnel, your supervisor would be myself or the head Hit Wizard." "Right," Harry said, barely able to croak out the word. He had hoped to be something of a free-ranging Auror receiving assignments to investigate crimes and suspicious activities. He was not sure how he was going to manage an entire prison filled to the brim with Dementors. Amelia suspected that staying behind to chat with Gideon was not a professionally mature thing to do, but she could not help herself. After the new hires and Harry had filed out of Gideon's office, She shut the door and helped herself to a chair. I didn't know Ashworth was up for a double promotion, she said, butterflies pounding in her chest as she continued to reel from the reality of the difference between her rank and Ashworth's rank. Ashworth is a lateral hire with an excellent track record, Gideon pointed out. Just look at what he did at Hogwarts. The dueling won multiple awards despite having no prior experience. In fact, one of his former students is now being touted by some as the best duelist in the world. Bellatrix Black is an unstable prodigy. Who was competing against a bunch of children. Amelia retorted. Ashworth got lucky with her. Somehow, he was able to convince the unstable prodigy to participate in both the solo and team categories and see it through to the end. Gideon pointed out. That's leadership. That's what we need out on that miserable island. It also helps that he is one of the few in our office who can cast a corporeal Patronus. What about me? Amelia asked. I've been an Auror for years and have taken a lot of extra training, like him. Yet, you're assigning me to more desk work and as a backup for Minister Black's guard detail. That's not the path to promotion. The only field experience I would chalk up is guarding the Minister of Magic when someone wants a night off. Gideon spread his hands defensively. Quote, no amount of training can overcome the fact that most Aurors know that you're not very good in a fight. Is that it? Amelia shot back, now feeling like the floor had fallen out beneath her yet again. Nobody wants me on their team. Gideon shrugged. We had hoped you would pick up some extra dueling skills while watching Ashworth coach the Hogwarts students. But you didn't. Unless you did, and we failed to notice. Maybe you could volunteer to go to Azkaban and prove yourself under Ashworth's command. I doubt he would refuse to have you on his staff. So that's it, then. Volunteer for Azkaban, end duty or else do desk work for the rest of my Auror career. Unless you want to go work for Crouch in the prosecutor's office. Which is also desk work. Could be. Resisting the urge to vent her frustration any further, Amelia departed. There were still plenty of renovations for Bellatrix to do on the hotel, but the number of rooms that Bellatrix had renovated had reached what Sabine had described as critical mass. Now, at Sabine's urging, Bellatrix was taking a more balanced approach to hotel management. This included taking the occasional turn manning the front desk since interacting directly with customers would help her understand the hotel's clientele. On Tuesday, after lunch, Bellatrix donned a black pencil skirt, white blouse, green suit jacket, and a matching cravat before a PP erranting to her office situated behind the front desk. It was after the checkout deadline and too early for anyone to be checking in. So, Bellatrix sat down to review reports and work on correspondence. Within only half an hour, she heard a couple of people approaching the front desk. It sounded like they were in the middle of an argument. By using vouchers, we're doing this place a favor, said a pompous man's voice. When I return to work after our little jaunt up here, everyone will ask about my week off. I'll give a glowing report, and this hotel will have extra bookings next weekend, all thanks to us. Hearing this, Bellatrix smiled. It sounded like the room voucher advertising campaign was working exactly as designed. I hope you don't brag to your coworkers that we used 5 vouchers for 5 nights. You were supposed to share the vouchers with your coworkers, not use them all for yourself, a woman's voice said. I'm not even sure the hotel will let us use vouchers for the entire stay. Bellatrix was now frowning as she wondered whether she should let them use 5 vouchers. Putting on her haughtiest facial expression, Bellatrix stood and went to deal with the couple. As she exited her office and took her position behind the front desk, she found herself looking at a young couple. The male was large while the woman was rail thin. Both the man and woman were taken aback by Bellatrix's appearance. Besides being stricken by Bellatrix's haughty facial expression, the couple could not have failed to notice and be impressed by her violet eyes and raven black hair, set in an elegant coiffure. After the couple recovered from the surprise of seeing Bellatrix, each conducted themselves differently. The woman was self-consciously checking her own hair while the man appeared to be smitten. How can I help you? Bellatrix said, her question sounding more like a command. We're here to check in, the man confessed. Bellatrix turned to the room ledger and flipped it open. Under whose name is the reservation? Quote, this was a last-minute thing, the woman rushed to explain. Is it, now? Bellatrix said, proceeding to put on a show of slowly turning some pages back an F. Orth, as if it would be difficult to find space for this couple. For how many nights were you hoping? Bellatrix asked, twisting her lips as she ran a finger down one of the pages. 5. The man said, I think we can accommodate you, Mr. Vernon Dursley. Mr. Dursley, Bellatrix said as she picked up an old-fashioned fountain pen and inked the name into the ledger. And my fiancée, Petunia. Miss Petunia, Bellatrix said, also writing her name into the register, idly wondering if it would be amusing to force this woman to disclose her surname. And we have vouchers, Vernon said, his voice suddenly shy. As he held out 5 free room vouchers. Bellatrix frowned doubtfully as she accepted the vouchers and thumbed through them. Who gave you these? My fiancée's sister has a connection at her boarding school. I believe it is called Street Hogweena. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes. Street Hogweena. Yes, Petunia confirmed, finding her voice. Feeling much like a cat that had just caught a mouse. Bellatrix tilted her head to the side and put on an unnatural smile. It so happens that I attended Street Hogweena for a time. Who is your sister? Maybe I know her. The blood drained out of Petunia's face. Caught. She had no choice but to answer the question. Lily Evans. Oh, yes, I've met her, Bellatrix said, her voice rising to a higher pitch as she tried to seem more friendly. She was feeling intrigued by the opportunity to interact with Lily's family and was now wondering how Lily could be related to these two people. Small world. Vernon chuckled as Petunia looked like she wanted to puke. Oh yes, Bellatrix confirmed, working hard to infuse warmth into her voice. Not many can say they've attended Street Hogweena. It's posh, upper crust, if you know what I mean. Lily runs in some rarefied circles. It looks like you've managed to break your way in, too. Vernon gave Bellatrix a knowing wink, as if he understood what she meant about Lily running in elite circles. Apparently, he was going to try faking it in hopes of impressing her. Bellatrix was inclined to play along just to discomfit Petunia. How did you come to attend St. Hogweena? Vernon asked Bellatrix as she handed him a registration card that he began filling out. I was under the impression that it was for special cases. The rich and powerful have just as many special cases as anyone. My sisters are hopeless, but Daddy thinks I might have a shot at managing his wealth after he's gone, Bellatrix said, smiling maliciously at Petunia as if she knew what she was saying was going to attract Vernon to fix on trying to develop a connection with her. Bellatrix was so intrigued with the possibility of teasing Vernon and his fiancée and finding out more about Lily's background that she had nearly forgot her irritation with their tacky use of 5 vouchers during one stay. Still smiling, she handed over a room key and sent them on their way as soon as they had finished checking in. I'll be going to Azkaban with you, Amelia informed Harry as she sat down across from him where she had found him eating a late lunch in the DMLE break room. Harry looked up from a sheet of parchment he had been reading. Reassigned so soon? Yes, very well, Harry said. He did not know what had changed, but Amelia sounded irritated about whatever it was. He had mixed feelings about having her on his team at Azkaban. He knew that she was a good sort and that she had been fine while with him at Hogwarts, but he had also concluded that she was a bit annoying. Ultimately, he opted to overlook the parts of her personality he did not appreciate and focus on her being a good person. Should I meet you there or are you on your way now? Amelia asked. On my way, Harry said, clearing the remains of his loon. And putting the parchment he had been reading back into his packet of documents. Shall we stop off at the Ministry holding cells for a quick inspection? As luck would have it, there were no major ongoing criminal trials. Nor were there prisoners languishing in the holding cells. This gave Harry and Amelia the opportunity to tour and inspect the facilities that would be the jumping-off point for everyone sentenced to Azkaban. I don't think prisoners are under your jurisdiction until delivered to the guardhouse, Amelia said after Harry had devoted over half an hour to touring the courtroom. Ms. and holding cells and chatting with the occasional hit wizard they ran across. I know, Harry said. I just wanted to see for myself so I understand what happens before prisoners arrive. Shall we go? Moody was chatting with some DMLE staff when he spied Dumbledore exiting the lift. The headmaster quickly spotted Moody and began walking in his direction. Moody ended his conversation and gesture for Dumbledore to come with him to a private meeting room. The headmaster followed him, and they were soon isolated. Anything? Nothing, Dumbledore reported. Not even the smallest thing out of the ordinary. No, I went through the towns closest to Nurmengard and even the towns beyond. Nobody I talked to had seen anybody or anything out of the ordinary. I don't think this new prophecy applies to Grindelwald, Moody opined. Not for the first time. He's locked up. His allies are dead or incarcerated. He isn't even an ancient lord. But he is an usurper and a would-be conqueror, Dumbledore reminded Moody. I also don't see him as a lurker, Moody said. I've been thinking about that more. Someone who is lurking is quite a bit different than someone who is imprisoned. Lurking suggests a choice. Maybe, Dumbledore said, not quite ready to abandon his original theory. I think Grindelwald is too obvious to overlook. However, I am willing to look at alternatives. I've already got 2 candidates for you, Moody declared. Who? Abraxas Malfoy, or shall we say Lord Malfoy, is building fortifications around Malfoy Manor using Muggle workers. He's trying to be sneaky about it, too. His workers are hauling materials on backroads so they do not pass through towns where magic folk are known to live. His fortifications are probably because he's just scared that the Dark Lord is coming for him. Dumbledore reminded Moody. Still, let's keep an eye on him. Who's the other? Ashworth. How so? Dumbledore said, wrinkling his nose and wondering why Moody was so suspicious of the former defense professor. He's no ancient lord, unless he tries to claim that he is a descendant of the Peverells or makes some other nonsensical claim. We don't know that he is not an ancient lord, Moody said, jabbing his finger toward Dumbledore for dramatic emphasis. But what we do know is that as of today, Harry Ashworth is the warden of the fortress prison of Azkaban. Like any other respectable warden of that miserable prison, he is going to be sneaking around, avoiding contact with the Dementors, and looking for ways to get promoted or transferred. He wasn't the warden when the prophecy was uttered. And if I recall, the Aurors rarely step foot in the prison itself. They administer it from a guardhouse on the shore of the mainland, Dumbledore mused. But if you can find any hint that Ashworth could be an ancient lord, I would take the idea seriously. I'll be checking, Moody promised. For me, the bigger problem is what to do about the fact that he was there when the prophecy was uttered. The Azkaban guardhouse was situated on a remote stretch of shore bordering the North Sea. It sat next to a dock that jutted out into the sea toward the island on which the prison itself sat. In the broad daylight of a peaceful summer day, the guardhouse seemed more like a semi-abandoned inn or tavern than anything else. Already feeling a bit more comfortable with his new assignment, Harry brusquely led Amelia into the guardhouse where they found Auror Proudfoot and Hitwizard Yaxley lounging in what might have once been a taproom near the front. Harry recognized T.M.'s much younger versions of wizards he knew from the future, with Yaxley having been the Voldemort-appointed head of the DMLE. As far as Harry knew, Proudfoot had not been a Death Eater. Amelia took it upon herself to make introductions. Proudfoot and Yaxley were not surprised to come face to face with a newly assigned warden since the prior warden had retired from ministry employment. However, Proudfoot mumbled something about Scrimgeour while Yaxley snickered vindictively. Apparently, Auror Scrimgeour, who had briefly served as Minister of Magic in Harry's time, was the ranking Auror on the Azkaban staff and had been hoping for promotion. At Harry's behest, Proudfoot provided a tour of the guardhouse, and Harry discovered that it pretty well mimicked an inn. Some of the rooms were offices and others were holding cells for when there were delays between a prisoner arriving at the guardhouse and going to the island and vice versa. Harry was shown to the warden's office, which was a mess. Resolving to address the mess later, Harry inquired how often the guards went out to the prison. Only when dropping off or fetching prisoners, Proudfoot explained. Do you inspect the prison? Harry asked. We leave management of the prison to the Dementors. And we can just trust them to properly manage the prison. I've never heard of any trouble, Proudfoot mumbled. I see, Harry said. Well, I'm going to inspect the prison right now. Proudfoot bit his lip and glanced toward where Amelia was poking around down the hall, apparently hoping to claim one of the rooms as an office for herself. With just her to back you up. He looked skeptical. Apparently he lacked faith in Amelia Bones' prowess. I'll take Yaxley and leave you in charge, here, Harry said. Due diligence led Dumbledore to stop by the Ministry's archives to see if there was any indication that somebody from the Ashworth family could claim to be an ancient lord. He did not share Moody's suspicions about Ashworth. But he did not want to be dismissive of a theory that Moody was taking seriously. Instead of greeting Dumbledore, the witch working the front desk merely arched her eyebrows questioningly as she took a sip from a coffee mug. "I'm looking for historical records concerning the Ashworth family," Dumbledore announced. The witch rolled her eyes and then pointed to several boxes piled atop a table. "Help yourself. Why are they there? Did somebody already come asking?" "Who?" The witch shrugged. "I'm going on break." Frowning, Dumbledore began sorting through the boxes as the witch from the front desk retreated into the back with her mug. Although she had helped drop off or pick up prisoners from the guardhouse, Amelia Bones had never been to Azkaban itself. She had also never quite mastered the Patronus charm. So, it was with a certain amount of trepidation that she had boarded a slightly leaky boat with Ashworth and Yaxley to make the trip out to the island and its fortress prison. As Yaxley cast the spells that put the boat in motion toward the prison, Amelia took deep, measured breaths. She was glad that neither Yaxley nor Ashworth seemed interested in chatting, though Yaxley was quietly grumbling about the inconvenience of having to make an unnecessary trip. As for Ashworth, he seemed to be gritting his teeth. As the silhouette of the prison on the horizon grew larger, Amelia began to feel the cold and gloom associated with Dementors. She was just beginning to wonder if Ashworth was going to cast a Patronus charm when the boat abruptly passed through what must be the boundary of the various wards and spells that guarded Azkaban. The difference between being inside and outside of Azkaban's wards was literally night and day. Despite it being a calm and sunny afternoon outside the wards, it was dark and stormy within the wards. "What kind of wards have this effect?" Amelia demanded, clutching the side of the boat as the storm raging inside of Azkaban's wards rocked the boat. "It keeps the Dementors happy," Yaxley explained. "Fabulous," Ashworth said sarcastically. "So glad we can keep them cheered up." "Shall we turn back?" Yaxley offered. "No, I am going to inspect the prison." "You can inspect it from here," Yaxley pointed out. "Not good enough," Ashworth groused as their boat sped toward the island's dock. "Have it your way," Yaxley said as the boat arrived at the dock. As Yaxley secured the boat, Amelia gazed upward and drank in the sight of the prison fortress. It was massively tall, dark, and dank. The entrance archway was enormous. The trio disembarked from the boat to find that a number of Dementors had gathered where the dock met the land, not far from Azkaban's entrance. Apparently, the approach of a boat without any prisoners had drawn some interest. Yaxley took it upon himself to make introductions. While he spoke, Amelia stayed back and watched as Ashworth continued to grit his teeth and take deep breaths, almost to the point of hyperventilating. The Dementors did not speak, but they seemed to at least understand what Yaxley was saying about Harry now being the warden. As he spoke, more Dementors gathered until it looked like the trio was about to be mobbed. "All right," Yaxley said after finishing. "Anything else?" "I'm here to inspect the prison," Ashworth said. "The Dementors do not feel that is necessary, and I don't recommend agitating them," Yaxley said, nodding toward the still growing crowd of Dementors. "Maybe you can build more of a working relationship with them over time." "I'm the warden of Azkaban, and this is my prison." Ashworth snapped as his wand appeared in his hand. Light exploded from the tip of his wand as a fully corporeal Patronus exploded into existence. With inhuman screams, the Dementors began scrambling to retreat into the prison fortress. "Let's go," Harry said, canceling the Patronus charm now that there were no Dementors around them. Stunned at the sheer power Ashworth had used to overwhelm the entire Dementor population of Azkaban, Amelia followed Ashworth and Yaxley into the dark labyrinth. Emboldened by Ashworth's actions, Amelia conjured several orbs of light to hover around the trio as they made their way through the halls of the prison. They found that the bottom floors of the prison were relatively clean and quiet. At first, Amelia theorized that the cells were empty. However, when peeking into the cells, they found that the bottom floor cells were packed with the most aged and morose prisoners. Many were so far gone that they did not respond to the trio's presence. There was one exception. The sound of cheerful chatter led the trio to a cell that was holding Mundungus Fletcher, a well-known repeat offender, and someone else Amelia could not see. Fletcher had served multiple brief sentences in Azkaban and was apparently back again. "Remind me what it was this time." Amelia said as she and the trio greeted Mundungus and made introductions as H. Ari looked on with something of a frown. It is all a misunderstanding, Mundungus told them. I didn't do anything. Right, Amelia said. And who is your friend you're chatting with inside your cell? I didn't know they had shared cells here. That's Evander Edgecombe, Mundungus confided in a quiet voice. Probably not much time left for him. The Dementors put him in here. Sometimes they have. Me attend the ones who are on their way out. Do the Dementors come to this floor often? Ashworth asked. No, Mundungus said. Not much sport for them among this crowd, and I'm practically immune. I think they spend most of their time on the top levels of the prison. They chatted a little more with Mundungus about how things went at the prison before Ashworth indicated he wanted to move on. He next floor up proved to have no cells. Rather, it seemed to be filled with abandoned offices and living quarters. What's the purpose of this floor? Ashworth asked. I've never been here, but I think they are the prison offices. Yaxley said. The prison offices that we are perhaps supposed to be using so that we know what is happening inside of the prison. Harry asked, his question more of an accusation than anything else. They've always used the guardhouse since I was assigned to the staff, Yaxley said defensively. From what I hear, there were just too many Dementors. I see, Ashworth said. Let's keep going. By the way, who is Evander Edgecombe? Should I recognize the name? He was with Grindelwald, Amelia volunteered, wondering how it was that Ashworth had not recognized the name. She did not think too much about it, though, because her thoughts were focused on whether Ashworth was likely to insist on moving the offices from the guardhouse to the prison. They found a lot more prisoners and Dementors on the upper floors. The prisoners on these floors appeared to be more sentient than those below. The occasional wail from a prisoner could be heard. The other difference, the trio observed, was that the upper floors seemed to be more exposed to the storm elements outside. Amelia had wondered if they would encounter trouble as they invaded the floors that the Dementors seemed to consider their own. However, the risk for a dispute was diffused as soon as Harry went for his wand. Without him having to cast a Patronus, the Dementors melted away so that at all times, the trio had a bubble around them. Finally, they reached the top floor. It had the most Dementors and the most reactive prisoners. Instead of the occasional wail, they could hear at least a couple of prisoners letting out moans and wails every few moments. As they approached the corner of the prison furthest from the staircase, they heard non-stop shrieks of agony coming from a cell. The Dementors were gathered around the cell, drinking in the emotions of the prisoner. As the trio approached, the Dementors melted away. Who is the prisoner? Harry asked, raising his voice to be heard above the noises the prisoner was making. Amelia looked into the cell to see a witch who was lying on the floor of her cell and now alternating between sobs and shrieks as she had something of a panic attack. When Amelia recognized the witch, she felt a pit form in her stomach. I believe that is Estella Borgin. And what was her crime? Nothing major, Amelia mumbled. Indeed, Ashworth said, his voice sounding judgmental. Based on my inspection of the prison, I am concluding that the prison and prisoners have been suffering from a lack of adequate oversight. I'm guessing the Dementors have been fling the more emotional prisoners up here when they should be sorting prisoners by the severity of their crimes and the danger they present of escaping. In fact, I dare say that the floors below the offices were originally reserved for petty criminals like Ms. Borgin. You're probably not wrong, Amelia admitted. Let's move Ms. Borgin to the guardhouse until we can get things sorted out, Harry directed. The tour of Azkaban had nearly overwhelmed Harry, but he had managed to hold himself together, hiding any sign of weakness or unusual susceptibility to Dementors from those under his command. When he, Amelia, and Yaxley returned to the guardhouse with Estella Borgin in tow, Harry ordered Amelia to look after Estella and begin a prisoner audit. Then, before apparating home, he introduced Ed himself to Auror Scrimgeour and the staff from the night shift. At home, in the penthouse of the North Hotel, Harry donned his swimming trunks before stopping by the penthouse's makeshift kitchen tea. Raid Bellatrix's supply of hot chocolate and candy bars. He then proceeded down to the hotel's pool, where he lowered himself into the hot tub and allowed himself to let go. As the warm water enveloped Harry, violent shivers shot through his body. Harry could have and perhaps should have used his Patronus to insulate himself from the effect of the Dementors for the entire visit to Azkaban. However, He had wanted to show strength and assess the true condition of the prison and its inhabitants. That was not something he could do all the time, though. If he decided to move the staff offices into the prison as he felt he ought, he would need to have his Patronus present nearly all the time. Still shivering despite the warmth of the water in the hot tub, Harry made himself a mug of hot chocolate into which he melted a candy bar. The taste and warmth of the first sip shot through Harry, and he let out a smile despite the shivers that were still racking his body. He was about to take another sip when a familiar voice intruded. "I hope you don't mind if we hop in with you. We've got to get our money's worth, if you know what I mean." With abject horror, Harry looked up just in time to young versions of his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia climbing into the hot tub with him. As Vernon and Petunia proceeded to flirt with and splash at each other, Harry stared at the spectacle with a dumbfounded look on his face. He glanced down at his mug of cocoa and wondered if perhaps Bellatrix's supply of chocolate was laced with some sort of substance. While at the prison, unpleasant memories, including the occasional echo of his time at the Dursleys, had reverberated through Harry's mind. Now, perhaps thanks to the hot chocolate, Harry was hallucinating about the Dursleys cavorting with each other in a hot tub. Harry was debating whether he should take another sip of chocolate when he heard someone clearing her throat. He looked up and found Bellatrix standing over him just outside of the hot tub. She was dressed in an expensive-looking one-piece swimsuit and, with hands on her hips, was glaring at him. While his seeing Bellatrix around the hotel was not uncommon, Harry was also not accustomed to seeing her in the provocative light that the swimsuit bestowed on her. Harry wondered if this was also a hallucination. Befuddled, he sank down into the hot tub and decided to risk another sip of cocoa. It was, at least, helping with the shivers. "Hello, there," Vernon said to Bellatrix. Harry blushed. He could tell from the tone of Vernon's voice that Vernon was very much impressed by Bellatrix's physique. Some small part of Harry was jealous. Mostly, though, Harry was embarrassed for Vernon's sake. "Does the hotel allow its staff to use amenities?" "Only if the staff have family connections with the hotel owners," Bellatrix said airily as she joined everyone in the hot tub. In the process, she splashed copious amounts of water on Vernon and Petunia, but smoothed over T.'s annoyance by providing profuse apologies that Harry quickly diagnosed as being insincere. "I should have guessed you would have a connection with the hotel owners," Vernon said, forcing a chuckle. Before proceeding to chit-chat with Bellatrix on a range of subjects. Harry was not sure whether Vernon was flirting with her or trying to network with her. Harry thought the latter was more likely, since Vernon kept asking Bellatrix about her family and connections while throwing out hints that he was a businessman. When Vernon finally allowed the conversation to slow down, Bellatrix turned her attention to Harry. "I hope you're enjoying your stay, Mr. Ashworth. You do know that your suite has a large tub, don't you?" "I thought that belonged to the neighboring suite," Harry replied, finishing his first mug of cocoa and awkwardly mixing up a second. With Vernon and Petunia watching, he could not exactly use magic. "I'm sure your neighbor is perfectly willing to share the tub with you," Bellatrix said, sounding offended. "That's very kind," Harry said. "I would hate to be an inconvenience, though. Are there suites with hot tubs in them?" Venron interjected. "Yes," Bellatrix replied. "You can pay to upgrade." "We're all right using the public hot tub," Vernon said. "Of course," Bellatrix said, the tone of her voice reflecting a strange combination of politeness and contempt. Vernon did not seem to be picking up on signals that Bellatrix might not like him, but Petunia had apparently correctly interpreted Bellatrix's demeanor. So, she attempted to change the flow of conversation. "Tell me, Mr. Ashworth," Petunia said, "what brought you here for a holiday?" "I'm traveling for business," Harry said. "And where do you work?" Vernon inquired. "Law enforcement. As the government in the habit of putting up its employees in luxury hotels, then?" Vernon demanded, sounding outraged. "Only when the hotel offers a special bulk government discount," Harry said vaguely. "Oh, are bulk discounts available?" Vernon asked, perking up and addressing Bellatrix. "If my company were to hold a retreat here, could we get good pricing on a block of rooms?" "Certainly," Bellatrix said, smiling. "What do you do in law enforcement?" Petunia asked, again trying to steer Vernon away from Bellatrix. "I actually supervise a prison," Harry revealed. "Are you serious?" Bellatrix interjected, sounding outraged. Harry nodded. Well, that explains why you're shivering in a hot tub, Bellatrix said waspishly. She proceeded to unwrap 3 more candy bars and cram them into Harry's mug. Now it's going to spill. Harry grumbled as he tried to balance the mug with the extra candy bars sticking out the top. Then eat them, Bellatrix directed. I'm sensing you two have a history, Petunia said. He's done business with my family, Bellatrix confessed. Did you also attend St. Hogweena? Vernon asked. Saint what? Harry spluttered. He didn't, Bellatrix piped in. He comes from Egypt. Expatriate family. Fascinated, Vernon proceeded to engage Harry in a discussion about business opportunities in Egypt. Petunia interjected from time to time while Bellatrix largely ignored Vernon and Petunia. At one point, she made herself a cup of cocoa. Finding that they were out of candy bars, she stole one from Harry's mug and melted it into her own mug. After a while, Petunia began hinting to Vernon that they should go back to their room. Eventually, Vernon picked upon the repeated hints and departed with Petunia, but not before looking back and giving Harry and Bellatrix a wink. Once they were gone, Harry and Bellatrix were finally able to relax. You're not going to believe this, Bellatrix said to Harry, but that woman is Lily Evans' sister. That is hard to reconcile, Harry said. He did not want to act surprised because he was supposed to be truthful with Bellatrix. On the other hand, he did not see how Bellatrix could need to know his connection to the Dursleys. And they are using all the vouchers you gave Lily, Bellatrix said accusingly. Harry began laughing weakly. Anyway, are you really at Azkaban now? As of today, I am the warden. What are they thinking? Bellatrix groused. Do you want me to go talk to my father? No, Harry said decisively. I need to show that I can handle this assignment before I try to get reassigned elsewhere. Of course, Bellatrix said, rolling her eyes. And honestly, if I am wanting to reform our world, perhaps I should start at Azkaban. I think it is a crueler place than it needs to be. For instance, I would love to get rid of the Dementors. Good luck with that, Bellatrix snorted. If Professor Binns had been better at his job, you would know that any attempt to reform or change Azkaban is going to land you in a swamp of politics and debate. Then of course, there is the practical consideration that Dementors are the only way to keep certain prisoners contained. As you know, wandless magic is a thing. Fabulous, Harry grumbled, gnawing on one of the candy bars Bellatrix had given him. Ashworth does not appear to have any family connections that would put him in the running for a lordship, a masked Death Eater informed Lord Voldemort. Keep searching, Voldemort directed. Go all the way up the family line until you find an ancient lord, even a minor or forgotten one, and then start going down from there. It could be that he is the technical heir to some line once thought dead. Yes, my lord, the Death Eater said, bowing before apparating away. Voldemort turned to Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers, who were now alone with him. I allowed you to overhear that exchange because you may have access or resources that could help us identify whether Ashworth can claim an ancient lordship. Of course, Lucius said, putting himself forward in an attempt to earn favor. Perhaps I could help identify ancient lordships that have been forgotten. Yes, do that, Voldemort said. Now for tonight, we need to pause our other plans. In a recent development that may or may not be coincidence, Ashworth has been assigned to be the warden of Azkaban. My sources indicate he has ordered a prisoner audit. It may be only a matter of hours before he realizes that Evander Edgecombe needs to be moved back to a maximum security cell. A Clash of Titans. A.N. Thank you for the reviews. I apologize for it being so long since the last update. I blame real life. Also, FYI, I have been told that someone named Alexander Blackfire was selling my stuff on. I am sorry to hear that folks are paying for something that is available for free. I am happy to authorize and have authorized translations and audio adaptations as long as people send me the link and give me fair credit for my contribution. I do not authorize anyone to monetize my ideas or pass off my writing as their own. Delenda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 20. A Clash of Titans. Before going to Azkaban for his second day on the job, Harry stopped by one of the hotel's dining rooms for breakfast. He was pleasantly surprised to find a spread similar to the standard fare served at Hogwarts. Apparently, Bellatrix had ignited at least one of the house elves to help out in the hotel's kitchens. It seemed to have been a good idea because Harry overheard more than one guest express pleasure with the quality of the breakfast. After eating, Harry sought out a place from where he could discreetly apparate to work. He settled on the supply closet just off the lobby. On the way there, he passed Sabine, who was working the front desk. Harry offered her a brief smile and nod. As Bellatrix awake, Sabine called out, "I haven't seen her," Harry replied before entering the closet and shutting the door behind him. From there, he apparated to the Azkaban guardhouse. The Azkaban guardhouse was, in essence, a former inn and tavern situated near the shore of the North Sea. Just outside the guardhouse sat a small dock for the use of the boats that transported prisoners and others to and from the island on which Azkaban had been built. Harry had arrived early enough to ensure he would have extra time to meet with Rufus Scrimbor, the Auror usually in charge of the night shift. Scrimbor was also the Auror who might have been promoted to warden if it were not for Harry getting hired on and rapidly promoted. When Harry arrived, he found the night shift cleaning up after some sort of potluck breakfast. After chatting with those on duty and declining to eat the offered leftovers, Harry invited Scrimbor to come up to his office for a chat. The two exchanged pleasantries and some small talk before Harry got down to business. "Rufus," Harry said, leaning forward across his small desk, "it's my understanding you were hoping to be appointed warden. Was that because your goal is to be the warden or because you were just looking for a promotion in general?" "Why do you ask?" Rufus frowned. "I can work on getting you promoted and reassigned, or I can work on grooming you to replace me," Harry said. "Which do you prefer?" Rufus squirmed a little in his seat under the scrutiny of Harry's striking green eyes. Eventually he answered, "I would prefer to focus on replacing you, as long as that does not take too long," he revealed. "An Auror captain who is or has been warden of Azkaban takes precedence over an Auror captain who has had generic assignments, especially if those assignments did not come with the command of other Aurors. Then you will be happy to know that I have no intention of clinging to this assignment longer than I must," Harry said. "That is not to say that this is a bad assignment or that I am worried about my own capabilities. It is just that, I understand," Scrimbor said, cutting Harry off. "We can talk more in the coming days," Harry said, forcing a smile. "Right," Scrimbor said before excusing himself. Left alone, Harry set to sorting through the junk left behind by his predecessor. Since he was planning to move the staff to the office space in the prison itself, Harry was not sure whether he should spend time organizing his new office in the guardhouse. He was still thinking about it when Amelia Bones knocked on his open door. Harry looked up. "Good morning," his raised eyebrows questioningly. "I'm working on the audit you requested," Amelia reported. "However, Proudfoot has offered to give me a tour, and I thought you might want to join." "Thank you, I will." Harry and Amelia were soon following Auror Proudfoot around the guardhouse as he showed them around and explained everything. Harry had quickly become bored, but his interest was reignited when Proudfoot showed them a shed behind the guardhouse loaded with brooms. "Do we patrol in the air, then?" Harry asked. "That stopped a long time ago," Proudfoot replied. "You'll find that most of these brooms are quite old." "I see," Harry said, his eyes drinking in the brooms. Perhaps, if he had any spare time, he could play around with them. Harry, Amelia, and Proudfoot continued the tour, which concluded in a room that Harry, with his Muggle upbringing and vocabulary, wanted to refer to as the control room. It was there that the prison's wards and alarms could be monitored and controlled through various magical monitoring devices. "Can you rely on the Dementors to sound alarms?" Harry asked as he stared at his surroundings. "There's no need. Almost all alarms are automatically triggered," Proudfoot said. He began droning on about the technical details. He then moved on to itemizing which wards and alarms were not automatic and teaching Harry and Amelia how to trigger, cancel, or reset the alarms and wards. "Does the Ministry monitor any of these wards or alarms?" Harry asked. "I think they do," Amelia chimed in. "I've seen a few false alarms register in my time at the DMLE. Although, I guess they might have been drills, too." "Yes and no," Proudfoot explained, apparently ignoring Amelia's contribution and directly answering Harry's question. "Most automatic alarms would register in this room and not at the Ministry so long as not too many are going off at the same time. It would be up to you, sir." to decide whether we need to request reinforcements or whether we just need to solve the issue that caused the alarm and reset the ward. Do the alarms go off for minor issues, then? Harry asked. Or even accidentally? Oh, yes, Proudfoot said. For instance, sometimes one of us forgets to take an Auror or hit wizard badge when we go to drop off or pick up a prisoner. Or, maybe some creature tries to set up a nest in a vacant cell. That kind of stuff. Harry bit his lip thoughtfully. Does any hit wizard or Auror badge grant access to the prison, then? That's right. We should change that, Harry decided aloud. Can we get special badges made up so that only Aurors and hit wizards specifically assigned to Azkaban can bypass the wards? I'll inquire with the ministry, Amelia promised. As soon as I'm done auditing. Excellent, Harry said before thanking Proudfoot for the tour and returning to his office. You can't seriously expect me to believe that my Ather's office is on the bottom floor of the ministry, Bellatrix grumbled as the elevator doors opened to reveal what appeared to be the Department of Mysteries. This way, please, said the bland Mystery worker who had greeted Bellatrix in the atrium and offered to usher her to the Minister of Magic's office. Dimwit, Bellatrix snapped, not sure whether the epithet should apply to the worker or herself. Even though she did not think she would be in danger while in the ministry, she checked to ensure she could draw her wand should it become necessary. Still ignoring Bellatrix's attitude, worker led Bellatrix through a maze of hallways before ushering her into the Chief Unspeakable's office. There, Bellatrix grudgingly accepted an invitation to take a seat across from Edward Fawkes, who was seated behind a massive desk. The chair in which Fawkes sat looked like a Victorian throne. Bellatrix was tempted to rip into Fawkes for having her waylaid, but she knew better than to start a feud with this particular Chief Unspeakable. Instead, she settled for icily arching one of her eyebrows at him. Thank you for stopping by, Fawkes said, his lips twisting into an amused smile. Bellatrix folded her arms defiantly. I heard that you've dropped out of Hogwarts. I have left Hogwarts, Bellatrix clarified. With no passing scores on any NEWTs. Those will come later, Bellatrix defended. A lot of dropouts say that, Fawkes said, raising his arms from the armrests of his chair, leaning forward, and steepling his hands beneath his chin. And, I'm curious about your employment prospects, Fawkes said. Perhaps I am independently wealthy, Bellatrix smirked. If you were Orion's daughter, I would believe it, Fawkes admitted. But you're not, Bellatrix shrugged. Fawkes dropped his hands from where he had been steepling them and began idly shuffling papers on his desk. Since you seem to be unburdened with schoolwork and likely in need of a job, I was thinking that you could work here part-time. With no NEWTs, Bellatrix said, her tone of voice highlighting the irony she was seeing. You claim that your lack of NEWTs is a short-term problem, Fawkes said lightly. Despite your failure to obtain NEWT scores, we have specific tasks for which you are qualified. The work would be piecemeal, almost to the point that you would be more of an independent contractor. Bellatrix shook her head dismissively. If I was hungry for work, I would go down to the Daily Prophet and apply to work in their Ollery. It might be below my dignity, but at least it would be full-time and steady. If you want steady work, you can sit for your NEWTs so we can hire you full-time. From there, I would not be surprised if you were sitting in my chair 25 or 30 years from now. The idea of becoming Chief Unspeakable intrigued Bellatrix. It was a potential avenue for her to gain power and influence within the ministry. However, at this point, it was not intriguing enough to distract Bellatrix from exploiting her unique connection to Harry to achieve wealth and power. Still, she felt that keeping her options open would be worthwhile, especially if she could do so with minimal effort. What is this piecemeal work, exactly? Bellatrix inquired, trying to avoid betraying the true nature of her interest. Spell testing, Fawkes revealed. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose contemptuously. Your unspeakables can't cast spells. Fawkes shrugged. Some spells require a lot of raw power. Poppycock. Did my father put you up to this? No. Bellatrix shook her head disbelievingly. Fawkes produced a sheet of parchment from one of the drawers of his desk and slid it across to Bellatrix. On it was written the incantation for a spell. Under the incantation, someone had WRITTEN notes detailing the spell and its underlying theory. Can you cast that spell? Fawkes asked. Bellatrix picked up the parchment and perused the spell notes. It appeared that the spell was intended for destroying or, more accurately, quickly overwhelming certain types of alarm wards. However, the key word was intended. From the notes, Bellatrix deduced that the incantation was not going to work, despite the best efforts of the spell's developers. Of course, the disconnect between the spell's nature and its incantation could be avoided by nonverbally casting the spell. Was there a specific target you had in mind? Bellatrix asked. That wall over there can absorb most things, Fox said, gesturing beyond the fireplace. Without further discussion, Bellatrix produced her wand, angled herself in the chair and cast a low-powered version of the spell without using the incantation. The almost invisible wave of magic slapped against the wall and let out a crackling noise. Fox raised his eyebrows, looking mildly surprised. How did you manage to cast it? Well, without any NEWTs to speak of, I can't be sure, Bellatrix said snidely. Your attitude is hilarious, Fox said, his tone of voice belying his words. I'll be back. He stood and left the room. He was gone for about 5 minutes and returned with a thick folder stuffed with sheets of parchment. What's that? Bellatrix asked. Your dossier. My what? You heard me, Fox said, sitting down and opening the folder. He sorted through various sheets of parchment, angling them away from Bellatrix's line of sight, until he came to 3 sheets in particular. He looked up and gave Bellatrix a chilling smile. Here is an itemization of spells you were seen casting during the Paris, Cape Town, and Salem tournaments. And why did you need that information? Bellatrix asked, frowning. Recruitment, Fox explained. With these, I think we can lean on the right people to help get you a NEWT or 2. I think your record of being able to cast these spells, in the middle of a competition, would support waiver of the practicals for charms and defense against the dark arts. And the written theory? Bellatrix asked. Some of that, too. If we can make creative arguments. Your spell choices and occasional non-standard use of them show an innate understanding of their theory, Fox said. Shall we plan on you PPing by tomorrow morning to do whatever parts of the written portion of charms and defense that I cannot get waived for you? If I must, Bellatrix grumbled, though she was secretly pleased that 2 NEWTs had dropped into her lap. The only downside was that she would likely be obliged to accept the occasional work assignment from the Chief Unspeakable in exchange for his pulling strings, especially especially if she wanted to find shortcuts to other NEWTs. Orion, Abraxas, and Cygnus were meeting with Davian Pruitt, the director of the DMLE, and his son Fabian Pruitt, the head hitwizard. Minister Pruitt's secretary poked her head into the room. Minister, your daughter is here, the secretary announced. Which one? Cygnus asked, leaning forward in his seat and peering over the tops of the heads of the Pruitts. The secretary's raised eyebrows and grimace was enough to communicate that it was Bellatrix. Show her right in, Cygnus instructed as Orion and Abraxas perked up. We can leave, Pruitt said, sounding reasonable, though it was clear he was struggling to conceal annoyance at the interruption. No, stay. I want to finish our meeting, Cygnus said. I just don't want her to. My dear Bellatrix, Abraxas gushed as Bellatrix brushed past the secretary and entered the room. Bellatrix's glare in response to his greeting warmed his heart. Why don't you go ahead and take a seat over there? Orion directed, gesturing to the conference table across the room from Cygnus' desk. Bellatrix followed Orion's direction, and the discussion between Cygnus and the Pruitts continued almost normally. Cygnus, Orion, and Fabian effortlessly ignored Bellatrix's presence. However, Davian kept shooting her sidelong glances while Abraxas tried to keep an eye on everyone to gauge their behavior. Fabian was droning on about how the ministry, through a subtle reporting mechanism built into the British Home Office, had been receiving an increasingly large number of Muggle police reports that could indicate misuse of magic. Cursory investigations performed by the Muggle police at the time of the initial call and by the ministry after the fact had turned up no information. Let me see the map, Orion said, interrupting Fabian. Map? Do you have a map showing where all these reports are originating? Not quite yet, Fabian faltered. Let's make a map right now, Cygnus said affably. I think you and your people may have latched onto something important. This was easier said than done. Cygnus, Secretary was summoned and asked to fetch a map of the United Kingdom and supplies to mark it up. When those items arrived, it was discovered that Cygnus' desk was not going to be big enough. So, the wizards migrated to the conference table, where Bellatrix had made herself comfortable. It looked like she was going to refuse to budge and force them to make the map on the table in front of her. Howard Davian was not about to let this happen. He cleared his throat. "Miss Black, if you would be so kind. You could sit over at one of the chairs in front of your father's desk until we're done here." Bellatrix glared at Davian, but she relented when her father patted her on the shoulder. She vacated her chair at the conference room table. But in an act of defiance, she sat in her father's chair behind the desk and folded her arms. Instead of pretending to ignore them, she turned the chair to face the conference table. Her disdain was so pronounced that it was as if she was the Minister of Magic watching her lackeys at work. Abraxas smirked inwardly as Davian fumed. The byplay was soon forgotten as the wizards set about marking up the map. With a little teamwork and organization, they made short work of it. Once it was complete, they turned to Orion since he was the one who had wanted a map. "What do you think, old boy?" Abraxas asked. "A lot of the reports are in clusters. Let's figure out which pureblood family lives nearest each cluster," Orion said. "You think purebloods are triggering police reports?" Cygnus asked, sounding confused. "No, but it could be that they are being harassed and that the Muggles are seeing and reporting some of the collateral effects. Can you look for magical families that live near the cluster and poke around?" Cygnus asked Davian and Fabian. "We'd want to rope the Aurors into an in-depth investigation," Davian pointed out. "Right," Cygnus said. "I'll let you two coordinate directly with the head Auror on that." "Was there anything else for today?" "No," Fabian said. "Very well," Cygnus said. "Let's meet up as soon as you've got news. Don't wait for our regular meeting. Set something up with my secretary before then." The Pruitts then departed, leaving Cygnus, Abraxas, and Orion alone with Bellatrix, who had vacated her father's chair and taken one of the chairs on the other side of the desk. Orion took the other chair in front of Cygnus's desk as Cygnus sat down, leaving Abraxas the option to either stand or steal a chair from the conference table. He chose to stand, resting his arm on the back of Cygnus's chair. "We've missed seeing you," Cygnus said, addressing Bellatrix warmly. "Now, tell us where you've been," Orion said. "Here and there," Bellatrix replied evasively. "Probably easier to just ask what she wants," Abraxas advised. Cygnus winced and sighed. He smiled at Bellatrix. "What brings you here today?" "Well," Bellatrix said, her voice deceptively light, "I was just wondering how it is that I am supposed to spontaneously run into Harry Ashworth and build a casual relationship if he's been assigned to Azkaban." Cygnus rolled his eyes. "He's not the prisoner of Azkaban. He's the warden. How is it that you already know about his assignment?" Orion inquired, peering at Bellatrix suspiciously. "Word travels," Bellatrix said evasively. "Do you want an internship at Azkaban?" Cygnus asked, apparently recalling the lunch conversation on the day he became Minister for Magic. They had all discussed how Bellatrix could worm her way into Harry's life. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose. "No, we cannot reassign him if your goal remains for him to organically earn promotions," Orion told Bellatrix. "Besides which, his assignment to Azkaban is fortuitous. Nobody is going to be jealous. Yet, it is an excellent stepping stone for someone with ambition." "I understand that," Bellatrix muttered. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but Abraxas cut her off. "I think what Bellatrix needs is some sort of social event," Abraxas said brightly. "We can organize something, invite Ashworth, and also invite some of the movers and shakers. We would want to start small," Orion said, perking up. "And make it so Bellatrix and Ashworth are the only young attendees. We don't want him meeting some other eligible witch." "Yes," Abraxas said. "Once they've had natural interactions at a couple of dinners, we can expand into a larger event." Cygnus sighed and shook his head at Bellatrix. "These two will have you married by the end of the year if you're not careful." Bellatrix responded with a devious smile as Orion and Abraxas plunged into planning a dinner party at which Harry and Bellatrix could publicly meet in a setting where they were no longer student and teacher. When Bellatrix returned to the hotel, she found Sabine sorting an assortment of flyers and Autographs into a dozen presentation folders. What's this? Bellatrix asked as she joined Sabine behind the front desk. We're going into the wedding venue business, Sabine declared. These are the advertising materials. Oh, shouldn't we have already been in that business since we're a hotel with a ballroom and fancy dining room? Bellatrix asked. Nobody wanted to get married here while the place was a dump, Sabine confessed. But the renovations you've done have not gone unnoticed. Really? Yes, the couple staying in room 313 came down this morning and inquired about the possibility of us hosting their wedding. At least, the man did. His fiancée did not seem as enthusiastic. Dursley, isn't it? Bellatrix asked, smirking at the thought of Lily, Evan's sister, getting married in her hotel. What was her problem? I think she knows you're a witch, Sabine confided quietly. Her sister is one. That explains it, Sabine said lightly. She was muttering something about her kin. And wanted reassurance that you would not be involved with staffing the celebration. And what did you tell her? I told them you were just a part-time summer employee who did not need to be part of the wedding. The man, who was very enamored with you, by the way, seemed to be under the impression that your family owns the place. So, I played it off as us having to take you on since you're AD. I stand relative of the owner and then changed the subject to scheduling a time to sit down with them to do a bid. Anyway, that was the impetus for me putting together some wedding planning packets. Quote, I guess you don't want me sitting in on your sales pitch, Bellatrix said. Sorry, but if we want to make the sale, you'll have to stay away. So be it, but that won't stop me from fixing her wagon. Bellatrix muttered as she retreated into her office. Harry finished his second day of Azkaban duty without having had to step foot in the prison or see a single Dementor. This had been a welcome reprieve for Harry, but he was more convinced than ever that he needed to move the administration offices to the prison. The main obstacle was going to be finding Aurors and hit wizards who could cast the Patronus charm. As to whether he could teach the current cohort assigned to the prison, he was more hopeful about some than others. When Harry apparated into the penthouse suite, he saw that Bellatrix was out on the balcony sitting at a dinner table set for two. She was slouched in her chair and sipping from a goblet of wine. Feeling a mixture of surprise and doubt about the idea of Bellatrix having dinner waiting for him as if she was some sort of housewife, Harry poked his head out the door. Did you arrange dinner for us? Harry asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had come home later than she had probably expected. Bellatrix sat up in her chair, glanced at Harry coolly, and shrugged. If you're hungry, there is probably enough food for both of us. Well, with such an effusive invitation, how can I say no? Harry said, stepping out onto the balcony. He would have liked to stop by his bedroom to drop off his work materials and change into something more casual, but he figured he had already kept her waiting. Harry dropped his work files on the large table and took a seat. Even though Bellatrix was trying to pretend that she was just sharing some of her own meal with Harry, the place settings combined with the amount of food signaled that she had been planning on him joining her. Did you have a good day? Harry asked a little haltingly. He was happy to sit down to dinner with the teenage version of Bellatrix to which he had become accustomed. However, in the back of his mind, he could not help but marvel at the surrealness of he and Bellatrix playing house, even if it was only superficial. Rationally, Harry knew that the steps between his traveling through time, making an alliance with Bellatrix, and now sharing a penthouse with her had been a reasonable and logical progression of events. It was just that going from regularly encountering the future alternate version of Bellatrix as an insane enemy combatant to regularly encountering her younger self as a relatively sane ally and flatmate gave Harry a little bit of mental whiplash. It would have been easier for Harry to acclimatize if Bellatrix was fully sane. However, she frequently did things that made him uncomfortable. Sometimes it was small and innocuous things that, while harmless, underscored Bellatrix's tendency toward insanity. For instance, they were in the process of having an innocuous weeknight dinner. But Bellatrix was a bit overdressed. She had even done up her hair as if she was going out to a formal dance. It could be worse, Harry mused. She could be proposing an arranged marriage again. In response to Harry's question about her day, Bellatrix had been droning on about hotel management as Harry ruminated. However, His attention was piqued when Bellatrix mentioned that she had gone to the ministry to visit her father. "How'd that go?" Harry asked. "It sounds like my family might host a dinner and invite both you and me. It could be a good way for us to associate publicly in an innocuous setting. Oh, that way it wouldn't seem weird to people if we are spotted out in public together later on, because it will be known that we've socialized after I left Hogwarts. Primarily, of course, the dinner would help you establish organic connections that can justify you being promoted out of Azkaban." "Right," Harry said as he finished scooping some vegetables onto his plate and waited for Bellatrix to pass the platter with slices of roast beef. As they finished filling their plates, Bellatrix briefly mentioned how she might be taking on some gig work for the Department of Easteries and how it could turn into a shortcut for passing NEWTs. As they ate, the discussion eventually turned to Harry's day, and he briefly described what he had done and the lack of organization he had so far discovered. He gestured to one of the folders he had brought home. "Amelia has been doing an audit, and that's her initial report. Remind me how Amelia Bones fits into the grand scheme of things." "You mean how did she turn out in the alternate future?" Bellatrix nodded. "She was the head of the DMLE when I was a Hogwarts student," Harry disclosed. "She was well regarded and formidable. It was generally known or accepted that she was so powerful that the Dark Lord himself killed her. I always had a high opinion of her, but I can't say I'm overly impressed now. My sense is she's a lot better at office politics than actual Auror work. Now, I can't help but wonder if that was how she always was." "She would have survived a war by the time you came along," Bellatrix observed. "I imagine that would have transformed her." "True. Is she at least good at paperwork?" Bellatrix asked, grabbing the folder with Amelia's report and flipping it open. "I would say so," Harry said. He was not sure he felt good about Bellatrix going through his work papers. On the other hand, they were pursuing a common goal, and she had sworn allegiance to him. Leaning on Bellatrix to help him pursue his crusade against Voldemort could include accepting her help with his day job. After all, his day job was a means to an end instead of a pure attempt to earn a living and build a career. "See anything interesting?" Harry asked lightly, feeling a little passive-aggressive over how Bellatrix had helped herself to the folder. Bellatrix was frowning as she reached for her wine glass. Quote, "The list of prisoners who are being held in the wrong security level is awfully long. I saw at least a few prisoners in the wrong security level yesterday and suspected that they were not the only ones," Harry said. "Apparently, the Dementors have been rearranging cell assignments to suit themselves." Bellatrix was sipping her wine and continuing to peruse the file when she abruptly paused. "Why is Evander Edgecombe in low security?" she asked. "They said health reasons," Harry said, feeling a little foolish. Something told him that Edgecombe's presence in a low security cell was more than just a minor error. "He belongs in high security," Bellatrix opined. By the time Grindelwald was defeated, even the purebloods were happy to see him locked in Azkaban. "I'm afraid I don't know a lot about the war against Grindelwald," Harry confessed. "Apparently neither does Amelia, or else she would have been in your office expressing concern about Edgecombe's security," Bellatrix said waspishly, beginning to thumb through the file. "I wonder if there's anything else about Edgecombe in here. Maybe you could educate me about him," Harry said, frowning intently. "He was high up in Grindelwald's organization," Bellatrix revealed. "I wouldn't precisely call him a lieutenant, but he was certainly among Grindelwald's top people in Britain." "Was there much fighting here? I thought the war against Grindelwald was mainly on the continent." "It was, but Grindelwald was looking to build and maintain support here," Bellatrix explained. "Edgecombe was an enforcer and terrorized anybody who appeared to be anything less than sympathetic to Grindelwald's cause. It backfired when the purebloods got sick of being bullied. Once Grindelwald was defeated, even his British supporters were all too happy to turn on Edgecombe." "I see," Harry said. It could be that the Bones family somehow managed to emerge unscathed from that time period and don't remember Edgecombe as being any more significant than any other Grindelwald follower, Bellatrix speculated. "Or maybe the older Bones generation hid their deeds from their children. Could it be that your family simply knows more about dark wizards?" Harry asked. Bellatrix shrugged as she finished thumbing through the file. "Not much else about Edgecombe in here. Although it looks like Amelia noted that some of these cell reassignments were approved by the Azkaban staff. Yaxley approved Edgecombe being moved. That's not good, Harry said, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms. He's a future Death Eater. If he was an Auror, maybe I could chalk it up to coincidence. But as a hit wizard, I think him approving cell reassignment was overstepping in the first place. And come to think of it, he didn't own up to being responsible for the cell reassignment yesterday. Could he be hoping that Edgecombe will escape? Is Edgecombe capable of escaping? I've heard he's powerful, Bellatrix said slowly. I suppose the risk is less about him escaping and more about him somehow being able to communicate with people outside of Azkaban. I mean, he could help blackmail a lot of people. And if he's in high security, he's less likely to be in a mental state to communicate. Harry concluded. He thought about it for a moment. If you're an up-and-coming Dark Lord, he would be the exact person to help grow your base. Precisely, Bellatrix agreed. He knows where the bodies are buried. He knows who is a sincere supporter of the dark arts. Well, I'll put him on the agenda for tomorrow, Harry mused. I'll ensure Evander Edgecombe, MBE is not communicating and cannot communicate with people on the outside. Part of that may be keeping Yaxley away from him. And then, of course, I'll have to think about what to do with Yaxley. After dinner, Harry and Bellatrix retreated to the main living area of their penthouse. There, Bellatrix sprawled onto a couch and dived into NEWT test preparation while Harry studied Amelia's report. It didn't take him long to absorb the material, and he soon found himself sitting in his armchair debating over what he should do next while Bellatrix continued thumbing through her study guides. For some reason, Harry was feeling the urge to turn on the telly, which would have made more sense if he or Bellatrix had owned one. Just as Harry realized his telly-watching urge stemmed from many years of watching television with the Dursleys on hot summer nights, an owl crash-landed into the penthouse clutching a sheet of parchment. It's for you, Bellatrix said, not even glancing up from a study guide. How can you even know that? Harry asked as he pushed himself up from the armchair and went over to the owl, who was lying prone on the floor. Because I'm smart enough to conceal my location, Bellatrix said matter-of-factly. Perhaps we should talk about that more, Harry muttered as he attended to the owl. It appeared that the problem was that the owl, like the Weasley family's Errol, was simply too old for the job. Way to pick an owl that would actually get the message to me, Harry said, his muttering taking on a sarcastic tinge. What was that? Bellatrix asked. Nothing, Ari said as he finished retrieving a piece of parchment from the owl and left it on the floor to rest. He plopped back down into his armchair and unfolded the parchment. The contents of the letter led him to swear angrily. What? Bellatrix demanded. Apparently, several staff from the night shift came down with food poisoning, Harry explained, as he stood up. Scrimgeour has left, Thickness in charge, and Thickness will be reaching out to Yaxley and maybe others for backup coverage. Bellatrix looked down at the owl, who was still lying exhausted on the floor. I'm going to go ahead and conclude that whoever sent you that message was hoping you would not receive it. Or at least not receive it soon enough, Harry said grimly. Luckily, we live close to Azkaban. Shall I come with you? Bellatrix asked, somehow managing to sound bored and eager at the same time. It might be good, Harry said, again feeling odd about teaming up with Bellatrix. I need to get dressed properly. RRY bit back a retort about having to wait for her to get dressed as he rushed to his own bedroom to gear up for what might be a fight. In less than a minute, he met Bellatrix back in the main living area. Instead of completely changing her outfit, she had retained her semi-formal dinner attire but augmented it with equipment, the most prominent being boots and dueling gauntlets. Okay, we'll side along apparate to the guardhouse, Harry instructed, holding his arm out, which Bellatrix accepted. I'll probably go in alone. You'll be my ace up my sleeve. Without waiting for Bellatrix to respond, Harry cast the apparition spell. They disappeared with a pop and reappeared near the guardhouse, which appeared to be on fire. Maybe I'll go in with you, after all, Bellatrix mused, drawing her wand. No, stay out here and cover me, Harry directed as he rushed toward the building. Although billowing smoke indicated that there was a fire, flames had not yet engulfed the entire building. So low, as there was an opportunity to navigate the building safely, Harry wanted to ensure that everyone had escaped and also wanted to see if any alarms had been triggered. Perhaps the building could even be saved from the flames. Inside the guardhouse, Harry found an eerie emptiness. He thought he could hear shrieking, and he remembered that Estella Borgin might be in one of the guardhouse's holding cells. He rushed to the cells and found her in a panic. Short on time and feeling a bit brutish, Harry stunned her and cast a levitation charm. With Estella in tow, Harry rushed to the control room. ND found that several alarms had been triggered. It appeared that some of the defenses around the island were under siege. However, it did not appear that any alarms had been triggered from within the prison itself. The alarms directed to notifying the Ministry of Magic that there was an ongoing emergency had not been activated, so Harry quickly took that step, feeling relieved to know that help would be on the way soon. Harry was debating whether to see if he could pinpoint the location of the fire when he heard a series of explosions outside. Abandoning hope of fighting the fire, Harry rushed outside, with Estella still in tow. To check on Bellatrix, he found her, stalking the perimeter of the building. "What happened?" Harry called out. "Someone's out there. I didn't get a good look," Bellatrix said, gesturing to the dark beach beyond the guardhouse's perimeter. "Who's that you've got?" "A prisoner," Harry said. "We need to find a place to secure her. I think we need to get to Azkaban." "How do you propose getting there?" Bellatrix demanded. She pointed toward the dock, and Harry saw that the boat was burning. "Was that burning when we got here?" Harry asked. "Nope. Bother," Harry grumbled. He gestured for Bellatrix to take care of Estella and rushed back toward the building. "Don't go back in," Bellatrix cried. "You don't know what kind of incantations are feeding the fire." "I'm not," Harry yelled. "I'm grabbing brooms." While Bellatrix stowed and concealed Estella away from the guardhouse, Harry raced to the shed behind the burning guardhouse and grabbed the pair of brooms that looked most serviceable. He ran back to meet Bellatrix and offered her one of the brooms. "I'll just mount up behind you," Bellatrix yelled, her voice barely carrying over the sound of roaring flames that had gradually been increasing since their arrival. "Right," Harry said as he mounted the better looking of the two brooms. Bellatrix hopped on and wrapped her arms around Harry's middle as he coaxed the antique broom into the air. Soon, the pair were zooming toward the prison at a decent clip. "What's the alarm I'm hearing?" Moody demanded, bursting into the DMLE's ward monitoring room with his trainee, Frank Longbottom, following close behind. "Azkaban," the witch in charge replied. "It's weird though, it's like someone activated a bunch of random alerts. None of them make sense. Get the Pruitts out of bed. Drag in anybody you can find. Send them to Azkaban." "I'll take Longbottom with me," Moody barked. It could be a malfunction, the witch offered, but Moody didn't hear her. He was already out of the room with Longbottom in tow. Pathetic, Bellatrix sighed as one of her stunners connected with a dark-robed Death Eater who had failed to notice Harry and Bella. Trix creeping up from behind him on their broomstick. Harry took a moment to watch as the nameless Death Eater fell off his broom and tumbled to the North Sea below. He wondered if they should perhaps take steps to ensure the Death Eater did not drown, but his attention was pulled away as a more vigilant Death Eater spotted him and Bellatrix. "Here we go again," Harry said, drawing Bellatrix's attention to their new opponent. Bellatrix took a deep breath. "Don't." Harry went into a straight downward dive as Bellatrix gasped. "If you keep diving, I'm going to puke." Bellatrix screamed as Harry leveled the broom and began an upward helix. Despite her complaining, Bellatrix was able to shoot a barrage of spells at the Death Eater who had foolishly tried to follow Harry's dive. "Diving is our only option. This blasted broom can't go upward fast enough to be useful in a proper dogfight," Harry reminded her as she shot off several more dueling combos, frightening the Death Eater into a retreat. "You should have bought a decent broom when you had a chance," Bellatrix lectured. Harry ignored the comment and pushed the broom higher as they approached the island. Even with a bad broom, the combination of Harry's flying skills and Bellatrix's dueling skills was impossible for any single Death Eater to overcome. "I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish," Bellatrix said. "Why are they just circling around? Shouldn't they just raid the prison and be done with it?" "I think they're waiting for the Dark Lord to arrive," Harry guessed. He had been paying close attention to his car and had not felt so much as an itch, let alone the pain that usually gauged Voldemort's proximity to Harry. They probably don't realize that the cat is out of the bag. They think they have time. It's a sloppy operation, if you ask me, Bellatrix opined. None of them have a lot of experience with raids, Harry pointed out. Harry and Bellatrix were drawing near to the main entrance of the PR. I saw when a sickly yellow light flashed in the sky. It was followed by a deafening bang. Within seconds of the flash and bang, Harry's scar began to prickle. He's here. The ward that just fell must have been keeping him out somehow. Bellatrix theorized. I wonder how the ward makers crafted that. Clearly, some of the underlings had no trouble getting past the wards. My best guess would be at the people who got past the wards had aura or hit wizard badges, Harry said grimly as they landed at the prison entrance. A number of Dementors were loitering near the entrance, but they quickly retreated into Azkaban as soon as they spotted Harry. Apparently, he had made an impression. Harry gestured for Bellatrix to follow him into the prison. I'm going to point you toward where Edgecombe is kept. I want you to figure out a way to hide him while I see what I can do at the entrance. Meet me when you're done. Merlin's beard, Moody exclaimed as he and Frank arrived to find the Azkaban guardhouse completely engulfed with flames. The dock had also caught fire and was burning. Far off in the distance in the direction of Azkaban, yellow light flashed. A sharp bang followed. Moody began swearing as he took a miniature broom out of one of his pockets and cast a spell to bring it up to normal size. What was that noise? Frank asked. Ward failure, Moody barked. Go back to the minis. Try and tell them this is a full-out attack on Azkaban. Tell them this could be an aerial battle and they had better send reinforcements with brooms. I guess they're coming for you, Mundungus Flay. TCHER whispered as the sound of boots on stone echoed briskly down the corridor toward the cell Mundungus shared with Evander Edgecombe. Evander Edgecombe shook his head contemptuously. They're wasting their time. The sound of the boots on stone stopped outside the cell door. The owner of the boots opened the cell door and revealed herself as being a teenage witch with raven black hair and violet eyes. Are you one of the Dark Lord's followers? Mundungus asked, feeling a little skeptical. No, the witch said. Who are you, then? Mundungus asked, feeling confused. She's a black, Evander said. How can you tell? Mundungus demanded, again amazed at Edgecombe's strange ability to discern people and events. It doesn't matter, the witch said, looking a little shaken that Evander Edgecombe had identified her as being a black. You're both moving cells, and you had best cooperate. I think moving both of us presents a logistical problem for you, Evander suggested. The witch shrugged. and abruptly cast a stunner at Mundungus. The infamous petty criminal dropped like a sack of potatoes as the witch allowed herself a satisfied smirk. It didn't last long as alarms began sounding in the prison in response to the unauthorized magic. Evander smirked as the cell door, in response to a lockdown protocol, swung shut and sealed the witch in the cell with him. Harry had positioned himself at the entrance of the prison. While waiting for Voldemort and his followers to show themselves, he had been familiarizing himself with the mechanism of the giant entrance doors. He was debating whether he could better defend from inside or outside the doors when alarms began blaring through the prison. Before Harry could react, the doors swung shut. Bother, Harry fumed. Before he could decide what to do next, the pressure in his scar abruptly intensified. Harry turned around and spied Voldemort walking up from the shore toward the prison entrance. Coming face to face with Lord Voldemort was not a new experience for Harry. But that did not make it any less distressing. Harry took a deep breath and gripped his wand. Recalling Pythia warning him against using the Holly wand, Harry made sure that he was using his U wand instead of his Holly wand. He was not sure what the difference would be, but he had no good reason to justify ignoring Pythia's warning. Voldemort stopped walking toward Harry once he was within earshot. The two wizards stood silently, sizing each other up. Recalling that he had been in disguise the last time they had crossed wands, Harry realized that Voldemort might be approaching this as if he had never met Harry. Captain Ashworth, Voldemort said. Or should I say Lord Ashworth? I make no such pretensions, Harry said blandly, deflecting both the Scion to Auror rank and pureblood status as he weighed whether he should continue conversing with Voldemort or cut to the inevitable duel. As he considered his strategy, Harry ensured he was keeping his mind closed to any attempts Voldemort might make at legilimency. You are not. Voldemort pushed. I'm not aware of the Ashworth family being pure-blooded or ancient enough to be able to claim a so-called lordship. Lord Peverell, then. I dare say the House of Peverell is defunct, Harry said. What makes you think I am some sort of ancient lord? Bellatrix Black would not have SWORN fealty to anyone of less stature than the lord of the most noble and ancient House of Black, Voldemort hissed, betraying his frustration with Harry's coyness. She would wed her uncle or cousin first. Either that or kill them. Perhaps I am also a Dark Lord, Harry suggested cryptically, indulging in the temptation to tease Voldemort. Unless there is a pureblood family more noble and ancient than the Blacks. Your logic is faulty though, since you cannot really prove that I am anything more than Ms. Black's former professor and coach. You're no Dark Lord, Voldemort insisted, his eyes glittering malevolently. The magic that summoned you to rescue Bellatrix from me in the Black family's ancestral graveyard was not dark. It was that of an ancient, pure-blooded lord. Again, there's a logic gap, Harry insisted, struggling to hide a smirk as his heartbeat accelerated. You cannot prove I did whatever you're talking about. You're about to, Voldemort said, his lips twisting into a smile. Without any other warning, he twitched his wrist, pointed his wand toward Harry, and let fly with a sickly blue curse. To avoid triggering Priori Incantatem or any telltale sign that Harry and Voldemort's wands had met before. Harry's only option was to meet Voldemort's curse with a high-powered and broad-shielding spell that would deflect instead of connect. The result was a loud boom as sickly blue met cool silver. Voldemort fired several similar spells and Harry met each of them either by renewing his original shield or adopting a different type of shield designed to repel the specific spell. Booms, bangs, and cracks ripped through the air. Your dueling style is betraying you, Voldemort sneered. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said calmly, refusing to give Voldemort the confirmation he craved. He cut his wand through the air and began summoning lightning strikes aimed at Voldemort. That's right. Run, you coward, Moody roared as he zoomed toward Azkaban. A masked wizard of some sort had just tried to engage him but had turned tail when Moody had fired back with a flurry of attack spells. It would have been an easy thing for Moody to chase the hapless wizard down and apprehend him. But Moody was anxious to get to Azkaban to foil any breakout or raid attempt. As he approached, he suddenly heard a loud boom followed by a string of other deafening bangs and cracks. Merlin, Moody muttered as he came close enough to see two wizards dueling each other in front of Azkaban's entrance. Lighting began flashing as the duelist closest to the prison unleashed a devastating attack, which had forced the other combatant to fall back. Impressively, the combatant dodging lighting was able to fall back as if he was gliding backward and into the air. Without missing a beat, he raised both his arms into the air and stabbed downward, triggering a shockwave that visibly rippled through the ground toward where the other wizard was standing near the prison entrance. The other wizard stabbed his wand at the ground. It was not clear what spell he had cast, but as best Moody could tell, he was channeling pure power to freeze the ground and stop the shockwave. As the shockwave met the ground frozen by the defending wizard's power, the earth between the duelists let out an agonizing shriek as the rocks that had responded to the shockwave were ripped away from the rocks held solid by sheer force of magic. The sound of rock ripping made Moody clench his toes as his hair stood on end. The moment passed in a flash. Moody watched as the dueling wizards abandoned their attempts to manipulate the ground and reverted to attacks and shields that exploded against each other in rapid succession. Moody was now close enough to see that the defending wizard was Harry Ashworth. As for the other, Moody did not hesitate to conclude that he was looking at Lord Voldemort. Hoping that surprise would lead to a quick victory and perhaps even capture, Moody shot OFF the most powerful stunner he could muster. Somehow, the Dark Lord sensed the spell coming from behind him. He twisted his body around to Moody and managed to cast a shield without a wand or incantation. The sheer power of Moody's stunner cut into Voldemort's awkward shield, but not far enough to have any effect. The consolation prize was that Voldemort, while distracted by Moody, had stuck his arm out back toward Harry and relied on a generic shield to respond to Harry's latest volley of spells, which had included a bludgeoning spell. Voldemort's shielding spell absorbed the energy from the bludgeoning spell. Before it could dispel the energy, Harry hit the shield with another volley of spells, and the shield imploded. Because Voldemort had used his advanced understanding and command Veer magic to maintain a connection with the shield so that it would have a continuous source of power. The shield's implosion went back toward Voldemort's wand. Lesser wizards or witches tinkering with such risky high-level magic would have lost their hands as their wands exploded. However, Voldemort was able to channel his magic to counter the implosion, and he escaped with wand intact, albeit with a severely tweaked arm. Having suffered an injury and apparently realizing that Ministry reinforcements had arrived, Voldemort disappeared, likely having activated an emergency portkey. Merlin's beard, Moody exclaimed over and over before letting loose with a streak of more colorful profanity. He landed near where Ashworth was standing and dismounted. "What's our status?" Moody demanded. Harry gestured skyward with his wand. "Looks like your folks are harrying the Dark Lord's followers. I think the worst danger has passed." "Was the prison breached?" "What happened?" Moody pressed. "No breach or escapees as far as I know," Harry said. "I received word that a lot of the night shift had gone home sick. When I got here, the guardhouse was burning. I activated the alarms as best as I could and rushed over here. I think you pretty much saw what happened next." "I saw plenty," Moody agreed, beginning to curse angrily as he reflected on the attempted raid. "Let me repeat myself," Moody said, pounding his fist on his armrest. "Ashworth was not even winded. Neither was Lord Voldemort. I heard you," Dumbledore assured Moody from where he was slumped in the chair behind his desk. Moody had seen fit to come to Hogwarts and share the facts as soon as he had been released from his duties at work. This meant that Dumbledore was going without needed sleep. "It was like watching a battle between titans," Moody declared. "You said that. He's the one referenced in the prophecy," Moody insisted. "Ashworth is lurking in his fortress as we speak." After briefing the Pruitts, he said he was going to do a walkthrough of Azkaban to check things and declined any help. "Why did he decline help?" Dumbledore asked, choosing to avoid wrangling with Moody over prophecy interpretation and importance. "He was giving a lot of the Aurors and hit wizards the side eye," Moody said. "He's not dumb," Dumbledore mused as he helped himself to a lemon drop. "He must know that somebody with a badge helped Voldemort in. We'll have to see what comes out of the investigation." After the alarms locked the prison down, Bellatrix had risked a couple of more spells to disguise and reinforce the CELL door so that Death Eaters raiding the prison would be unable to find or access Evander Edgecombe's cell. As for Edgecombe, he had uttered a few things designed to elicit a reaction from Bellatrix. However, she had been smart enough to feign inability to hear or understand the terminally ill Wraith's jibes. After what seemed like 2 or 3 hours, a knock, followed by Harry's voice, sounded on the disguised door. Bellatrix undid the spells, welcomed Harry in, and reported what had happened. Harry updated Bellatrix, and they turned their attention to Edgecombe. "Warden Ashworth," Edgecombe said, greeting Harry with his weak voice. "Or shall I just say Warden? You're no Ashworth." "What makes you think that?" Harry asked, his lips curving into an amused smile. "I know the purebloods. Most you can claim to be is some remnant of the Peverell dregs. But for the most part, you're a mongrel," Edgecombe rasped. "Somehow, I'll have to endure that handicap," Harry said dryly, waving his wand and silencing the old wizard with a charm. "Meanwhile, I will be finding another place to stash your miserable carcass." "What about him?" Bellatrix asked, pointing at Mundungus. "How good are you at memory charms?" Harry asked.